Chapter 1. On the continent of Enros, it is said that long ago, this place was a realm of tranquility. Approximately 2 millennia ago, a myriad of extraordinary beings began to awaken across the land, individuals capable of wielding various elements to enhance their combat prowess, gradually ascending to the status of revered heroes in the eyes of many ordinary folk. However, with the emergence of inequality among the races, relentless wars ensued. This land ultimately acquired a new moniker, the Continent of War. At the northern border of the Eurasia Plain lies a small castle known as Watchtower, where a slave auction is currently taking place. Zhang Fan was an ordinary Eurasian, having spent his childhood in a border village of Eurasia. To be ordinary meant he was devoid of any extraordinary abilities, and at this moment, he found himself confined within an iron cage. He had once been a free man, but his adoptive father had incurred considerable debt while gambling in a tavern. Faced with the choice of selling his wife or his son, he opted to sell his son. A merchant with a goatee, wielding a long whip, stood by the street, his large nose twitching as he sniffed the crowd. Suddenly, the sunlight dimmed as a dwarf's figure obstructed the morning light, striding toward him with heavy footsteps. Goblins are born traitors, and he immediately discerned the glint of interest in the dwarf's eyes as they flicked toward the iron cage. The goblins swiftly concluded that the dwarf was intrigued by the slave. His disproportionately large eyes sparkled like coins, and he cracked his whip in the air. Crack! Behold, a young slave, exceptionally obedient and in prime health. Dwarves are not actually short in stature, their limbs are simply robust, giving them an appearance of shortened arms and legs. Yet, this is merely an illusion on the battlefield. A fully armed dwarf can contend against 4 Eurasian spear-wielders simultaneously without faltering. Zhang Fan felt a pang of hunger and retrieved the piece of bread he had saved from the previous night from his pocket. However, when the dwarf's gaze shifted in his direction, the chilling tales of dwarves filled him with dread, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Dwarves are a faction of the human races on the continent of War, originating from the mountainous regions of the northeastern part of the continent. This area is separated from Eurasia by a vast expanse of darkness, and the majority of dwarves serve the elven race. Now, the dwarves on the borders of Eurasia are, without exception, wanderers. They roam without a home, and if Zhang Fan were to be purchased by a dwarf, he would never see his mother again. Dwarves have a fondness for drink, particularly the sweet wine brewed by elves, which explains their eagerness to serve the elven race. Ha ha ha! The dwarf's laughter was laced with the potent scent of gin. Let me see what this one is worth. The goblin was once again captivated by his keen commercial instincts and rushed forward before the dwarf could finish speaking. Although the dwarf reeked of alcohol, the goblin never cared about a client's flaws when it came to making a profit. 60 silver coins, undeniably youthful. Even if you were to accidentally break his legs, he can still be mended. This was what terrified Zhang Fan in the stories about dwarves. Once they became intoxicated, they would use Eurasians as drumsticks to beat upon. As the dwarf approached, the weight of his presence became increasingly oppressive. Zhang Fan clenched his fists tightly, summoning all his mental strength to pray fervently within his heart. Break, break, please let the lock on this iron cage break. Do not let it open, so that I shall not be taken by this dwarf. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt a slight warmth in his fists, which he initially attributed to his anxiety. However, the warmth intensified, and it became evident that this was far from normal. The massive iron lock on the cage shifted slightly, and a drop of molten iron dripped quietly from the keyhole onto the cobblestone ground. Zhang Fan's eyelids twitched in shock as he witnessed the molten iron splatter upon the earth, instantly solidifying into a small black iron bead. What was happening? Zhang Fan opened his palm, the heat in his hand still undiminished. Had he awakened some extraordinary ability? But what kind of ability was this? He had never heard of such a thing in Eurasia. To confirm his awakening, Zhang Fan focused intently on the iron bead and silently commanded with his mental energy. Iron bead, transform into a needle. A miracle occurred. The iron bead on the ground began to soften and gradually elongate. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a sensation akin to having his mental energy drained, engulfing Zhang Fan's mind. Could this be what they referred to as magical exhaustion? Magical exhaustion leads to unconsciousness, a common understanding among the extraordinary practitioners of the continent of war. For the first time, Zhang Fan experienced this condition, curling up in the corner of the cage, clutching his head as darkness enveloped him, severing the connection he had just established with the iron bead. No one noticed the peculiarities of the iron lock, and just then, the dwarf let out a loud belch. Burp, 50 silver coins. Unlock the cage, and let me take a look. The goblin had acquired Zhang Fan for merely 35 silver coins, and earning an additional 15 was indeed a significant profit, filling him with joy as his goat-like beard perked up. Haha, fair trade. Allow me to unlock the iron lock. The goblin inserted a yellowed key into the lock, but no matter how he twisted it, the lock's mechanism refused to budge. The dwarf grew impatient after waiting for a long while, the alcohol dulling his senses. He abruptly shoved the goblin aside with his left hand and tossed him a burlap sack with his right, saying, "Here you go. This cage is mine now." With that, the dwarf grasped the thick iron pipe of the cage with one hand and effortlessly hoisted both Zhang Fan and the iron cage onto his back. The goblin was astonished by the dwarf's innate strength, considering the cage to be worth less than a silver coin, and thus paid no heed to the fact that his cage was being taken away. He chuckled and said, "All right, big guy, the cage is yours." A scroll was handed to the dwarf. It was Zhang Fan's slave contract. The dwarf snatched it without a glance and strode purposefully toward the outskirts of the castle. "Take care, big guy." The goblin's voice was sharp and thin as Zhang Fan was carried out of the castle, unconscious. When Zhang Fan eventually awoke from his slumber, he found himself in a makeshift camp in the wilderness. It seemed to be not far from the castle. The camp was hastily set up on sandy ground, encircled by a small grove of pine trees. Approximately 10 meters away stood a massive triangular tent made of deer hide, where the dwarf was sound asleep, snoring loudly with one furry thigh protruding from the tent. Having rested his head, the earlier sensation of emptiness and dizziness had dissipated. However, as a cold breeze swept through, his body felt exceptionally chilly. This was a reactive response following the depletion of his magical energy. He retrieved the small piece of bread once more, preparing to replenish some warmth. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside the deer hide tent, and Zhang Fan sensed that something unusual was about to unfold, narrowly escaping yet another calamity with his half-piece of bread. The newcomer was clad entirely in black, their face obscured by a triangular mask, and Zhang Fan's heart raced with alarm. He had encountered a thief. Thieves are human, yet Eurasia never welcomes them. Any thief who appears within the castle invariably finds themselves imprisoned. However, they frequently haunt villages and the wilderness. Not daring to move a muscle, Zhang Fan feigned unconsciousness, hoping the thief would mistakenly believe he was still asleep. The thief, indeed, paid no attention to Zhang Fan within the cage. Instead, he gripped a slender, sharp dagger tightly in his right hand, stealthily approaching the slumbering dwarf. The thief's footsteps were light and barely audible. As he neared the dwarf, he swiftly raised the dagger. The blade was exceedingly thin, glinting silver in the sunlight. Although dwarves are naturally tough-skinned, they would still be no match for such a blade. Swish! The thief thrust the dagger toward the dwarf's heart with all his might, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. He had not anticipated that beneath the dwarf's clothing lay a chest plate of tempered steel. The dagger clanged against the chest plate with a metallic ring, startling the dwarf awake. His enormous eyes sprang open, and his large hand instinctively reached out toward the thief's arm. The thief did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly sliced the dagger to the right against the chest plate. With a heart-stopping screech, the dagger finally evaded the edge of the chest plate and, using the momentum, plunged directly into the dwarf's lung. Adrenaline surged through the dwarf, prompting him to emit a thunderous roar. Realizing he was mortally wounded, he summoned all his strength and violently hurled the thief's leg. Thud! The thief soared through the air for nearly 10 meters, his head colliding squarely with the iron cage in front of Zhang Fan. The suddenness of the event left Zhang Fan barely enough time to react. In a panic, he glanced at the iron pipe of the cage, only to find it smeared with a large splatter of brain matter. A wave of nausea washed over him, but his stomach was empty after a bout of dry heaving. He could only expel a few mouthfuls of saliva. Once his rapid breathing subsided, he turned his gaze toward the triangular tent, where the dwarf now lay still on the ground, his soul having departed for the hall of Mandus. In Waterwheel Village, a part of Watchtower Castle, located at the far eastern edge of the northern border of the kingdom's plains, the only sound to be heard was the creaking of the massive water wheel at the village entrance, rendering the entire village mundane yet serene. 2 days later, Zhang Fan returned to Waterwheel Village. Before him stood a humble wooden house, comprising merely 2 small rooms and a narrow living area his childhood home. To his astonishment, sprawled on the bench in the living room was the village's night watchman. Upon noticing Zhang Fan, the watchman rose with a look of genuine surprise. "How did you escape? Did you not become a slave?" Zhang Fan was at a loss regarding the events that had transpired. He approached the doorway step by step, unfolding the slave contract he held tightly in his grasp, his gaze gradually sharpening with confusion as he questioned, "I am free now, why are you here? And where is my mother?" Zhang Fan refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of his adoptive father, the man who had subjected both him and his mother to relentless torment throughout his life. He had never received an ounce of paternal love. Instead, he had only endured suffering. The night watchman cast a glance at the contract in Zhang Fan's hand. If the contract returned to the slave, it signified the acquisition of freedom. Yet, he rose and continued to block the entrance, evidently intent on preventing Zhang Fan from entering the house. "Child, the day after you left, your adoptive father lost your mother as well. 3 days ago, he squandered his last few copper coins and drank himself to death right at the door right where you stand now." Zhang Fan could scarcely believe that such drastic changes had occurred in such a brief span of time. The overwhelming blow caused him to instinctively step back, and as his heart steadied, he realized that if his mother had been sold into slavery, he must gather money to redeem her. He then raised his arm, pointing at the night watchman, and declared, "Then this house now belongs to me." "No, child." The night watchman shook his head, stepping out of the living room. His large foot inadvertently crushed an innocent black beetle as he countered Zhang Fan. "Your adoptive father owed me 5 silver coins of his lifetime, and with the cost of his burial, this house now belongs to me. The village chief, Old Tao, can attest to this." A tremor coursed through Zhang Fan's heart. He was acutely aware of the countless debts his father had left behind. An intense sense of helplessness washed over him, for the night watchman was likely not deceiving him. This revelation shattered his world, much like the unfortunate black beetle. Now, his only concern was for his mother. Everything here had become unbearable for him, and he shook his head and turned away. "Caw! Caw!" A crow cried out mournfully in the sky as a young man resolutely departed from his homeland. Zhang Fan had 5 silver coins in his pocket, along with a sizable silver ring, both of which he had retrieved from a dwarf. Fate was indeed cruel. Just yesterday, Zhang Fan had turned 14, the age of maturity in Alasia. He needed to journey to the Watchtower City, for the village chief had informed him that his mother had been sold to the lord of the city as a slave, and he must find her. In Watchtower City, the lord's mansion lay at the heart of the castle. "Youth, whom do you seek?" The iron gates of the lord's mansion stood firmly closed, guarded by a sentinel clad in silver armor. A finely crafted steel cross, sword measuring 1.20 meters slung at his side. His striking blue eyes, framed by golden hair, scrutinized Zhang Fan. This man was a swordsman, classified as a 4th-tier soldier within the ranks of the Alasian army, with other soldiers categorized as 1st-tier spearmen, 2nd-tier archers, 3rd-tier griffins, 5th-tier monks, and 6th-tier cavalry. The higher the tier, the greater the soldier's combat prowess. Zhang Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This was the lord's mansion. In the war-torn continent, every lord was an extraordinary being, a hero knight appointed by the king himself. He gazed at the towering granite walls, the highest circular turret of the castle visible in the near distance. At that moment, a swordsman's very figure he had dreamed of becoming was addressing him. Regaining his composure, Zhang Fan inquired with a tone of earnestness, "Swordsman, I seek Romina, a newly arrived maid." The swordsman discerned that Zhang Fan was likely a recently matured youth. His expression softened as he crossed his arms lightly across his chest, the gilded hilt of his sword glinting in the sunlight. "Oh, I know who you mean. She just arrived the day before yesterday. She is now the gardener of the Lord's mansion." The swordsman smiled gently, his demeanor transforming into one of kindness as he met Zhang Fan's gaze. "Child, what is your relation to her?" Zhang Fan was no longer a mere child. He straightened his posture slightly and replied, "I am her son, and I wish to see her." Though this request was somewhat irregular, the swordsman was a compassionate man. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to assist this seemingly helpless young lad. Zhang Fan waited at the entrance for a few minutes, when suddenly a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. "O God of light and justice, I thought I would never see you again, my child." Romina reached through the iron gates, enveloping Zhang Fan, who was of similar height, in a tight embrace. Having relied on his mother since childhood, Zhang Fan felt the warmth of her presence once more, and the overwhelming sense of happiness brought forth tears he could not contain. "Mother, I am free now. I have silver coins. I will redeem you." Romina's arms trembled slightly. She wanted to ask Zhang Fan how he had attained his freedom. Yet, she did not wish to squander their precious time together on questions. Instead, she gently ruffled his disheveled black hair and said, "Child, my ransom is 80 silver coins. It's a substantial amount. I'm well here. If you have some money, find a place to stay in the city first, and then seek employment." Upon hearing the sum of 80 silver coins, Zhang Fan felt a chill in his heart. He furtively glanced at the swordsman before him. Although he appeared amiable, any erratic behavior on his part would undoubtedly prompt the swordsman to fulfill his duty without hesitation. In the present circumstances, the only course of action is to earn money diligently, with the ultimate goal of liberating my mother from this place and granting her the freedom she deserves. Having resolved this in his heart, Zhang Fan embraced his mother tightly. "Mother, I understand now. Rest assured, I will earn enough money swiftly and bring you back home." Romina, aware that her son had just reached adulthood, recognized that acquiring 80 silver coins was a nearly insurmountable task. Yet, the determination reflected in Zhang Fan's eyes instilled a flicker of hope within her. "Why, child, I believe in you. You are still young. Do not rush. Remember to prioritize your safety." Romina could not afford to delay her work for too long. As they parted, she tucked a purple butterfly flower into Zhang Fan's chest, wiping away his tears. Zhang Fan stepped onto the volcanic stone pavement. His sorrow abating, he resolved to gather himself. He was still young and possessed latent abilities. With this thought, he clenched his fist with unwavering resolve. The Explorer's Exchange, overseen by the Lord's Manor, was not merely a marketplace for goods, but also a hub for acquiring materials obtained from exterminating the monstrous creatures of the northern swamps at a premium price. This institution emerged only after King Rodhard ascended to power. For millennia, the Kingdom of Eurasia had endured incessant harassment from the barbarous tribes of the south, who were skilled in commanding colossal beasts, compelling the kingdom to expend vast resources in defense. Despite this, the southern borders remained perpetually precarious. Following the death of the previous king, and with the first heir still a child, King Rodhard took on the regency. 2 years into his reign, he vowed to locate the artifact of creation, hoping to restore peace to Eurasia through its power. According to legend, the artifact resided north of the Storm Sea, where the land was engulfed in ice. However, the Storm Sea was not only vast, but also teeming with monsters, making direct passage impossible. The sole route was through the northern straits, which necessitated clearing the northern swamps first. The swamps lay to the north of the kingdom's plains, home to countless swamp creatures, most of which possessed formidable offensive capabilities. To eradicate these creatures, the kingdom issued quests at the Explorer's Exchange, allowing adventurers to collect materials from the slain beasts and exchange them for rewards. The swamp monsters were classified into 6 levels. Level 1 were werewolves, Level 2 were lizardmen, Level 3 were venom flies, Level 4 were 6-legged lizards, Level 5 were barbarian bulls, and Level 6 were wyverns. The higher the level, the more lucrative the materials obtained from them. Zhang Fan, lacking the ability to become an adventurer, observed that many adventurers he encountered bore weapons and armor with multiple damages. Having studied blacksmithing for 2 years in his hometown, he resolved to open a blacksmith shop. 5 days later, after spending 4 silver coins on rent and equipment, the blacksmith shop was inaugurated. Blacksmithing was a laborious profession. The heavy hammer, the scorching forge, and the absence of customers rendered each moment a trial. Gripping an old hammer, marked with pockmarks and blemishes, Zhang Fan found himself with little to do. Thus, he concentrated his spirit, muttering, smooth out, as he did. The hammerhead began to shimmer with metallic activity, a sliver of iron dust melting at the edges of the pockmark. Carefully controlling the molten iron, he let it flow into the pit, which, upon cooling, was instantly filled. Learning from past experiences, he halted his focus at the appropriate moment. Even so, sweat beaded on his forehead. Fortunately, he had not overexerted his magical energy. Otherwise, collapsing here would have been a source of embarrassment. After a moment, Zhang Fan shook his head and inspected the hammerhead closely. A small pit that once marred its surface was now smooth and pristine, leaving him immensely satisfied, with no customers in sight. He leaned against a wooden post to regain his magical energy. Once he sensed his mana replenished, he resumed repairing the next small indentation. Half a day passed, and sunlight had reached its zenith. Zhang Fan had smoothed over 5 or 6 small pits, and, as his proficiency increased, he was able to mend slightly larger ones than when he began. Although the shop had not officially opened, he had expended a considerable amount of energy. Just as he was about to enter the shop to bake some bread for lunch, a melodious voice rang out at the door. "Excuse me, could you help me fix this?" His first customer had arrived, and Zhang Fan immediately perked up. When he lifted his gaze to see the visitor, his expression froze in awe. The newcomer was a stunning young woman. Around his age, she had silver-white hair, deep blue-tinted eyes, a pronounced nose, and beneath her cherry-red lips, a perfectly sculpted jawline. Zhang Fan swore he had never beheld such beauty in his life. The young woman held a short sword, its hilt crafted from dark yellow, century-old thunderwood, inscribed with several unknown silver symbols. The blade was 1.5 feet long, made of cold and resilient iron, adorned with subtle, snowflake patterns. Though Zhang Fan was not an experienced blacksmith, he could discern that this short sword was extraordinary. However, it bore a crack. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "This is an excellent short sword, but the crack appears rather unfortunate." Upon hearing him speak, the young woman smiled, her lips curling into an attractive arc. "I am an adventurer. This was shattered by a werewolf's chain mace. I have asked every blacksmith in town, and they all claim it cannot be repaired." Her voice conveyed a deep attachment to the sword, for a fine weapon not only bore a hefty price tag, but also embodied memories of her trials. Zhang Fan scrutinized the sword again. The crack spanned half the width of the blade. For a typical sword to sustain such damage, the best course would be to melt it down and forge it anew. However, this sword did not appear to be made of ordinary metal. Zhang Fan felt conflicted. He wanted to suggest a reforge, but her evident reluctance tugged at his conscience. More importantly, she was his first customer, and he admonished himself not to give up easily. "May I take a look?" "Of course," she replied, turning the sword over and presenting it to him. As he accepted the short sword, Zhang Fan felt an unusual chill emanating from it, as if he were holding a block of ice rather than a sword. Astonished, he raised his gaze to examine her once more, just as a beam of sunlight illuminated her delicate features. The moment of awe caused his heart to flutter and to stave off any awkwardness. He quickly lowered his head to inspect the sword. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice interrupted. "Haha, how could this little blacksmith possibly fix it?" The sudden interruption made Zhang Fan look up. The speaker was a teenager of about 16 or 17, with tousled blonde hair and dressed in a gaudy hard-collar jacket. He stood with his arms crossed, regarding Zhang Fan with a disdainful expression. The young woman remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the sword as her expression turned icy at the sound of his voice. This man was Malark, the son of a cavalryman stationed at Watchtower City. Though Malark was merely a crossbowman, he often flaunted his father's influence, behaving arrogantly. He was not targeting Zhang Fan specifically. Rather, he had been infatuated with Anya since their first encounter. Despite his numerous attempts to win her favor, she had consistently rejected him. Malark's pride would not permit him to accept defeat, and he continued to pursue her in an effort to assert his superiority. Malark adopted a condescending demeanor as he gazed at Zhang Fan. Reminiscent of a peacock vying for a mate. Little blacksmith, it would be wise for you not to touch Lady Anya's sword. It is far too precious. If you break it, you couldn't possibly afford the damages. Zhang Fan felt a surge of anger at the unwarranted insult, but as a newcomer to the business world, he decided it was better to endure, his face flushing with suppressed rage. Humph. Malark, noticing Zhang Fan's lack of reaction and failure to capture Anya's attention, felt a wave of disappointment and anger. Though somewhat arrogant, he wasn't excessively thick-skinned. Finding the situation dull, he whirled around and sauntered off, whistling a mocking tune. As Malark turned away, Zhang Fan caught sight of a crossbow strapped to his back, realizing that he was indeed a crossbowman. Crossbowmen were part of the second-tier forces in Eurasia, belonging to an elite marksman unit. Clearly, his earlier restraint had spared him from unnecessary trouble, and with a sigh, he shook his head. Being young and impetuous, Zhang Fan felt a surge of pent-up frustration at the earlier encounter. Since he had no outlet for his anger, he directed it towards the short sword, channeling his spirit into it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the metal surrounding the crack was slowly dissolving, and a very fine fissure was being filled with the molten iron. The rapid release of his magical energy caused a wave of dizziness to wash over him, prompting him to cease his efforts. After Malark's departure, Anya's attention remained fixed on the short sword, witnessing the transformation unfold before her eyes. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Excuse me, what is this? Is it a form of magical ability?" The existence of extraordinary abilities in the realm of war is hardly a secret. Zhang Fan felt a slight dizziness and could only nod gently. Upon seeing the glimmer of hope for the repair of her short sword, Anya's heart surged with excitement. "How wonderful! I have decided to entrust the repair of my short sword to you, and I shall compensate you with silver coins." "Thank you." Just moments before, Zhang Fan had unwittingly employed his extraordinary ability, realizing its effectiveness on this metal. Suppressing his mild dizziness, he raised his gaze to meet hers, catching a glimpse of a spark of light in Anya's eyes, which inexplicably alleviated his dizziness significantly. The reason for this phenomenon eluded Zhang Fan, but he did not dwell on it at that moment. "Madame Anya, if you desire it to be restored, it may require 2 days." Detecting the confidence in Zhang Fan's tone, Anya's face brightened with surprise. "Time is of no consequence. During this period, I shall refrain from adventuring and will remain at home to care for my pet." Spy was a pet ice sprite. Of course. Zhang Fan was unaware, as he carefully wrapped the short sword in a piece of sheepskin and offered her a faint smile. It was not until Anya turned to leave that Zhang Fan noticed a blue sprite ribbon adorning her bun. The sprite ribbon was not a mere bow. It appeared far more intricate and elegant, said to be woven only by nimble little sprites. With the first transaction secured for his newly opened blacksmith shop, Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. As no other customers visited that afternoon, he devoted all his energy to the repair of the short sword. The damage was severe, necessitating the use of his extraordinary ability to mend it gradually. With limited magical power, he had to pause every few minutes to recuperate and restore his energy. After exhausting his magical reserves once more, Zhang Fan began to scrutinize the fissures in the short sword. It bore a primary crack accompanied by numerous smaller ones, resembling a tree trunk reaching skyward. It was evident that this damage had been inflicted by a formidable weapon. It was no wonder that other blacksmiths had been unable to repair it. Without his extraordinary ability, he too would have been at a loss. Resting in silence allowed for a swift recovery of his magical power. With a limited reserve, the replenishment was relatively quick. However, he could sense that with each use of his magic, his capacity for storing it was gradually increasing, which pleased him greatly. Every 15 minutes, he was able to mend a fraction of the sword's cracks. This progress was minuscule, roughly the thickness of a grain of rice each time. To fully restore the short sword, it would likely require him to forego sleep for the next 2 days. Having only recently discovered his extraordinary ability, Zhang Fan was filled with fascination, treating his restorative breaks as sleep, and diligently continued to repair the sword. During this time, his magical power steadily increased, and his mastery over the manipulation of metal grew increasingly proficient. By dawn on the 3rd day, the short sword was finally restored. Zhang Fan grasped the thunderwood handle and, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, swept it through the air, the blade glinting momentarily in the darkness. He couldn't help but mutter to himself in satisfaction. It's perfect. Even the intricate patterns are as they once were, resembling a brand new sword. When morning arrived, Zhang Fan opened the shop door, feeling quite fatigued, and found himself dozing off at the table. Jingle bells, a soft sound echoed in his mind, prompting Zhang Fan to open his eyes, only to find a completely white little sprite before him. Sprites possess a unique technique for awakening those in slumber, making the experience delightful and refreshing. And at that moment, Zhang Fan felt just that. "Oh, little darling, how did you come to be here?" The sprite seemed quite fond of Zhang Fan, circling his head playfully. Following the magical glow the sprite left in its wake, Zhang Fan then noticed Anya standing not far from him. "Madam Anya, I apologize for not noticing you earlier." Anya beamed with a charming smile, her demeanor exuding a warmth that rivaled that of the sprite. Zhang Fan felt a sudden jolt of energy. He abruptly realized that Anya's smile seemed to possess a tranquilizing magic. Hee. Anya crossed her arms behind her back and said, "I apologize. Her name is Spy, and she has just interrupted your rest. However, I can tell that Spy is quite fond of you." Struggling to contain his astonishment at this gesture, Zhang Fan opened the drawer of the cabinet. Placing the wrapped short sword on the table, he gradually unwrapped the sheepskin. An immaculate short sword emerged before them. The sword appeared as if freshly forged, devoid of any blemishes, as though it had never sustained any injury. Anya grasped the hilt with her left hand, delicately gliding her index and middle fingers along the blade. Feeling the smoothness where cracks once marred the surface, she exclaimed in barely contained surprise. "Wow, this is truly remarkable. How did you achieve this? It's as if it has been restored to its pristine condition." Zhang Fan, equally pleased, placed a small iron shavings on the table, concentrating to unleash his extraordinary ability. In an instant, the shavings softened and melted into a small iron bead. Anya unabashedly expressed her admiration. "Your ability seems exceptionally impressive." Her praise caused Zhang Fan's expression to settle into a calm demeanor. He had been contemplating over the past 2 days how his extraordinary ability was indeed tailor-made for blacksmithing. Suddenly feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, as long as you are satisfied with the short sword. That is all that matters." Just then, the little sprite became agitated. With its transparent wings fluttering rapidly, it flew to Anya's shoulder. Upon turning her head, Anya noticed the bothersome Mulake had returned, having witnessed Zhang Fan's earlier display. Mulake felt an unsettling mixture of emotions. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Fan, he scoffed, "This is a charlatan. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Such nonsense is utterly useless." Zhang Fan swore he did not know this man. Yet their encounters had been marked by inexplicable hostility. In an instant, his patience wore thin, and he found his left thumb and index finger clenching tightly together. Mulake noticed Zhang Fan's discontent, but showed no concern, instead adopting an air of arrogance. "Look, this shop has not received a single order in 2 days. What can he possibly repair? Perhaps he should stick to fixing farming tools. Ha ha ha." In truth, Zhang Fan had indeed not received any other business in the past 2 days, which suddenly weighed on him with frustration. He needed to earn money swiftly to secure his mother's release. Anya could no longer bear to witness Mulake's taunts. She turned the short sword around and pointed the hilt at him in anger. "That's enough. Mulake, degrading others will yield you no rewards." Mulake, who had followed Anya here, found himself at a loss as he had not only failed to flirt with her, but was now being reprimanded. The humiliation stoked his impulsiveness, and he raised his right hand, mimicking the motion of pulling a trigger towards Zhang Fan. A blatant provocation. Zhang Fan's patience was on the verge of breaking. He felt that if Mulake dared utter another word, he would seize the hammer and deliver a forceful blow. Unfortunately, after completing his gesture, Mulake inexplicably turned and left, as he had merely intended to encounter Anya, with deriding Zhang Fan as a secondary objective. Anya, feeling somewhat apologetic, realized Mulake had come because of her and quickly offered Zhang Fan a sheepish smile. Zhang Fan was touched by the unique calmness radiating from Anya's smile, and his anger dissipated swiftly. He shook his head and said, "It's all right. It's not worth stooping to the level of a madman, lest I fall into degradation. Anya, noticing Zhang Fan's tranquility, smiled and replied, "Indeed, that individual is quite unreasonable." They exchanged a knowing smile, and Anya suddenly remarked, "By the way, since you have repaired my short sword, I have decided to pay you 2 silver coins." Zhang Fan was taken aback. How delightful it was that she assumed the price was hers to set. He shook his head gently. "Madam Anya, it was merely a simple repair. Charging you 1 silver coin would suffice, in comparison to crafting an entirely new short sword. 1 silver coin was indeed a modest sum. Had it not been for Zhang Fan, Anya would have had to pay a significantly larger price, especially since this sword was a cherished heirloom from her parents. Is that truly the case? That certainly saves me a considerable amount." Zhang Fan was quite content with having earned a silver coin over the course of 2 days and nodded earnestly. "Indeed it is, and should there be any issues with this sword in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will repair it for you free of charge. That a single silver coin holds significant purchasing power. Under ordinary circumstances, repairing a weapon with cracks would typically cost 2 to 3 dozen copper coins. However, given the sword's special material and the severity of the damage, Zhang Fan felt justified in charging what he did. Anya sheathed the short sword and produced a silver coin. The sprite, Spy, carefully cradled the coin in her tiny hands, circled around Zhang Fan, and gently placed the coin into his palm. "Ha!" Anya lightly pressed down on her collar with one hand and chuckled. "Sprites are the most perceptive creatures. It's evident she takes quite a liking to you." Zhang Fan recalled how Spy had hidden behind Anya's shoulder out of fear when Mulek had approached, and he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "Thank you. May the god of light bless you. And please take care, beautiful lady." After Anya departed, the shop indeed saw no further business. Zhang Fan understood that this might be attributed to his youth. Having successfully completed his first business transaction, he believed that things would gradually improve in the future. Outside the city lord's mansion, Zhang Fan reappeared before the grand iron gate, where a guard recognized him and greeted him with a sunlit smile. "Young man, are you here to see your mother again?" Zhang Fan placed a hand over his heart and bowed slightly. "Yes, Sir Kyer. Could you grant me a moment of your time? I merely wish to convey my regards." Kyer, being a kind-hearted individual, did not hesitate and turned to summon someone for Zhang Fan. Moments later, as Romina approached, a smile instantly illuminated Zhang Fan's face. Mother, Romina, filled with joy, extended her arms through the iron gate to embracing Fan. "My child, you appear somewhat weary. Have you not been faring well these past few days?" "No, I'm doing splendidly," Zhang Fan replied with a blissful smile, then handed Romina an item from his possession. "Mother, today I earned a silver coin. Look, these are deer-hide gloves I bought for you, so you won't get pricked by thorns while pruning the flowers." Romina could hardly believe that Zhang Fan had earned a silver coin in just 1 day. Trembling, she accepted the gloves, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Thank you, my child. This gift is truly precious. Please do not spend your money on such things in the future. You must take better care of yourself." Seeing his mother so happy filled Zhang Fan with joy as well. He shook his head gently, his eyes filled with determination. "Rest assured, Mother, I have opened a blacksmith shop, and I will earn money swiftly." Sir Kyer, overhearing that Zhang Fan had opened a blacksmith shop at such a young age, subtly furrowed his brow. He was aware that his fellow warriors were not particularly fond of seeking repairs from young blacksmiths. Romina once again tucked a 7-butterfly flower into Zhang Fan's chest pocket before bidding him farewell, her face radiating happiness as she returned to her work. As Zhang Fan watched his mother depart and was about to turn away, he was suddenly captivated by the glimmer of the badge on Sir Kyer's chest, causing him a halt. "Sir Kyer, may I have a look at your badge?" The badge appeared somewhat worn, with minor damages. However, Kyer understood that at Zhang Fan's age, admiration for military honors was at its peak, that he smiled and removed the badge, handing it to Zhang Fan. "Child, perhaps one day you too shall become a worthy swordsman." Zhang Fan recognized the encouragement in Kyer's words and smiled as he held the badge up to the setting sun. A miracle occurred. The old badge suddenly emitted a soft glow, and the fine rust on its metallic surface began to gradually vanish. Even the small cracks were steadily mending. Moments later, the badge appeared revitalized. "Astonishing Kyer, B.Y. the Divine, you possess extraordinary abilities. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. Perhaps, but without combat prowess, it seems rather insignificant. Kair quickly countered. No, 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 child. You are mistaken. Every ability is remarkable. Zhang Fan sensed the comfort in Kair's words and expressed his gratitude with a smile. This smile seemed to illuminate Kair's face, making him feel as if Zhang Fan had suddenly grown taller in that instant. With this thought, Kair's gaze shifted. Your ability is quite remarkable. Perhaps it could assist me with a task. Having been aided by Kair numerous times, Zhang Fan readily accepted the request, nodding, sir, as long as it is within my capabilities. I'm more than willing to serve you. Arriving at Kair's residence, which was modest in size, Kair walked slowly to the wall and gazed solemnly at a heavy sword hanging there. Why, grandfather was a crusader. And my father too. Yet I have been unable to ascend from swordsman to crusader. Kair's expression suddenly turned melancholic, stirring something within Zhang Fan. Sir Kair, I believe you will, like your ancestors, become a glorious crusader. One can only hope, child. Kair replied, momentarily saddened, yet quickly restored his warm smile, retrieving the heavy sword from the wall. This has been passed down through generations, but alas, it has suffered severe damage. I have consulted every blacksmith in the city, and they all claim it cannot be repaired. Zhang Fan, observing the reluctance in Kair's eyes, realized what Kair desired from him. Sir Kair, you have always assisted me. I am willing to attempt to restore this sword. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not accept any payment. Kair sensed Zhang Fan's sincerity and laughed heartily. Child, your honesty moves me. If you manage to repair it, I will inform the Swordsman Guild at the outpost, and they will seek you for their equipment repairs in the future. This was a delightful surprise, as Zhang Fan had been troubled by the lack of business at his blacksmith shop. If he succeeded, it would be akin to a heavenly blessing. He accepted the heavy sword with a bow. Thank you, Sir Kair. I shall do my utmost to restore it. Back at the blacksmith shop, Zhang Fan laid the massive sword flat on the long table. The sword was exceedingly heavy, causing Zhang Fan to breathe heavily after setting it down. The Crusader's heavy sword measured 4 feet in length, 8 centimeters in width, 1 centimeter in thickness, and weighed 20 pounds. In Eurasia, only Crusaders could fully wield such a colossal weapon, renowned for their terrifying offensive capabilities on the battlefield, instilling fear in any foe beneath its formidable blade. Yet now, this heavy sword was covered in rust, resembling the white hair of an aged hero, with a significant crack nearly bisecting the blade. As Zhang Fan traced his fingers along the steel blade, a chill coursed through him, and he could scarcely fathom the cause of such damage. Channeling his abilities, a warmth began to circulate through the sword. Upon reaching the crack, Zhang Fan could sense through his connection to his mental realm that the injury had indeed penetrated the entire blade. Even without use, it seemed likely that in a few years, the massive sword would completely break. Just then, a peculiar energy collided with Zhang Fan's mental force. What is this? Zhang Fan wondered in astonishment, guiding his mental energy closer to the mysterious force. Zhang Fan exclaimed as his consciousness was suddenly drawn into a unique scene that on an endless plain, hundreds of crusaders stood in formation, clad in heavy armor, their full helmets obscuring their faces, with shields raised in their left hands and heavy swords held aloft in their right. Their resolute gazes pierced through the gaps in their helmets, fixated on the enemy ahead. Before them loomed a mass of over 1,000 wolf warriors, who were forming a line and charging toward the Crusaders. The Crusaders moved as one. Their heavy swords swung in unison, their steps steady and synchronized. The commander raised a sword high and bellowed, "For light and justice. May the light of the swordsman shine upon you." A wave of spiritual energy transformed into a beam of white light, bursting forth from the heavy sword, igniting the swords of all the Crusaders with radiant brilliance. Empowered by the swordsman's blessing, the Crusaders' morale surged. They raised their heavy swords and shouted, "Annihilate them, in the name of the divine." The wolf warriors surged forth, brandishing sharp blades, their speed overwhelming and their numbers daunting. The clash was like a crashing tide. The Crusaders, fortified by their heavy armor, stood resolutely against the onslaught. In unison, 100 massive blades swung down, their unstoppable force cleaving through the air. Crash! With a single stroke, The mounts of 100 wolf warriors were severed, their agonized cries echoing into the heavens. Kill! The heavy swords of all crusaders rose once more, striking down again, and another 100 colossal wolves were split apart. This was the crusader's skill, the chain slash, executing 2 strikes in an unstoppable manner. In the blink of an eye, the wolf warriors around the crusaders were decimated, their terror palpable as their mounts howled in fear, none daring to advance further. Roar! A monstrous roar erupted from afar, shaking the very earth. From behind the wolf warriors emerged a towering giant, 6 meters tall. Its arms bound with chains as thick as a child's limbs. Atop its head rested a single enormous eye, and it raised a boulder the size of a small hill, swinging its massive arms toward the crusader formation. The force of the boulder was so swift that even clad in heavy armor, a crusader struck would surely be reduced to paste, just as the boulder was about to crush the crusader position. The leader leaped forward, his heavy sword aimed with precision, striking the boulder mid-air. Boom! The stone shattered in an explosion, and the heavy sword was fractured. This was the very cause of the sword's damage. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the crack in the heavy sword, shooting directly toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan cried out, as the scene his mental vision shattered, the previous spectacle having consumed a vast amount of his mental energy, causing him to wheeze heavily. Something was amiss. A presence was wandering within his mental realm. Zhang Fan felt a twinge of panic and began to chase after that elusive spiritual energy. Fortunately, the energy was now feeble. It escaped momentarily within Zhang Fan's mind before coming to a halt, swiftly enveloped by Zhang Fan's mental strength and merging into a singular entity. What is this? Zhang Fan endeavored to perceive that faint energy, which, having fused with his own mental prowess, became an intrinsic part of him. Both astonished and exhilarated, Zhang Fan attempted to harness that power. After approximately 10 minutes, he successfully captured it, and it offered no resistance. Just as he achieved this capture, the heavy sword on the table suddenly emitted a flash of light. Zhang Fan's eyes widened. This scene was all too familiar. Moments ago, the swordsman leader had unleashed this skill, causing all swordsmen's combat prowess to surge. This was the light of the swordsman. Had he truly acquired this skill? Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement, tinged with skepticism, and promptly employed his mental energy to manipulate that essence once more. Indeed, the heavy sword on the table gleamed again. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Zhang Fan inwardly lamented that he had overexerted his mental strength. He promptly collapsed to the ground. This bout of dizziness lasted a full hour, and when his mind settled, Zhang Fan refrained from further attempts to engage with that skill. Not wishing to faint again, he redirected his focus to the massive sword before him. Repairing this colossal sword was not overly difficult. It was crafted from high-grade steel, far superior to the ordinary materials of Anya's short sword. Zhang Fan simply needed to replicate the method he had used to restore Anya's sword, resting whenever his powers nearly depleted, thus maintaining an unbroken cycle. Throughout the entire night, Zhang Fan remarkably succeeded in mending all the cracks in the massive sword. Next, he resolved to remove the rust, a task he decided to postpone until after breakfast, for he had worked tirelessly through the night and was now exceedingly famished. The following day, aside from a farmer who came to repair a hoe, there were no business transactions to be had. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Fan successfully completed the rust removal on the heavy sword, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he beheld the rejuvenated weapon. He tenderly caressed the heavy sword for several minutes before hearing footsteps approaching from next door, prompting him to wrap the sword in sheepskin. The visitor was the proprietor of the adjacent leather shop, a man in his 40s who enjoyed teasing others. His expression bore a hint of amusement as he regarded Zhang Fan. "Hey, young man." This was old Hans, the gossip of the street. Zhang Fan understood that any whispers of his lack of business would inevitably be spread by this man, causing quite a stir. Old Hans, why the smugness? Old Hans held a leather shoulder guard meant for archers, which had likely been hanging on the wall for some time. With a slight shake, he raised a cloud of dust. Yet he feigned ignorance, continuing to jest. "Haha, young man, I truly do not wish to lose such a youthful neighbor, but seems fate is determined to deal me this blow." Zhang Fan comprehended the underlying mockery regarding his poor business, likely foreshadowing its imminent closure. Fortunately, he was not easily offended. Such jibes could hardly wound him. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a dismissive chuckle. Old Hans, perhaps you should take better care of your shoulder guard. It's absolutely filthy. Every noon, the swordsman Kyle enjoyed an hour of respite, relishing a cup of honey tea under the sun. With a generous income, Kyle's demeanor was fairly content. As he gazed through the glass cup of honey tea. The vibrant flowers in the Lord's garden danced before his bright eyes. Just as his gaze shifted with the cup, a tall figure suddenly came into view. Kyle, has the estate remained peaceful of late? Upon hearing the voice, Kyle immediately stood up, his posture straightening as the honey tea in his hand found no place to settle. Reporting to you, Lord, all is well. The visitor was Wade, the Lord of Watchtower City. Heroes come in various professions, including knights, rangers, mages, and druids, determined by their primary abilities. Wade possessed the extraordinary skill of the divine archer, granting him unmatched precision and power with a bow. Although this was a solitary ability, effective solely for himself, it made dispatching enemy leaders on the battlefield a mere formality. Swordsman Kyle, I wish to inquire about something. How long has it been since a swordsman in Watchtower City successfully ascended to the Crusader rank? Kyle felt a flutter of anxiety. He too had been troubled by this very question. Over the past 2 years, not a single swordsman had advanced to the Crusader rank, and the loss of 2 Crusaders in missions had reduced their number to a mere 4. It has been 2 years, my lord. However, we have 20 swordsmen, and I firmly believe someone will soon achieve the rank of Crusader. For the Lord, possessing formidable combat skills was one aspect. However, a castle's might was equally dependent on its military strength. A single external assault could spell disaster for the entire fortress. Wade's eyes gleamed with a predatory sharpness. His focused gaze instilled immense pressure upon anyone he regarded. Swordsman Kyle, the backbone of Watchtower City lies in the Swordsman Corps, and I earnestly desire a Crusader leader. Watchtower City was a modest stronghold, housing 100 spearmen, 35 archers, 24 swordsmen, and a mere 4 knights. Alongside a priest and the Lord himself, this comprised the entirety of the castle's formal military force. From this structure, it was evident that the robust Swordsman Corps served as the core of Watchtower City's development. Kyle, being a descendant of a pure swordsman lineage, was the preferred candidate for the Swordsman Corps leader. Yet he had yet to cross the threshold to the Crusader rank. After the afternoon shift change, upon arriving home, Kyle found Zhang Fan awaiting him. Kyle was adept at concealing his inner turmoil. He never wished to let his sorrow affect others. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, a bright smile spread across his face. Zhang Fan, I am truly surprised to see you arrive so promptly. Zhang Fan, oblivious to Kyle's discontent, extended the sheepskin-wrapped sword towards him, equally beaming with delight. I have fulfilled your request without fail. What? Kyle exclaimed, staring at the sheepskin bundle. He had previously sought out skilled blacksmiths, only to be met with responses of impossibility. The revelation that Zhang Fan had managed to repair the heavy sword left him overwhelmed with excitement. Come, let us go to the sitting room. I must see your masterpiece. Kyle swiftly unwrapped the sheepskin, revealing the restored heavy sword before him, that he was genuinely astonished by Zhang Fan's craftsmanship, for the cracks had entirely vanished, and the previous rust had been eradicated, leaving behind a gleaming, pristine weapon. It's magnificent. Were it not for my familiarity with this sword, I might suspect it was brand new. Of course, it was not a new sword. First and foremost, Zhang Fan lacked the capability to forge a new heavy sword. And furthermore, he did not possess the financial means to purchase such a valuable weapon. Zhang Fan could discern from Kyle's expression that he was thoroughly impressed. Nevertheless, he adhered to the customary protocol and inquired, I hope you find it satisfactory. Kyle's gaze remained transfixed on the heavy sword, nodding with rapturous approval. I am exceedingly satisfied. Moreover, I can foresee that soon, Watchtower City will give birth to a master blacksmith. This was somewhat exaggerated. After all, a master blacksmith was typically required to forge an artifact, and in Eurasia, such artisans were exceedingly rare. Zhang Fan had grown up hearing tales of the Swordsman Corps from the village elders. Kyle stood just a step away from the Crusader rank, and his praise filled Zhang Fan with a profound sense of accomplishment. That moment, he yearned to witness firsthand what it would be like to see a swordsman wielding such a heavy sword. Lord Kyle, I would truly love to see you wield this heavy sword. Haha. Kyle's smile brimmed with longing. For him, successfully executing a series of slashes with a heavy sword would grant him the right to don the Crusader's heavy armor. Young man, I too am eager to wield it. This has long been the aspiration of the Kyle family. Let's head to the backyard. In the backyard, resting against the wall of the weapon rack, was a set of well-preserved heavy armor. As the dust cloth was lifted from the armor, a pair of golden wolf-tooth pauldrons revealed themselves before the two. The sunlight shone upon the armor, causing its golden luster to captivate Zhang Fan's gaze. In that moment of reverie, he couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be to become a swordsman. This way, he could use the privilege of swordsman to absolve his mother's status as a slave and fight for Eurasia on the battlefield, which was the dream of every young man in Eurasia. As Kyle donned the armor, a confident expression adorned his face. Yet, deep within, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Nevertheless, the resolve in his heart spurred him on. Now, the armor was fitted, and the heavy sword was in hand. Zhang Fan observed the muscles beneath Kyle's chainmail as he effortlessly lifted the 20-pound sword. With a serious expression, Kyle radiated an aura of determination. In the name of the gods, Kyle shouted, raising the heavy sword high. Before Zhang Fan could react, the sword descended suddenly, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle that cleaved the atmosphere. A surge of exhilaration surged through Kyle's heart as he prepared to unleash the Crusader skill. The series of slashes. If Kyle could swiftly raise the heavy sword once more to cleave, combining the two strikes into one, it would signify his successful ascension to the ranks of the Crusaders. In an instant, Kyle's grip on the hilt tightened, his arms' veins bulging with effort. Yet an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The immense inertia of the descending sword caused his hand to tremble violently. Zhang Fan noticed the sudden pallor on Kyle's face and understood that this attempt at a consecutive strike was on the verge of failure. In that fleeting moment, Kyle hesitated, for this scene had played out before him numerous times. Though his strength was formidable, he always lacked that crucial moment of spiritual connection. Why, Lord Kyle, you shall surely succeed. Zhang Fan declared solemnly, a surge of mental energy emanating from his hands, cascading directly onto the heavy sword. A wave of exhilaration washed over Kyle as he felt the light of the swordsman, an ancient and long-lost martial art. After a brief moment of excitement, clarity returned to his mind. He would not allow this opportunity to slip away. That instant, a word, deeply embedded in his ancestral bloodline, surged forth once more. Consecutive strike. Kill! The heavy sword was raised in an instant, descending like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The air trembled. This signaled the success of the consecutive strike, awakening the bloodline of the Crusader within Kyle. Zhang Fan was similarly affected by this overwhelming power, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, Congratulations, Sir Kyle, on becoming a Crusader warrior. A beam of light flowed from the heavy sword into Kyle's body, marking the sword's acknowledgement of him, as he was baptized into the realm of the Crusaders. Once this was accomplished, Kyle turned to face Zhang Fan. There was no one else present. The light of the swordsman could only have been released by Zhang Fan, who possessed the skill of the swordsman, an innate leader amongst the swordsmen of Eurasia. At that moment, Kyle felt a greater excitement than Zhang Fan, holding his round shield against his chest, lightly tapping his long sword against the shield. Young man, please accept my respects. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though Kyle was bowing to him, leaving him at a loss for words. Sir Kyle, what do you mean? Kyle shook his head, his expression serious. No, Zhang Fan, you need not call me sir any longer. I never anticipated that you possessed the skill of the swordsman. Such a skill is rare and fabled. Those who bear are destined to become leaders among swordsmen. These words left Zhang Fan momentarily speechless. The light of the swordsman had come to him unexpectedly while he was repairing Kyle's heavy sword, and he felt compelled to confess the truth. To be honest, Sir Kyle, I obtained the light of the swordsman by chance while repairing your heavy sword. Kyle glanced down at the sword in his hand. A brief look of surprise followed by a relieved smile. Zhang Fan, if it has chosen you, then it is the will of the divine. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Zhang Fan lay on his bed, resting his head on his hands, contemplating Kyle's words from earlier that day. Kyle had instructed him never to reveal his possession of the skill of the swordsman, for such a skill could alter the entire structure of the Alasian Swordsman Guild. He must diligently practice his swordsmanship, and once his abilities were sufficient, he would formally enter the guild. The Light of the Swordsman could significantly enhance a swordsman's attack power, yet required a tremendous amount of magical energy to unleash. Currently, Zhang Fan's magical energy was at level 1, barely able to augment the attack power of 2 swordsmen anymore, and he would find himself in a precarious situation of exhausting his magical reserves. Thus, the prospect of becoming a leader within the Swordsman Guild felt still too distant, too elusive. Business at the blacksmith shop had not improved immediately at dawn. Zhang Fan opened the wooden door of the shop and added some coal to the furnace. Preparing to sweep the stone-paved street in front of the shop, at that moment, he heard the sound of polished shoes approaching from next door. Zhang Fan lifted his head to see old Hans looking quite pleased. "Zhang Fan, have you had breakfast yet?" Seeing the smug and mocking look on Hans's face, as if he were about to reap great benefits from Zhang Fan's lack of business, left Zhang Fan feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. "Not yet. Are you inviting me?" I rise early, unlike you, who has nothing to do all day and my clients are waiting for leather goods. Zhang Fan scoffed inwardly. The Watchtower town was a small fortress, with only a handful of crossbowmen needing leather armor, along with some adventurers who could not afford armor. How good could business possibly be? With a flick of his broom, old Hans stepped aside as if avoiding a sharp sword. "Excuse me, is the owner of this blacksmith shop Zhang Fan?" The sudden voice made both Zhang Fan and old Hans turn their heads simultaneously. The newcomer was tall and robust, bearing the emblem of a swordsman on his chest, holding a round shield in his hands. Zhang Fan sensed an opportunity for business and smiled warmly. "Greetings, Sir Swordsman. I am Zhang Fan. How may I assist you in repairing your equipment?" The swordsman glanced at Zhang Fan, then nodded slightly, extending the round shield toward him. "Could you please take a look at this? It was damaged quite severely after being struck by a giant lizard. I've already visited 2 other blacksmiths, and they said it would be difficult to repair." In the Swordsman Guild, the golden round shield was a weapon exclusive to the Crusaders, and Hans's face was filled with astonishment. He could not comprehend why a Crusader would seek repairs from someone as young as Zhang Fan. At that moment, Zhang Fan had no time to consider Hans's thoughts. He reached out to take the round shield, immediately feeling its weight. Upon inspection, he noted that the shield's center was nearly 1 centimeter thick, with the edges measuring half a centimeter thick. In the middle of the shield, there was a significant dent. The round shield was forged from fine steel, and the sheer size of the dent suggested the terrifying strength of the swamp lizard. "Sir Swordsman, repairing this shield with standard forging methods will likely not suffice. It is simply too thick to restore it to its original state. The best approach would be to melt it down and reforge it." The swordsman had received similar responses from the other 2 shops, and his expression turned somber. "No, this shield has accompanied me for many years. Every mark on it represents the glory of battle. If it weren't for the severe deformation caused by this giant lizard, I would never consider repairing it." Zhang Fan then understood why the swordsman was unwilling to reforge it. To meet his request for just repairing the dent, he would need to employ his unique abilities. However, given the thickness, it would likely require more time than he anticipated, leaving Zhang Fan feeling somewhat troubled. Seeing Zhang Fan hesitate to respond, old Hans could no longer contain himself and mockingly remarked, "Young man, if you can't repair it, don't overreach. Don't delay the swordsman in finding another blacksmith." This crossed the line, and Zhang Fan shot a warning glance at Hans, who realized he had gone too far and quickly fell silent. Zhang Fan then turned to the swordsman and said, "Sir Swordsman, I do indeed have a method to repair this deformation. However, it will require a fee of 2 silver coins. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the repair?" 2 silver coins was a considerable amount, yet for a crusader, it was not overly burdensome. After all, a single giant lizard's horn could be exchanged for 10 silver coins. The swordsman, initially disheartened, suddenly brightened at Zhang Fan's assurance. "Wonderful. If you can truly repair it, the silver coins are not an issue." Upon receiving the swordsman's agreement to pay 2 silver coins, Zhang Fan gently placed the round shield on the solid wooden workbench and confidently smiled at the swordsman. "Please allow me 2 days. By the same time the day after tomorrow, you may come to collect the shield." After the swordsman left, satisfied, old Hans grasped Zhang Fan's sleeve, believing that Zhang Fan had taken on this job to show off. And his eyes filled with a tone of caution. Zhang Fan, are you certain you can repair this shield? Look at this deformation. It is nearly 1 centimeter thick. You must not deceive the swordsman. It is not too late to apologize now. Zhang Fan knew that explaining himself to Hans would be futile, so he ignored him and picked up a round iron bar, gently tapping it against the shield. The crisp sound that followed indicated the purity of the fine steel. Hans, being a leatherworker, saw that Zhang Fan was disregarding his good intentions. He snorted, stepping onto the stone eaves and turning to leave. Just before he vanished from sight, a voice filled with disappointment echoed back. Young man, unaware of his limitations, wait and see the joke unfold in 2 days. Regarding Hans's lack of understanding, Zhang Fan could only shake his head. His unique abilities theoretically allowed him to repair any metallic equipment. It was merely a matter of time. The process of repairing the round shield began in earnest, with both hands resting on the golden edge of the shield. A surge of mental energy flowed into the round shield, causing the dent to shimmer with energy fluctuations. The fine steel was forged from iron or through multiple processes, making it the most common special steel used in Alasia. Yet, at its core, it remained iron. The method was the same as before. First, gradually melt the dented areas, then restore them bit by bit. After several days of training, Zhang Fan's mental reserve of magical energy had significantly increased. The war continent had strict ratings for magical energy. Currently, Zhang Fan's magical energy still fell within the mid-level 1 range. The unique abilities released continuously until his magical energy was nearly depleted, and the dent had been corrected. However, in relation to the entire area of deformation, this was less than 5%, indicating that to complete the repair of this round shield, he would need to exhaust his energy repeatedly over 20 times. The cycle of depleting and replenishing energy was, in reality, a test of Zhang Fan's willpower. Yet there exists an undeniable pleasure in the continuous expansion of one's mana reservoir, which foreshadows yet another sleepless day. The first day passed without incident, until the following evening when Zhang Fan, having once again depleted his mana, felt a sudden tumult in his mental ocean. What could be happening? A twinge of anxiety gripped Zhang Fan. This was the first time he had experienced such a phenomenon that he sensed his mental ocean pulsating, expanding and contracting as if mimicking the rhythm of a heartbeat. Strangely, with each pulse, the area of his mental ocean appeared to increase ever so slightly. By the time the pulsation ceased, the area of his mental ocean had astonishingly doubled. Although the mental ocean resided in his brain, its dimensions were not confined by it. One could say it existed as a realm of consciousness beyond the constraints of this dimension. It dawned on Zhang Fan that he had broken through the limitations of his mana level. How could he not feel exhilarated by the fact that his mental ocean had expanded by a factor of 2? Now, his capacity to repair equipment would correspondingly accelerate, marking a significant advancement that implied that future upgrades to his mental ocean would yield even greater powers. He even indulged in a brief daydream, pondering whether, upon reaching an advanced level of mana, he might be able to conjure a weapon or even larger devices instantaneously with his abilities. Once his excitement subsided, he refocused his mental energy on repairing the round shield. Under the influence of his powers, the metal melted more noticeably, indicating that the repair time would be shorter than anticipated. Indeed, it was much quicker than expected. By midnight, the Crusader's round shield was fully restored. Zhang Fan chose not to use his powers to remove the scars from elsewhere. As the swordsman had mentioned that those were marks of his glory, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He once again wielded his abilities to etch a mark of a giant lizard's horn upon the shield's previously damaged area, a shallow engraving that would not compromise the shield's performance, but would clearly signify where it had once been struck by a lizard. With everything completed, he could finally rest easy. Zhang Fan set down the shield and lay on his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Thud! Thud! A knocking sound echoed from outside the shop, and Zhang Fan, still groggy, immediately sprang up and glanced toward the door. The bright white light of dawn streamed in like a sword, and he realized with a start that he had overslept, rubbing his face with both hands. He was relieved that he had not shed his clothes. shaking his drowsy head. He hurried to the door, pulled back the wooden latch, and grasped the handle to open it inward. Creak, as Zhang Fan swung the door open. The first sight that greeted him was Hans's peculiar gaze. Zhang Fan, why are you still asleep? The swordsman is here to inspect the shield, Hans exclaimed, casting a skeptical glance into the room, utterly unconvinced that Zhang Fan could have repaired the round shield, especially since there had been no sounds of forging emanating from his workshop over the past 2 days, suggesting that he had merely been indulging in sloth. Zhang Fan could see the swordsman standing behind Hans, and, without hesitation, pushed Hans's head back with his right hand. As Hans recoiled from the chill of Zhang Fan's hand, he offered an apologetic smile to the swordsman, saying, "My apologies, sir, I was working late last night. So, I overslept a bit today." Working late? Old Hans shook his head, furrowing his brow, fully aware that Zhang Fan was fabricating excuses. He then spoke with a tone tinged with disappointment. "Young man, I didn't hear a single sound coming from your shop." With no time to explain himself, Zhang Fan once again waved Hans aside with his left hand. "Please step aside. You're blocking my customer." Irritated, Hans retreated, and the light in the room brightened significantly. Zhang Fan then turned and walked over to a wooden rack against the wall, where the lighting was somewhat dim. However, when the restored round shield was revealed to both men, Hans gasped, covering his cheeks with his hands as if to catch his own astonishment. How is this possible? With the Crusaders' presence and endorsements, the blacksmith shop's business began to flourish, and as word of mouth spread, it gained a reputation for being able to repair anything. Each day, 1 or 2 pieces of equipment arrived at Zhang Fan's doorstep for repair. Naturally, most of these items fell within the realm of ordinary repairs. Now a level 2 ability user, Zhang Fan could handle minor issues with just 2 cycles of mana consumption that enhance his physical prowess. He sometimes opted not to use his abilities for simpler repairs, instead relying on traditional methods of melting metal in the forge and hammering it, occasionally employing his powers for aesthetic finishing touches. At that moment, Zhang Fan held a spearhead in his hand, an essential component of a pike. The spearhead had broken off for unknown reasons. This was a straightforward task for Zhang Fan, who promptly crafted a new spear tip. He then affixed it to the broken spearhead and seamlessly fused the two together with his abilities, achieving a flawless result before admiring his handiwork. "Zhang Fan, you seem quite busy," a familiar voice suddenly chimed in. Zhang Fan looked up to see Anya approaching with a smile, clad in a flowing blue dress adorned with white butterfly patterns, which complemented her silver hair and exuded an air of elegance. Setting the spearhead on the workbench, he greeted her with a sunny smile. "It's been a while, Anya. Please come in and sit." The sun is rather intense outside, that Anya's demeanor was somewhat aloof, yet her eyes sparkled with warmth, making her gentle smile all the more captivating. "Hee, the sun can be a bit uncomfortable. I suppose I'll take refuge indoors." The floor of the blacksmith shop was not particularly even, but Anya moved with grace. Noticing a 4-legged maple stool in the corner, she effortlessly shifted it and settled down atop it. Anya undoubtedly did not visit without purpose. Zhang Fan used his abilities to examine her short sword, and his brow furrowed slightly. A small crack had reappeared in the blade, precisely at the previous location. "Ms. Anya, may I take a look at your short sword?" The very reason for Anya's visit was this, and she handed the sword to Zhang Fan, her smile morphing into an expression of slight embarrassment. "I sincerely apologize. Upon returning from my latest adventure, I discovered a small crack in the sword once more. I assure you, I've been exceedingly careful with it." As for why the short sword had cracked again, Zhang Fan had yet to form a conclusion. However, he was already softened by Anya's apologetic gaze and smiled gently to convey that he bore no ill will. "It's perfectly fine that I previously mentioned that if you encounter any issues with this sword, you're always welcome to bring it to me for repairs." Utilizing his abilities to further inspect the small crack, Zhang Fan was fortunate to find that it was not particularly deep. With his enhanced power level, he was now more adept at perceiving metal, and this examination revealed something peculiar. A strange energy seemed to be circulating within the short sword. It was evident that this energy was the cause of the sword's unusual chill. "Anya, may I inquire about this short sword?" Upon seeing Anya nod in agreement, Zhang Fan gently grasped the sword in his left hand, feeling the persistent cold emanating from it. May I ask if any peculiar phenomena occur when this short sword strikes an enemy? Anya had already noticed this phenomenon and nodded. Yes, indeed. Whenever it inflicts a wound, the enemy's movements slow down slightly. Zhang Fan pondered this thoughtfully, preparing to test it. He lightly pressed his thumb against the blade, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto it. Instantly, a biting cold surged from the sword. And as Anya had described, it felt as if Zhang Fan had plunged into an icy abyss. Quickly withdrawing his thumb from the blade, he felt the cold gradually dissipate as the warmth from his body began to counteract it. How intriguing. This sword possesses freezing properties. Anya nodded in agreement, affirming that it was precisely this weapon's uniqueness that secured her place within the Wolfhead exploration team. The crack in the blade was minuscule, and Zhang Fan could repair it with minimal time and effort. However, a more troubling issue lingered. The chilling energy contained within the sword was exceedingly peculiar. He could only mend the metallic portion, yet could not merge that energy with the newly repaired metal, leading to an ongoing rejection of the repaired area. Consequently, it was highly likely that the sword would crack again in the future if subjected to significant impact. Noticing a troubled expression on Zhang Fan's face, Anya's concern grew. Is their problem? Zhang Fan hesitated, unsure how to respond, first nodding, then shaking his head. For now, the repair posed no issue, but it was merely a restoration of the metal structure. The sword harbored a unique energy that consistently rejected the metal he had repaired. Should it endure considerable force in the future, it would likely fracture once more. Zhang Fan was not one to conceal problems. He preferred to lay matters bare. This forthrightness endeared him to Anya. However, the ongoing issues with the short sword were indeed troublesome, and Anya's expression turned complex. That I truly appreciate your help, but will this become a persistent inconvenience for you? Upon noticing that Anya was unfazed by the flaw, Zhang Fan felt a warmth emanating from her heart, reflecting kindness and tolerance, in order to demonstrate that he was not averse to Anya seeking his assistance. He resorted to using his unique ability to mend the short sword in her presence. Under Anya's watchful gaze, the visible cracks in the blade began to mend within merely a minute or so. Anya, as you can see, repairing it is not particularly difficult. Should any further issues arise, please do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall gladly assist you free of charge. Witnessing Zhang Fan's extraordinary method of restoration, Anya's expression was a blend of astonishment and profound gratitude. Thank you ever so much, Zhang Fan. We shall become the very best of friends. The beautiful lady's charm naturally drew Zhang Fan closer, and he sincerely wished to forge a friendship with her. Thus, he returned the short sword to Anya, saying, "It is a pleasure to be your friend, Miss Anya." Anya tucked the sword away and gracefully bowed to express her gratitude before joyfully turning to depart. As Zhang Fan hung out the sign indicating the shop was closing. Now that it was afternoon, he needed to make his way to Kyle's residence in the backyard of Kyle's home. Zhang Fan wielded a cross-shaped longsword, weighing 7 pounds and glimmering with a silver hue. Ha! He swung the sword with vigor, striking a scarecrow positioned before him at an angle. The impact caused the wooden figure to tremble, with several blades of straw severed, gently cascading to the stony ground. This marked Zhang Fan's 5th day of sword practice. From initially wobbling to now striking with precision, his progress had been remarkable. Kyle, who was supervising him, nodded slightly but maintained a stern tone as he remarked, "Excellent. Keep your eyes fixed on your target. Calculate the distance between the blade and the target accurately. Do not apply too much force, as it cannot be sustained, yet do not use too little, or the blade will lose its effectiveness." Kyle had successfully ascended to the position of captain of the Sentinel City Swordsmanship Guild. Ever since he discovered Zhang Fan's possession of the Swordmaster's light skill, he had made it a priority to mentor him, dedicating 2 hours each day to sword training. Hey! Zhang Fan executed another strike, this time a direct thrust, the tip of the sword puncturing the scarecrow's chest with a resounding thud. Good! There has been progress since yesterday. The thrust is a pivotal technique for the longsword, relying heavily on timing and power. It must be swift and precise, striking and retreating immediately to ensure the mobility of a light-armored swordsman. With each movement Zhang Fan made, Kyle patiently elucidated, aiding in his continuous improvement. Zhang Fan's ambition was to become a swordsman, and with limited practice time, he understood the necessity of extensive training to secure a commendable position in the upcoming swordsman assessment in 3 months, thereby earning his place as a member of the Sentinel City Swordsmanship Guild. While the practice was arduous, Zhang Fan approached it with utmost seriousness, recognizing that not everyone had the privilege of being trained by the captain. Not wishing to squander a single second of the 2-hour session, once his swordsmanship lesson concluded, he retrieved a golden cross necklace from his pocket. "Kyle, this is a handcrafted gift for you." Upon receiving the necklace, Kyle's eyes ignited with enthusiasm. The piece was exceptional, featuring an outer rim of golden copper alloy, with the cross itself forged from high-grade steel. The most remarkable aspect was the flawless fusion of these two materials, achieved through Zhang Fan's unique abilities, resulting in a seamless masterpiece devoid of any imperfections. During its creation, Zhang Fan had inadvertently infused the necklace with a hint of Swordmaster's light essence, allowing Kyle to feel a surge of additional power as he held it. Kyle was enamored with the necklace and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Fan, saying, "This is a truly magnificent creation. I sense it radiates a unique energy. I shall treasure it greatly." Since receiving guidance from Kyle, Zhang Fan had been diligently honing his swordsmanship while also striving to maintain the thriving blacksmith business, leading to a fulfilling life. On this particular day, Anya visited the blacksmith shop once more, and Zhang Fan surmised that the short sword had sustained yet another crack. Surprisingly, he found himself somewhat grateful for the weapon, as it frequently provided him the opportunity to see Anya. Though the weather was overcast, his spirits remained high. "Please take a seat on that round stool and rest." No sooner had Zhang Fan spoken than a small sprite, Si Pei, appeared before him. The sprite, fond of those it admired, delightedly twirled around in front of Zhang Fan. In the war-torn continent, sprites were diminutive beings, yet they possessed an irresistibly charming smile. Jokingly, Zhang Fan spread his arms wide and said, "Si Pei, it seems you have no seat." The sprite required no such luxury and responded with a melodic chime of magic, showcasing its dazzling powers beyond mere practicality. Anya, being an agile warrior clad only in leather armor, relied on her nimbleness in combat, making it difficult for enemies to land a blow. However, her arms occasionally bore the brunt of minor injuries due to frequent swordplay, a fact Zhang Fan had noted previously. Today, he had prepared a gift for her. "Anya, I have crafted a pair of arm guards for you. Please, see if they fit." The arm guard were made of leather, enhanced with a thin layer of soft alloy on the outer surface, courtesy of Zhang Fan's abilities. Anya was taken aback, instantly rising from her seat. Armor was akin to a second life for adventurers. Quality armor enabled them to navigate perilous situations with greater safety. She recognized that these arm guards were specifically made for her. To refuse would seem overly pretentious, so she naturally accepted one guard. Upon inspection, she found them exquisitely crafted, with the outer golden layer made from a delicately thin, soft copper alloy, while the inner side was fashioned from supple deer leather. This design maximized protection without compromising agility. Anya understood that such craftsmanship was beyond the capabilities of any other blacksmith or leatherworker, leading her to cherish the gift. "Zhang Fan, these arm guards are absolutely splendid." Seeing Anya's delight, Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement, knowing his efforts had not gone to waste. "Please try them on to see if they fit well." Anya, unreserved, removed her old arm guard and placed it on the stool, donning the ones crafted by Zhang Fan. The deer leather fit snugly, while the soft alloy was ingeniously fashioned into 2-centimeter circular rings, allowing her to move her arms freely. The agility matched that of her previous leather armor, yet the protection had increased significantly. Anya nodded in approval, half-jokingly commenting, "Zhang Fan, these arm guards are so remarkable, they must not come cheaply. What if I cannot pay you with silver coins?" Zhang Fan, aware she was jesting, quickly waved his hand and handed her the other guard, saying, "This one is on the house." Anya's eyes widened in surprise, and with a mischievous glint, she asked, "Oh, and what is the reason for this generosity?" Zhang Fan scratched the back of his head, his expression tinged with embarrassment as he replied, "It is because you're my first customer. My business has improved significantly since then, and this is merely a token of appreciation. You once mentioned your arms are prone to injury. and as friends. I excel at weapon repairs, but I'm not as skilled at mending arms. This rationale was sound, albeit Zhang Fan's demeanor felt a touch awkward. Fortunately, Anya held a favorable impression of him, offering a smile that dispelled his embarrassment. I accept your gift, Zhang Fan. With these, my arms will be less susceptible to injury in the future, as a token of my gratitude. When I return from the marshy forest, I will invite you to my home. The northern marshes, varying in danger with their increasing latitude, posed a considerable challenge, and the marshy forest was merely the initial foray into the north. Zhang Fan's expression shifted to concern as he inquired, "Are you and the Wolfhead squad venturing deep into the marshes?" Anya secured her short sword back at her waist and stretched her frame, her tall stature illuminating the shop. Indeed, the squad is preparing to eliminate some lizard men. After all, their eyes are worth a silver coin each. We have been preparing for quite some time and believe there should be no significant issues. Zhang Fan observed Anya's unwavering confidence. His worries gradually subsided. Based on the information he had gathered, while lizard men were skilled archers, they lacked speed, and with caution, they should encounter minimal problems. Zhang Fan could only wish them success, saying, "I wish you all the best. Please do take care." An hour after Anya departed, a commotion erupted from the neighboring leather goods store. As a concerned neighbor, Zhang Fan felt compelled to investigate that moment. Hans was holding a piece of composite leather armor, half of which was made from soft alloy chainmail on the right, while the left featured a leather shoulder guard. This combination was clearly tailored for crossbowmen. What Zhang Fan did not expect was that standing before old Hans was none other than Moloch, and the two were embroiled in a dispute regarding the armor. Hans, his gaze fixed on the armor, wore an expression of resignation as he stated, "Mr. Moloch, it is quite normal for there to be imperfections at the joints of this armor. After all, it is a fusion of two different materials, making perfection difficult to achieve." Unfazed by Hans's demeanor, Moloch retorted, "Old man, do not attempt to deny it in front of me. This clasp has developed a crack and could easily break on the battlefield." Absolutely unbreakable. Hans pinched the buckle between his thumb and forefinger, this particular clasp perfectly connecting the lamellar armor with the chain mail. However, at the edge of the buckle, a minuscule crack had appeared. He tugged at the buckle forcefully, and it seemed devoid of any issues, prompting a bitter smile to grace his face as he addressed Mr. Mlack. "Dear Mr. Mlack, you see, this is entirely problem-free and remarkably sturdy." Mlack, recently in a foul mood, discovered this flaw while collecting software today and seized the opportunity to take advantage of old Hans. He feigned seriousness and declared, "I absolutely refuse to pay for such an item. Moreover, you must refund me a silver coin as a deposit." This piece of soft armor was worth 3 silver coins and was tailored to individual physique. If Mlack rejected it, it could not be sold to anyone else. And old Hans instantly felt a pang of anxiety. "No, sir. Please take another look. There is absolutely no quality issue." Mlack, accustomed to arrogance, was incensed by the persistent rebuttal and shoved Hans roughly. "You old fool. You'd best do as I say, or you'll regret it." Although Hans was not particularly old, Mlack's strength nearly knocked him to the ground. Witnessing Mlack's aggression, Zhang Fan could no longer stand by. "Stop," he bellowed, halting the quarrel abruptly, with both Mlack and old Hans turning their gazes toward him. Since Zhang Fan and Anya had become friends, Mlack had developed a peculiar resentment toward Zhang Fan. He had long wished to trouble him. But upon learning that Zhang Fan was now a prospective swordsman, he buried his jealousy. However, this did not imply that he feared Zhang Fan. After all, Mlack's father was a cavalryman. Now, with his anger seeking an outlet, Mlack narrowed his eyes at Zhang Fan and remarked, "Zhang Fan, this is not your place to speak. Do not forget your own status." Although old Hans could be somewhat loquacious, he was otherwise unremarkable. And Zhang Fan felt compelled to intervene. Yet Mlack's words ignited a flicker of anger within him. Instead of engaging in a verbal spar with Mlack, he aimed to ease the tension, at least to secure Mlack's purchase of the soft armor before discussing anything further. Thus, Zhang Fan adopted a calmer tone, stating, "Old Hans is an experienced leatherworker. I firmly believe there is no issue with this soft armor." Mlack, seeing Zhang Fan lower his stance, clearly had no intention of conversing amicably. Instead, he smirked provocatively. "Just because you say there's no problem, does that make it so?" This soft armor is meant for the battlefield. A single crack renders it unusable, since Mlack was adamant that the crack in the buckle was problematic. Zhang Fan calculated his next move and promptly inquired, Mlack, is it because of this crack that you have decided to reject this piece of soft armor? Mlack scoffed. Of course. Zhang Fan countered, are there any issues with the other parts of the armor? In truth, Mlack intended to leverage this flaw to threaten Hans, hoping to extract a concession from him. With Zhang Fan now mediating, Mlack redirected his hostility toward Zhang Fan. Wasn't this issue sufficient? Zhang Fan, I advise you not to meddle. The tone of his words contradicted their meaning, practically inviting Zhang Fan to rise to the challenge. Sensing the provocation, Zhang Fan feigned contemplation while discreetly utilizing his abilities. The small crack was exceedingly minor, and moments later, it was completely repaired, unnoticed by either party. Zhang Fan then fixed his gaze on Mlack for several seconds before bursting into an unexpected laugh. I see no crack in this soft armor. Your eyesight must be failing, Mlack. Ha ha ha. Mlack, offended by Zhang Fan's laughter, retaliated with a mocking grin while harboring malicious thoughts. Zhang Fan, do you dare to make a wager? Zhang Fan thought to himself how quickly he fell into the trap. He decided to play along casually. What kind of wager? Simple, Mlack said, instinctively making a gesture as if drawing a crossbow, his tone becoming ever more taunting. If there is a crack, you give me 2 silver coins. If there isn't, I shall pay you 5 silver coins for the armor. The soft armor was valued at 3 silver coins, making the stakes of the bet even for both parties. However, Mlack was confident that Zhang Fan would lose those 2 silver coins. With a huff that seemed fueled by annoyance, Zhang Fan placed his right hand over his heart and declared, in the name of the gods, I accept your wager. Mlack, assured of his victory, mirrored the gesture, and thus their oath was completed. Hans, bewildered by the rapid turn of events, had not even had the chance to intervene before they hastily finalized their agreement. Now trembling slightly, Zhang Fan noticed Hans's apprehension. After all, 2 silver coins were no trifling matter. Seeing him clutching the armor tightly, Zhang Fan approached him and gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. Trust me. Hans, show the armor to Mr. Mlack. The buckle has no quality issues whatsoever. Hans felt an overwhelming sense of despair, helplessly glancing at the armor's buckle. To his astonishment, the crack was nowhere to be found. The clasp appeared completely intact. He suspected he was hallucinating, blinking rapidly before inspecting all 8 steel buckles once more, only to find them utterly flawless. The rapid transition from surprise left Hans in disbelief. Casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Fan before ultimately handing the armor over to Mlack, Mlack noticed Hans's unusual demeanor and, casting a glance at Zhang Fan, found no evidence of trickery before accepting the armor. As his gaze fell upon the buckle, he rubbed his eyes with his left hand. The third buckle had indeed harbored a crack, a fact he had witnessed firsthand, yet now he could find no trace of it. After inspecting the star-shaped buckle several times, he could not locate any flaw, causing Mlack to stare at Zhang Fan with incredulity. This is not right. Of course, it was unusual, but Zhang Fan had no intention of revealing the source of the anomaly. Please inspect carefully, Mr. Mlack. If there are none, you must pay Hans 5 silver coins as agreed. A smile gradually spread across Zhang Fan's face, yet to Mlack's eyes, it felt like a blade cutting through him. Why was this happening? It had clearly been flawed. How could it be so now? Mlack muttered to himself while examining the soft armor again. Unable to find any issue, his expression darkening. Were it not for the oath he had sworn to the gods, he would have accused Zhang Fan of deceit. The cost of breaking an oath was to suffer the torment of one's inner demons. After a long internal struggle, he finally produced 4 silver coins from his pocket and slammed them forcefully onto the table before him. Count yourself fortunate this time. Don't let me catch you again, Mlack exclaimed loudly, glaring at Zhang Fan before hastily departing with the armor in hand. As for Hans earning an extra 2 silver coins, Zhang Fan would certainly claim his share. He had helped old Hans recover his losses, and those 2 coins were indeed part of the wager, which he desperately needed. A S-knife fell. Zhang Fan completed his sword training under the gaslight and began exercising his magical powers within his spiritual sea. He had recently discovered a new method of using his abilities to manipulate metal to forge small items, while occasionally activating his swordsman's light skill during the process. This not only trained his magical power, but also allowed him to find that the effects of the swordsman's light skill, under certain circumstances, had a minuscule chance of being infused into the items he created. Much like the cross necklace he had gifted to Kyle, although the enhancement was not particularly noticeable, it represented a new avenue. Once he became more adept, he might even be able to integrate elemental forces into his weapon forging. With this thought, Zhang Fan felt compelled to attempt crafting a sword blank. Forging items with his abilities consumed far more magical energy than repairing them. He first needed to create a preliminary blank in a furnace, and then reshape it using his powers based on the mental image he had of the object. Before him lay a 3.5-foot iron blank, which he intended to forge into a cross sword to serve as his weapon. Steel required repeated hammering to purge internal impurities, ultimately transforming into resilient steel. This was the essence of hundredfold forged steel. Using conventional methods to temper steel was an immensely time-consuming and physically demanding process, with the extent of impurity removal having its limits. The sword blank before Zhang Fan was the result of a day's continuous melting and hammering, and further conventional hammering could no longer enhance the purity of the blank. Thus, Zhang Fan began to experiment with his abilities that a surge of heat began to emanate from the head of the blank. And Zhang Fan focused intently on the heated area. The extraordinary ability to melt metal generates an intensely high temperature, resulting in a noticeable refraction of the air at that location, which gradually gives rise to a rippling effect. Zhang Fan can perceive the transformations occurring within the metal through his powers. He distinctly senses various impurities flowing synchronously with the steel. His task is to precisely catalyze these impurities using thermal energy, subsequently dissolving them through heat and converting them into gas for expulsion. This process, seemingly straightforward, is in reality profoundly exhausting. After several cycles of expending and replenishing his magical energy, Zhang Fan finds himself fatigued, yet the impurities within the sword embryo remain barely diminished, less than 5% removed. Recognizing the inadequacy of his current approach, he gazes intently at the sword body for a considerable time, and an idea strikes him. He decides to toss the sword embryo into the furnace, hoping to leverage its heat. Indeed, with the furnace's assistance, manipulating the sword embryo's form becomes significantly easier. This marks Zhang Fan's inaugural attempt to utilize external flames, and he discovers it remarkably beneficial. With the furnace's aid, he nearly conserves 80% of his magical energy expenditure. After a day, the impurity removal process finally achieves 1/3 completion. Zhang Fan observes the refined steel, which emanates an unprecedented deep blue luster. A gentle flick with his finger produces a crisp and prolonged whistle from within the steel. Remarkably, this surpasses ordinary refined steel in both strength and toughness by nearly double. This accomplishment fills Zhang Fan with satisfaction as he gazes at the sword embryo for an extended period before bestowing upon this exceptional steel the name Forged Blue Steel. Following 2 additional days of labor, the entire embryo is finally transformed. Gazing at the wholly azure-hued refined iron before him, Zhang Fan eagerly anticipates crafting it into a cross sword. He firmly commits the cross sword's shape to memory before commencing the shaping of the heated forged blue steel sword embryo within the furnace. Although the embryo and the sword's form are already quite similar, precisely altering it into the shape of a cross sword proves far more challenging than Zhang Fan had anticipated. After an entire day, he manages to complete less than half of the sword body. Achieving full shape will require at least 4 more days, making the entire process nearly 10 times longer than ordinary sword forging. Fortunately, diligence pays off. On the 10th day, Zhang Fan finally completes his first weapon, the forged blue cross sword. Not only that, but his magical energy, through repeated cycles of expenditure and replenishment, has successfully reached the late stage of level 2. With each advancement in level, the capacity of his spiritual sea's magical energy nearly doubles, promising significant leaps with each subsequent level. With the sword complete, it is time to test its sharpness. Zhang Fan firmly grips the cross sword in his hand. Preparing to assess the resilience of the forged blue cross sword, he encourages himself, have confidence. Then, picking up an iron embryo roughly the size of his thumb from the ground, he secures it to the iron processing table. With his mental preparation in place, he grasps the sword's hilt with both hands. narrowing his eyes into a focused line as he fixates on the midpoint of the iron embryo, then forcefully swings the cross sword downward. A flash of blue light darts through the room. Crack. The sound is not as crisp as he imagined. The iron embryo, under Zhang Fan's gaze, is severed as if it were mere wood, and upon closer inspection, the break appears as smooth as a mirror. Truly sharp. Filled with joy, Zhang Fan holds the forged blue cross sword horizontally, meticulously examining each segment of the blade, aside from a slight whitening at the point of impact. There are no other anomalies, prompting Zhang Fan to smile in satisfaction, declaring, "This is indeed capable of slicing through iron like mud." He then activates his powers, and the white area emanates a warm glow, causing the blemish to vanish in an instant. Having completed his first sword forging in 10 days, Zhang Fan finally looks forward to a good night's sleep. He retreats to his room and collapses into bed. In the middle of the night, a series of urgent knocks resound. Not loud, but upon closer inspection, it becomes clear someone is at the door. Zhang Fan turns in bed, glancing through the window, only to find the outside shrouded in darkness. Wondering who could be knocking at such an hour, he swiftly dresses, tiptoeing to the front door, straining to listen outside. The forged blue cross sword lies conveniently within reach near the door. Who is it? Ding-ling-a-ling, a familiar magical chime echoes, causing Zhang Fan's brow to furrow. Why would she come at this hour? Grasping the door handle, he gently pulls it ajar, and in an instant, Si Pei flits through the crack. Peering outside, a gust of night wind sweeps in, bringing a slight chill that sharpens Zhang Fan's awareness. But looking around, he sees no sign of Anya. This is highly unusual. Zhang Fan hastily closes the wooden door and turns to the little fairy, asking, "Si Pei, why have you come alone at such a late hour?" Si Pei, limited to speaking the language of fairies, cannot respond in her agitation. She circles Zhang Fan incessantly, her petite face awash with urgency. Suddenly, Zhang Fan wonders if Anya might have encountered some misfortune. Noticing Si Pei's distress, he forces a reassuring smile, attempting to calm her with his gaze that, "Si Pei, has Anya encountered danger?" Ding-ling-a-ling. Si Pei nods vigorously, tightening Zhang Fan's chest with anxiety. Given that Anya had mentioned venturing deep into the marshy forest, it seems she should not have returned so soon. Zhang Fan inquires further, "Si Pei, Anya is still in the depths of the marsh, isn't she?" Seeing Zhang Fan's deduction, Si Pei's expression becomes less frantic as she nods again. Despite the vast distance separating the little fairy from Anya, Zhang Fan finds it perplexing how Si Pei can sense Anya's plight. He can only speculate whether there exists a connection between them. Unable to communicate effectively, he attempts to inquire further, "Si Pei, did you sense that Anya is in danger?" Ding-ling-a-ling. Si Pei continues to nod. Although small, the fairies are among the most enigmatic magical beings, possessing numerous unique sensing abilities. Zhang Fan realizes that Si Pei might have a special method to locate Anya, given the urgency of the situation. He knows he cannot afford to delay. The marsh is dangerous, but his foremost thought is to rescue her. "Can you find Anya? If so, lead me to her." That a grateful expression washes over Si Pei's face, and she nods enthusiastically. She had come seeking help, and upon hearing Zhang Fan's intent to rescue Anya, her nerves visibly ease. Knowing Si Pei can guide him, Zhang Fan must act promptly. He promptly returns to his room, gathering some provisions and a water flask. As he is not an adventurer and lacks ample supplies, he merely secures the freshly crafted forged blue cross sword at his waist and retrieves a lantern from the backyard. "Let us go, Si Pei. You lead the way. The castle gates are now closed. We shall climb over the back of the mountain." Si Pei nods and eagerly flits toward the street. Zhang Fan considers lighting the lantern, but notices that Si Pei's magical glow sufficiently illuminates the path ahead. He discards the lantern and quickly follows her. The Watchtower Castle is built against a small hill, the only one in the surrounding plain, which saved considerable material during construction. However, the drawback is apparent. Some sections of the wall, connected to the hillside, are quite easy to climb as the stone path slopes upward. Zhang Fan, aided by the moonlight, spots a connection point to the hillside not far ahead. Outside the castle wall lies a steep embankment. While typically impassable, a few pines grow here, allowing for a climb if one grasps their branches. Grasping a pine branch with one hand, Zhang Fan notes that a pine tree lies about 4 to 5 meters below. To illuminate the path for him, Sipei hovers close to the slope for a moment. She pauses directly beneath the pine tree. Zhang Fan waves. Sipei, step aside. I am about to slide down. Just as he prepares to descend, the branch in his hand suddenly snaps, and Zhang Fan loses his support, rapidly gaining speed down the slope. Whoa! Sipei sees Zhang Fan accelerating and fears he might tumble over the edge. In a moment of desperation, she attempts to catch him. No, don't come over, he shouts, quickly drawing the cross sword from his waist and plunging it forcefully into the remaining earth. The cross sword, exceptionally sharp, pierces the rocky mixture of the hillside, and Zhang Fan grips the hilt tightly with his right hand, managing to halt his descent just in time. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Fan wipes the sweat from his forehead and breathes. Thank goodness I'm all right. Rolling down from here could have been fatal. Satisfied that he is safe, Sipei darts toward the base of the castle and following the glow emanating from her. Zhang Fan sees a flat expanse of grass below. With that, he chooses to extract the sword from the earth, only halfway out, as the sand and stone are too loose to support the sharp tip. Consequently, the sword begins to slide down, and Zhang Fan, gripping it tightly, follows suit. As he approached within a mere 2 or 3 meters, he suddenly drew forth his cross sword and leapt onto the grass below. It was forbidden to venture out of the city at night, yet fortunately, they had made it out unscathed. The little sprite, filled with urgency, promptly led Zhang Fan northward. Half an hour later, the duo had departed from the territory of the Plain Kingdom, and ahead lay the marshes, where they needed to tread carefully. Coo! 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 A nightingale called out in the darkness, startling the timid sprite, who immediately took refuge on Zhang Fan's shoulder. His vision depended entirely on the sprite, and the surroundings had grown significantly darker. However, having grown up in the countryside, he recognized it as a nightingale and gently stroked the wings of Sipei, reassuring her, "Fear not, it is merely a nightingale. There is no danger." Yet, hardly had he spoken when 2 green lights flickered ominously ahead. Focusing his gaze, he discerned they were indeed 2 glaring eyeballs, growing ever brighter. "Sipei, fly up quickly," he urged, simultaneously drawing his cross sword. In the darkness, such glowing eyes could only belong to beasts, and with that thought, he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword as the 2 lights drew nearer. Whoa, whoa, roar. The sound of heavy breathing betrayed their identity. A wild boar was approaching, with thick skin and formidable tusks. Wild boars were best avoided by ordinary folk. Yet, Zhang Fan had diligently practiced swordsmanship for a month and wielded a sharp weapon for support. The wild boar charged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its size was unmistakable. Kyle had once advised him to never blink in the face of an enemy, and with his heart racing, he slightly shook the crossed sword in his hand, feeling steadier, and fixed his gaze on the 2 glowing eyes that it was coming. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. Zhang Fan swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the wild boar's charge. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he executed a sudden 270-degree spin, the crossed sword slicing through the night air, creating a circular arc of light. The wild boar, instinctively reacting to the sword's glow, attempted to evade. However, its speed was too great. It could only manage to turn its head just in time. Zhang Fan, having honed his skill through relentless practice, struck with precision, the blade gliding through the boar's abdomen. Roar! A chilling cry echoed across the wilderness. Yet propelled by inertia, the wild boar continued its frantic dash. Just moments earlier, Zhang Fan had felt the satisfaction of a clean strike. But as he watched the boar sprinting away, anxiety gripped him in a panic. He turned to his right, witnessing the wild boar plow forward for several meters before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Realizing the creature was finished, he felt his limbs tremble, suppressing his excitement as he hurried to the boar's side. There, he discovered that the sword had sliced through its right side, leaving its entrails strewn about. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Ha! He chuckled helplessly, turning to the now fluttering Sipei with a hint of embarrassment. "I never expected my first victory would be a wild boar." Sipei, detecting the pungent scent of blood in the air, furrowed her brows and took flight to the side, prompting Zhang Fan to realize that they were in the wilderness, where such a scent could attract other monsters. Reluctant to waste the good meat, he swiftly cut off one of the wild boar's front legs, wrapping it hastily in a cloth bag and tossing it in his backpack, preparing to leave with Si-Pei. After walking over 100 meters, he looked up at the sprite and declared, "Si-Pei, we have food secured." Upon hearing Zhang Fan mention wild boar meat, Si-Pei began to twirl joyfully in the air. Zhang Fan noticed her refusal and asked, "Will you eat, little one?" Unable to articulate a response, Si-Pei flew toward a bush at the roadside, illuminating a red butterfly flower with her magical glow before alighting on its petals. Zhang Fan suddenly realized, "Oh, you consume nectar." As conversation flowed, the duo dared not linger. Thankfully, they were still at the marsh's edge, encountering no large beasts along the way, having only startled away 6 squirrels and 4 wild rabbits. The wild boar had been the most ferocious thus far. 2 hours later, dawn broke, revealing a world previously unknown to Zhang Fan. The 3-meter-wide gravel path stretched from south to north, appearing relatively well-maintained, likely constructed by the Alasians. After all, they were close to Alasia's territory, and many would come here to hunt small game or gather mountain goods. To the left lay a vast wetland, teeming with various plants thriving in a marshy environment. However, it was a no-go zone for large creatures. Any human or heavy animal stepping there would instantly sink into the mire. To the right remained the plains, where several towering trees grew in clusters about 200 meters away, standing like sentinels guarding the border between Alasia and the marsh. Further north, the underbrush thickened, signaling potential danger, as some large beasts likely concealed themselves within. The plains visibly tapered off, the ground ahead beginning to undulate, leading into the treacherous marsh forest. With daylight emerging, most beasts shunned the sunlit paths. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan kindled a fire, skillfully skinning the boar leg and seasoning it with salt before roasting it to perfection. He ate a portion for himself, saving the remainder in a bag to stave off hunger later. Having satisfied his hunger, the sprite continued to guide Zhang Fan forward. An hour later, they encountered a fork in the path. The left side was relatively flat, while the right was densely wooded. As Si-Pei hesitated briefly before opting for the right, Zhang Fan tightened his grip on his forged blue sword, aware that continuing ahead would lead them off the gravel path onto mere footprints, indicating that few had passed this way. In the distance, the eerie howls of wolves began to resonate. Smack! Zhang Fan slapped his arm, revealing a massive mosquito that had become a specimen upon contact. Goodness, this mosquito is enormous. Realizing his lack of experience, he cursed himself for not bringing any insect repellent. As he grumbled, he gazed toward a small windmill a couple of miles away, which he presumed was used by werewolves for milling grain. He had heard tales of werewolves engaging in agriculture, and it appeared to be true. This path was impassable. While werewolves were classified as level 1 monsters in the marsh, it was likely there were more than one. They needed to change their route. At that moment, the plains had vanished, leaving his boots caked in black mud, prompting Zhang Fan to frown at Si-Pei. "We cannot proceed down this road. That area is a werewolf territory, and we must circumvent it." Si-Pei understood Zhang Fan's intent for her to utilize her flying advantage to scout a new route. She immediately flapped her wings, soaring to a height of about 20 meters and pausing amidst the dense trees. Only to the right was a stretch of reeds. Though thick, they could be cleared. Si-Pei decided to take a chance. Seeing Si-Pei descend to just over a meter above ground, Zhang Fan turned to her and waved his hand. Realizing she had found a new path, and hurriedly followed her direction. The reeds grew denser, forcing him to slice through them with his crossed sword. The dry, brittle stalks fell easily to his strikes, releasing white fluff that danced in the wind. To his surprise, it was easier than anticipated. Within approximately 20 minutes, they traversed through the reeds and emerged into a clearing filled with yew trees. The yews, boasting vast roots and an impressive ability to absorb nutrients, prevented the growth of larger plants around them. Even without a formal path, the terrain gradually became more navigable. Si-Pei, you found a splendid route. Zhang Fan gently brushed the yew fluff aside, but noticed Si-Pei did not respond. Looking up, he saw her wings flutter as she ascended higher into the air. Whoosh! A flash zipped past Si-Pei, vanishing from Zhang Fan's sight into the distant reeds. Realizing they were under attack, he instinctively crouched and shouted toward the sky. Its arrows, Pei, run! Pei, agile and small, made a quick turn and flew back. Seeing her escape danger, Zhang Fan lowered his cross sword to the grass before him at that moment. About 60 meters ahead, a green-skinned creature emerged, humanoid in form with lizard-like features, a long pointed horn sprouting from its head, and a massive tail nearly dragging on the ground, wielding a longbow, a lizard-man archer. Zhang Fan had seen its image on the Adventurers Guild bulletin board, and the real thing was even more repulsive and terrifying. While werewolves were level 1 monsters in the marsh, lizard-man archers were classified as level 2, indicating they were far more dangerous. However, there was no turning back now, although the lizard-man had yet to spot Zhang Fan. Any movement on his part would surely disturb the grass nearby, resulting in discovery. Merely a matter of time. In a moment of desperation, noticing the lush growth of dogtail grass before him, he decided to drop to the ground, completely immersing himself in the grass that towered over half a meter high. Fortunately, the lizard-man's attention was entirely focused on the little sprite, oblivious to the presence of another individual hidden in the thicket ahead. Zhang Fan slightly lifted his gaze, peering through the gaps in the verdant foliage, and saw the lizard-man looking up at the sky, sprinting towards him. As the distance closed, Zhang Fan could clearly discern the creature's azure scales and the pair of oval eyes atop its pointed head, emitting a white glow. The lizard-man possessed long feet, well suited for the soft, marshy terrain, although this also hindered its speed. Were it not for the longbow in its grasp, Zhang Fan might have had a chance to flee. In that moment, he tightened his grip on his cross sword, reminding himself not to run. This was an opportune moment for an ambush. With that thought, he angled his sword upward at a 30-degree incline. Once the lizard-man drew near, he could strike explosively. At a distance of 20 paces, the lizard-man trod upon the grasses and shrubs beneath its feet, able to gauge the approximate distance to its foe merely by the sounds produced. 10 paces away, Zhang Fan clutched the hilt of his sword more firmly, his heartbeat quickening, nearly drowning out the sounds of the lizard-man's approach. He forced himself to remain calm, focusing on the rhythm of the lizard-man's footsteps, while his left hand gently parted the grass, stabilizing himself against the soft earth. At 5 paces, Zhang Fan abruptly raised his head, confirming that they were approximately 4 meters apart. With a sudden push against the ground, he propelled himself forward, his right leg kicking out fiercely, while his sword emerged from the undergrowth like a striking viper. Die! He bellowed mid-air, startling the lizard-man, who hesitated for a fraction of a second at the unexpected appearance of an adversary. The 4 meters between them vanished in an instant, and the forged blue cross sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at the lizard-man's chest. Clang! To Zhang Fan's astonishment, this decisive strike was blocked by the lizard-man. Taken aback, he did not pause, swiftly retracting his sword, catching a glimpse of the lizard-man's right hand, which gripped a short dagger. This was the weapon that had thwarted his assault. Thoughts raced through his mind. Yet he dared not halt, continuing his forward momentum as he swung his sword horizontally once more. The distance was far too close. The lizard-man's pride in its archery had now become a hindrance, leaving it with no choice but to parry with the short dagger again. However, it failed to notice the significant crack that had formed in the blade during their previous clash. Thwack! The sound of impact echoed again. But this time it was deeper, as the cross sword severed the short dagger in two. The lizard-man, caught off guard by the sword's unexpected sharpness, relied solely on its hand-to-hand combat skills to retreat swiftly. Zhang Fan watched as the lizard-man's leather armor was cut open, revealing its soft, white abdomen, devoid of scales, a glaring weakness. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Fan shouted, thrusting his sword once more towards the exposed area. Yet, the lizard-man executed a roll to the side, causing Zhang Fan's blade to graze only the edge of its waist. Several thick patches of flesh were pierced, and as he withdrew his sword, blue blood began to flow from the wound, a pungent scent filling the air. The lizard-man, already slow-moving, was now injured, and a fierce glint appeared in its eyes. Zhang Fan retracted his sword. The lizard-man lunged forward with its broken blade. He recalled Kyle's words about mastering the force of a strike to maintain a swordsman's agility in that moment of peril. He understood that every lesson from Kyle was rooted in the experience of life and death combat. He had thrust his sword too fiercely, resulting in a delayed retraction that allowed the lizard man to seize the opportunity to counterattack. With the dagger now perilously close to his chest, Zhang Fan could only desperately sidestep. Fortunately, the broken blade was shorter, merely slicing his left arm. Blood oozed forth, but the injury was not severe. In the heat of battle, Zhang Fan scarcely felt the pain. Nonetheless, he realized he had been careless. If the lizard man's dagger had not been shortened, he might have lost his arm that day. Every attack leaves an opening, a principle that applied to the lizard man as well. Seizing the moment while the lizard man's momentum was faltering, Zhang Fan swung his sword with conviction. Clang. The blade struck true against the lizard man's neck, the sound resembling the clash of metal against metal due to its dense bones. Yet, Zhang Fan's cross sword, forged from blue iron, was twice as sharp as ordinary steel. No matter how tough the lizard man's bones, it could not escape its fate. In an instant, the lizard man's head was severed from its neck. No cry escaping its lips, and blood spurted several meters from the severed wound. 3 seconds later, a loud thud resonated as the lizard man's body collapsed to the ground, seeing the creature lifeless. Zhang Fan's taut nerves finally began to relax, and he realized that although the lizard man was a ranged combatant, it was equally fearsome in close quarters, had he not possessed the advantage of the razor-sharp cross-sword. This first battle in the swamp could have ended fatally as the adrenaline faded. Pain returned to his left arm, and glancing sideways, he noted that blood was seeping from a wound. Injuries in the wild were no trivial matter, but after a careful examination, he felt relieved that it was not too serious. Ding, 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 ding. The little sprite hurried over, concern etched on her face as she gazed at Zhang Fan's arm. "It's nothing too grave," Zhang Fan replied with a faint smile. "Don't worry, Pei. This wound isn't severe. A simple bandage will suffice." While reassuring Pei, he retrieved a strip of cloth from his pack, wrapping it around the bleeding site and tying it off with his teeth. Lacking any medicine, he had to rely on his body to staunch the bleeding. After a slight movement, he found it did not impede his mobility. Turning to Pei, he said, "See, all is well now. Let us continue our journey." Leaving behind a broken dagger and a bow, Zhang Fan regretted that he had never learned archery, as carrying the equipment would only weigh him down. Instead, he removed the lizard man's eyes, stowing them in his pack, knowing that at the explorer's trading post, a pair of lizard eyes could be exchanged for a silver coin. The scent of lizard blood might attract other beasts. So Zhang Fan did not linger, proceeding north for another 15 minutes before finding a large tree where he could rest and enjoy some wild boar leg meat. During this leg of the journey, he encountered no other lizard men. Surmising that the creature he had dispatched was likely out hunting alone, but he considered himself fortunate. Had two appeared, he might not have survived. The little sprite consumed very little. Throughout the entire day, Zhang Fan had not seen Pei eat any nectar, as she tirelessly led the way ahead. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he refrained from asking her to halt, pushing deeper into the forest as dusk approached. Before long, a circular nest came into view. Zhang Fan suspected it was the lizard man's lair, and the memory of their prior encounter loomed large in his mind. He could not venture forward now. He turned to Pei, asking her to find another route, but upon glancing back, he found her gazing excitedly at the circular lizard nest. Pei, "Is there something over there?" he inquired. Their communication had improved over the past couple of days. Though they still struggled with words, her body language had developed significantly. She promptly mimicked a lying position in midair and pointed towards the nest with her tiny hand. Zhang Fan understood that this was not an indication of sleep, but rather a reference to a person. At that moment, the only individual who could make Pei anxious would be Anya. It dawned on him. "Are you saying Anya is over there?" Pei nodded vigorously, confirming his suspicion, having traveled tirelessly for a day and night. He was astonished to discover that Anya was so close. Yet he feared the lizard men, as carnivorous creatures, might have captured her. The thought sent a surge of dread through him. He could no longer afford to rest. If he was to rescue her, the cover of night was the best time to I pay. Wait here for me. I will go take a look. Pei understood that she could not assist, and, though her eyes reflected helplessness, she nodded in agreement. Zhang Fan removed his pack, lightening his load as he stealthily approached the lizard nest. The lizard men had notably bright eyes, which became a glaring warning at night, making it easier to avoid them that he crept to within 30 meters of the lizard nest, where the lizard men had constructed a rudimentary wall from surrounding thorns. The only accessible passageway lay before him, where he spotted a lizard man guard whose belly appeared swollen, likely from a hearty meal that evening. As its bright eyes flickered, the lizard man began to doze off. Zhang Fan dared not charge in recklessly. He crouched low in the grass, patiently awaiting the right moment. Indeed, mere minutes later, the lizardman's eyes extinguished, signifying that the adversary had succumbed to slumber. Stealthily emerging from the thicket, I cast a cautious glance around, confirming the absence of any lizardman gaze before quietly circumventing the guard, proceeding deeper into the lair. The lizard nest towered at approximately 3 meters, and I could faintly discern 7 or 8 of these circular structures before me. Daring not to intrude recklessly, I advanced cautiously along the outer thorny walls, ultimately discovering a broader clearing after passing 2 nests. In the center of the clearing, a smoldering bonfire flickered, and upon further inspection, I initially saw no lizardman, likely because this area lay within the confines of their stronghold, which afforded them a sense of security, hence the absence of sentinels. With trepidation, I approached a wooden cage, noting the loose soil beneath my feet. Lowering my gaze, I realized it was composed of fine gravel. Dismissing such details, I focused on the cage, only to be assailed by a sudden stench as I peered inside, causing my entire being to tremble uncontrollably. Within the wooden confines lay the lifeless body of an Alasian male, his short hair betraying his identity, yet one leg and one arm were conspicuously absent. The horrifying thought of where those missing limbs had gone surged through my mind, intensifying my dread. Gritting my teeth, I clutched my fingers tightly around my thumbs, forcing myself to regain composure, and while lips began to murmur unconsciously, "Anya, where are you?" I meticulously searched the wooden cage, and finally, in the eastern corner, I spotted a figure with long hair. From a distance of 5 or 6 meters, I discerned it was Anya, currently sprawled within the cage, her chest still rising and falling. However, I dared not approach too closely, for beside Anya's cage burned a small bonfire. Any rash movement might lead to discovery. "May the divine protect us?" I whispered, tracing a cross over my heart with my right hand. I needed to devise a plan to rescue Anya. Retreating to the shadowy corner of the thorny thicket, I realized that the expansive clearing required a clever strategy for a discreet rescue. Scanning the surroundings, I noted the peculiar materials of the circular houses. Quietly, I crept to one structure and, upon touching it with my left hand, discovered it was made of cattail, a plant whose inner structure formed a hollow circle, boasting excellent insulation properties and even utilized in garment making. However, this material was highly flammable that a spark of inspiration ignited within me. Yes, fire. I checked my pockets and found my matches still intact. Lowering my footsteps, I stealthily moved towards the northern edge, away from the clearing. Though the lizard men thrived in the swamp, they preferred arid conditions. Thus, the houses were constructed from highly insulating cattail, creating ideal conditions for arson. The location I chose was distant from the clearing, ensuring that once ablaze, it would draw the lizardmen's attention. While committing such an act felt morally dubious, it was a necessary cruelty against an enemy. I struck a match against the sandpaper, and with a whoosh, a flame ignited in my hand. As the fire approached the lair, it quickly caught onto a strand of cattail, and witnessing the flames spread rapidly, I turned and fled. In a stroke of luck, I hurled the still-lit match toward another nest, which also ignited. Both nests blazed simultaneously, and as I returned to the edge of the clearing concealed by thorns, 2 towering flames soared over 10 feet high. It dawned on me why this clearing was so spacious. The lizard men, fearing fire, deliberately designed the area to be open, and the gravel strewn across the ground was likely to prevent wild grasses from spreading flames. While they could guard against natural disasters, they could not protect themselves from human malice. The flames attracted all the lizard men, and I heard a cacophony of hissing. Presumably the lizard men communicating or calling to one another, though I could not comprehend their words. Within the clearing, the weakened Anya lay quietly in her cage. During a previous hunt, the wolf-head squad had inadvertently wandered into the territory of venom flies, which suddenly launched an attack on them. Though the venom flies lacked strength, their speed was remarkable, and they released a debilitating toxin, afflicting many in the squad. Fortunately, the venom flies were only interested in decaying creatures, allowing the team to cover one another as they retreated. However, shortly after escaping the territory, they were beset by a horde of lizard men. Truly, misfortunes never come alone. Under normal circumstances, the wolf-head squad was not particularly fearful of lizard men. However, now, nearly everyone had been affected by the debilitating toxin, rendering the squad's combat capabilities severely diminished. After one comrade was slain while bravely resisting, the squad, in a desperate bid for survival, surrendered. Little did they know. This was merely the beginning of their nightmare. The lizard men found the flesh of Alasians delectable, and Anya watched in horror as her companions were consumed one by one, knowing that they were deep within the marsh. Far from any hope of rescue, despair overwhelming her, realizing her fate was sealed, Anya crushed the crystal vial that symbolized her pact with the sprite, allowing Spay to gain freedom until a new master was found. Spay, in turn, sensed Anya's location through the energy released by the vial. Before Anya, colossal flames danced, and over the past few days, she had developed an intense fear of fire, for her companions had been dismembered and then roasted over the flames, only to be devoured by the lizard men. With all her comrades dead, she knew her turn was next. Amid her confusion, a head suddenly loomed before her, and Anya, thinking it was a lizard man, felt an urge to curse. But having gone 2 days without food and weakened by the toxin, words barely escaped her lips. I recognized the despair and anger etched across Anya's face and surmised she mistook me for a lizard man. I quietly urged her, "Anya, it's me, don't make a sound." Doubt lingered in her eyes as she blinked, but upon confirming my identity, sorrow and surprise intertwined, and tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. "Zung Fan, how did you end up here?" Fearing the lizard men might be drawn to our conversation, I again signaled for silence, whispering, "Don't speak, that I will rescue you at once." The wooden cage was ensnared by some unidentifiable vine, exceedingly resilient. Yet before the tempered steel of my cross sword, it was nothing. With a few deft strokes, I severed the vines and opened the cage door. Anya, utterly weakened, could not stand, so I opted to carry her on my back. We could not take the northern route, as a multitude of lizard men were already extinguishing the flames there. The safest path was to cut through the thicket ahead. With my cross sword in hand, I began to hack at the thorns, warning her, "You may get scratched. Bear with me as I try to clear the way." Anya, her body numb from lack of nourishment and the toxin, felt an overwhelming gratitude towards me. With a parched throat, she lacked the strength to voice her thanks, instead gently placing her palm on my forehead, a silent gesture of appreciation. Despite my efforts to clear the thorns, my hands and face bore numerous cuts. And when we finally emerged from the underbrush, a fiery sting radiated across my body. I could see that moment. The flames were far enough away that I could set Anya down for a brief respite. Just as I laid Anya gently on the ground, a pair of bright lights suddenly appeared before me. Recognizing the approaching lizard men rushing back to extinguish the fire, I knew a confrontation was inevitable. As we were not far from their lair, if the lizard men raised the alarm, both Anya and I would be swiftly surrounded, and the consequences would be dire. I had to eliminate them quickly. Unfortunately, the lizard men had already spotted me and drew their short blades to be the honor of the swordsman. I chanted silently, invoking the spell to summon the light of the swordsman, my cross sword glowing in the night. Empowered by this illumination, my physical abilities and determination surged to new heights. Confidence surged within me as I reversed my grip on the sword, aiming it at the charging lizard man's chest and throwing it with all my might. Whoosh! In the darkness, the sword shot forth from my hand like a bolt of lightning, its razor-sharp tip finding its mark in the lizard man's chest. The lizard man, hindered by the night, could not anticipate that I would wield my sword as a projectile. And without any defenses, he felt a cold penetration through his torso. The blade struck true, and as the lizard man let out a final, defiant hiss, his body collapsed to the ground. I swiftly approached, retrieving my sword and ensuring the lizard man was convulsing before sheathing it at my waist. However, I had been discovered. A commotion erupted from the direction of Alair. "This is bad. I've been spotted." My nerves tightened as I swiftly hoisted Anya onto my back, sprinting away with all my might. The lizard men pursued, their hissing growing louder, and I was drenched in sweat. Anya, hearing the growing sounds behind us, understood that if this continued, we would both meet our doom. With a weak voice, she urged Zhengfan, "Leave me behind. If we keep this up, we will all perish." But I could never abandon her. Even in death, I would not forsake Anya. Thus, he tightened his embrace around Anya, resolutely expressing his unwavering determination to press onward. His breaths grew increasingly labored. Though the lizard men were not particularly adept at running, they still outpaced Zhengfan, who carried Anya on his back. Zhengfan was deeply apprehensive that the lizard men might suddenly unleash arrows from behind. Such a scenario was utterly inescapable. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a sudden burst of magical sounds echoed from the sky. Dinglingaling, a petite fairy, aglow with magical luminescence, appeared not far above the lizardmen's heads. Anya understood that Sipei intended to divert the lizardmen's attention. Though the little fairy was exceedingly fragile, should the lizardmen manage to strike her, her fate would be sealed. She exerted all her strength to shout, "Sipei, run!" Alas, her voice was too faint. Sipei might not hear her. Zhengfan did not halt his progress. He had faith in Sipei and reassured Anya. "Do not worry. Anya, Sipei is soaring in the air, and her agile form renders her impervious to the lizardmen's harm." At that moment, several lizardmen began to draw their bows, sending arrows skyward. Though the sound echoed, the arrows themselves remained unseen, as Sipei appeared to shimmer amidst the night sky, her diminutive form evading capture. And indeed, the arrows fell harmlessly into the thickets of the marsh. The lizard men seemed particularly intrigued by the airborne target, becoming wholly captivated by Sipei, affording Zhengfan precious time. He continued to run with Anya on his back, glancing back to see Sipei now several hundred meters behind them, darting up and down in the starlit sky, her fragile presence opening a gateway to survival for the two of them. Utterly exhausted, Zhengfan could only pause for a moment, wary of the lizard men potentially closing in, and once his strength was slightly restored, he pressed on. After approximately an hour, he finally discovered a cave. Looking back, the night sky was speckled with stars, and even Sipei's magical glow had vanished from sight. Assured that the lizard men could no longer pursue them, he carefully entered the cave with Anya. Once he gently laid Anya on the ground, he noticed her breathing was exceedingly faint. Although she had not walked 2 days without sustenance, and the jostling on his back for over an hour had left her on the brink of collapse. Zhengfan swiftly unfastened his water pouch, allowing Anya to take a gentle sip. She drank slowly. Yet as the water slid down her throat, she felt her vitality gradually returning. Once she seemed to have regained some strength. Zhengfan urged her, "That's enough, drink sparingly. The water is too cold. I will gather some firewood." Anya felt significantly more comfortable, a hint of color returning to her weary face. Zhengfan not only sought firewood, but also needed to find something to eat. Fortunately, the marshy woodlands were abundant with rabbits. After about 20 minutes, Zhengfan returned with a bundle of dry twigs under one arm and a large gray rabbit tucked beneath the other. A fire blazed in the cave, its warm glow gradually banishing the pallor from Anya's complexion. The rabbit meat was quickly roasted, and Zhengfan offered the tender morsels to Anya, who felt her spirits lift considerably after consuming a few pieces, prompting her to recount the harrowing events of the past 2 days. Zhengfan marveled at Anya's fortune. Had she not been at the back of the group, and had the little fairy not found him, Anya would surely have met a dire fate. Anya realized it was Sipei who led Zhengfan to search for her, and guilt washed over her. What had become of Sipei? Zhengfan, having witnessed the lizardman's assault on Sipei, remained confident in her safety. He handed another piece of rabbit meat to Anya, assuring her, "Do not fret, Anya. I'm certain Sipei will return safely. You should rest a while. I will fetch more twigs. The fire must not die tonight. Sipei will surely follow its light back to us." Comforted by Zhang Fan's words, Anya gradually set aside her worries, the fire's warmth soothing her weary form, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan ventured to gather more dry branches, and upon his return to the cave, he was pleasantly surprised to find Si Pei had already arrived. Although Zhang Fan had urged Anya not to worry for the little fairy, he too had been deeply concerned. Seeing Si Pei safe brought a wave of relief, and a smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Si Pei, you are safe." Si Pei, grateful for Zhang Fan's rescue of Anya, beamed at him with endearing delight, joyfully spinning in the air. Anya stirred at the commotion, awakening to see Si Pei hovering before her, and her face lit up with surprise. "Si Pei, you've returned." The little fairy's language was incomprehensible to Zhang Fan, but Anya understood. She leaned in close to Si Pei, and after a brief exchange, her expression relaxed. The flickering flames coaxed her drowsiness back, and she willingly closed her eyes to rest. The return journey took place in daylight. After a night of recuperation, though Anya still bore the lingering effects of the poison, she was now able to walk without difficulty. The trio, comprising Zhang Fan, Anya, and the little fairy, hastened towards the borders of the kingdom's plains. Arriving just before nightfall, Anya's residence was situated in the heart of the castle. A charming yellow wooden house with a blue roof, adorned with gardens in both the front and back, flourishing with a variety of blossoms. Zhang Fan presented a freshly prepared deer meat porridge to Anya. Now clad in clean garments, Anya had regained her former beauty. "Zhang Fan, I never imagined your culinary skills were so admirable," she exclaimed. Zhang Fan chuckled. "The secret to cooking lies in practice. I've been making my own meals since childhood, though just barely." His culinary prowess stemmed from a difficult childhood, but he wished to shield Anya from such misfortunes, instead encouraging her to eat first. For he needed to return to the blacksmith's shop shortly. After all, he had not opened the shop for several days, and Kale would likely come looking for him. Upon learning of Zhang Fan's impending departure, Anya set down her empty bowl and accompanied him to the door. As they passed through the front yard, she plucked a purple tulip, tucking it into Zhang Fan's shirt. "Thank you, Zhang Fan. You are always welcome to visit my home." Zhang Fan gently grasped the tulip stem with his left hand, inhaling its subtle fragrance. "Anya, your poison is not yet cured. I shall return shortly," he assured her. With that, Zhang Fan stepped outside, making his way swiftly towards the blacksmith shop. Upon reaching the entrance, Hans, upon seeing Zhang Fan's return, immediately rose from his chair, his expression filled with excitement as he approached. Since the last time Zhang Fan had assisted him, old Hans had completely transformed in demeanor. "Ah, Zhang Fan, we feared something had happened to you." Knowing he had vanished for several days, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of guilt as he responded. "Thank you for your concern, Hans. I had some matters to attend to outside the city. Has anyone come looking for me?" Hans, relieved to see Zhang Fan unharmed, nodded enthusiastically. "The captain of the swordsmen came looking for you." He seemed rather worried. Ever since Kale learned of Zhang Fan's possession of the swordsman's light skill, he had regarded Zhang Fan as a future leader for all swordsmen, and Zhang Fan's absence for several days had certainly caused him concern. Zhang Fan knew he must reassure Kale, so he hurriedly bid Hans farewell without even stepping inside the shop and headed straight for the swordsman's headquarters. As a prospective swordsman, Zhang Fan was permitted access to the training grounds, where he fortuitously encountered Kale organizing a training session. Upon spotting Zhang Fan's arrival, Kale immediately abandoned his task and approached him. "Thank the gods. I was beginning to worry something had befallen you, my boy." Although Zhang Fan's abrupt departure had its reasons, he still felt remorseful for causing Kale concern. "I apologize for making you worry. A friend encountered trouble in the marsh, and I rushed to her aid without the chance to inform you." Kale's expression turned to one of astonishment upon learning Zhang Fan had ventured into the marsh alone. "You went to the marsh by yourself?" Zhang Fan, sensing Kale's worry, quickly reassured him with a smile. "Do not fret. I have returned safely." Kale, noticing the wound on Zhang Fan's arm, realized the ordeal had likely been far from easy, and he spoke earnestly. "Zhang Fan, the marsh is perilous. You are important. Do you understand?" Zhang Fan was deeply appreciative of Kale's concern, recognizing that such situations would be less likely to recur in the future, and he nodded in agreement, vowing to exercise greater caution. Having come to see Kale, Zhang Fan also intended to inquire about how to alleviate the lingering poison, but But just as he was about to speak, a group of imposing cavalrymen suddenly galloped into view from a distance. The knights, a sixth-tier unit, represented the elite combat forces of Alasia, and the sight of them charging toward Zhongfan was awe-inspiring. Though they had yet to be promoted, the grandeur of their steeds and the 3-meter-long lances they wielded were nonetheless formidable. 4 cavalrymen circled the training ground, and as they raced past, Zhongfan felt an overwhelming force sweep over him, but Alasia's cavalry was particularly adept at striking down foes while charging at high speeds. The faster they ran, the greater their lethality. As the cavalrymen sped by, Kale's eyes glimmered with an indescribable expression. The knights were indeed powerful. However, the garrison's cavalry was too few, and the swordsman's brigade remained the mainstay. Seeing how Zhongfan was awestruck by the knight's might, Kale turned to him and asked, "I heard you had a run-in with Muralak." Zhongfan realized this information must have come from Hans, and with a nonchalant smile, he replied, "It's nothing serious, just a minor altercation, nothing to worry about." Kyle nodded, gesturing toward the cavalry formation, and remarked, "That leading cavalryman is the father of Muralak's soul. This fellow is not a person of good character. Avoid any conflict with them." Despite all being soldiers of the outpost city, there remains a fierce competition among the teams. For instance, the Swordsman Corps currently holds a pivotal position in the outpost city, thereby controlling the guard rights of 2 mines. Each mine controlled signifies a substantial influx of funds, enabling a team to update their equipment promptly and recruit additional personnel. Zhongfan had heard some whispers regarding these matters, but he was not preoccupied with them at the moment. Instead, he retrieved 2 pairs of lizardman eyeballs from his pocket. "Captain Kyle, these are my spoils from the swamp expedition." Kyle was, of course, quite familiar with lizardman eyes. However, Zhongfan's ability to acquire such trophies on his first venture into the swamp astonished him. "Zhongfan, did you slay the lizardmen yourself?" Recalling his initial experience in the swamp, Zhongfan felt a lingering trepidation and replied, "Indeed, battling the first lizardman took considerable effort. The wound on my arm is a testament to that. Have ventured alone into the swamp and vanquished lizardmen after merely a month of sword practice was commendable. Nevertheless, caution Zhongfan, you must exercise extreme caution. The lizardmen's scales and bones are remarkably tough, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against them." Zhongfan felt a profound resonance with this warning, nodding in understanding. Before voicing his inquiry, "Captain Kyle, may I trouble you with something?" At that moment, the cavalrymen ceased their practice, and, as the dust on the training ground began to settle, Kyle turned his attention back to Zhongfan. "Speak your mind." Zhongfan proceeded to inform Kyle about Anya being afflicted by the weakening poison, which immediately rendered Kyle's expression grave. "This matter is rather troublesome. The poison of the poison fly can only be cured by a priest in the city. Yet, there's only one priest in the outpost city, and if one is not a formal soldier, the fees he demands are exorbitant." Zhongfan had not anticipated that the weak poison would prove so troublesome. It was no wonder that over the years, few adventurers had dared to venture deep into the swampy forests. However, no matter how challenging the task, it had to be undertaken, so he furrowed his brow and said to Kyle, "I must try. This friend is very important to me." Despite Zhongfan's somewhat reckless foray into the swamp, Kyle felt a sense of comfort in his willingness to go to such lengths for a friend. "You may attempt it. The priest is located on the top floor of the church, and your status will grant you entry." After bidding farewell to Kyle, Zhongfan made his way directly to the church. Each church in Alasia shared a similar architectural appearance, featuring a large round spire with chapels on all sides, each adorned with colorful angelic motifs on its walls. Zhongfan had never seen a priest in person until a frail old man appeared before him. Donned in a blue robe, shrouded in its shadows, ordinary people, priests were the representatives of the divine. Zhongfan bowed respectfully and addressed him. "Your Excellency, I seek to cure my friend of the poison fly's affliction." The church's tower was circular, and Zhongfan stood on the topmost level, nearly 10 meters high. As the priest slowly opened his eyes, his raspy voice reverberated in the space, as if he were whispering directly into Zhongfan's ear. "Child, without the status of a formal soldier, you must pay a price for healing." Noticing the frail tone of the priest's voice, Zhongfan began to wonder if this man was already teetering on the brink of the embrace of the god of justice. May I inquire what kind of transaction is required? After a lengthy pause, the priest's voice echoed once more, Child, I require an eye of a swamp bull. The priest spoke as though he cherished each word. And upon hearing the term swamp bull, Zhang Fan felt a jolt of alarm. This was a level 5 creature of the swamp, rumored to possess eyes that could unleash a soul-destroying radiance. Even a knight of Alasia could find their soul obliterated in an instant. The eye of a swamp bull was of considerable value, and exchanging it for a single healing would be extortionate. However, the outpost city had only this one priest. Rarity commanded a high price. The market value of swamp bull I stood at 20 silver coins, yet it was notoriously difficult to procure. Upon returning to Anya's doorstep, Zhang Fan pondered how he might acquire it. Anya opened the blue iron gate for him, and upon seeing Zhang Fan enter the front garden with a furrowed brow, she inquired, Have you encountered some trouble? You seem rather glum. That Anya's voice was exceedingly gentle, always evoking a sense of springtime warmth, which eased the worry etched on Zhang Fan's face. I intended to seek the priest's aid in lifting the weakening poison from you, but he demands a swamp bull's eye in exchange. Anya, initially intending to fetch a chair for Zhang Fan, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, saying, I cannot thank you enough. You saved me from the swamp, and I owe you a great debt. This weakening poison is not lethal, so it would be ungracious of me to impose further hardship on you. My team has dispersed for now, and I need not venture forth for the time being. Perhaps I shall visit another castle, where the high priest will surely not demand such exorbitant fees. While her words suggested ease, Zhang Fan knew that even if she went to other castles, the cost might not differ significantly. Thus, he resolved to devise a solution himself. Seeing Zhang Fan relent, Anya offered a comforting smile. Having not rested well in recent days, Zhang Fan felt perpetually tense, yet each time Anya smiled, a sense of calm washed over him. He was not fond of concealing his thoughts, so he rubbed his forehead and remarked, Anya, I find your smile to be extraordinarily special. It brings tranquility to those around you. In truth, Zhang Fan was not the first to pose such a question. Others had occasionally inquired about this aspect of Anya. However, the matter of the mind was too enigmatic for her to grasp, and she could only shake her head. I am not quite sure. Perhaps it is simply innate. While a beautiful exterior may bring comfort, the ability of her smile to alleviate mental strain was certainly abnormal. Zhang Fan accepted the wooden chair that Anya offered, and before he could settle down, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Anya, how about we conduct a test? With nothing pressing at present, Anya agreed to the experiment with a slight nod. The house's greatest asset was its 2 expansive gardens, each enclosed by a lengthy iron fence. Although the fences were painted to prevent rust, the humid climate of the outpost city made them susceptible to yellowing rust. Zhang Fan thus activated his powers to eliminate the rust. Having only a 2nd-level spellcasting ability, he managed to remove a foot of rust before a wave of dizziness washed over him. Clutching his head in pain, he exclaimed, Anya, I feel quite dizzy. This was no pretense. Having spoken, Zhang Fan began to sway gently, as though he might topple from the wooden bench into the garden at any moment. Though it was merely a test, Anya instinctively grew anxious. She rose from her chair, flustered, and rushed toward him. Zhang Fan, are you all right? What should I do? Anya, do not come to my aid. Focus your mind and envision healing my mental fatigue. Seeing Zhang Fan teetering on the brink, Anya dared not take any chances. She pressed her palms against the sides of her forehead, concentrating her attention on healing Zhang Fan. After a moment, an invisible force of mental energy emanated from her eyes, directly impacting Zhang Fan. Desperate to ensure Anya could concentrate on testing her mental abilities, Zhang Fan had exhausted his mana. The dizziness he felt was genuine. Anya's mental energy surged into his mind. A wave of coolness flooded his mental realm, and to his astonishment, his mana was rapidly replenishing. Within just a minute, Zhang Fan's mana had restored significantly. Like tea that moment, Anya's complexion turned pale, and Zhang Fan realized she had overexerted herself. He quickly supported her, urging, Stop, Anya, quickly cease. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's call, the tension on Anya's face gradually dissipated, only to be replaced by a wave of dizziness. Zhang Fan, I feel so dizzy. This is wonderful, realizing his words had been misinterpreted. Zhang Fan quickly corrected himself. No, that is not what I meant. What I meant to say is that this is a consequence of overexertion. You are an extraordinary individual, truly blessed. Anya possessed a psychic ability, a unique talent in the realm of support, capable of offering solace to ordinary individuals. For those endowed with mana, Anya could rapidly restore their magical energy, rendering her a living source of mana. Zhang Fan helped Anya back in her chair, patiently awaiting her recovery while sharing some knowledge he had regarding abilities. In the ensuing time, the two remained in the small garden, testing Anya's capabilities. Zhang Fan discovered that although Anya was merely a first-level ability user, her mental prowess was comparable to that of a second-level user, a phenomenon he could not rationally explain, attributing it solely to the unique nature of psychic practitioners. After all, in order to provide magical power for others, one must not possess too little oneself. The two individuals spent 2 days refurbishing the iron fence in the front yard, with Zhang Fan as the primary caster, and both contributing equally to the magical energy. After this endeavor, Zhang Fan's ability level soared to the third tier. Third tier magic is double that of second tier, equivalent to 4 times that of first tier. Zhang Fan can now effortlessly unleash his metal manipulation abilities, and thus decided to renovate the iron fence in the backyard as well. He even took the opportunity to forge a set of blue iron armor for himself. This flurry of activity saw 6 days slip by unnoticed. Now, equipped with a blue iron cross sword and armor, Zhang Fan resolved to seek out a team to join and embark on an adventure in the marshes. Although he couldn't directly slay a wild bull, he understood that progress must be gradual. Even earning a few more silver coins could offer him greater choices. In front of every city's adventure trading post, there stands a massive bulletin board, primarily indicating the purchase prices for various marsh creatures. Until today, the most common bounty tasks completed by most adventurers involved collecting werewolf ears and lizardman eyes. However, the content on the bulletin board has undergone a significant change. A burly man suddenly furrowed his brow, his blue eyes scanning the board once more, confirming the absence of bounties for werewolf ears. His expression instantly soured. By the gods, can anyone tell me why there are no bounties for werewolf ears anymore? Werewolves in the marshes possess the lowest combat power. Although a pair of werewolf ears could only be exchanged for 50 copper coins, the safety of tackling werewolf tasks was still considerably higher than dealing with lizardman archers, who excelled at ranged attacks. Zhang Fan lingered at the trading post, hoping to test his luck and see if there were any teams in need of members. Upon hearing the man's lament, he turned his gaze to the bulletin board. Indeed, the bounty for werewolf ears was nowhere to be found. The lowest bounty now listed was for lizardman eyes, 1 silver coin per pair, followed by the stingers of poisonous flies, 3 coins each, the horns of giant lizards, 10 silver coins each, and wild bulls. Although he had never officially been an adventurer, he had encountered lizardmen before and knew them to be formidable foes. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary adventurer to take down a lizardman alone. Moreover, lizardmen archers typically resided deeper within the marshes, meaning the likelihood of encountering higher-level monsters would significantly increase. It was needless to say that novice adventurers would find this change particularly unfriendly, and even some veteran teams felt the same. The underlying reason was that His Majesty, the King of Eurasia, had prepared to escalate the Marsh War. "Young man, your longsword is impressive. Are you not part of an adventure team?" A sudden voice snapped Zhang Fan from his thoughts that he looked up to see a plump, round-faced man smiling at him. "I do not have an adventure team." Upon hearing that Zhang Fan was without a team, the plump man glanced at the cross-sword at Zhang Fan's waist and said with a mysterious smile, "Our Black Dragon adventure team is in need of a warrior. Do you possess a shield?" Focusing entirely on the man's face, Zhang Fan noticed a speck of sesame stuck to his chin and promptly remarked, "Sir, did you have a bowl of cereal for breakfast?" The plump man showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he swiftly extended his tongue to lick it off, as deftly as a lizard. "Haha, no need to mind the details. The Black Dragon adventure team is a formidable force. Adventure teams typically have fixed members who are familiar with each other's combat styles, which greatly enhances their success rate when facing enemies." Zhang Fan had inquired about many teams and found that nearly all were unwilling to accept novices, leaving him to linger at the trading post for 2 days. The prospect of being actively recruited certainly piqued his interest. "What kind of tasks do you usually undertake?" Zhang Fan inquired. The plump man's eyes gleamed with mystery as he replied, "We are quite powerful. We take on lizard men and poisonous flies." Zhang Fan's goal was to acquire a wild bull's eye. But wild bulls were not creatures he could currently contend with. He could only start with some ordinary tasks to accumulate experience and gradually enhance his combat skills, allowing him the opportunity to join higher-level teams. Yet, at this moment, he felt compelled to speak candidly. "I am a prospective swordsman without a shield. I am unsure if I would be suitable for your team." Upon hearing that Zhang Fan was a prospective swordsman, the plump man's eyes revealed a hint of relief, and he patted his chest, stating, "Since you are a prospective swordsman, there should be no problem that we are departing for the marsh at noon. I will take you to meet the team leader." Zhang Fan found it peculiar that the Black Dragon Adventure team was recruiting members right before their departure. Nevertheless, he was in dire need of a team. So he nodded and followed the man toward the plaza. In the city gate plaza stood a 10-meter-tall angel statue behind a circular fountain, a mandatory structure in every castle of Eurasia. The angel serves as the guardian deity of Eurasia. No one has ever seen a true angel, as they exist only in legend, much like divine beings. At this moment, 3 individuals were observing Zhang Fan near the angel statue. In the middle stood a man wielding a bow and arrow. He was a soldier from the city S-Guard, the leader of the adventure team. The archer, named Roth, inquired of Zhang Fan, "Are you Zhang Fan? I have heard you intend to compete for the position of swordsman." Zhang Fan's identity as a prospective swordsman was genuine, so he placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword and met Roth's gaze, affirming, "Yes, I will participate in the swordsman selection in 2 months." The swordsman selection is notoriously difficult, with odds likened to 1 in 100. Roth immediately regarded Zhang Fan with renewed respect, his demeanor becoming notably warmer. "How long have you been practicing swordsmanship?" 1 month. This response astonished the 3 of them. The Black Dragon Adventure team already possessed 2 archers and was in urgent need of a robust frontline warrior. Upon learning that Zhang Fan had only practiced for a month, Roth's expression shifted from a smile to one of discontent. "Ryan, what are you thinking? We need a warrior, and you bring back a novice." Ryan was the plump man who had recruited Zhang Fan, but he'd spent the previous day at the trading post without finding a suitable candidate, mainly due to the bounties now being set at lizardmen, which made sturdy warriors a rare commodity. Without giving Roth any face, Ryan turned to glare at him. "Roth, he is a prospective swordsman. Are your expectations too high?" Without waiting for Roth's response, Ryan produced a cereal ring from seemingly nowhere, crunching down on it, sending several sesame seeds cascading to the ground. This action not only caused Roth to frown, but also made Zhang Fan raise an eyebrow, thinking that this fellow seemed to have an insatiable appetite, which made him feel somewhat dubious about his reliability. Lacking experience in adventure teams, Zhang Fan could only counter Roth's disdain with facts. Seizing the moment of tension, he reached into his pocket and produced a lizardman eye. "Captain Roth, although I have only practiced swordsmanship for a short time, my mentor is the captain of the swordsman team, Kyle. This is the proof of my personal kill of a lizardman. The swordsman team is the absolute core of the guard city, and the captain of the swordsman team is an idol in the hearts of all adventurers." Hearing that Zhang Fan was Kyle's disciple, Roth's demeanor underwent another transformation. Ryan finished the last bite of his cereal ring, looking at Zhang Fan with astonishment and asking, "Young man, did you really slay it yourself?" This was indeed the truth, and Zhang Fan nodded sincerely. "Of course, I did it all on my own." "CC," Ryan suddenly exclaimed, slapping his belly towards Roth. "I told you to trust in my judgment. The person I found is definitely a gem." The rest of the adventure team found Ryan's exuberance quite awkward, and Roth shot him an exasperated glance before turning back to Zhang Fan, pondering for a moment before extending his right hand. In that case, I agree to your joining the Black Dragon Adventure team." Zhang Fan clasped Roth's hand, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he realized he had successfully found a team. With the team departing at noon, Zhang Fan needed to return home to collect his armor. He requested permission from Roth to retrieve some items, which Roth readily granted at the agreed-upon meeting time. When Zhang Fan appeared clad in gleaming half-armor, the members of the Black Dragon Adventure team looked at him with astonishment. Plump Ryan hurried over to Zhang Fan, slapping his palm against the chest plate of Zhang Fan's short-sleeved armor. "Not bad, young man. Did you not say you had no shield? Is this fellow blind?" Zhang Fan thought. Noticing the man's bright blue eyes, he retorted, "Ryan, this is a breastplate, not a shield." Ha ha. A few droplets of transparent liquid seemed to fall from the corners of Ryan's mouth, which he wiped away with the back of his hand. "And I know, but this is even better than a shield. In terms of functionality, a breastplate does indeed offer superior protection compared to a shield. After all, it costs several times more than a shield." And Zhang Fan finally understood. Seeing Zhang Fan donning half armor, Roth realized they had struck gold. With a casual shove of his arm, Ryan nudged Zhang Fan aside. Once Ryan ceased his antics, he retrieved a Black Dragon Expedition badge from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Fan. After the assembly, the Black Dragon Expedition was ready to set off. Zhang Fan accepted the badge, noticing a flicker of evasion in Roth's gaze. Upon glancing at the badge in his palm, he observed that it indeed bore the image of a dragon, albeit a rather rotund one. Ryan, catching the expression on Zhang Fan's face, chuckled and said, "What do you think? This black dragon is my masterful design. Impressive, isn't it?" So was he who had created it. No wonder it seemed so absurd. Returning to the borders of the Kingdom Plains, although they did not take the same route as before, the swampy woodland environment was no longer unfamiliar to Zhang Fa. An hour and a half had passed since they exited the city gates, when Ryan, who had been lagging at the back, suddenly sprinted to the front of the group, panting heavily. Captain Rot! Captain Rot!" he exclaimed. Rot continued walking, glancing back at Ryan. "What is it, Ryan?" Ryan, his corpulent frame glistening with sweat from the continuous trek, replied, "Captain, we're about to enter the depths of the swamp. While it's still safe here, we must at least have a hearty meal." This fellow had been munching nonstop along the way, prompting another archer in the group, Xiao He, to look at Ryan with disdain. "Fatty, you've been eating all along. Can you still manage more?" Though Ryan was indeed overweight, he had a fiery temperament and promptly smacked his chest with a hand. "Xiao He, I may eat a lot, but my combat prowess is equally formidable." This reminded Zhang Fan to scrutinize Ryan more closely, and to his surprise, he noticed that Ryan bore no weapons. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Ryan, what exactly is your profession?" It was customary for adventurers to disclose their professions for effective teamwork during combat. In response to Zhang Fan's question, Ryan halted and rummaged through his large pocket. Zhang Fan feared that this glutton might pull out yet another food item, involuntarily twitching an eyelid. "Behold, my ultimate weapon," Ryan declared, producing a slingshot from his pocket. Zhang Fan's jaw nearly dropped. While a slingshot could inflict harm, in Alasia, it was merely a child's toy for dealing with swamp monsters. That seemed unlikely. Concerned for his own safety, Zhang Fan's skepticism was evident as he looked at Ryan. "Are you planning to crush a lizard man with stones?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's doubt, Ryan merely grinned and retrieved a green orb from his pocket, which appeared to be encased in some sort of fruit shell, exuding a peculiar aroma. "Behold my invincible lolligrass." Ryan's expression turned mischievous, and before Zhang Fan could inquire further, he wrapped a stone in the slingshot's pouch and began to spin it. As the slingshot spun faster, Ryan disregarded the astonished gazes of the others and solemnly began to chant, "Wild boar, wild rabbit, delicious buns, come to me." Whoosh! The green projectile shot into the sky, exploding with a loud bang at approximately 100 meters high. Looking up, Zhang Fan marveled at Ryan's slingshot skills, noting that without the explosion, it might have soared even higher. Suddenly, Ryan shouted, "Hey, Zhang Fan, keep up with me." Puzzled, Zhang Fan's gaze fell to the surroundings, but why was everyone running? Ryan clumsily squeezed into a nearby thicket, glancing back to see Zhang Fan still stationary. Noticing that their companions had vanished, he returned, seized Zhang Fan's arm, and dragged him into the bushes. Zhang Fan felt somewhat bewildered as Ryan pulled him through the underbrush. Fortunately, due to Ryan's bulk, he absorbed most of the bramble's damage. Once Ryan cleared the surrounding foliage and crouched down, he gasped, "Quick, hide! I, your chubby brother, am loyal and won't abandon my comrades, or you'll be in for it." Realizing something ominous was afoot, Zhang Fan followed Ryan's lead. Settling in the thicket as the clearing became deserted, a gust of wind rustled through the eerie silence. Rustle, rustle. Strange sounds began to emanate from the bushes, and Zhang Fan turned to see several large wild rabbits sniffing around the very spot where the Black Dragon expedition had recently lingered. Glancing at Ryan, he noticed drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed from a distance, a sound Zhang Fan recognized all too well. It was a giant wild boar. The rabbits, startled by the commotion, scattered in all directions that Ryan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he muttered, "The little rabbits are fleeing. Wild boars too? Thighs, oh glorious thighs, golden thighs." Zhang Fan finally understood. The item Ryan had just launched was meant to attract wildlife. Since Ryan was being rather frivolous, Zhang Fan decided to match his tone. Addressing him directly, "Fatty, was that your doing?" With a blend of pride and smugness, Ryan grinned at Zhang Fan from behind a few fronds of grass. "Impressive, isn't it? This is a genuine survival skill. With me around, you 1T need to carry supplies." "Ah, I see." No wonder Zhang Fan felt their supplies were rather scant. It turned out they hadn't brought any food. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhang Fan was processing this, two arrows suddenly flew from the opposite thicket point. One struck the wild boar's front leg, while the other ricocheted off its thick hide. The wild boar, despite being hit, showed no fear. Instead, it displayed its fierce demeanor, honing in on Rot and the other's hiding spot. Both Rot and Xiao He were archers with limited melee capabilities, and Zhang Fan knew he had to prevent the wild boar from getting too close. He swiftly unsheathed his cross-shaped sword, the sharp sound of metal drawing the boar's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan burst from the thicket, sword in hand, charging toward the boar, which let out a furious roar and dug its hooves into the ground. Preparing to collide with him, as the dark earth flew up around its hooves, Zhang Fan realized the beast possessed considerable strength. Yet he was more concerned about whether other creatures might be drawn to Ryan's potion. With the wild boar's tusks nearly upon him, Zhang Fan recalled his prior encounter with one. While it appeared fierce, it was not particularly agile. Timing the boar's charge, he sidestepped to the left just before impact, narrowly avoiding the beast's head. The wild boar, realizing its target had shifted, attempted to adjust its trajectory, but Zhang Fan had anticipated this. As the boar turned, he rolled to its left side. The wild boar was outsmarted, trying to correct its course, but its momentum from the right turn made it difficult to shift left. As it failed to connect with Zhang Fan, it suddenly skidded to a halt. The wild boar, unaware of the physics of sudden stops, tumbled uncontrollably, sending dirt and stones flying. Zhang Fan saw his chance when the boar's underbelly was exposed. He hurled his cross-shaped sword, a blue flash streaking toward the boar's soft abdomen. Arc! The shriek pierced the air as Zhang Fan's strike, capable of slaying a lizard archer, easily penetrated the boar's vulnerable belly. The sword lodged deep, over a foot inside. The wild boar regained its footing, but the sword remained diagonally embedded beneath its belly, causing it to enter a frenzied state. Disregarding its pain, it turned to charge at Zhang Fan again. The sword's hilt snagged on the grass, tearing the boar's belly open further as it ran, leaving a trail of intestines in its wake. Zhang Fan stood his ground, watching as the wild boar's speed waned until it finally collapsed before him with a thunderous thud. Before he could extract his sword, Ryan suddenly leapt from the underbrush. "Huh! Little piggy, you should submit to your chubby master." The tense atmosphere dissipated with Ryan's antics, and Zhang Fan cautiously surveyed the area. Relieved to find no other large animals approaching, the team moved closer to flip the wild boar over, aligning the sword's hilt with himself before swiftly yanking it free. With a splatter, fresh warm blood erupted into the air, nearly splattering Ryan's face. "Oh dear, I almost got hit," he exclaimed. Despite his exclamation, Ryan seemed unperturbed, his little eyes scanning the various parts of the wild boar. Zhang Fan couldn't help but voice his concern. "Ryan, aren't you worried there might be other beasts lurking about?" Ryan, having planted a foot on the boar's hind leg and feeling its meaty elasticity, turned to Zhang Fan with a grin. "Rest assured, I am a professional. The effect of the lala grass has worn off, and no animals will come this way." Surveying the surroundings, accompanied only by the soft whispers of the wind, I noted that calm had indeed returned. I silently acknowledged the professionalism of the hefty individual before me, and once again inquired of Ryan, "Pray tell, what is lala grass?" Without my noticing, Ryan had produced a short knife and was already making incisions along the neck of the wild boar. Without turning his head, he chuckled, "Lala grass? Well, you eat it, and then you relieve yourself. I found it rather ironic that my first battle as a member of the expedition team involved the extermination of wild boars. Fate certainly has a peculiar sense of humor. However, I mused, our food concerns for the coming days appear to be resolved. Since we were still on the edge of the swamp, we decided to kindle a fire and roast some meat. Although Ryan had a penchant for food, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Observing him skewering a large chunk of boar leg directly over the flames, I couldn't bear to see such prime ingredients squandered. I gently tapped his arm and advised, "Hey, if you proceed this way, it will undoubtedly end up charred on the outside and raw within." Ryan furrowed his brow and looked at me quizzically. I thought it was supposed to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I swiftly snatched the boar leg from his hands, offering him a look that conveyed the importance of learning proper technique. I then utilized my small knife to slice the meat into long strips, skewering several onto wooden sticks before placing 2 over the fire to cook. Ryan, entirely disinterested in honing his culinary skills, was rummaging through his pockets, clearly in search of salt. Knowing his intent, I focused my attention on the meat sizzling before me. When the moment came to sprinkle the salt, I turned to see that Ryan had 6 or 7 glass jars lying at his feet. I gasped in astonishment before fixing my gaze on Ryan's small eyes. "You brought so many condiments for this adventure." "Of course, it's a necessity," Ryan replied, handing me the salt jar with his left hand while gesturing in the air with his right. "What other spices do you need? Just say the word, and I'll fetch them for you." A loss for words. I thought to myself that if others were to witness this, they might mistake it for a camping feast. Nevertheless, as we had the spices, I decided to make use of them and began to slather honey over the boar leg. A rich, sweet aroma wafted from the meat, and seeing Ryan nearly drooling, I asked, aside from attracting wild boars and hares, "What else can you do, my hefty friend?" "Oh, there is much more I can do. I can even poison." Suddenly, a loud flatulence echoed through the air, leaving Ryan in an awkward position. "Don't misunderstand," he hastily clarified. "When I say poison, I mean incapacitating enemies." That I instinctively moved my nose half a meter away from him, holding my breath as I asked, "Can you directly kill the swamp monsters with poison?" Ryan shook his head. "Not directly, but I can certainly make them sluggish." Through this exchange, I began to grasp Ryan's role within the team. He was not only capable of logistics, but could also weaken the enemy's combat prowess, an invaluable support. After a delightful meal of roasted wild boar, we packed up the remnants and continued our journey. Rote led the way as we ascended a small hill, where the stony path beneath our feet vanished, revealing the familiar sight of the swampy wetlands before me once more. This hillside offered a splendid view, with a small clearing ahead, and through several towering yews, I spotted a house constructed from earth and timber in the distance. To my surprise, 2 wolfmen were bustling about in front of the house. Rote frowned. "What is going on? We cleared this area last time. Why are there wolfmen again?" Realizing this was Rote's first visit, I understood that every team must have a fixed route to better navigate their surroundings during expeditions. I could see that moment. The hefty fellow nudged me with his arm that I turned to find him winking at me, signaling that he had something to share. Leaning in to listen, Ryan whispered, "Be cautious when we engage. Although wolfmen are considered low-level monsters, the previous warrior in our team met his demise at their hands." The implication was clear. I ought not to underestimate our team as capabilities. Observing the hint of regret on Ryan's face, I recognized that he was a decent fellow. He had been the only one not to abandon me during the wild boar encounter and was now taking the time to alert me. Having previously faced a level 2 lizard man alone, I felt confident that with our numbers, 2 wolfmen would pose no challenge. I nodded slightly at Ryan and gradually placed my left hand on the hilt of my sword. Rote intended to use this spot as our resting place for the night, so he resolved to eliminate the 2 wolfmen. The battle plan was straightforward. Rote and the agile black-clad fighter would initiate long-range attacks. And when the wolfmen reacted to their assault, I and the knife-wielder Kuko would distract them, allowing the rest of the team to capitalize on the opportunity to vanquish the foes as we prepare to spring into action. Ryan suddenly asked Rote, "Captain, should I release the tranquilizer first?" Rote immediately countered, "There is no need to waste tranquilizers on these 2 wolfmen. We can eliminate them outright." Ryan's face twitched slightly, but he did not press the matter further. I was indifferent. After all, it was merely 2 wolfmen. With our archers striking first, we could certainly take down one, and I felt more than capable of handling the remaining one alone. That I subtly nodded at Rote, indicating my readiness, and Kuko drew his long knife. In response, 50 meters in front of the earthen house lay a thicket, which would serve as our point of attack. To ensure that one wolfman was rendered incapable of fighting. Rote and the agile fighter simultaneously aimed their bows at the closest wolfman. The setting sun cast a brilliant light upon the wolfman's face, revealing its shaggy fur and menacing fangs in stark detail. The wolfman was in the midst of skinning a rabbit and was about to rise to retrieve a wooden basin from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, the arrows flew, striking the wolfman squarely in the abdomen just as it stood upright. Oh, it howled in agony, clutching its stomach as it collapsed to the ground. The other wolfman, aware of the assault, bared its fangs and drew a mace from its back, gripping it tightly in its right hand. With keen senses, the wolfman quickly deduced the direction for which the arrows had come and spotted the expedition team concealed within the nearby thicket. To confront the archers, the wolfman had two choices, to close in or to flee. It evidently chose the former, letting out a fierce roar as it charged towards the thicket. While the wolfman's combat abilities were mediocre, its speed was remarkable. The distance between us closed rapidly, and I could see a flicker of anxiety on Rote and the agile fighter's faces. In haste, they released two more arrows, but the wolfman deftly evaded them as it weaved through the underbrush. Furrowing my brow slightly, I recognized that it was time for me to take action. "Kuko!" I shouted, leaping from the thicket with my crossed sword raised beside my face, adopting the standard offensive stance of a swordsman. Kuko was a fraction of a second slower to react, but I was unconcerned. After all, there was only one wolfman, and exercising caution would be prudent. Upon seeing me approach, the wolfman raised its mace high, letting out a fierce growl that sent a foul stench wafting towards me. That I was acutely aware of the mace's formidable striking power. My ordinary armor might not withstand its force. The mace was a weapon designed to breach armor, but it also had its drawbacks. If it missed its target, the wielder would require considerable time to reposition it for another attack. Yes, the spiked mace hurtled towards me. I had already coiled my left leg, and, as the mace descended, I executed a nimble sidestep, successfully evading the initial strike. The wolfman, having missed, found itself unable to quickly return the mace to its attacking position due to the weapon's considerable weight. Noticing how clumsy the weapon was in practice, I decided to take my time and observe whether the wolfman had any other tricks up its sleeve. With only one wolfman remaining, it was an excellent opportunity to gather experience. Wary that Rote and the agile fighter might continue their barrage of arrows, I swiftly maneuvered behind the wolfman, positioning myself to shield its body from their line of fire. The wolfman, realizing it had missed, turned around to face me, finally managing to adjust its mace as well. With a swift flick of the mace's handle, the heavy head was sent flying towards me once more, calculating the length of the chain. I quickly retreated a step. Given that the wolfman had already been a meter away from me when it swung, I now found myself 2 meters distant. The wolfman was unwilling to relinquish its mace, and thus its second strike also went awry, causing it to stumble slightly due to the weapon's inertia. Having successfully dodged twice, I was feeling quite pleased with myself when Ryan's warning suddenly rang out from afar. "Sung Fan, watch your back!" No sooner had his voice faded than I sensed a deadly aura approaching from behind. I swiftly turned to find a massive mace hurtling towards me. There was no time to block with my sword. In a split-second decision, I gauged the trajectory of the incoming weapon and managed to shift my body sideways just in time. Bang! The heavy mace struck my chest plate with a resounding thud. Though the blue iron was twice as resilient as regular steel, the mace's spikes left several indentations upon impact. That was close. Fortuitously, my forged blue armor absorbed the brunt of the blow. Zhang Fan was struck by the tremendous force of the warhammer, skillfully utilizing the momentum to execute a backward roll, successfully evading the range of a secondary attack. He then positioned his crossed sword across his chest, meticulously observing his opponent. Before him stood a towering werewolf, not only wielding a chain hammer that was significantly larger, but also clad in leather armor. Be cautious. That is a dire werewolf. They are remarkably swift. Ryan's warning heightened Zhang Fan's vigilance. And no sooner had Ryan's words left his lips than the formidable werewolf lunged forward with astonishing speed, swinging its chain hammer like a tempest. Zhang Fan wondered why the archers had yet to arrive for support. However, he understood that he must focus entirely on the menacing werewolf before him. Seizing the moment when the chain hammer was taut, he swiftly aimed for the iron chain's position and unleashed his cross sword in a flash. The forefront of the cross sword collided violently with the iron chain, producing a sharp clang that reverberated through the air. The werewolf's hammer chain suddenly snapped, and the hammerhead, propelled by inertia, grazed past Zhang Fan's side, crashing into the earth several meters away. The werewolf was left grasping an empty iron handle, likely the first time his weapon had been severed in such a manner. His arm momentarily froze mid-air. Capitalizing on the residual force from his previous strike, Zhang Fan's body spun abruptly, and his cross sword traced a grand arc through the air. With tremendous power, the blow descended upon the werewolf, who instinctively attempted to block with the chain hammer. Unfortunately, without the weight of the hammerhead, the iron chain was easily deflected by the cross sword. With a sickening crunch, a fountain of blood erupted forth. The werewolf's head, liberated from its neck, tumbled to the ground, its eyes blinking in disbelief even as it lay lifeless. Having dispatched the dire werewolf, Zhang Fan turned to glance at Kuko, who was embroiled in combat with another werewolf. 2 arrows already embedded in its body. Although the arrows had not struck any vital areas, the werewolf's movements were clearly impeded. Yet, even in this condition, Kuko struggled to subdue his foe, revealing his lackluster combat prowess. Taking advantage of the werewolf's distraction, Zhang Fan approached from behind, and with his cross sword aimed at the creature's back, he delivered a decisive strike, piercing through its heart. The werewolf's body stiffened abruptly. Once Zhang Fan withdrew his sword, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ryan burst forth from the underbrush and enveloped Zhang Fan in a bear hug. Zhang Fan, you are truly a hidden gem. Grateful for Ryan's timely alert that had allowed him to evade the werewolf's ambush, Zhang Fan expressed his appreciation. I owe you my thanks, otherwise I would likely have a gaping hole on my forehead right now. Haha, it's nothing. We are teammates. Ryan released Zhang Fan and turned towards the werewolf's corpse. Just as he prepared to crouch down and sever the werewolf's ear, he suddenly recalled that the adventure trading post no longer accepted such trophies, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. After a brief pause, he cursed under his breath. Curse them. Now these wolf ears are worthless. Ryan's words evoked a shared sense of dismay among the other team members. Killing werewolves was no easy feat, and now they could not even sell their spoils, yet they had no choice but to confront them on their journey. That night, they decided to take turns keeping watch, and Ryan and Zhang Fan were assigned to share a room for sleep. Today's battle had revealed the true capabilities of the Black Dragon exploration team, which could only be described as average. They managed to barely hold their own against the werewolves, but when it came to hunting lizard archers for bounties, it was uncertain whether they would not end up as dinner for the lizardmen. Moonlight filtered through the window into the room, and Zhang Fan used his arm as a pillow, his mind heavy with thoughts, causing his eyes to remain wide open for a long time. Fatty, why do you want to be an adventurer? The rotund companion had overindulged at dinner, his hand absent-mindedly rubbing his large belly. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's question, the sound of his belly rubbing gradually ceased. With such strength, it would be a waste not to be an adventurer. Zhang Fan had witnessed Ryan's shamelessness throughout the day, prompting him to press further. What strength? Ryan suddenly produced a green pellet, and Zhang Fan promptly thumped him on the forehead. Quickly put away that lollagrass. You might attract wild boars at this hour. Ryan chuckled, stowing the lollagrass and countering. Then why are you here adventuring? Zhang Fan's gaze drifted to the beam above, where moonlight and shadows intertwined to form a beautiful visage that I am here for a friend, and I aim to join the Swordsman Guild. Only through real combat can I rapidly enhance my swordsmanship. Having witnessed Zhang Fan's prowess earlier, Ryan tilted his head to regard him. You are impressive. You can definitely be promoted to a swordsman. Zhang Fan was uncertain of his own skill level in any case. As Kyle had mentioned, he needed to take more risks and gain experience. However, his mind was preoccupied with another concern. As they pressed forward tomorrow, they would soon enter Lizardman territory, given the strength of the Black Dragon exploration team. Would they truly be able to navigate through safely "Fatty, do you think we'll be in danger tomorrow?" Izzy. The fellow had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. Zhang Fan shook his head and succumbed to slumber as well. Lizard men excelled in archery and preyed on animals for sustenance. Their marksmanship was not particularly remarkable. However, their sturdy scales and robust strength made them formidable in close combat upon entering the swampy forest. The Black Dragon exploration team proceeded with utmost caution, often concealing themselves to observe from positions with good visibility. While crouched among a patch of purslane, they suddenly spotted a lizard man emerging from the dense foliage. Lizard men preferred to hunt alone, and this one had inadvertently stumbled into the embrace of the Black Dragon exploration team. It was a prime opportunity for an ambush. Zhang Fan proposed a new tactic, instructing Ryan to mimic the sounds of a wild boar in the underbrush to lure the lizard man closer, while he would launch a surprise attack to eliminate it. Rod expressed some concern. He was more adept at long-range shots, and if he were to take a shot while the lizard man was distracted, it might lead to a swift victory. However, bringing the lizard man close posed a risk for him. Sensing the team's apprehension towards the lizard man, Zhang Fan was acutely aware of the lizardman's tough scales and leather armor. Based on his assessment of Rot and Xiaohei's swordsmanship, he doubted they could achieve a one-shot kill. If the lizard man were to be startled and retaliated with ranged attacks, it could become a drawn-out battle, and the lizard man might even summon reinforcements. If Ryan agreed to stay and assist, Zhang Fan would have the confidence to dispatch the lizard man himself. Thus, he patted Ryan's shoulder and asked, "Fatty, would you dare to stay and help me with this trap?" Ryan frowned slightly, but upon seeing Zhang Fan's unwavering confidence, he nodded decisively. "What's a single lizard man to me? I am not afraid." With Ryan's affirmation, Zhang Fan felt assured. Since I was already worried, it would be prudent to send them away. However, he also wanted to provide them with an escape route, pointing towards a dense pine tree 100 meters to the east. He said, "Captain, you all should hide beneath that pine tree for now. If we encounter any trouble, you can provide support." The pine tree was nearly 100 meters away, making it difficult to hit the lizard man from there. The so-called reinforcements were merely a pretext for Zhang Fan to give himself an exit. Rot's expression was complex. His fear made him feel awkward, yet he deemed his life more precious than his pride. Ultimately, he led Xiaohei and Kuko to quietly slip away from the purslane patch. Once the three had concealed themselves behind the pine tree, the sounds of a wild boar echoed near Zhang Fan. The underbrush stirred, and Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, glancing at Ryan, who was rolling in the grass. This fellow was mimicking the wild boar a little too convincingly, as if a genuine wild boar was rooting nearby. The lizard man caught the sound, its sharp head turning as its eyes gleamed with curiosity. With a bow in its left hand and a dagger in its right, it approached the purslane patch with slow, deliberate steps. Ryan was positioned several meters away from Zhang Fan, perfectly aligning with the lizardman's trajectory, a calculated distance they had agreed upon. As the lizardman's footsteps grew closer, its gaze completely overlooked Zhang Fan's hiding spot. When the distance closed to less than 3 meters, Zhang Fan suddenly sprang into action, thrusting his sword with all his might. The lizard man, startled by the noise behind it, halted and turned its body. However, Zhang Fan had already committed to his full-force attack. By the time the lizardman's eyes shifted toward him, the crossed sword was already pressed against its flank. "Die!" he roared, and with a swift motion, the crossed sword pierced through the lizardman's tough scales. The force combined with a razor-sharp blade penetrated deep into the lizardman's body, causing catastrophic damage to multiple organs, and no matter how resilient the lizard man was, it was rendered incapable of survival. Zhang Fan observed the light in the lizardman's eyes swiftly dimming. He felt his sword being gradually pushed deeper into the creature. With a decisive pull, the sword was drawn free, and the lizard man collapsed, lifeless, into the underbrush. Ryan, who had been pretending to be a wild boar, had been keeping a watchful eye on the lizard man. Upon witnessing Zhang Fan effortlessly dispatch the creature, he sprang up from the grass and embraced Zhang Fan once more, exclaiming, "Hooray for Zhang Fan!" As the sound faded, before Zhang Fan could react, he lowered his head, preparing to slice open the corner of the lizardman's eye. A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Fan. From the moment he first stepped into the swamp until now, he felt increasingly adept at slaying lizard men, it became evident to him that combat was indeed the finest means of honing one's martial skills. Just as Zhang Fan was lost in his exhilaration, a sudden buzzing sound resonated from the distant sky. "What is that noise?" Zhang Fan exclaimed, glancing towards the source. Yet first, he spotted nothing amiss. However, his rotund companion abruptly yanked at his armor. "Duck! Quick! Duck! It's a poison fly!" Zhang Fan's heart raced. He recalled how Anya's wolf-head squad had perished at the hands of the poison flies, prompting him to hastily crouch within the underbrush. Poison flies were undoubtedly formidable Tier 3 creatures of the swamp, surpassing lizardmen by a rank, and they bore a bounty 2 silver coins greater. Rot and his comrades were in dire straits, having taken refuge where the poison flies were headed. Despite the towering and dense pine trees, the ground lacked cover, and they were swiftly discovered by the flies. Zhang Fan uttered a curse as he saw Rot and the others frantically emerge from behind the pines, and he raised his gaze above them. This time, he beheld the creature, a long, snake-like monstrosity with 2 pairs of transparent wings. The poison fly moved with alarming speed. It seemed imminent that Rot and his companions would be attacked. They dared not engage the lizardmen in close combat, let alone resist a poison fly. In that critical moment, Zhang Fan turned to Ryan. "Fatty, can you lure the poison fly over here?" To his surprise, Ryan had already launched his sling, his small eyes fixated on the direction of the fly. "I was just about to consult you. I didn't expect you to be so loyal." Ryan, though flawed in many respects, exhibited remarkable team spirit, instinctively reaching out to assist his comrades in times of crisis. The sling flew from his hand, hurling a yellow projectile rapidly into the air, which then exploded with a bang. The poison fly, in pursuit of Rot and his companions, was drawn by the sound of the explosion. Mid-flight, it suddenly flapped its wings and halted in mid-air, its enlarged compound eyes fixating on Ryan's position. Recognizing the fly's sudden, peculiar halt, Zhang Fan understood that it possessed remarkable agility. Reminding himself to proceed with utmost caution, he then rotated his crossed sword in the light, allowing a glimmer to reflect off the poison fly's head. The poison fly abruptly turned its gaze towards Zhang Fan, and with a resounding buzz of its wings, it lunged directly at him, scattering a fine powder in its wake. Ryan hastily offered a small pill, urging Zhang Fan quickly swallow the antidote. Stunned, Zhang Fan realized that as the strange powder descended, his reactions were slowing. That he quickly accepted the pill, biting into it before swallowing. The taste was peculiar, but there was no time to ponder. As the poison fly raced towards him like an arrow in flight, he opted to wield his sword with one hand, allowing for greater agility in his response. Meanwhile, the poison fly, as it traversed through the airborne powder, began to noticeably slow its speed. The blue light flickered upon Zhang Fan's cross-sword, yet the poison fly ignored it. In this swamp, it was the aerial sovereign, unconcerned with the numbness coursing through its body as it curved its sharp stinger forward. Intent on piercing this audacious human, Zhang Fan focused intently on the fly's trajectory. Noticing its form becoming clearer in his sight, a thought flashed through his mind. He bore armor, and the poison fly would likely aim for his neck or head. Given the fly's incredible speed, the odds of evading were slim, and it could exploit its swift advantage to attack repeatedly. One misstep could spell disaster. Seizing the moment while the poison fly was still affected by the paralysis, he resolved to take a risk and counterattack. The poison fly was nearly upon him, its eyes locked onto his attack path. As the fly's stinger glimmered, Zhang Fan raised his crossed sword in defense. Clang! The impact of their collision rang out like the clash of metal. The fly's stinger struck precisely against Zhang Fan's cross-sword, leaving a white mark upon the otherwise unyielding blade. With its attack thwarted, the poison fly swiftly retreated and hovered in mid-air, astonished that this human could block its lethal strike so instantaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows zipped in from the direction of the pines. But the poison fly merely swayed its body, evading the projectiles that flew harmlessly into the forest. For Zhang Fan, those 2 arrows merely afforded him a brief respite. The poison fly was too agile, effortlessly dodging arrows from such a distance. The recent block had profoundly shaken Zhang Fan. He realized that successfully intercepting the fly's attack was not merely a matter of speed, but rather a matter of preemptively predicting its assault pattern, a cerebral contest. As he watched the poison fly tense its body into an arc again, he knew another attack was imminent. Would it target his neck this time? Or perhaps his head? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. He could not recklessly swing his sword that a failed attack could leave him vulnerable. Allowing the poison fly to strike, he needed to defend once more, this time anticipating an attack on his neck. Here it comes, he thought, his focus sharpening to eye in that moment. The world around him faded away, leaving only the poison fly in his sight. The creature's second assault approached with alarming rapidity, but Zhang Fan, fully concentrated, managed to track its movements with clarity. The white light of the fly's stinger drew near, yet this time it was raised slightly higher than before, causing a flicker of concern in Zhang Fan's mind. Had he miscalculated? He quickly fixed his gaze on the fly's eyes, only to discover that its dark pupils were clearly locked onto his neck. "You seek to deceive me." Zhang Fan's heart chilled as he swiftly crossed his cross-sword before his throat. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed again. Drawing from his previous experience, Zhang Fan successfully deflected the incoming strike, instantly transitioning his cross-sword into a horizontal slash. With a swift motion, the blue light sliced through the poison fly's body. It reacted with astonishing speed, immediately retreating. Yet one of its transparent wings was severed in the process. Though the poison fly possessed 4 wings, losing one did not hinder its ability to fly entirely. But the unexpected injury forced it to distance itself from Zhang Fan, its movements becoming erratic and less fluid. Nearby, Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been so close to the encounter and yet had failed to perceive the intricacies of Zhang Fan's duel with the poison fly. Only upon witnessing Zhang Fan sever the fly's wing did he grasp the magnitude of the creature's loss. The poison fly was undeniably a Tier 3 swamp creature, and for Zhang Fan, a mere apprentice swordsman. To handle it with such ease was truly remarkable. Be why the gods above. You did it, Zhang Fan. You have wounded a poison fly. Yet the significance of this achievement was not a concern for Zhang Fan at that moment. The poison fly now hovered 4 meters above him, its eyes brimming with malice, signaling that it would strike again at any moment. Just then, amidst their standoff, a rhythmic sound of metal scraping echoed from afar. The poison fly turned mid-air, revealing a squad of crusaders charging towards them. The crusaders were clad in heavy armor, leaving no apparent weaknesses for attack. Their great swords were both heavy and sharp. Engaging them in a direct confrontation would spell doom for the poison fly. Not foolish, the fly sensed the impending threat and flapped its wings vigorously, preparing to flee. Whoosh! A black net shot into the sky. And the poison fly, in a desperate attempt to evade, found itself a moment too late. This net was specifically designed to ensnare flying creatures, and it enveloped the poison fly, ensnaring its wings, without the support of its wings. The creature plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Zhang Fan then observed a tall crusader approaching rapidly. Without greeting, the soldier swung his great sword towards the ensnared poison fly. With a swift motion, the fly was cleaved in 2, yellow fluid spraying from its severed body, rendering it lifeless in an instant. Zhang Fan recognized the individual as a soldier from Malaysia. There were 8 of them, all crusaders, but he knew that the outpost city only had 5 crusaders, meaning these swordsmen must have hailed from another fortress. He sheathed his crossed sword at his waist, casting an envious glance at the crusader's emblem on his chest. "Sir Crusader, may I inquire where you hail from?" The crusader, placing his great sword on his back, surveyed Zhang Fan, his attire causing a flicker of confusion. "I am Charad, leader of the swordsmanship team from Dunwo City. I noticed you wield a cross-sword, yet your armor appears distinct. Are you a swordsman?" Indeed, Zhang Fan's armor did not conform to the standard of the swordsmanship team. He had designed it to suit himself and to prevent misunderstanding. He shook his head in response. "Greetings, Leader Charad. I am Zhang Fan, an apprentice swordsman from the outpost city." Charad, having not seen a swordsmanship emblem upon Zhang Fan's chest, recalled seeing him inflict damage upon a poison fly just moments ago. A smile of approval graced his face as he remarked, "You performed admirably, managing to confront a poison fly head-on and inflict injury upon it. In truth, This situation can be attributed to multiple factors. Firstly, the poisonous flies were rendered sluggish due to paralysis. Secondly, I am equipped with sturdy half-body armor. Zhang Fan's face lit up with a glimmer of luck as he remarked, "This could be considered fortuitous. However, Sir Charad, I am curious as to why you have ventured this far. If my memory serves me right, Dunwo City is at least 200 miles from here, in the northern border region. There are restrictions on the hunting of swamp creatures, and Charad was well aware that he had crossed into the territory of the Watchtower City. Although all of us are subjects under the rule of the King of Eurasia." He felt compelled to explain, "I sincerely apologize. We are in pursuit of a migrating family of lizards, and we did not anticipate that our chase would lead us here. The lizards are not to be confused with lizard men. Generally, only the six-legged lizards are referred to as such. These six-legged lizards are classified as level 4 swamp creatures, possessing immense size. Not only are they formidable in both offense and defense, but they can also unleash mental curses, capable of momentarily petrifying individuals, a true object of admiration for the Black Dragon adventurers." Suddenly, Roth exclaimed in terror, "Are you saying six-legged lizards? By the gods, if lizards appear here, countless adventuring parties will surely meet their doom." Charad nodded in agreement. "Precisely for this reason, we have traversed the borders of Watchtower City. We must exterminate the family of lizards that has emerged from the depths of the swamp." This was without question. If Zhang Fan and his companions were to encounter a group of lizards, the outcome would be all too predictable. Zhang Fan was aware that he could not offer much assistance, yet out of courtesy, he inquired, "Captain Charad, is there anything we could do to assist you?" Initially, it was merely a formality, but to his surprise, Charad indeed had a request. He gestured towards the packs on the backs of the other crusaders and said, "As it happens, we have gathered quite a bit of loot during our journey, but our heavy armor makes it inconvenient to carry while pursuing the lizards. If you would be willing, I invite you to join our party to help transport the supplies. Once this matter is concluded, I shall share some of the spoils with you." From Zhang Fan's perspective, serving as logistical support for an entire squad of crusaders was secondary. The real allure lay in the combat experience he could gain during the journey, along with the prospect of a small reward afterward. Why not seize the opportunity? The 8 crusaders led the way northward, with werewolves and lizardmen fleeing in terror. The crusaders' pace was not swift, allowing the members of the Black Dragon adventurers, burdened with supplies, to keep up with ease. Ryan, who was initially carrying a heavy sack of rations, struggled to walk. Observing his difficulty, Zhang Fan exchanged his own bag of lizard eyes for Ryan's. Noticing that Riel had been silently forging ahead, Zhang Fan curiously remarked, "Fatty, why haven't I heard you complain about hunger?" Ryan smiled helplessly. "I would love to stop for a bite, but the thought of a few large lizards potentially charging out at any moment keeps me from delaying. It's crucial to stay close to the crusaders." This elicited a hearty laugh from Zhang Fan. They were currently following the lizard tracks deeper into the swampy forest, where lizardmen archers no longer posed a significant threat. Carelessness could, however, attract a couple of poisonous flies or even more fearsome dragonflies. Fortunately, the crusaders ahead were formidable fighters, rendering the level 3 monsters a negligible concern. "Stop," Charad bellowed, bringing the clanking sound of armor that had echoed throughout the morning to a halt. He bent down to examine a set of claw prints that measured an entire foot in length. He then raised his head to caution everyone, "Be cautious. These are fresh tracks." Previously, Zhang Fan had been unfamiliar with the prints of 6-legged lizards. But after 2 days of tracking, he instantly recognized them. At this moment, a palpable tension enveloped the group. Facing a giant lizard, even the crusaders would need to fight for their lives, and they would have to be particularly vigilant. The lizards moved quietly, making them difficult to track. The only means of gauging their direction was by assessing the freshness of their footprints. Charad observed the tracks veering around a small hill ahead and promptly ordered, "Let us ascend that hill. We should be close to the lizards." Zhang Fan looked up. The small hill was not particularly high, yet several broad-leaved sycamores offered adequate cover. Once everyone reached the summit, an expansive wetland plain revealed itself before them. Zhang Fan knew that such areas were ideal habitats for large swamp creatures, so he fixed his gaze into the distance. "Look over there," he called out, pointing toward a puddle several hundred meters away, a place notorious for harboring crocodiles. For lizards, crocodiles are among the best sources of sustenance. Take the tea that moment. Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon the large puddle, where approximately 6 or 7 lizards were submerging themselves. Engrossed in their hunt, one particularly massive specimen stood out, its scales taking on a bluish hue. Charad raised his right fist to his ear, signaling everyone to crouch down. Once all had concealed themselves beneath the sycamore leaves, he turned to Zhang Fan and his companions, instructing, when the Crusaders advance to attack, you will remain here on standby. All nodded in agreement. The giant lizard was not something they could afford to provoke, as a single swipe could reduce them to mere pulp. Charad then began to devise a strategy, assigning the 8 Crusaders to each lizard and forming a line. Taking advantage of the lizard's attention being focused on the puddle, they gradually approached the group of lizards. The faces of the Black Dragon adventurers were etched with tension. Zhang Fan assessed the distance between himself and the lizards, suddenly unburdening his satchel and glancing at Ryan beside him. Fatty, please hold on to this for me. I'm going to take a closer look. Although Zhang Fan was stronger than the others present, facing a 6-legged lizard was an entirely different matter. Ryan's expression turned to one of surprise. What do you intend to do? That place is off limits. Zhang Fan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I just want to get a bit closer for a look that I won't go further than halfway down the slope. Without giving Ryan a chance to voice further concerns, he trotted down the hill. Once he reached a spot 200 meters from the puddle, the 6 robust legs and a massive horn on the lizard's snout became vividly discernible. Zhang Fan dared not advance further, and, spotting a patch of dense foxtail grass nearby, crouched low to conceal himself. The Crusaders drew nearer to the group of lizards until one of the giant lizards turned its head, leaving only 30 to 40 meters between them. Charad raised his great sword high, declaring with fervor, fellow swordsmen, for glory, bravely slay the enemy. The swamp creatures were enemies of Eurasia, and at this moment, the sun shone brightly upon the golden armor of the Crusaders. The sound of iron boots striking the ground gradually synchronized. Small beasts and birds fell silent under the weight of their imposing presence. Apart from the sound of footsteps, the wilderness was suddenly hushed. With only a few meters separating them, all the lizards had turned to face the Crusaders, their heads adorned with formidable horns and sharp fangs, their massive jaws extending from their snouts down to a purple crest. Their bodies covered in green scales from head to tail, and their 6 stout yet agile legs marking them as apex predators. Charad had a clear target in mind, the significantly larger giant lizard, while the remaining Crusaders were assigned to tackle the other lizards, with one assisting Charad in his assault on the giant. The giant lizard, though massive, was remarkably swift, as the Crusaders raised their shields and swords high. The lizard also prepared for battle, rearing its head skyward. The clash of combat commenced. As the leader of the swordsmen, Charad needed to establish an aura of dominance. With a powerful leap, he brought his heavy sword crashing down towards the azure giant lizard. The lizard, in turn, charged forward, its massive horn aimed directly at Charad's chest. Clang! The sound of their collision reverberated across the plain. Charad's nearly full-force strike was met head-on by the lizard's hard horn. With its attack neutralized, the giant lizard propelled itself forward. Its horn aimed squarely at Charad's chest. If struck, no armor would withstand the impact, and Charad could do nothing but raise his left shield to counter the blow. Bang! Charad's body was halted mid-air by the collision. His shield bore a dent where the lizard's horn had struck, a fact notable given that this area of the shield was nearly an inch thick. The assisting Crusader, seeing the 2 combatants evenly matched, seized the opportunity to flank the giant lizard, launching into the air to deliver a heavy strike to its neck. Zhang Fan, watching this fierce spectacle from a distance, felt his blood surge with excitement. He swung his right fist, convinced that this strike would surely wound the giant lizard. However, the situation took a sudden turn. The giant lizard swiftly turned to face the Crusader, a flash of white light sparking in its eyes. At the same moment, the other lizards in the vicinity seemed to respond to some unseen call, their eyes glowing with the same white light. "Beware, it's the petrifying gaze," Charad shouted, followed by a rallying cry. "Long live Eurasia!" The warriors of Eurasia, devoted to the light, possessed a certain resistance to mental control, and petrification was indeed a form of such control. Long live Other swordsmen readily agreed. Even so, there were still 3 swordsmen who failed to gain immunity in time. The petrifying gaze ensnared them, freezing them in place, including the crusader who was leaping in midair. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. If the 3 crusaders were petrified, the battle would shift from a numerical advantage to a disadvantage. The situation would immediately become unfavorable for the crusaders. Zhang Fan understood that if the crusaders were to fail, they too would be in peril. In a moment of desperation, he clenched his fists tightly and silently recited, "Light of the Swordsman." In the name of the Swordsman, in an instant, all the crusaders received the blessing of the light of the swordsman, and 8 beams of sword light flickered through the air like stars. A miracle occurred. The 3 crusaders on the brink of petrification were enveloped by the light of the swordsman, and the petrification effect immediately faltered, restoring their bodies to normal. All the crusaders suddenly became invigorated. The heavy swords in their hands felt light and sharp, and their fighting spirit intensified. Now was the time to unleash their signature skills. Crusaders, slay the enemies. With a whoosh, 8 heavy swords descended simultaneously, instantly injuring 5 lizards at their necks, green blood gushing forth. The lizard skin and flesh were exceedingly tough. Even the force of the heavy swords did not render them entirely incapacitated at that moment. The leading giant lizard suddenly raised its head toward the sky, preparing to lead the lizards in a desperate counterattack. "Kill!" The 8 crusaders shouted in unison. This time, they activated the crusader skill, Chain Slash. Swish, crack, the heavy swords swung again in an instant. With the skill's enhancement, the speed of the strikes was beyond mere description, akin to an instant. The lizards, attempting to counterattack, were struck again by the crusaders' sudden, rapid slashes. Even the leading giant lizard suffered a grievous blow, green blood spurting into the AI in a single chain slash. The tide of battle turned completely. All the lizards were severely wounded, and realizing their imminent defeat, they began to retreat in fear, desperate to evade further strikes from the crusaders' heavy swords. Seeing the dire situation, the giant lizard swept its massive tail in a desperate attempt to intimidate Charade into fleeing. Charade, seasoned in battle, had been waiting for this opportunity. As the giant lizard's spiked tail swept by, he leaped high into the air. Not only did he evade the giant lizard's tail attack, but he also executed a jumping slash. Crack! In Zhang Fan's astonished gaze, the heavy sword struck once more at the spot where the chain slash had landed, and with the combined force of 3 strikes, the giant lizard's head was severed cleanly. In an instant, green blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the ground within a 4 to 5 meter radius. The giant lizard was the leader of the lizard kin, and upon witnessing their leader's demise, the other giant lizards were thrown into disarray, turning to flee in panic. However, the lizards, now all injured, could not escape the pursuit of the crusaders. Swish! The second lizard had its tail severed. Without its tail, it could not maintain balance and collapsed in agony. The crusader behind it thrust his heavy sword into the lizard's abdomen, piercing through its soft underbelly, and then discarded his round shield, wielding the sword with both hands to deliver a fierce slash. Completely opening the lizard's abdomen, the lizard thrashed violently in its dying moments, spilling its innards onto the ground. Soon came the third, then the fourth, until all the lizards were eradicated. 0 to 7. This was a glorious battle. The swordsman captain, Charade, raised his heavy sword triumphantly and shouted, "Victory! Victory!" The other swordsmen echoed in unison. Their boisterous voices reverberated like thunder across the wetland, lingering in the air. Once Charade lowered his heavy sword, his gaze suddenly turned toward the hillside behind him, where Zhang Fan was hiding. Zhang Fan, a 3rd-level ability user, had just enough power to bestow the light of the swordsman's skill upon the 8th swordsman. However, after casting the skill, his mana was nearly depleted, and he now felt dizzy. Upon learning of their victory, cheers erupted from the summit, but Zhang Fan was focused on recovering his mana and was unable to join in the celebration. Suddenly, a voice called out from above him. "Zhang Fan, are you all right?" Zhang Fan, fighting through his dizziness, looked up to see a resolute face gazing back at him. It was Charade, the swordsman captain, as the captain. Charade possessed the keenest instincts on the battlefield. He recognized the blessing skill just used, and upon observing his surroundings, he concluded that Zhang Fan was the most likely candidate to have cast it. Seeing Zhang Fan's pale face, which clearly indicated severe mana exhaustion, confirmed his suspicions about the light of the swordsman being Zhang Fan's doing. Yet, with the same intent as Kale, he chose to keep this matter confidential. Zhang Fan, feeling dizzy, found it difficult to muster a smile as Charade's sunlight bore down upon him. Charade said nothing more, simply helping Zhang Fan to his feet and supporting him back to the summit. Having triumphed over 7 lizards, one of which was a giant lizard, everyone was absorbed in the victory and did not notice that Zhang Fan appeared somewhat unwell. When Charade arrived, the swordsmen gathered together. During their recent battle with the lizards, they had suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength, which naturally piqued their curiosity. They cast questioning glances at Charade, who offered only a mysterious smile in response. Swordsmen, remember your mission. The light of the swordsman will grant us strength and will. Zhang Fan noticed that Charade frequently observed him, suspecting that the captain had already deduced that he was the one who activated the light of the swordsman skill. Kale had once mentioned that those possessing this skill would alter the landscape of the Alasia swordsman's faction, advising him to avoid revealing his abilities too early. However, today Zhang Fan had no choice. He did not wish to witness the Crusaders suffer harm before his eyes. A few swordsmen had sustained minor injuries and were currently tending to them. Zhang Fan sat on the soft grass. And a gust of wind swept by, the unique scent of the wetland revitalizing his spirits. Swordsman, have you ever considered leaving the outpost city? Zhang Fan looked up to see Charade, the unexpected question causing him to feel a sense of wariness. Reminding himself to remain calm, he met Charade's gaze with a faint expression. I have not considered it. My mother is in the outpost city, and I will not choose to leave for the time being. Charade sat down beside Zhang Fan, picking up a handful of grass from the ground to clean the lizard's blood from his body. Unfortunately, the grass was also green, making it difficult to wipe away the lizard's blood. If you go to Dunwo City, I can recommend you to become a formal swordsman, no examination required. Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Charade would not casually recommend him to become a swordsman without reason. And he suspected that his abilities had already been discovered. Charade noticed the sudden shift in Zhang Fan's expression. He was a man of integrity. He immediately reassured him with a smile. Do not worry. I will keep your secret. You are the future of the swordsman and will inevitably become the object of admiration for all. Indeed, it seemed that Charade had discovered the truth, but hearing the captain's tone of honesty put Zhang Fan at ease. At that moment, Charade reminded him of Kale back in the outpost city. Kale was sunny, while Charade was resolute. Both possessed great qualities that Charade's candor allowed Zhang Fan to genuinely calm down. He then placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly to Charade. Thank you, Sir Charade. I have many concerns in the outpost city, that if what you say is true, I believe that one day we shall reunite. Charade nodded in understanding and suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from his belongings. Tossing it to Zhang Fan. Keep this. It will be useful for you in the future. Before Zhang Fan could carefully examine the piece of paper, Charade had already stood up and walked toward the celebrating crowd. Soon, the Crusaders began to pack their gear, and Charade gathered everyone together, preparing to fulfill his promise. Everyone, our mission to pursue the lizard tribe has been completed. From now on, the swordsman faction will return to Dunwo City. As a token of gratitude, I will give each of you 10 silver coins as a reward. 10 silver coins was a substantial sum. The Black Dragon Expedition team typically received only 3 or 4 silver coins for surviving each mission. Charade's reputation was extremely high among the group, primarily due to the shocking scene of him severing the giant lizard's head. Under Ryan's lead, several members began to express their gratitude, chanting, "Long live the swordsman faction." Next, Charade personally distributed 10 gleaming silver coins to each member. When it came to Zhang Fan, however, Charade handed him a lizard horn instead. Zhang Fan was taken aback, about to inquire when another swordsman interjected. Hey, this lizard horn can be exchanged for 15 silver coins in Dunwo City. Charade did not respond, merely pressing the lizard horn into Zhang Fan's hands before turning and raising his hand. Everyone gather. Once we exit the lizard territory, we shall part ways. The lizard horn was worth 10 silver coins in the outpost city. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. quickly wrapping the lizard horn securely and placing it back in his backpack before rising to follow the swordsmen as they set off. When Zhang Fan reached Ryan's side, he nudged the other with his backpack and asked, "Fatty, why can the lizard horn sell for 15 silver coins in Dunwo City?" Ryan suddenly wore an enigmatic expression and remarked, "Why do you think the Outpost City Exploration Team is prohibited from trading goods in other cities?" At his prompting, Zhang Fan instantly understood. This implied that the Lord of Outpost City could sell these monster materials at a premium in other cities, potentially earning a 50% profit just from selling to Dunwo City. Immediately, another question sprang to Zhang Fan's mind. To whom would Dunwo City sell these items? Although Ryan appeared to act carelessly, his thoughts were quite astute. He sensed Zhang Fan's contemplation and promptly patted Zhang Fan's arm. "I've heard that at the southernmost reaches of the war continent, there exists a nation primarily composed of alchemists. They require a vast quantity of special materials for their alchemy, and these alchemists are exceedingly wealthy." This notion was entirely new to Zhang Fan. He only knew that traveling to the southernmost part of the continent necessitated passing through the territory of the southern barbarians. Unfortunately, the barbarians had long been hostile to Alashia, rendering it nearly impossible for the Alashans to traverse that area. Upon reflecting on this, Zhang Fan cast a surprised glance at Ryan. Ryan then pressed his finger to his lips and whispered, "This matter could be significant or trivial. Do not speak of it." In the marshy woodlands, if one could glimpse the stony paths, it signified proximity to the Alashan plains at that moment. Everyone paused. The Dunwo swordsmen and the Black Dragon exploration team exchanged respectful farewells, with one group heading south directly back to Outpost City and the other traversing the area between the outpost and the marshes to return to Dunwo City. The bounty from this venture left everyone satisfied. As they walked, Ryan, in a rather flamboyant manner, tossed 2 silver coins high into the air. "What a bountiful harvest! I can already smell the aroma of grilled fish and stewed meat. Yes, and juniper liquor." Zhang Fan was speechless. This fellow was solely fixated on feasting after acquiring wealth. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy. If he sold the lizard's horn in his possession, his savings would amount to 20 silver coins, bringing him one step closer to 70. In his elation, he instinctively looked up to inhale some fresh air. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye in the left thicket. "Be careful." Zhang Fan lunged forward, tackling Ryan to the ground. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late, as an arrow swiftly shot forth, striking Ryan in the calf. Ryan, struck by the arrow, dropped the silver coins from his hand without even glancing at his injury. Instead, he inexplicably shouted, "My coins!" This fellow seemed to value money over life, but Zhang Fan had no time to attend to him. He quickly rolled to his feet, drawing his cross sword from his waist and sprinting towards the thicket at breakneck speed. As he ran, Zhang Fan silently counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upon reaching 1, he abruptly changed direction. An arrow flew out from the underbrush, narrowly missing him by mere inches, leaving the onlookers astounded as if they had witnessed a rehearsed performance. This was the advantage of real combat. Zhang Fan had mastered the lizardmen's archery rhythm, allowing him to anticipate the timing of their shots even without visual confirmation of the archers hidden in grass. "I found you!" Zhang Fan roared, accelerating towards the thicket and silently invoking Light of the Swordsman. His crossed sword suddenly radiated brilliance before sweeping broadly, slicing through the vines and roots within the thicket. Directly aimed at the lizardman's position. Clang! The lizardman successfully blocked the strike with a short knife, yet he misjudged the sharpness of the forged blue cross sword, causing his weapon to shatter. The sword, propelled by Zhang Fan's tremendous force, continued its trajectory, swiftly cleaving through the lizardman's body. Hiss! The lizardman's distinctive, anguished cry echoed through the thicket. The kill was remarkably smooth. Zhang Fan had indeed made substantial progress during this time. The Light of the Swordsman provided a 30% boost in combat effectiveness, coupled with the weapon's sharpness, resulting in a formidable synergy. As he exited the thicket, Zhang Fan deftly flicked his sword. Collecting 2 lizard eyes, concerned for Ryan, he hurried back to assess his friend's injury. The round trip took less than 5 minutes. Ryan appeared to be in considerable pain, but to Zhang Fan's surprise, he did not wail or lament. Observing the depth of the arrow embedded in his leg, it seemed the tip had lodged itself in the bone, complicating matters as it had not fully penetrated the limb. If it had, they could have simply broken it off and pulled it out from the front. Now, they could only extract it from the back, and with the barbed tip, it would likely cause further damage. Zhang Fan, did you avenge Fatty by killing the lizard man? Zhang Fan was at a loss for words. At such a critical moment, Ryan was still jesting to in frustration. He tossed the lizard eyes in front of him. You one T die. What vengeance are you speaking of? Upon seeing the lizard eyes, Ryan swiftly snatched them up, then turned to the onlookers and declared, Let be known, these eyeballs are in honor of Fatty's revenge, and are not part of the distribution. Zhang Fan was astonished that even in this situation, Ryan remained fixated on wealth. He glanced around at the others, noting their lack of objection to Ryan's antics and their indifference to his injury, leaving Zhang Fan utterly perplexed. Noticing the absence of any offers of assistance, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Fatty, do you have a first aid kit? I'll extract the arrow for you. Ryan rummaged through his backpack, producing a small cloth pouch, which he promptly stuffed into his mouth. Come on, Fatty fears no pain. Zhang Fan, having rushed out without bringing many supplies, felt relieved to see Ryan had a first aid kit. Noticing the wound continuing to bleed, he knew they needed to act swiftly. Fatty, bear with it. It might sting a bit. What the heck? Ryan pondered why it would sting, only to suddenly feel warmth radiating from his leg. I'm losing my life here. Hot, hot, hot. Help. Since he had already begun, Zhang Fan pressed on. The arrowhead had barbs, so he had to use his abilities to smooth out most of the sharp edges. As Ryan felt the heat intensify to the point of nearly losing consciousness, Zhang Fan judged it was nearly time to proceed. Fatty, hold on. I'm about to pull out the arrow. Ryan was oblivious to Zhang Fan's intentions. All he felt was as if his calf were being seasoned with salt, leaving him near tears. Hurry and pull it out. Fatty's leg is practically cooked. Seeing Ryan psychologically prepared, Zhang Fan firmly gripped the arrow's shaft. Without waiting for Ryan to brace himself, he suddenly yanked. With a squelch, the long arrow came free. Ryan had anticipated excruciating pain, but the torment he envisioned did not come. Upon glancing at the arrowhead in Zhang Fan's hand, he was astonished to see it had transformed into a rounded shape. The shape has changed. Could you be an abilities user? How fortuitous! Due to the extraction, Ryan's calf bled more profusely, while Zhang Fan felt a rush of urgency. However, Ryan seemed unfazed and quickly urged, Fatty, enough of this coincidence. Hand me that first aid kit, and I'll help you stop the bleeding. To Zhang Fan's dismay, Ryan spread his hands in a bewildered manner. What first aid kit? Where's there a first aid kit? What? Zhang Fan was taken aback as he seized the cloth pouch from Ryan's mouth, opening it to find it was merely paper. His heart sank as if trampled by a horse. Ryan, however, seemed invigorated, looking at Zhang Fan with a peculiar expression. That is Fatty's napkin and toilet paper. Zhang Fan. What are you doing? Had it not been for the sight of Ryan's bleeding leg, Zhang Fan would have kicked him in the teeth that moment. He could only suppress his urge to curse, turning to the other team members and asking, Does anyone have a first aid kit? Hurry up and bring it to help him. To his dismay, the other three merely stared at him like wooden statues. Zhang Fan's frustration reached a boiling point. Do you all have a screw loose? Going on an expedition without any medicine. After scolding them thoroughly, he turned to rummage through his own backpack. Although his medical supplies were scant, they were better than nothing. As he grasped his meager supply of medicine, he turned back to Ryan only to see a white light coalescing around the wound on Ryan's leg. Zhang Fan was taken aback. This fellow could actually use healing magic. Observing the wound, he noticed it was visibly healing and the blood flow was slowing. That Ryan's complexion grew increasingly pale, and Zhang Fan was shocked. Was this not a side effect of excessive magic consumption? No wonder Ryan had just mentioned coincidence. He too was an abilities user. Just then, Ryan's head suddenly drooped and he began to topple sideways. Fatty! Zhang Fan quickly supported him by the neck. Ryan had clearly succumbed to a brief, fainting spell, evidently from depleting his magical energy. Fortunately, the wound had completely stopped bleeding, and he appeared to be in no grave danger. Zhang Fan was filled with a mix of anger and astonishment. Glancing back at the three onlookers, he finally understood their indifference. It turned out that this Fatty was a healer. Only now did I realize that my previous actions were indeed a case of misplaced affection. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Zhang Fan was compelled to question a few individuals. Why haven't you mentioned that the chubby one possesses healing skills? The team leader, Luot, raised his hands with a peculiar expression. Zhang Fan. It's not that we didn't mention it. The key is that you never asked. Zhang Fan was taken aback, reflecting on the fact that he had never witnessed the chubby one employing any healing spells. This individual had hidden his abilities well. Even when the swordsman was injured earlier, he had refrained from using them. Internally, Zhang Fan could only lament. Who would have thought that this fellow was a healer? Well, awkwardness aside, the most delightful news for Zhang Fan was that Anya was saved. After resting for an hour, the chubby one finally regained his magical powers and, upon using the healing spell once more, Anya's injured leg felt as if it had never been harmed. With Ryan now out of danger, the group hastened their return to the Watchtower City before nightfall. This time, everyone had made significant gains, and after bidding farewell, they departed. While anyone could leave, Ryan decided otherwise. Zhang Fan continued to grip Ryan's arm until everyone had departed, then grinned at him. Chubby, could you do me a favor? Initially, Ryan was eager to rush to the exchange office to trade for silver coins and then indulge himself at the tavern. However, upon hearing that Zhang Fan needed assistance, he immediately retracted his impatient demeanor and asked, "What is it?" Seeing Ryan's enthusiasm, Zhang Fan's fondness for the chubby one was rekindled. "It's like this. A friend of mine has been afflicted by the weakening poison of the poison fly and requires a healing spell." Upon hearing the mention of the weakening poison, Ryan was about to turn and leave, but Zhang Fan wouldn't allow it and clung tightly to him. "Chubby, please help me. Whatever you need, just ask." This made things much easier. The chubby one suddenly smiled, as if his face had transformed. "In that case, I have a request. If you can fulfill it, I will assist you." Zhang Fan, determined to save Anya, wasted no time considering. "What is your request?" "I'm all ears. Simple. As long as you provide me with a grand feast during the healing period, and it must be a feast at every meal." Zhang Fan thought this was a trivial demand. "How much could a meal cost?" He quickly agreed. "It's a deal. Now, let's go to my friend's place." Watchtower City was not large, and soon Zhang Fan had led Ryan to Anya's home. Before he could knock, the courtyard door unexpectedly swung open from the inside, and Anya greeted him with a smile. "I'm so glad you're back safely. Come in." Zhang Fan realized that it was the little sprite who had spotted him. And just as he was about to respond to Anya, she noticed the individual beside him. Anya immediately offered Ryan a polite smile before turning to Zhang Fan. "Zhang Fan, you brought a friend?" "This is Ryan," Zhang Fan introduced, eagerly anticipating Anya's reaction. "He is a healer, and I asked him to treat you for the weakening poison." Upon hearing that he was a healer, Anya's expression shifted to one of surprise. It was important to note that there was only one priest in Watchtower City, and Zhang Fan had managed to find another healer so quickly. She scrutinized Ryan again, noting his youthful appearance. However, Anya did not underestimate him, and her tone became increasingly courteous. "Don't just stand outside chatting. Come in and sit down." Once in the courtyard, Anya fetched a wooden bench for the two to sit on. Unexpectedly, Ryan noticed a flower basket hanging on the wall, which contained honeycomb. Without hesitation, he grabbed a piece and popped it into his mouth. Zhang Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Chubby, what are you doing?" As Ryan savored the sweetness of the honey, a little sprite flew in front of him, circling the flower basket before looking at him with a sorrowful expression. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was your honey." Ryan quickly rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of honey, saying, "This is purple clover honey, quite rare. I picked it up in the swamp. Here, it's for you." The sprite sniffed the honey Ryan offered, and her expression of sadness gradually transformed into a smile. Cradling the honey, she returned the purple clover honey to the basket. This act left Zhang Fan astonished. He had not anticipated that the chubby one had such a kind heart, understanding the importance of reciprocity with the little sprite. The process of detoxification was different from healing wounds. While healing spells could swiftly mend injuries, their efficacy in detoxification was rather mediocre. In the war-torn continent, there existed a profession known as detoxifiers. But they were exceedingly rare and often specialists in poison, rendering them unpopular in the eyes of the common folk. Ryan could only use healing spells to enhance Anya's bodily functions and accelerate the decomposition of toxins through her immune system. This was a slow process. Zhang Fan soon realized he had fallen for Ryan's trickery. This guy had an insatiable appetite. A single roasted lamb could last him 3 days, after which he would switch to roasted fish. Based on Anya's recovery, it seemed that the toxins would not be fully eradicated in less than half a month, primarily because the Chubby 1's abilities were only at level 1, resulting in a meager pool of magical power. This lengthy period could not be wasted. With Anya's consent, a space in the backyard was cleared, and Zhang Fan spent half a day constructing a small furnace. He intended to seize this opportunity to diligently practice his metal manipulation abilities and transform his half-armor into full armor. With each level gained, his spiritual consciousness expanded exponentially, which in turn made the upgrading of his abilities increasingly sluggish. Once Zhang Fan completed the helmet and leg guards, his magical power had only reached the latter stage of level 3. As Anya continuously replenished Ryan's magical power, she successfully advanced to a level 2 ability user. Now, she could rapidly restore Ryan's magical power within a few minutes. Furthermore, Zhang Fan discovered another phenomenon. As long as he stayed in Anya's presence, his mental recovery was notably stronger than usual, suggesting some form of passive ability. Ryan also sensed this, but he was not particularly concerned about it. Zhang Fan, today I want to eat braised beef. The phrase unable to voice one's grievances aptly described Zhang Fan's current state. Apart from forging armor, he had thoroughly transformed into a chef. Ryan, would you prefer water buffalo beef or yellow cattle beef? Noticing Zhang Fan's adeptness in handling the situation, Ryan leaned back in the wooden chair and yawned. Of course, it's yak beef. Abandoning the nearly completed thigh armor, Zhang Fan shot Ryan a fierce glare before turning to exit the front yard. Upon reaching the market, he pulled out 30 copper coins to purchase 10 pounds of beef, only to unexpectedly encounter Luot, the captain of the Black Dragon expedition team. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Luot's eyes flickered with surprise before he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Zhang Fan, I need to discuss something with you. The noise here was overwhelming, so the two had no choice but to move to the street outside the market. Noticing Luot's troubled expression, Zhang Fan assumed he was being reprimanded for keeping Ryan in Watchtower City to treat Anya, thus delaying the team's adventures. He offered a sheepish smile. I sincerely apologize, Captain Luot. Ryan has been helping my friend recover, which is why he hasn't participated in the missions. Luot was already aware of this, but he intended to address another matter. He glanced at the bustling crowd on the street, then sighed softly. Zhang Fan, the Black Dragon expedition team, may be disbanding, although the Black Dragon expedition team was not particularly strong. Forming a cohesive team was no easy feat. Upon hearing this, confusion immediately clouded Zhang Fan's face. Captain Luot, everyone has been cooperating quite well. Why would we disband? Is there a problem? As the captain, Luot had invested considerable effort into the team, and he shook his head with a hint of resignation. The thing is, Xiaohei and Cuckoo are planning to migrate to Dunwo City. They say the monster yields are higher there. Suddenly, Zhang Fan understood. Ever since he learned that Dunwo City offered significantly higher prices for materials compared to Watchtower City, he had suspected that some would be unable to resist the temptation to leave. However, there was a crucial issue. With such favorable conditions in Dunwo City, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of adventurers, intensifying competition in the wild. Zhang Fan felt compelled to caution Luot. Captain, although Dunwo City offers higher prices, the competition will be fierce. It's essential to consider this carefully. Luot was certainly aware that competition among adventurers in Dunwo City would be substantial, yet he could not dissuade Xiaohei and Cuckoo from their determination to migrate. He regretfully informed Zhang Fan. Cuckoo and I have both spoken to them, but they still wish to see for themselves. Given that the captain could not persuade them, Zhang Fan felt powerless as well. The Black Dragon expedition team was already small in number, and with 2 members leaving, he could only ask Luot, what should we do next? Luot had already prepared a backup plan and suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed as he said, Zhang Fan, I've teamed up with the Archers Guild to form a new expedition team. So, the implication was clear. An expedition team formed by a regular army would undoubtedly be more reliable than an ordinary adventurer team. Since recruitment was taking place within the Archers Guild, Zhang Fan and the Chubby One would certainly be excluded, which explained Luot's expression. However, with the situation as it was, there was nothing more to discuss. Zhang Fan chose to set aside his complicated feelings and smiled. Congratulations, Luot. I'll inform Ryan about this. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Roth acknowledged that his treatment of Ryan and Zhang Fan was somewhat unjust. Yet, such is the nature of things. Who does not aspire to ascend to greater heights? Noticing Zhang Fan's calm demeanor, he swiftly concealed his embarrassment. Thank you, he uttered, and without further ado, turned to leave, upon returning to Anya's residence. Zhang Fan found Ryan sprawled on a long bench, basking in the sun, his snores driving the little sprite from the front yard into the house. After closing the iron gate, he approached Ryan. But with his hands laden with groceries, he could only nudge Ryan's arm with his knee. Suddenly, Ryan's snores ceased, and upon opening his eyes to see Zhang Fan, he blurted out, "What's up? Is the beef stew ready?" Flipping over from the bench, he noticed the raw beef in Zhang Fan's hands and promptly lay back down. "Don't sleep. I need to tell you something," detecting a hint of seriousness in Zhang Fan's tone. Ryan sat up on the bench, rubbing his face with both hands, and said, "Go on. Today I ran into Roth.0. Ryan blinked, encouraging Zhang Fan to continue. Xiaohei and Kuko have immigrated to Dunwo City, and Roth has also joined the Archer Guild's expedition team. After hearing this, Ryan suddenly shot a dismissive glance at Zhang Fan. Sensing the absurdity in Ryan's expression, Zhang Fan retorted, "What kind of look is that?" At that moment, a fly buzzed by, and Ryan swatted at it, sending it fleeing in fright. "I thought it was something big. Hurry up and cook the beef. We can't miss lunch." Zhang Fan was taken aback by this reaction. Scrutinizing Ryan, who seemed genuinely unconcerned, "Don't you feel it's a pity?" "Pity?" Ryan's gaze drifted toward the hanging basket on the wall, noticing the little sprite watching him warily, and quickly averted his eyes, with two ability users around. Why not take advantage of them? Xiaohei and Kuko are truly foolish. Their skills are lacking, and what makes them think they can thrive in Dunwo City? I just hope they don't encounter any danger. This statement reflected Ryan's insight. Despite his usual lack of seriousness, he was quite clear about the challenges posed by Dunwo City. Given that Ryan was unconcerned, Zhang Fan felt even less apprehensive and decided to head to the kitchen to stew the meat. Suddenly, Anya emerged from the living room. She had overheard their entire conversation and turned to Zhang Fan, asking, "Zhang Fan, what do you plan to do next?" Zhang Fan glanced at Anya, noting her improved health and feeling optimistic that she would soon recover from the virus. In truth, the Black Dragon expedition's level was rather low, and its dissolution would not significantly affect him. Upon this realization, Zhang Fan suddenly looked down at Ryan, who had returned to his slumber, and an idea struck him. He pinched his chin thoughtfully and said, "Actually, I have an idea." Anya watched him intently, urging him to continue. Zhang Fan approached Ryan again and patted his arm. After several failed attempts to sleep, Ryan, growing increasingly impatient, said, "I told you, don't disturb me until the beef is cooked. You won't die from it." Zhang Fan shot Ryan an exasperated look and then leaned over, raising his voice. "What if the three of us form an expedition team? What do you think?" All three were ability users. While their current strength was modest, their potential was immeasurable. That Ryan's eyes lit up, and he sprang upright from the bench, exclaiming, "Oh yes, we have offense and defense covered." Zhang Fan, confused, asked, "Who is the offense?" "You," Ryan replied. "And who is the defense?" "That's also you." Zhang Fan nearly dropped the beef on Ryan's head, staring at him in disbelief. "Ryan, your role is to eat, right?" Ryan, with a face as thick as a shield, shamelessly nodded. "Of course, he." In reality, the trio could complement each other's abilities. Zhang Fan could equip himself with skills, providing an output comparable to an ordinary swordsman. Anya could restore mental energy and engage in close combat. Ryan could heal, draw monsters, and slow them down. While their numbers seemed few, Zhang Fan possessed a metal ability, allowing him to equip all three with forged blue iron armor, thus enhancing their combat effectiveness beyond that of a typical expedition team. Though they were fewer in number, the spoils would be greater. Anya, whose previous Wolfhead squad had been completely wiped out, wholeheartedly supported the idea and smiled at Zhang Fan. "This sounds excellent. Once I recover, we can form a team and head into the marshes." With Anya's agreement, Zhang Fan had no objections. He thought it prudent to come up with a name for their group and asked the duo, Since we're all on board, what should we call our team? Ryan snapped his fingers. Since there are 3 of us, let's name it the Iron Triangle Expedition Team. Every year, there's fierce competition for the position of swordsman. And with only a month left until the swordsman examination, Zhang Fan needed to maximize this time for practical experience to ensure he could defeat his rivals and advance. Watchtower City is located in the northwest of Eurasia. And over 100 miles west of the city lies an area that once housed an ancient civilization, now lost for millennia. In this region, marshes and deserts intertwine like 2 combatants in a duel. Zhang Fan, is that map of yours reliable? We've been walking for 2 days and encountered nothing. Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Ryan, whose girth made him look rather cumbersome in full armor. It can't be. Charade has no reason to deceive me. It says there's an unmined iron mine nearby. Anya, now fully recovered, walked lightly over the sandy ground, her short sword hanging from her waist. Her light armor was quite appealing, with slender arm and leg guards, a nearly form-fitting breastplate, and chainmail around her abdomen. Each joint was cleverly designed for flexibility, giving an impression of both elegance and sturdiness. The trio continued westward after leaving Watchtower City. This desolate area yielded no signs of life for 2 days, not even marsh creatures. Anya looked up at the sun that had tormented them for 2 consecutive days. It was quite blinding. She swiftly shielded her eyes with her hand and turned to Zhang Fan, saying, "Zhang Fan, why not let the sprite fly up to take a look?" Spei had also joined the expedition team. Although she could not attack, she had a natural advantage in visibility. Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat tormented by the bleak surroundings, nodded in agreement with Anya. "All right, just have Spei be cautious. This is the junction of the marshes, and I fear there may be lizardmen nearby. Their archers can be quite accurate." After receiving his consent, Spei soared into the sky. The little sprite had to rely on magical light to fly, which made her quite exposed. Meanwhile, not far from the Iron Triangle team, an expedition team led by cavalry was advancing through a depression. As the sprite ascended, she was spotted by them. Next to the cavalry was a crossbowman, typically on foot, but this one was mounted. "Father, look, a little sprite." The cavalryman glanced up and slightly nodded. "Malak, there seems to be an expedition team ahead." The crossbowman was Malak, although he was currently just a crossbowman. His father had long wished to train him as a knight, for Malak had the potential for knighthood. However, he was still quite young, and the cavalry's lance was too heavy for him, so he had to start as a crossbowman. In such a barren place, who would come here? Malak furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that Anya had a little sprite too. They were quite rare and seldom seen in Watchtower City. Could be those few individuals? "Father, should we go take a look?" "No, my child soul, possessing great wisdom," narrowed his eyes slightly. "Typically, expedition teams do not venture here. Let us quietly follow them. We might make a significant discovery." Once Zhang Fan waited for the sprite to return, it informed Anya that a few miles northwest lay a black valley. Only iron or could render a valley black, and this must be the iron mine marked on the map. The 3 of them grew excited. According to the kingdom's laws, those who discover an iron mine are entitled to 20% of its profits. If they could ascertain that the mine was unexploited, the Iron Triangle would secure a stable source of income. With silver coins as motivation, Ryan surged ahead, setting off towards the northwest. As they climbed a small hill, Zhang Fan turned back to survey the surroundings, only to spot a massive pyramid in the distance to the west. He then turned to his companions and asked, "Do you know the origin of that pyramid?" Anya shook her head in a gesture of ignorance. Yet, Ryan chuckled with a knowing air. "Hee, allow me to enlighten you. That is the fallen Gunda civilization, and legend has it that the pyramid serves as the tomb of their king." Zhang Fan was taken aback. Scrutinizing the pyramid's location, it was perilously close to the edge of the storm sea, a place notorious for its terrors that etched fear deep into one's heart. They couldn't help but muse, "Pudgy, I never realized you were so well-read, knowing even this." Ryan, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Oh, I possess far more knowledge than you can imagine." But as he spoke, he suddenly faltered, pointing behind Zhang Fan and exclaiming, "Lizardmen, beware!" Both Zhang Fan and Anya turned around simultaneously, only to discover 4 lizardmen sprinting toward them along the canyon. They didn't appear to be seeking trouble. Rather, they seemed to be fleeing. None of them were strangers to lizardmen. Now, clad in armor, the three felt far less fear than before. Zhang Fan drew his cross-sword from his waist and aimed it at the somewhat clumsy lizardman, saying, "Only 4 of them. How about we take a shot? Let us also test the pudgy one's armor." Ryan suddenly looked taken aback. "Why mine for inspection?" Zhang Fan retorted, "Your armor is the thickest, and it was agreed you would act as the meat shield. So of course it's your armor to be tested." After saying this, Ryan smirked mischievously and gave him a strong shove on the slope. Ryan's armor was quite heavy, and Zhang Fan's push sent him barreling down toward the lizardman. Yelling loudly, "Zhang Fan, you're not being loyal. Ha ha." Seeing Ryan charge ahead, Zhang Fan exchanged a glance with Anya and said, "Let us follow our brave pudgy friend." The lizardmen, taken aback by the appearance of Eurasia humans, hesitated momentarily before aiming their bows at the largest target. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 arrows flew toward Ryan, who, due to his momentum while running, had no chance to dodge. Thud, 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 thud. Remarkably, all 4 arrows found their mark, but due to the strength of his armor, 3 arrows snapped upon impact, and one merely grazed the edge of his leg armor, sliding to the ground. Initially, Ryan's heart raced with anxiety, but upon seeing the arrows leave only 4 small white marks on his armor, he became exhilarated. "Ha ha, come on, feel free to shoot at me, Pudgy." He began to twirl his sling, launching a round object that soared above the lizardmen's heads before exploding with a resounding bang. The lizardmen, already slow in their movements, were doused in the powder, causing their bodies to tingle and their actions to become even more sluggish. All 3 were clad in armor. Even Anya, in her light armor crafted from fine iron, was more than capable of withstanding the lizardmen's arrows. Bang! Ryan, overly excited, collided directly with one of the lizardmen, his weight combined with the armor almost doubling that of the lizardman. The unfortunate creature was sent sprawling several meters away. Dazed and disoriented, Zhang Fan, holding his crossed sword horizontally, had been running alongside Ryan to provide support. Upon witnessing Ryan send an enemy flying, he immediately locked onto the closest lizardman on Ryan's right. With no frills, he swung his sword diagonally toward the creature's neck. The lizardman, seeing the fierce approach of Zhang Fan's sword, instinctively recoiled in an attempt to evade. Unfortunately for him, he misjudged Ryan's slowed pace and his own reflexes severely. Crack! In mere moments, the lizardman's throat was severed by Zhang Fan's strike. To Ryan's left, Anya wielded her short sword with deft precision, landing several quick strikes. The lizardman, armed with only a broken blade for close combat, found himself at a severe disadvantage. With armor protecting her, Anya attacked relentlessly, swiftly carving out 5 or 6 shallow cuts across the lizardman's chest. Although the wounds were not deep, the lizardman became stiffened and, compounded by the effects of Ryan's earlier explosion, found even stepping difficult. Seizing the moment of rigidity, Anya delivered a decisive slash across the lizardman's neck. Blood spurted forth, and knowing the creature was doomed, she did not look back, but instead rushed toward the lizardman that Ryan had knocked to the ground, still dazed. Having just stumbled himself, Ryan struggled to rise from the ground only to see Zhang Fan about to dispatch a second lizardman. Realizing that the last one was still in Anya's sights, he, astonished by the sudden surge in their combat effectiveness, called out, "Anya, step aside. Let Pudgy handle this." With that, he charged forward, leaping as he reached the lizardman, aiming to land heavily upon it. Crack! A ghastly sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Ryan caught a glimpse of Anya's astonished expression, prompting a moment of reflection on whether he had been too brutal. Turning to assess the lizardman beneath him, he noted the creature lay still, and only then did he rise. "Ha ha! I misjudged my weight." A black valley stretched between 2 mountains, the dark hue indicating the presence of rich iron ore within the rocks. "We struck gold. Wah!" Ryan clapped his hands against his armored chest, envisioning not iron ore, but rather a colossal feast before him. With thoughts of countless silver coins filling his pockets, he exclaimed, from now on, "Pudgy can finally eat while lounging and sitting." Prior to their departure, they had spent 10 silver coins at the trading post as a deposit to explore this area. Should they discover iron ore, they would be recognized as its discoverers, entitled to 20% of the mining profits. Naturally, if they found nothing, those 10 silver coins would be lost. In truth, both Zhang Fan and Anya shared Ryan's excitement. Every mining site represented immense wealth. That moment. Zhang Fan couldn't help but recall Charade. In his view, Charade had given him the map not only because it fell within the patrol city jurisdiction. Thus, as a soldier of Dunwo City, he had no claim, but also because Charade and Kyle were of a similar ilk, both hoping for Zhang Fan's swift growth, which led to the map being entrusted to him. It was a selfless and noble gift, for Charade, despite lacking the right to claim the iron mine, could have sold the map for a high price to another. Zhang Fan resolved that once he became a formal swordsman, he would visit Charade and express his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, a group had discovered the site, the sole father and son, who had been trailing Zhang Fan. The prospect of an iron mine was beyond their excitement. "Father, it's iron ore, and it appears to be untouched. We must claim it." Sol, mounted on horseback, watched as the three figures moved toward the mining area, disappearing into a natural cave. Sol understood that since the trio had come directly here, they must have known about the iron mine, meaning they had likely paid the 10 silver coins as a confirmation deposit to the patrol city and reported the site, as long as the 10-day reporting period had not expired. Once the existence of the mine was confirmed, it would belong to them. A hint of regret crept into Sol's voice. "Mlak, this place has already been reported by them." Mlak had certainly considered this. Yet the allure of wealth was dangerously tempting, that if they could eliminate these three, once the reporting period lapsed, the mine could be theirs. A cold glint emerged in his eyes as he contemplated this. Sol, perceiving the determination in his son's gaze, realized what Mlak was plotting. He too coveted the iron mine, but there were many archers nearby. To directly confront and kill the three would be too blatant. He had come seeking a Minotaur den, located merely a few miles away, and a thought struck him. "Mlak, you take everyone and conceal yourselves here. I shall return shortly." Sol was one of the 4 cavalrymen from the patrol city, known for their high mobility, capable of making the round trip in under an hour. Meanwhile, on the other side, after entering the cave, Zhang Fan and his companions discovered the natural cavern was remarkably vast. They had walked a considerable distance and were fatigued, so they decided to start a fire and eat some provisions, resting for half an hour before commencing their exploration. The cave was dimly lit. Each of the three lit a torch and proceeded along the dark walls. As they walked, the flickering flames cast shadows that created an ever-changing interplay of light and darkness, revealing what seemed to be a colossal circular shadow ahead. Waving his arm, Zhang Fan signaled for the others to halt. As the flames ceased their dance, they finally discerned the object in front of them. He then exclaimed, "What is this round object?" Ryan's curiosity was instantly piqued, and a whirlwind of adventurous tales began to swirl in his mind. Envisioning scenes of unexpected treasures, he wiped his mouth and declared, "Who cares? Let us go and see. It might just be a grand treasure." The cave was enveloped in a profound silence, suggesting that no monstrous creatures lurked within. The trio decided to approach the circular object further. As they drew near, the flickering flames illuminated a nest woven from countless colossal branches, leaving Ryan's mouth agape in astonishment. "Goodness, this could very well be a dragon's nest. Look, there appear to be 2 dragon eggs." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Fan's heart raced. He quickly turned to look outside, noting that the cave's entrance had shrunk to a mere speck in the distance. Imagining that a dragon could emerge at any moment, his heart began to pound fiercely, prompting him to urgently warn his companions. "What are we waiting for? Let's run." The dragon was a level 6 creature from the marshes, and with their capabilities, encountering it would spell doom for them. A Zhang Fan shout, all three immediately pivoted and dashed toward the cave's exit. Unfortunately, their luck took a turn for the worse. Just as they reached the well-lit area, the ground began to tremble violently. Ryan shouted, "What is that?" Seeing the tremors approach the cave's mouth, Zhang Fan waved for everyone to halt and focused his gaze on the source, only to find a massive bull, over 2 meters long, blocking the cave's entrance. The bull, a formidable level 5 marsh creature, aimed its terrifying horns directly at Zhang Fan and his companions. Zhang Fan's mind went blank. How could a mere outing lead to such an encounter with a monster? His eyes fixated on the gigantic horns as he incredulously exclaimed, "Fatty, Didn't you say this was a dragon's nest? How on earth is there a bull here? The bull weighed several thousand pounds, its hide as tough as steel. Even more terrifying was its unique ability known as death stare, which could instantaneously obliterate any foe that met its gaze. As the three halted, Ryan, relying on his larger frame, positioned himself protectively in front of the others. However, this strategy seemed futile. Should the bull charge, none of them would fare well that moment. The bull huffed heavily, its large nostrils flaring, a result of its long dash. Unbeknownst to them, it was merely catching its breath. They assumed the beast was about to charge into the cave. The air thickened with fear as Zhang Fan stepped forward. Aligning himself alongside Ryan, he gently drew his cross-sword and asked, "Fatty, which of your poisons is the most potent?" Ryan, on the verge of tears, lamented that his toxins were only effective against rabbits and wild boars. And against a level 5 marsh bull, they would be utterly useless. It's no use. It won't work on this beast. Ryan's voice trembled with anxiety. Zhang Fan, equally nervous, urged him, "Then use the slowing potion. Every moment counts." Ryan nodded and retrieved a yellow orb from his pack. This distance. There was no need for a slingshot. He could simply throw it. Just as he prepared to launch the orb, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the cave. Gah! The sound rained down from above. It belonged to a marsh dragon that had spotted the bull, audaciously encroaching upon its territory, and was now descending in a furious dive. Once again, Zhang Fan was taken aback, realizing that today he was witnessing the apex creatures of the marsh in a spectacular display. He quickly grabbed Ryan's arm and commanded, "Stop! Don't throw it yet," with the impending clash of two beasts on the horizon. The trio instinctively retreated several paces into the shadows, awaiting the unfolding drama. The dragon, adorned in green scales, possessed razor-sharp claws and teeth. As it spread its 7 to 8 meter wingspan, it dove from the sky, unleashing a torrent of viscous venom. Though the bull's hide was as hard as iron, the dragon's toxins seeped through its defenses, causing its flesh to sizzle and bubble. Moo! The bull bellowed in agony, its body racked with pain as it directed its gaze skyward, preparing to unleash its death stare against the dragon. Familiar with the bull's combat tactics, the dragon swiftly shielded its eyes with its wings. Though fearsome, the death stare was only effective for a fleeting moment. By the time the dragon reopened its wings, the moment of vulnerability had passed. Realizing it was no match for the dragon, the bull turned and bolted for the valley's exit in a frantic retreat. Provoked by the bull's attempt to flee, the dragon flapped its wings and chased after it. This turn of events spared Zhang Fan and his companions from immediate danger. As the two monsters exited the cave, Zhang Fan waved his hand, urging, "Run, run." While they are still engaged, wait. Ryan suddenly recalled something and turned back to the dragon's nest, exclaiming, "I've heard that dragon nests often contain treasures." Zhang Fan nearly lost his composure, smacking Ryan's helmet and scolding, "Are you valuing treasure over your life? Move!" Prompted by Zhang Fan's urgency, Ryan reluctantly stomped his foot and dashed toward the cave's exit. Meanwhile, the dragon had caught up with the bull in the sky. Seizing the opportunity while the bull was distracted, the dragon executed a swift dive, its sharp claws aimed directly at the bull's eyes. Moo! The blow landed squarely, inflicting severe damage to the bull's eye. Enraged, it retaliated, thrusting its massive horns upward, striking the dragon's leg. Gah! The dragon screeched in pain and ascended into the air, though its hide was nearly impervious. The bull's counterattack had inflicted some injury, but it did not deter the dragon from continuing its assault. The bull, now bereft of an eye and soaked in the dragon's venom, staggered as it ran. The dragon, spotting its chance, swooped in from the side, its enormous claws tearing into the bull's back and flipping the several thousand-pound creature onto the ground. All animals possess a vulnerable underbelly. Witnessing the bull splayed on its back, the dragon's claws aimed directly for its abdomen. With a sound akin to leather tearing, the bull was eviscerated in an instant, its innards spilling forth. Yet the dragon was not finished. It opened its elongated beak wide, exposing rows of sharp teeth, and clamped down on the bull's entrails before soaring into the sky. In a gruesome display, the bull's innards were carried aloft, showering the ground with a deluge of blood. Zhang Fan understood that the bull was doomed. praying that the dragon would not turn its wrath upon them. The battle between the dragon and the bull raged in the southern valley, while Zhang Fan led his companions toward the northern side. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Looking up, he spotted 2 cavalrymen and a contingent of archers approximately 200 meters away. While assistance would typically be welcome, Zhang Fan felt a pang of anxiety. Upon closer inspection, one of the riders was none other than Mulake, and he realized the connection to the bull's sudden appearance in the gorge, extending his arms to block Anya and Ryan. He cautioned, "Don't run. The bull was lured here by Mulake. If we approach now, they'll likely attack us. They seem intent on claiming this iron mine." With Zhang Fan's warning, Anya and Ryan quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that Mulake was intent on murder and plunder, leaving them both frustrated and furious. Just as they had escaped the clutches of the bull, they now faced potential robbers. The dragon's triumphant roar echoed behind them. And Zhang Fan glanced back, noting the bull lay motionless on the ground, realizing that they might be the next targets. With Mulake in front and the dragon behind, they needed a plan. "Fatty, can you throw something at them?" The distance was 200 meters. A typical slingshot could only launch projectiles around 120 meters. Yet Ryan, skilled in this craft, suddenly bit down on his teeth. "No problem. What do you want to throw?" Zhang Fan quickly rummaged through his pack and produced a handful of silver coins, not bothering to count them, and handed them to Ryan. "They say dragons are fond of treasure. Let's see just how much they like it." Realizing Zhang Fan intended to use the coins to attract the dragon, Ryan trembled with anxiety. "Zhang Fan, why not just throw me over there? Less chatter. Just wrap them up and toss them over their heads." Joking aside, Ryan understood the urgency, swiftly enclosing 7 or 8 silver coins in the slingshot and began to whirl it furiously. "Oh my goodness, this is the most extravagant toss I've ever made." Whoosh! The coins sailed through the air, the swordmaster's light. Zhang Fan activated his skill, causing the coins to gleam brilliantly mid-flight. Gah! The dragon, captivated by the glimmering objects, looked up to see the shiny treasures plummeting from the sky and immediately took flight in pursuit. Entranced by the allure of wealth, the dragon only realized too late that it had entered a ring of human soldiers, leading to a tense standoff that it worked. Zhang Fan exclaimed, exhilarated as the dragon landed beside Mulake. "No time to waste. Let's run while we can." With the assistance of Mulake in luring the wyvern, the trio swiftly changed direction and fled towards the southern valley. Zhang Fan was acutely aware that while the wyvern was formidable, there lay ahead a human cavalryman and a throng of archers. The ensuing battle would surely result in grievous casualties. They soon arrived at the site where the wyvern had recently clashed with the savage bull. As they passed the carcass of the bull, Ryan suddenly bent down and seized the eye that had fallen to the ground. This object was worth a considerable sum. He stowed the eye away, his hands rubbing together in excitement. "Damn Mulake, I must first recoup some losses." In their haste, they could no longer afford to concern themselves with what might transpire behind them. They needed to return to Watchtower City promptly to solidify their claim to the iron mine. At the Adventurers' Exchange in Watchtower City, a significant event had unfolded that a team known as the Iron Triangle had discovered an iron mine located to the west. According to the Kingdom's laws, their team would be entitled to 20% of the mine as profits. Once the mine began operations, it would yield a fortune that many would envy. This implied that Zhang Fan and his companions were on the verge of achieving a modicum of financial independence. And Zhang Fan was eager to relay this news to his mother at the gates of the Lord's Manor. The guards had been replaced by another swordsman. "Greetings, Lawrence. It has been a while." Lawrence had previously repaired armor for Zhang Fan, and a smile instantly spread across his face. "Indeed, Zhang Fan. I heard your blacksmith shop has been closed for quite some time." Zhang Fan quickly gestured for silence, not wanting his mother to know. "Lawrence, I ventured into the swamps for an expedition, and I wish to spare my mother any worry for now. So please keep this confidential." Zhang Fan often brought gifts for his mother, and Lawrence had grown fond of this dutiful young man. Nodding slightly, "Rest assured, I will summon your mother right away." Every reunion with his mother involved an embrace through the iron gate, yet Zhang Fan understood that this barrier would soon vanish. "Mother, it won't be long before I gather enough coins to bring you home." Although news of the Iron Triangle's exploits circulated in the city, the names of its members remained undisclosed. and his mother, Romina, was unaware that Zhang Fan was on the brink of becoming a small fortune. She regarded him with a hint of caution but failed to detect any signs of distress on his face. "My child, can you truly earn such a sum?" "Yes, mother, my blacksmithing skills are quite exceptional, and many seek my services for crafting equipment." Romina harbored some concern for Zhang Fan, as he was still quite young. In her experience, blacksmiths were typically older and more seasoned. Yet, she was reluctant to doubt her own child. At that moment, Lawrence interjected with a smile. "Madam Romina, your son is indeed an outstanding craftsman. I once had armor repaired by a swordsman. Having repaired equipment for one of their kind was indeed a source of pride." Romina glanced at Lawrence in surprise, then turned to Zhang Fan with excitement. "My child, I am so proud of you." Each farewell saw Romina placing a 7-layer flower in Zhang Fan's breast pocket, and as he inhaled its fragrance, warmth enveloped his heart, intensifying his desire to attain the position of a swordsman and subsequently petition the Lord to absolve his mother of her status as a slave. Though he would soon be able to redeem her with coins, he yearned to resolve the matter in a manner that would bring her the greatest pride, the training grounds of Watchtower City. Soldiers not engaged in missions gathered to practice. Upon seeing Zhang Fan approach, Cao dismissed his subordinate swordsman to train independently and strode over. "Zhang Fan, you've returned. You seem to have gained some muscle." Cao had previously advised Zhang Fan that the best way to grow rapidly was through practical combat training, as danger often awakened hidden potential, and Zhang Fan had adhered to this guidance. "Captain Kyle, I believe I am ready. I will surely triumph in the upcoming swordsman competition at the end of the month." Observing Zhang Fan's confidence, Cao clapped a firm hand on his shoulder and chuckled. "Confidence is a commendable trait, but you must also possess a clear understanding of the challenges ahead." Zhang Fan had come to validate his progress. He slowly stepped back and grasped the hilt of his cross-sword. Kyle, eager to assess the young man's growth, tossed his heavy sword to the ground and retrieved a training cross-sword from the nearby weapon rack, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "All right, young man, let us see how far you have come." What followed was an equitable contest. Zhang Fan drew his cross-sword, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes, and held the sword with both hands. Maintaining eye contact with his opponent, they stood a sword's length apart when Kyle's cross-sword suddenly moved in a testing manner. Perceiving the probe, Zhang Fan merely narrowed his pupils and refrained from acting rashly. "Very good," Kyle remarked with satisfaction. Before his smile faded, Kyle's cross-sword sliced downwards with sudden ferocity, and Zhang Fan swiftly parried to deflect the blow. Having successfully countered, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to thrust his sword towards Kyle's flank. "Excellent!" Kyle's eyes widened. The cross-sword weighed a hefty 30 pounds, yet it did not hinder his swift retreat, allowing him to easily evade Zhang Fan's strike. Following the miss, Zhang Fan had to halt his momentum to retract his sword. But before he could complete the motion, a cross-sword had already found its place against his shoulder plate. To his astonishment, Zhang Fan had fallen in just one exchange, causing his earlier confidence to plummet. "Ha!" Kyle noted the dissatisfaction etched on Zhang Fan's face and chuckled as he withdrew the training sword. "You performed admirably. You understand the importance of not initiating the attack. Remember, in a fair duel, striking first often reveals your weaknesses." Zhang Fan, contemplating this, countered, "Captain Kyle, what if the opponent does not strike?" Kyle scrutinized the long sword in Zhang Fan's grip. Its blade glimmered with a distinctive blue hue, one he had never encountered before. Yet he could sense that this was no ordinary cross-sword, a fine sword indeed. It represented a source of strength for Zhang Fan. Kyle nodded slightly and then playfully patted Zhang Fan on the head. "Then trick him into striking first. To successfully ascend to the rank of swordsman, one must possess 3 qualities." Kyle began, and Zhang Fan listened intently. "First, an unyielding will, to face death with unwavering faith. Second, a robust physique, able to cleave through legions and sustain relentless combat. Third, masterful swordsmanship, fearless against formidable foes, for all things have vulnerabilities." These 3 tenets encapsulated the Elrathian swordsman-esque creed and corresponded to the 3 skills of a swordsman: immunity to mental damage, solid defense, and formidable offense. Zhang Fan pondered, understanding that the path to becoming an exceptional swordsman was still long and arduous. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the knight's hall, its clarion call piercing the heavens. Kyle felt a stir in his heart. Turning to gaze at the knight's hall, murmuring, "Someone has been promoted tonight." Watchtower City had always been home to only 4 cavalrymen, never boasting a knight until today when someone achieved this distinction. Drawing all soldiers towards the hall, Kyle leading Zhang Fan to the knight's hall. How could it be him? Upon seeing Sol clad in brand new knightly armor and grasping a triangular shield adorned with an eagle, Zhang Fan found it hard to suppress his astonishment. Why had Sol suddenly been promoted to knight? The tale was intricately woven with Zhang Fan's own journey. In the past, Sol had led a team to slay a wyvern in the Ur Valley and, during the search for the wyvern's lair, had acquired a speed amulet. The primary distinction between cavalry and knights lies in speed. The faster a knight charges on the battlefield, the greater the damage inflicted by their colossal lance. While a warhorse has its limits, Arathian knights could merge their will with their steed, significantly enhancing its speed and thus wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Sol's ascension to knight was not solely due to his combat prowess, but rather the divine enhancement bestowed by the speed amulet. At that moment, a demonstration was underway on the training field. All present witnessed Sol, encased in heavy armor and wielding a triangular shield, ride a steed that far outpaced ordinary cavalrymen unencumbered by shields. Thud! Sol's lance struck true, shattering the wooden target into splinters. Long live! Within the arena, numerous onlookers were awestruck by the knight's charge, collectively erupting in exclamations. Wade, the lord of Watchtower City, personally adorned Sol with a golden emblem symbolizing knighthood, appointing him as the commander of the Watchtower Knight Order. This was an immense honor. In Alasia, knights represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. When a city possessed knights, the elevation to a medium fortress was surely on the horizon. Wade recognized the substantial benefits this would bring and was already contemplating reallocating training resources from the swordsmen to the knights. Every promotion allowed for a reasonable request to be made to the Lord's manor, and being appointed as the commander of the Knight Order was no exception. Wade gazed approvingly at the upright figure of Sol and inquired, "Sir Sol, do you have any requests?" Kneeling on one knee, Sol lifted his gaze towards the heroic knight. Wade, the title of heroic knight could only be bestowed or revoked by the king. Although Sol himself was a knight, he could not help but feel a sense of humility in the presence of a hero. "My lord, I wish to publicly test Murak. I believe he is fit for the position of cavalryman. This is not a time for conscription. Such a request does not align with the regulations." However, Sol's proposal to publicly evaluate Murak, sanctioned by the Lord, garnered little dissent. As long as Murak could successfully complete the 3 nightly tests, it seemed unlikely anyone would object. To Wade's surprise, Sol had made this request. He cast a peculiar glance at Murak, who was positioned slightly behind Sol, now kneeling before Wade. "Murak, do you have confidence in passing the cavalry assessment?" Murak reverently placed his right hand over his chest, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, "My lord, although I am a crossbowman, I have trained in horsemanship since childhood, and I am confident I can pass the assessment." The Watchtower Knight Order had only 4 cavalrymen. Adding another would significantly bolster their strength, prompting Wade to nod slightly. With the Lord's consent, the nightly assessment commenced. The first task required one to don full armor and hold a lance aloft for 20 minutes. Do not underestimate this 20 minutes. Although the lance was wooden internally, its head was crafted from high-quality steel, measuring 3.5 meters in length, with each weighing 25 pounds. To hold it aloft with one hand for 20 minutes required strength and endurance beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. This was an endurance test, and Murak was most confident, having completed this challenge numerous times. After a grueling 25 minutes, drenched in sweat, Murak successfully accomplished the task. The second task involved navigating obstacles in the center of the night training grounds laid in uneven terrain filled with numerous height-restricted horizontal bars and sharp turns. Murak's steed surged forward, confronted by a horizontal bar that was only 30 centimeters taller than the horse. Without hesitation, Murak crouched low, smoothly passing beneath the bars. He straightened his posture. Another sharp left turn loomed ahead. With a gentle tug of the reins, his steed's speed diminished, allowing for a graceful maneuver. "Well done!" A chorus of applause erupted, and even Zhang Fan had to concede that while Murak may lack in character, His horsemanship was commendable, as for the grievances between him and Murak, it was not yet time to address them. Silence seemed the wiser course for both parties. The third task involved a rapid sprint. The training ground featured a 300-meter straight path, where a qualified cavalryman was required to complete a sprint and come to a halt within 30 seconds, while knights were expected to do so in 25. Murak felt a surge of urgency. He should have allowed his steed a moment's rest, yet his desire to become a cavalryman propelled him forward to go. Murak commenced, his eagerness causing Sol's brow to furrow. The earlier assessments had left the steed somewhat fatigued, and many knowledgeable observers noticed its sluggish pace. To 80 meters, the steed reached full speed, and Murak realized the finish line was farther than anticipated, igniting a sense of anxiety within him. This won't do. At this rate, I will surely exceed the time limit, Murak thought grimly. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed from the lance in his hand, and the steed's speed surged dramatically. Zhang Fan recognized this scene all too well. It was the manifestation of some skill. The Lord also discerned the issue, concluding that the skill originated from Murak himself, thus deeming it not a breach of conduct. However, this revelation stirred a ripple of intrigue within Wade. The heroic knight, Murak's steed, accelerated. Having covered 3/4 of the distance, it began to decelerate just before crossing the finish line. 29 seconds. Success! A judge shouted. All 3 challenges completed successfully. Murak had defied his father's directive to keep his abilities secret. Yet as he observed his father's grim countenance, he felt no remorse, instead holding his head high, with the Lord's approval. Murak had undergone the cavalry assessment. Now, upon his successful completion, Wade publicly declared Murak an official cavalryman of Watchtower City. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Wade turned to Sol with a knowing smile and remarked, "Sir Knight, you have a fine son." Returning to the blacksmith shop, Zhang Fan found Ryan soundly asleep. His mind was in a state of turmoil, rendering him indifferent to the portly figure. Zhang Fan had not anticipated the depths of the Murak father-son duo's concealment. From today's observations, it was evident that Murak was an extraordinary individual. With Sol now the commander of the Knight Order and Murak a newly appointed cavalryman, Zhang Fan realized that conflict between them was inevitable. To ensure he would not be at a severe disadvantage when opposing Murak, he must join the swordsman order as soon as possible, although cavalrymen held a higher status than swordsmen within Watchtower City. The swordsman order remained at the core of power. Clang, the blacksmith shop resonated with the sounds of hammering. "By the gods. What a dream," Ryan mumbled, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth and gazing at Zhang Fan as if he were mad. "What on earth are you doing?" Suddenly hammering away. Today, Zhang Fan had learned from Kyle about the 3 rules for selecting swordsmen, realizing that his weakness lay in strength. Thus, he must seize this opportunity to bolster his physique. And blacksmithing proved to be an excellent means of doing so. Noticing Zhang Fan's focus, Ryan rummaged for some skewers of meat and placed them on the forge to roast, the fat from the lamb occasionally dripping and causing the fire to crackle. Ever since Anya's toxins had been purged, Zhang Fan had moved back into the blacksmith shop, depriving Ryan of his daily hearty meals, were it not for the need to save on rent by crashing at Zhang Fan's place. He would have long complained about Zhang Fan's frugality. Observing Zhang Fan, who was intensely engaged in the forging process, Ryan stretched and remarked, "Hey buddy, what has got you so worked up?" with a powerful swing. Zhang Fan's hammer struck the iron ingot, sending a shower of sparks flying. Without turning his head, he replied, "Are you aware that today Murak was knighted by Sir Wade as a cavalryman? If you seek revenge, you must work hard." Ryan nearly dropped his skewer in shock, his expression turning incredulous as he looked at Zhang Fan. "Is there any justice in this world? Someone like him can join the cavalry?" Zhang Fan continued to swing the hammer with fervor. "He is hiding something profound. You never know when he might surprise you." Zhang Fan kept Murak's knightly skills to himself. Firstly, he was uncertain, and secondly, revealing it would not serve his interests. Ryan, who appeared rough on the outside, yet perceptive within, sensed the subtext in Zhang Fan's words. However, the news was already a heavy blow to him, prompting him to focus on his roasted meat. Unfortunately, the fire was too fierce, and a wooden skewer was accidentally consumed by the flames, sending an entire skewer of beef tumbling into the forge, instantly igniting into flames. "Oh no, my roast," Ryan wailed before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "I've made up my mind. This matter requires earnest attention." Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it merits serious consideration." Ryan, feigning gravitas, set his skewer aside and patted Zhang Fan's arm. "In that case, let us skip the roasting today and head to the tavern for a proper feast." Zhang Fan nearly dropped his hammer, staring incredulously at the portly figure. "Is this what you mean by seriously?" "Of course. What else would I mean?" Zhang Fan's mind momentarily faltered as he realized Ryan was indeed serious. Recalling that he had been in a tense state for over 2 months, he conceded that a little relaxation might not be detrimental. "Hey, are you treating today?" Ryan, perplexed by some unseen misalignment, surprisingly nodded in agreement. Zhang Fan promptly set aside his tools, saying, "Very well. I shall inform Anya. If we are to go, we might as well go together." After locating Anya, the three made their way to the southern part of the city, where an esteemed adventurer's tavern awaited. Upon their arrival, a diminutive receptionist noticed them and immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Welcome to the Sword and Blade Tavern. Please step inside." It appeared that Ryan was quite familiar with the establishment. Without so much as a glance at the receptionist, he boldly pushed aside the deerskin curtain at the tavern's entrance and vanished into the dim interior. Anya occasionally frequented this place, but it was Zhang Fan's first visit. As they entered, a pungent aroma of tobacco assaulted their senses. Tobacco was a favored indulgence among many adventurers, but for Zhang Fan, who abstained from smoking, the scent was overwhelming. He turned to Anya and remarked, "This scent is truly extraordinary." Anya chuckled lightly, replying, "As adventurers, one must adapt to any environment." Being a novice among adventurers, Zhang Fan recognized that taverns were essential venues for them. He scratched his head and stepped further into the dimly lit tavern. A glance around revealed Ryan seated in a corner. Were it not for his imposing stature and the fact that he was waving energetically at Zhang Fan, it might have taken them longer to find him. Thus, Zhang Fan and Anya maneuvered through tables occupied by fellow adventurers and joined Ryan at his table for tea that moment. A captivating woman approached, her eyes tinged with red, a conspicuous detail in the tavern's shadowy ambience. "What would you like a drink?" she inquired. Ryan, eagerly forming his hands into a cup shape, exclaimed, "A large gin and tonic, please." Once Ryan had placed the order, Zhang Fan looked up at the woman before him. From her appearance, it was evident that she was of mixed heritage, and as it was his first time in such a place, he was unsure of what to order. Ryan, noticing Zhang Fan's novice status, smirked and said, "She's a southern serpent woman hybrid. She looks enticing, but best not to touch." Zhang Fan's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and astonishment as he scrutinized the woman more closely. There was indeed something serpentine about her alluring red eyes, and recalling the less than friendly tales of serpent folk, he wiped his forehead nervously and stated, "I shall be just fine with this rather portly gentleman." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's order for a large drink, Anya suddenly wore a mysterious smile and addressed the woman, saying, "I would like a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon." Zhang Fan was puzzled by Anya's amused glance directed at him. It was only when a colossal pineapple-shaped glass was placed before him that he realized his blunder. The gin and tonic was of a notably high alcohol content, and consuming such a large quantity could spell disaster. Though the drinks were costly, the tavern generously offered each patron a serving of roasted meat. Ryan was the first to raise his glass, declaring, "Cheers to the Iron Triangle." The three clinked their glasses together and took a sip. The bitter yet spicy sensation traveled from their mouths to their throats and finally warmed their bellies. Zhang Fan quickly reached for a piece of roasted meat to temper the taste. At that moment, a sultry voice chimed in, "Hey there, handsome. In Alasia, one is considered an adult at 14. You haven't had your first drink yet, have you?" The trio turned to see a young woman standing before them. In this adventurer's tavern, the presence of such barmaids was common, and even if accompanied by female companions, it did not deter them. Anya, accustomed to such encounters, maintained her composure and said, "Please serve this lady a drink." The barmaid appraised Anya, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, clearly feeling overshadowed. Still, she responded with a flirtatious smile, "Thank you, sister. I didn't expect you to be more generous than these two gentlemen. Soon, A glass of Bacardi rum was brought forth. Anya clinked her glass with the barmaids, saying, "Today, it's on that plump gentleman over there, so feel free." Anya took a delicate sip, while the barmaid, her eyes sparkling with allure, let her drink diminish to 3/4 full before seating herself next to Ryan. "Hey, big brother, won't you dance with me?" Ryan, unfazed, did not rise, instead retrieving a silver coin from his waist. "Dancing would distract me from enjoying my roasted meat and fine drink. However, if you can share something intriguing, this silver coin is yours." Zhang Fan was taken aback. A single silver coin held considerable purchasing power, and to see Ryan, who was notoriously greedy, being so generous was unexpected. The barmaid's gaze flickered to the silver coin, and the flirtatious demeanor she wore faded, replaced by an inscrutable smile. Zhang Fan was puzzled, and Anya produced another silver coin, stacking it atop the first and smiling at the barmaid. "I'll add another silver coin." Zhang Fan's expression grew even more perplexed. He couldn't fathom their intentions. That IT was only when Anya leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Zhang Fan, in every tavern, silver coins can be exchanged for information." That he finally grasped the situation. That IT seemed Ryan was seeking intelligence, and this fellow was serious about his business. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan retrieved a silver coin from his own purse, adding it to the pile. 9 silver coins was no small sum. A tavern barmaid would take 2 months to earn such an amount. The dim lighting concealed the coin's shine as the barmaid's eyes gleamed momentarily, with a swift motion. She snatched the coins and leaned in to whisper into Ryan's ear. After about a minute, she flashed the trio a playful smile and swayed her enticing figure away from the table. Zhang Fan's expression was complex. He was curious about what the barmaid had divulged. However, he understood that the tavern was not the place for such discussions, so he raised his oversized pineapple glass to toast with his companions. The drink was potent, causing a warmth to rise from his stomach. But he intended to grab a piece of roasted meat to settle his stomach, but discovered his plate was missing. Thankfully, Anya offered him her meat platter, and he smiled awkwardly in gratitude. After taking a piece of roasted meat and suppressing the spicy tang, he turned to Ryan and said, "Could you be a tad more courteous? If you wanted roasted meat, you could have just ordered it instead of taking mine." Ryan, grinning with no hint of embarrassment as he held Zhang Fan's meat platter, replied, "Today I'm covering the tab. Aren't roasted meats supposed to be paid for with coins?" Just moments earlier, he had shown no hesitation in spending for information. Yet now he was suddenly being stingy over 3 copper coins for a serving of roasted meat. Zhang Fan felt a sense of mental dissonance. Fortunately, Anya didn't eat much, allowing Zhang Fan to manage half of the large gin and tonic. He soon realized he could no longer continue. Otherwise, he would surely be carried out of the tavern. Feeling increasingly lightheaded, Zhang Fan shook his head, but the dizziness only intensified. He vowed never to order a large drink again. While he was still somewhat coherent, he looked up at Ryan and said, "I think it's about time we head back." Ryan had already finished his drink, and Anya had nearly depleted her low-alcohol concoction. Both noticed that Zhang Fan was struggling to maintain his composure, so they nodded and stood up. The trio first escorted Anya back home before returning to the blacksmith's shop. The castle's night was not particularly dark. Gas lamps illuminated every street. Yet Zhang Fan felt the cobblestone path beneath him was more uneven than usual, and he nearly stumbled several times. Observing Zhang Fan's unsteady gait, Ryan chuckled, "My swordsman, your tolerance for liquor leaves much to be desired." This was Zhang Fan's first experience with such potent spirits. His cheeks were flushed, and his speech was slightly slurred. "Please, let us not discuss alcohol anymore. That I must ask you. Ryan, when did you decide to seek an escape route?" Ryan, noticing Zhang Fan's inability to walk straight, took hold of one of his arms for support. "The moment you mentioned that Murlac's father became a cavalry commander, and Murlac himself became a cavalryman. W.I." Ryan suddenly glanced up at the highest point of the castle, where the Lord's manor still appeared to be lit. "Zhang Fan, I know what you're thinking. You believe the Swordsman Guild can ensure your safety, but the reality is far less optimistic." Zhang Fan was taken aback, halting his steps to turn and fixate his gaze upon Ryan, exclaiming, "The Swordsman Corps is undeniably the core strength at the outpost city. Having joined the Swordsman Corps, Murlac certainly cannot deal with me lightly. Why do you say the outlook is not optimistic?" Ryan shook his head in denial, replying, "Zhang Fan, The city lord is still human. D. You truly believe that the swordsman core being dominant is a good thing. This statement jolted Zhang Fan, causing the effects of the alcohol to recede somewhat. The astuteness of the rotund man was impressive. He had even foreseen that the city lord might utilize the cavalry to counterbalance the swordsman core if the two factions were to clash. Sacrificing a few swordsmen would be of little consequence. Feeling discomfort in his stomach, Zhang Fan sighed deeply, suppressing the burning heat within him, and then steeled himself, saying, "Let us head home. We should rest early today. Tomorrow morning, we will seek out a refuge." The following morning, as the two prepared to meet Anya, they were unexpectedly confronted by Murlak. Zhang Fan could easily guess the other's intentions with just a flicker of his toe. "Zhang Fan, a prospective swordsman, where are you rushing off to?" Murlak, despite having become a cavalryman, retained his haughty demeanor, which left Zhang Fan feeling a surge of indignation. "Murlak, are you looking for trouble?" The Iron Triangle bore a grudge against Murlak and his father, though it remained unspoken. Fundamentally, the Iron Triangle was the party at a disadvantage, which restrained Murlak from going too far. If prospective swordsmen, don't think that just because you have a swordsman core leader backing you, you can feel at ease. Once my father deals with that fool Kyle, let us see how long you can keep bouncing around. This threat was blunt and confirmed Ryan's judgment from the previous day. Fortunately, Murlak dared not openly escalate the situation, and Zhang Fan did not extend any courtesy in return. "Cavalryman Murlak, as you said, since you currently lack the capability to deal with me, I suggest you recognize your place and step aside. Or else we shall fight right now." Ever since discovering that Murlak could unleash the knight's honor skill, Sol had repeatedly warned Murlak to proceed with caution. Once his skills matured and the cavalry acquired more knights, not even the city lord would dare to disregard them, let alone Zhang Fan. Murlak wasn't too foolish. This time, he did not allow Zhang Fan to provoke him. "Ha! Prospective swordsman, mere words are of no use. Power speaks louder than anything. We shall see who prevails." With that, Murlak swiftly turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for Zhang Fan to retort. Though Zhang Fan felt a surge of anger, he was currently outmatched, and thus had no choice but to swallow his words and continue towards Anya's home. According to the description from the barmaid, the sanctuary lay to the west of Outpost City. As the sun began to set, the shadow cast by the pyramid pointed to a location shrouded in secrecy, known to none. The three, accompanied by a small sprite, once again bid farewell to the angel statue in the square. As they stepped beyond the city gates, the sunlight broke free from the clouds. Ryan, leading the group, suddenly produced a bag of snacks and took a bite. "Who would have thought that my astute and agile adventure master is setting off once more? Just you wait and see. I shall return in triumph to Outpost City." A few soldiers stationed at the entrance were taken aback, marveling at the eccentricity of the scene. One soldier even bluntly remarked, "Who is this guy? How shameless can one be? I hope he doesn't end up feeding the lizards." Outpost City is situated to the northwest of Alasia, and westward for over 200 miles lies the Lost Lands. This area was once home to an ancient civilization, but due to desertification, it lost its vegetation and farmlands, leaving the remnants of civilization in ashes. Now, only a colossal pyramid remained, accompanied solely by time. A desert scorpion emerged from the sands, startled by the presence of the three, and fled in panic. In this desolate expanse, Ryan could not resist the opportunity for amusement and swiftly unleashed a sling to attack. It must be said, the rotund fellow was quite accurate, as the stone struck the scorpion squarely. However, to his astonishment, after a resounding thud, the stone merely ricocheted off the scorpion's shell. "You infuriate me, Zhang Fan." "Lend me your sword." Zhang Fan, aware that Ryan was merely showing off, willingly handed over his sword. Ryan had only made a casual remark, but upon receiving the sword, he hesitated slightly before resolutely charging forward. Gritting his teeth, encased in heavy armor, moving with the sword became a daunting task. Suddenly, there was a thunderous crash. Ryan tumbled headfirst into the sand, and when he finally lifted his head from the ground, he blinked in surprise as a massive pyramid loomed in the distance. This was an awe-inspiring structure, with each side of the pyramid measuring at least 300 meters, the closer one approached. The more imposing it appeared. Upon reaching the base of the pyramid, Ryan abruptly removed the helmet hanging from his shoulder and swiftly placed it atop his head. Anya, sensing something amiss, turned to scan her surroundings but found nothing unusual. Her face betraying a look of confusion. Pang pang. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Ryan turned to peer through the helmet's visor at Zhang Fan and Anya, his muffled voice emerging from within. It is said that many monsters dwell within the pyramid, guarding the treasures of ancient kings. Zhang Fan stepped forward, gently touching the edge of the pyramid, causing a flurry of crumbling sand to cascade down. Ryan, I cannot ascertain whether there are monsters, but it is true that no one has visited here in years. Feel how weathered this stone is. Ryan needed no prompting. His mind quickly recognized the desolation of the area. Nodding in agreement, no sane person would venture here. Otherwise, merely stepping upon it would cause these weathered layers to crumble at this juncture. Ryan's tone shifted to one of intrigue. Do you think there could truly be monsters inside? You're overthinking it. It's just a pile of stones, Zhang Fan replied dismissively, casually selecting a spot to begin climbing. Anya found herself caught between belief and skepticism regarding the existence of monsters. But the height of the pyramid compelled her to intervene. Zhang Fan, are you really going to climb up there? Zhang Fan turned back with a smile. Do not mind Ryan. He speaks without filter. There isn't even a door here. Even if there were monsters, they couldn't escape. We should ascend to the top and see where the sunset casts its shadow. His logic was sound. Anya nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Fan as they began their ascent. This proved to be a hardship for Ryan, encumbered as he was by heavy armor. The pyramid stood at least 200 meters tall, making the climb a perilous endeavor. Hey, are you both really going to climb? Zhang Fan paid him no heed, maintaining his swift pace. The pyramid, though appearing smooth at first glance, revealed a significant variance in the stone's positioning, making the climb relatively manageable. After a few minutes of climbing, Ryan's urgent voice rang out, There's a door. There's a door. What door? Zhang Fan replied without turning. There really is a door, Anya chimed in. Finally turning to look, Zhang Fan indeed spotted a slightly inconspicuous square stone that appeared out of place before Ryan. Ryan, are you sure that's a door? Look closely before you claim such. By the divine above, there are inscriptions on it. Once he heard about the inscriptions, Zhang Fan's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly made his way to Ryan's side. Before them stood a towering granite stone, 2 meters high, adorned with numerous inscriptions. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan could not decipher them, so he turned to Ryan. Ryan, can you read these characters? Ryan, ever the repository of peculiar knowledge, squinted his eyes and muttered for a moment before slapping his chest armor, declaring, Listen well, I shall recite for you in the morning, it walks on 4 legs. At noon, on 2 legs. In the evening, it walks on 3 legs. What is it? The omniscient and omnipotent underworld deity is here. If you answer correctly, you may open this door and enter the treasure chamber. If you answer incorrectly, I shall claim your soul. The grandeur of the pyramid was indeed chilling, and the mention of soul stealing made Anya gasp lightly, her face turning tense. Although Zhang Fan was skeptical, he furrowed his brow, pondering the answer to the riddle. Ryan, however, dismissed it nonchalantly and raised his right foot to kick the stone slab, declaring, for heaven's sake, The answer is me. To their surprise, as soon as he spoke, a brilliant light flashed around the stone slab, followed by a tremor as the surrounding sands began to shake. The 3 instinctively took several steps back, aghast as the stone slab started to shift aside with a resounding clatter, revealing a dark cavern before them. Could it be that fortune has smiled upon me? Ryan exclaimed boisterously, but Zhang Fan was not as easily fooled. He unsheathed his sword, the sunlight glinting off its surface, reflecting into the depths of the cavern, which revealed a vast passageway constructed entirely of stone. Anya also drew her short sword, cautioning the two. Everyone, be careful. We do not know what may lie within. Ryan let out a deliberate cackle. After thousands of years, even a level 20 superhuman hero shall be reduced to ashes. Watch as I, the great fat master, forge a path. With that, he charged forward, only to be unexpectedly tripped by the groove of the stone door. Ouch! He exclaimed as he tumbled head first onto the ground. The corridor, being a slight incline, caused his rotund body to roll uncontrollably for several meters. "Fatty!" Zhang Fan shouted. Realizing that entering was now unavoidable, he quickly followed suit, and behind him, Anya darted in as well. Fortunately, Ryan came to a halt after rolling 6 or 7 meters, obstructed by the wall of the passage. Dazed and disoriented, he sat up and turned to glance back at Zhang Fan. Initially intending to assist, Zhang Fan suddenly spotted a pair of glowing green eyes within the corridor and swiftly brandished his cross-sword. Seeing Zhang Fan draw his sword, Ryan instinctively donned the helmet hanging from his shoulder before turning to investigate. Meow! To their astonishment, a black creature leapt towards them. Startled by Ryan's movement, it lunged at Zhang Fan, who raised his sword, but it feigned and darted past him towards the back, where Si-Pei was located. Si-Pei, be careful, Anya warned, swiftly slashing with her short sword as the creature made an abrupt turn and dashed towards the bright entrance of the tunnel, disappearing in an instant. This is bizarre. How can there still be living beings inside? Ryan grumbled. Now cautious, he secured his helmet tightly onto his plate armor and retrieved a glowing stone from his backpack. Though it lacked the brightness of a torch, it thankfully did not emit any noxious smoke. Observing Ryan venture deeper, Zhang Fan tapped his shoulder armor with the cross-sword. "Fatty, are you really going in there?" With the helmet obstructing his view, Ryan shouted forward. "Having come this far, how can we not take a look? There could very well be treasures waiting for us." However, his voice echoed far down the passage before bouncing back. Zhang Fan frowned. "Be careful. This tunnel is quite deep." "Understood," Ryan replied, rapping on his armor, producing a series of resounding clangs, followed by a mischievous chuckle. "I, the great fat master, am impervious to blades and guns. I fear nothing." Zhang Fan, equally curious, urged Ryan onward, feeling Anya pressing closely behind him. As he turned to offer her some comforting words, he was taken aback to see her head had inexplicably transformed into a skull. He stumbled back several steps, colliding with Ryan. Fatty, something's off with Anya." Zhang Fan gripped his sword tightly, watching as the skull approached him step by step. Yet he lacked the courage to strike, uncertain if it was truly Anya. Roar! A sudden, beastly growl echoed from behind Zhang Fan, causing him to whip around, his heart sinking into icy dread. Before him stood not Ryan, but the head of a massive lizard. No. Zhang Fan kicked out in panic, sending Ryan several feet away. Raising his sword to pursue the creature, "Zhang Fan," Anya's voice rang out, startling him back to reality. When he turned, the skull had reverted to Anya's familiar visage. He quickly glanced back at Ryan, only to see the lizard's head lunging forward once again. "Anya, watch out!" Zhang Fan shouted, raising his sword once more. "Stop, Zhang Fan. That's Fatty, not a lizard." Anya's urgent reminder pierced through the confusion, a flicker of pain flaring in Zhang Fan's mind. A wave of clarity washed over him. In the blink of an eye, the lizard's head morphed back into Ryan's familiar form. Sighing in relief, Zhang Fan was caught off guard when Ryan suddenly lunged at him, shouting, "Lizard man, perish!" Realizing Ryan, like himself moments ago, had fallen under some mental illusion, Zhang Fan instinctively raised his hands to block. "I'm Zhang Fan." Ouch! Unfortunately, Ryan's bulkiness proved overwhelming, and Zhang Fan was knocked to the ground. Struggling beneath Ryan's weight, he attempted to push him off, but Ryan suddenly jolted awake, lifting his helmet visor, blinking several times, and calling out, "Zhang Fan." Having just experienced a similar illusion, Zhang Fan understood that Ryan too had succumbed to the spell. As Ryan regained his bearings and stood, Zhang Fan turned to Anya, who was clasping her hands over her heart, murmuring incantations. "Anya, we're all right," Zhang Fan called out. Upon hearing his voice, she opened her eyes, and, upon seeing the clarity in both Zhang Fan and Ryan's expressions, exhaled in relief. There was a mental spell at work. I sensed it. Thankfully, I remembered to use my mental energy to call out your names. And it actually worked. Zhang Fan recognized Anya as a superhuman with mental abilities, realizing she had intuitively grasped a skill at a critical moment. Given her expertise in mental manipulation, she was naturally resistant to such attacks. "Anya, don't exit that state just yet. It seems to be a protective mental spell that can shield against further psychic assaults." Anya, catching on, closed her eyes once more. Moments later, she opened them, fixing her gaze on Ryan. "Ah, Ryan suddenly screamed, staggering back a few steps. Mental attack. Zhang Fan exclaimed in shock. Stop! Stop! Anya immediately closed her eyes, allowing Zhang Fan to move beside Ryan and support him. Fatty, how are you? Are you all right? Ryan shook his head. Having just experienced a sharp pain in his head that nearly caused him to collapse, now that sensation had faded and he felt normal again. Anya, you're so biased. Why did it only target me? Anya, having concluded her experiment, sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Fatty, I just wanted to see if heavy armor could block mental attacks. Ryan, feeling frustrated, rubbed his forehead. You can't be this foolish. This is a mental attack. What good is armor against it? At that moment, Zhang Fan was not focused on their banter. He realized Anya had made a significant breakthrough. This appeared to be a skill that could both defend against and launch mental attacks. He turned to Anya. Anya, how's your mana reserve? Anya blinked and replied, It seems I've used about 1/5. Overall, it's manageable. Zhang Fan pondered, knowing that Anya's mental prowess was significantly higher than that of ordinary superhumans. In combat, even if such abilities did not kill an enemy, they could provide substantial support. Anya, in future battles, if you initiate a mental attack to disrupt the opponent, just like you did with Fatty, we can take advantage and strike effectively. It's a strategy that yields great results. Ryan nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. In that fleeting moment, my mind went blank. Even if someone tried to stab me, I wouldn't have been able to evade. This skill is powerful. It deserves a name. A name? Anya furrowed her brow, then contemplated. When I sensed you both being controlled by the mental attack, a word purity spontaneously emerged in my mind. Later, when I attempted to use an attack, I thought of the word chaos. As a fellow superhuman, Zhang Fan understood that the names of abilities often came intuitively during their use, and he nodded. Then let us call them purity and chaos. They are two skills, yet they stem from the same source. Yes, indeed. Anya agreed thoughtfully. Seeing the two had settled on names for their skills, Ryan once again donned his helmet visor and turned, all right, future heroes. Let us continue onward. We've endured a mental attack. We must uncover the nature of the creature behind it. Otherwise, my losses here will have been in vain. His words rang true. Having already endured an attack, they must ascertain who was behind it. Zhang Fan felt a surge of resolve and nodded at Anya to proceed. Anya, having recently grasped a new skill, felt emboldened and nodded back, following the two as they pressed onward. After turning a corner, the passage began to incline upward, and after walking another 30 meters, they suddenly found themselves in a grand hall. Good heavens, what a hidden paradise! Upon Ryan's exclamation, Zhang Fan looked up to see that the hall's ceiling was approximately 15 or 16 meters wide and adorned with several massive glowing stones. At that moment, Ryan, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted. Zhang Fan glanced down to discover 9 humanoid figures, each entwined with strips of cloth, standing before them. What in the world is this? Anya felt a tinge of anxiety. Zhang Fan once again grasped the crossed sword in his hand. After a brief moment of observation, it became evident that these were merely immobile dummies. Ryan, emboldened by curiosity, boldly approached a few steps closer. Noticing that nothing moved, he leaned in to scrutinize these 9 figures. They appear to be fake, not mummies. As Ryan examined them, he even poked at the humanoid forms with his finger, which remained unresponsive. Zhang Fan, puzzled, inquired of Ryan, "What exactly is a mummy?" Ryan continued to observe while responding. According to legend, in ancient Gundar civilization, kings would be preserved in such a manner after death. This is what is called a mummy. Before Zhang Fan could utter another word, Ryan noticed a ring on the finger of the central mummy. This discovery piqued his curiosity immensely, and he immediately reached out to grasp the ring. A sense of foreboding surged within Zhang Fan, but it was too late to intervene. Be careful. Fatty. Don't worry, I've got this. But just as the words left his mouth, the mummy's arm moved slightly. Ryan hastily stashed the ring into his backpack, and the mummy's arm slowly rose, the red glow igniting in its eye sockets beneath the bandaged forehead. My God, it's alive! Run, Ryan shouted, sprinting to the side and turning to flee. Zhang Fan realized trouble had ensued and called out to Anya. Quick, run towards the entrance. Following this, Anya and the little sprite dashed ahead, with Zhang Fan and Ryan trailing behind in a frantic escape towards the entrance. Yes, they entered the passage. Darkness enveloped them once more. Ryan, lagging behind, felt the mummy closing in, and in his growing panic, he shone his luminescent stone backward. Zhang Fan, quickly tell me how far the mummy is. I can't turn around. Zhang Fan ran along the corridor while glancing back. Praying to the divine, the mummy is getting closer. It's only 6 or 7 meters behind. Only 6 or 7 meters. But what? Zhang Fan shouted as he continued to run, calculating the distance to the entrance. Then yelled, Anya, speed up. They're gaining on us. Oh God, Ryan exclaimed, suddenly accelerating, urging, faster, faster. I don't want to be friends with a bunch of ancient monsters. Anya, agile and swift, suddenly increased her pace, leaving the two behind as the light from the cave entrance grew brighter ahead. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared at the cave opening that a glimmer flashed in its eyes, and Anya sensed a disturbance in her mind. Quickly, she focused her energy and shouted, Purify. Instantly, the unsettling sensation dissipated. Then, she called out, Chaos! The dark creature let out a shrill cry and toppled to the ground. Just in time, Zhang Fan arrived, his sword flying forth to strike the dark figure. The sharp edge of the blue cross, sword piercing through and embedding itself into the stone beyond. Seeing the creature pinned to the ground, Anya reasoned that such a grievous injury would render it lifeless and dashed out of the cave without a second thought. As Zhang Fan passed the creature, he yanked his sword free, but it was ensnared and could no longer move. With his crossed sword in hand, Zhang Fan glanced back at Ryan, whose pupils dilated in alarm. Ryan, run, he shouted before bolting out of the cave to avoid obstructing Ryan's escape route. Ryan had exerted all his strength. Even through his armor, he could sense the decaying aura of the mummy behind him. As he glimpsed the light spilling into the cave, he estimated he was still 5 or 6 meters from the exit. Gasping for breath, he called out, Zhang Fan, ambush at the entrance. I'm about to get caught. Of course, Zhang Fan had not moved. He poked his head out of the cave, reassuring Ryan, don't worry, just dash out and hide to the side. I'll kick them down one by one. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Ryan, noticing the strange expression on Zhang Fan's face, felt a surge of anxiety. What's wrong? Is Fatty in trouble? Don't run, look back. Ryan, terrified, twisted his head to glimpse behind him, oh his astonishment. The mummies had halted, retreating from the sunlight that streamed into the cave. Ha! So they fear the light. Ryan felt a wave of relief wash over him, slowing his pace to catch his breath at the cave's entrance. Come on, keep chasing me, you ancient fiends. However, Ryan's substantial bulk cast a shadow, causing the entrance to darken, prompting the mummies to lunge forward a few steps. My God! Ryan gasped, retreating backward and leaping out of the cave. The sunlight, now unobstructed, illuminated the leading mummy. Boom! The bandages on the mummy ignited in flames, forcing it to stagger back as the fire gradually extinguished. May the God of Light protect us? Ryan was drenched in sweat, his breaths heavy and audible. With the mummies deterred, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief. He looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. Let us go. We need to reach the top of the pyramid before sunset. With that, he led the way upward. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the pyramid, which stood over 200 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, the sun cast long shadows that stretched for miles. Zhang Fan pulled out a sheepskin map to assess the position of the pyramid's shadow, although they stood high above. Discerning the exact location of the pyramid's shadow remained a challenge, so he sketched a rough circle on the map. This will have to suffice. The distance is too great. We can only estimate a general area, and will need to explore further ourselves. Just as he finished speaking, an epiphany struck Zhang Fan, and he slapped his thigh, the sound resonating sharply. Oh no, we must hurry. Anya, realizing the urgency, exclaimed, Right? The sun is setting. We must be cautious of the mummies. Run. Ryan, having finally reached the summit, barely had time to admire the view. Hearing the mention of mummies, he recalled that these creatures only feared light. Once the sun set, they would surely emerge. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and hurriedly followed Anya and Zhang Fan down the pyramid. The three raced down, reaching the desert floor just as the sunlight faded to a mere glimmer. Zhang Fan glanced back at the pyramid entrance, where several mummies were indeed lurking, hesitant to cross into the sunlight. Let's go. Let us move, Zhang Fan shouted, leading the trio away from the entrance. In their haste, they lost track of their direction and inadvertently ran towards the stormy sea. After running several miles, they figured the mummies would not pursue them any longer. They finally collapsed onto the ground, the sky now dark and the blue moon casting a cool glow over the yellow sands. Ryan took a sip of water and retrieved the ring. Examining it under the moonlight, it was a golden band, its oval-shaped head resembling a watchful eye. Despite its small size, it exuded an air of authority. As Zhang Fan drank from his water pouch, Anya asked, "Ryan, is this the ring you acquired from the mummy?" "Indeed," Ryan replied, fixated on the ring, then slipped it onto his finger. While it fit snugly, there was no immediate reaction, causing Ryan's brow to furrow in disappointment. What a letdown. I thought it would be something extraordinary, but it seems quite ordinary. Zhang Fan, having placed his water pouch back into his backpack, took the ring from Ryan's hand and tried it on his own middle finger. Observing that nothing happened when he wore it, Ryan lamented, "See? It's useless. I almost lost my life for this." Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and infused the ring with his magical energy. Suddenly, the eye on the ring flashed to life. Zhang Fan's fist clenched instinctively as a surge of energy coursed through him. He felt a significant boost in his strength, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Dragon Eye Ring. You shall be endowed with a robust physique." Anya and Ryan sensed the change in Zhang Fan, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. Zhang Fan turned to them with a smile. "This requires magical infusion, allowing the wearer a temporary enhancement in combat prowess." Ryan, barely able to believe his eyes, seized the ring back and donned it once more. As he infused it with energy, the dragon eye glimmered again. "Dragon Eye Ring, you shall be endowed with a robust physique." "Ha!" Ryan beamed with pride, declaring, "I told you, Fatty will never fail." Harnessing the power bestowed by the Dragon Eye Ring, Ryan swung his fist through the air a few times, feeling significantly stronger. However, upon observing his clumsy limbs encumbered by heavy armor, he sighed and handed the ring to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at him in confusion, but Ryan managed an awkward smile. "You are the primary combat force of the Iron Triangle. It is certainly more fitting for you to wear it." This statement held undeniable truth. Among the trio, the ring seemed almost tailor-made for Zhang Fan, who graciously accepted it, placing the ring on his left index finger. He examined it under the moonlight for a moment before grinning. "Ryan, with this, even as a meat shield, you might endure fewer blows." "Haha." Anya stifled a laugh beside them, but on the far western coast of Alasia, a rarely trodden area, stood an imposing granite archway in the open, rising 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, its base deeply embedded in the arid soil, resembling the entrance to a long-abandoned ruin. Yet the intricate runes etched into the granite attested to its true identity as a rare teleportation portal. Suddenly, a surge of energy illuminated all the runes, enveloping the entire archway in a blue glow. As the energy stabilized, a starkly different realm materialized within the portal, through which 8 knights ushered in several carts filled with silver coins, crossing from the snow-covered mountains into the arid western desert of Alasia. The miraculous portal displayed a scene where one side was blanketed in snow, while the other was a vast desert. The leading knight stepped into the desert, glancing back at the Grand Pyramid to the east, and nodded in affirmation. "Come forth. The location is correct. We are indeed in Alasia." The remaining 7 knights followed suit, accompanied by 4 horse-drawn carts brimming with silver coins. Trailing behind them was a blue creature floating in the air, all making their way eastward. Half an hour later, as the knights' caravan vanished beyond the eastern horizon, 3 figures emerged by the portal. It was Zhang Fan's first encounter with the teleportation array. The dazzling display of energy half an hour prior had filled him with countless imaginings. However, the energy had since calmed, and the portal reverted to an ordinary stone doorway. The trio, entirely unaware of the portal's workings, had no means to activate it. After a moment of awkward glances exchanged among them, their attention fell upon the deep tracks imprinted in the sandy ground. "Fatty, we just observed from behind the dunes that the cart was laden with silver coin boxes exclusive to Alasia. Could it be they transported such a vast amount of coins through the portal?" Ryan inhaled sharply a few times, then closed his eyes, exclaiming, "It is undoubtedly silver coins. I can still smell the lingering scent of coins in the air. Zhang Fan felt an urge to kick him, his disdain unmistakable. Lingering scent? I believe you are utterly spewing nonsense. Ha! Ryan, unable to detect any aroma, displayed a hint of reluctance and declared, while I may not be able to smell it now, I can assure you, Fatty guarantees that those boxes are filled with silver coins and tea this moment. Anya, deep in thought, remarked, Zhang Fan, I notice the tire tracks are quite deep. Fatty's observation may indeed hold merit. Zhang Fan also noted the heavy load on the carts. Realizing the likelihood of them being filled with coins was exceedingly high. 4 full carts of silver coins represented an astronomical sum, causing him to gaze blankly at the portal. It is likely silver coins indeed. Those individuals heading northeast surely will not pass through the Watchtower City. The nearest castle to here is undoubtedly Dunwo. In the cool morning air of the desert, Anya rubbed her hands together and, with a hint of surprise, asked, Zhang Fan, do you think those soldiers are knights from Dunwo? Zhang Fan nodded thoughtfully in this direction. It is likely only Dunwo, but how did they acquire such a vast quantity of silver coins, burdened by his heavy armor? Ryan seized the opportunity to sit on the ground, spreading his legs apart as if to distribute his weight evenly across the earth. Feeling considerably lighter, he gazed mysteriously at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, do you see that flying creature behind us? The creature was so conspicuous that both Zhang Fan and Anya nodded in unison. Ryan propped himself up. Squinting in the direction the caravan had disappeared, I can almost confirm that it is indeed a divine creature. Divine creature? Zhang Fan and Anya questioned in unison. Ryan remained in his resting position. Continuing, according to legend, alchemists, utilizing special gemstones, can communicate with other realms and capture divine beings not belonging to this world, ensnaring them within golden lamps to serve as their subordinates in battle. This notion was indeed enigmatic. The alchemists resided in the Antarctic region of Blokada, separated from Malaysia by the barbarian civilization of Krulad, a considerable distance away. Zhang Fan and Anya's knowledge of alchemists stemmed solely from Ryan's descriptions. Curiosity piqued, they halted by the coast to discuss, their eyes fixed on the direction the knights had departed, completely oblivious to the fact that the runes on the portal behind them had begun to glow once more. Only when the entire portal radiated blue light did Zhang Fan sense something amiss, that he abruptly turned to look, realizing that someone was about to use the teleportation array. Those capable of activating such a portal were certainly no ordinary individuals. If discovered, the trio could find themselves in dire straits. Zhang Fan called out urgently, "Oh no, we must hide!" But it was too late. The three had barely run 20 meters when 5 colossal humanoid figures emerged from the portal. The leader, spotting Zhang Fan and his companions, shouted, "Don't run! We see you! We are benevolent dwarves!" Aware that they had been discovered, Zhang Fan halted, turning to face the newcomers, who indeed turned out to be dwarves. Though dwarves were not inherently evil, they were often wanderers in Alasia, and some could be quite ill-tempered when inebriated. Upon seeing the 5 dwarves wielding enormous silver hammers, the trio's hearts raced. Dwarves were formidable fighters, and should all 5 attack simultaneously, it was unlikely they would emerge unscathed. Zhang Fan steeled himself, attempting to project an air of authority, thinking that since the dwarves were newcomers, he might intimidate them. "This is the kingdom of Alasia. From where do you hail?" The leader of the dwarves, sporting a mane of curly brown hair and a nose that resembled a large droplet of water resting atop his thick lips, spread his arms wide in a gesture symbolizing peace. "I am Darallan, from the distant region of the southeastern continent, the Lonely Mountain Dwarf clan. We are peacekeepers. May I ask, is this truly Alasia?" Seeing no malice in their demeanor, Zhang Fan's smile became more genuine. "Greetings. Alasia welcomes you." "Ho, long live." A cheer erupted among the dwarves. Zhang Fan, puzzled by their exuberance, looked questioningly at Darallan. After their excitement subsided, Darallan bowed deeply, explaining, "Forgive us, my friend. It has taken us an entire year to find Alasia," which has left us rather elated. Wondering about their intentions, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mr. Darallan, why were you seeking Alasia?" Darallan's curls shook slightly, dislodging some dust. "To be candid, we are here in search of a dwarf who possesses a ring known as the Lonely Mountain Ring." Zhang Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. "From what you say, You have expended considerable effort to arrive here merely for a ring. Daralyn nodded, his expression tinged with sorrow. Indeed, sir, we have spent a great deal of rubies to fuel the teleportation portal. After 6 transfers, we finally arrived here. However, the Lonely Mountain Ring is of paramount importance to the Dwarf Kingdom. No matter the time or resources, we must locate ITDKT that moment. Ryan, who had been silent until then, interjected, "Wait a moment. As far as I know, dwarves do not have a kingdom." Daralyn's expression darkened slightly, but soon transformed into one of solemnity. "Sir, that is a tale of the past. Nowadays, the Lonely Mountain King Sarine has overcome countless obstacles to unite the dwarf clans and establish a kingdom. However, the great Lonely Mountain King still requires a token to ascend the throne." Zhang Fan understood then that the Lonely Mountain Ring was a vital symbol of authority. Akin to the heritage of the dwarf clans that he asked Daralyn, Alasia is vast. Even if you are aware that the Lonely Mountain Ring is here, it will be quite challenging to find, given that it is just a small ring. "Yes, sir," Daralyn acknowledged, yet his eyes sparkled with unyielding confidence. Though the Lonely Mountain Ring is small, once exposed to sunlight, the dwarves can sense its radiance. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled escaping from dwarves earlier, having discovered a ring on one of them, which he still kept in his backpack. Sometimes, the world presents remarkable coincidences. He decided to inquire further. "Mr. Daralyn, could you describe the characteristics of that ring? Perhaps I could assist you in your search." Hearing that Zhang Fan needed assistance, Daralyn's countenance brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my friend." The ring is adorned with an exquisitely engraved hammer, making it quite distinguishable. In truth, the rings of dwarves are bulkier than those of Alasia, given that dwarves possess remarkably large hands. Zhang Fan's inquiry stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether his ring matched that description. Coincidentally, the very ring he possessed bore the image of a hammer. His breath quickened momentarily, but he swiftly regained his composure. There were not many dwarves in Alasia, yet he felt the need to confirm. "Pray tell, Mr. Daralyn, if other dwarves were to don hammer rings, would it not be exceedingly difficult to locate the one in question?" "Huh?" Daralyn chuckled, stroking his beard. No. There is absolutely no dwarf who would dare to wear a ring inscribed with a hammer casually. Even in the Lonely Mountain, one would be hard-pressed to find another such ring. These words reassured Zhang Fan that the ring nestled within his satchel was indeed the object of Daralyn's quest. He began to ponder the situation. After all, dwarves were not of his kin, and should he relinquish the ring, it would be only fair for them to offer something in return. At that moment, he was uncertain about what kind of exchange he could request, so he decided to bide his time. "Daralyn, this place is desolate. If you don't mind, you may accompany us on our journey. I harbor a keen interest in matters concerning your dwarven kingdom." The dwarves consented to join Zhang Fan's party as he sought a sanctuary. He was unperturbed by the thought of the dwarves discovering his intentions. After all, once they obtained the ring, they would be inclined to depart Alasia without delay. Along the way, the dwarves informed Zhang Fan that the kingdom of the Lonely Mountain was established within a colossal hollowed-out mountain. The dwarven race possessed remarkable architectural skills. They forged fine iron from mithril, which was several times harder than any steel found on the continent of War, while the dwarves' iron-smelting techniques were beyond reproach. Zhang Fan remained skeptical of Daralyn's claims. After all, his own forged blue iron was merely twice as resilient as fine steel, and he had greatly benefited from it. If mithril iron were indeed several times tougher than ordinary fine steel, then weapons forged from it would be unrivaled in the world. Contemplating this, Zhang Fan offered his long sword to Daralyn and inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Daralyn, how does mithril iron compare to my sword?" Daralyn took the long sword, positioning it against the sunlight for inspection before flicking it with his enormous finger. Clang! The sound resonated, and once it subsided, Daralyn nodded. "Mr. Zhang Fan, without a doubt, this is a fine sword, surpassing even those of the elven race. Yet mithril iron is twice as hard as this blade." Ah! Zhang Fan could scarcely contain his astonishment. This sword had been forged by his own abilities, and yet it was only 1/3 as hard as mithril iron. In the continent of War, while those with special abilities possessed extraordinary combat prowess, they were still a minority. The outcome of battles depended largely on the number of soldiers, and the combat effectiveness of those soldiers was undoubtedly determined by their weapons. If weapons were crafted from mithril iron, would that not render an army invincible? This realization set Zhang Fan on edge, prompting him to further inquire, "Mr. Dalaran, might I see your weapon?" Noticing the glimmer of hope in Zhang Fan's eyes as he gazed at the hammer in his hand, Dalaran recognized the misunderstanding, that Zhang Fan believed his weapon was forged from mithril iron, and promptly shook his head. "Mr. Zhang Fan, you are mistaken. This is not mithril iron. The creation of mithril iron necessitates the addition of costly mithril, making it exceedingly challenging to forge. Even the Lonely Mountain is a rare commodity, generally reserved for special purposes. We would not carry it about casually." Zhang Fan realized that if mithril iron were too easily acquired, the dwarves would have already dominated the continent. This understanding left him disheartened as he lamented, "I truly wish to witness your mithril forging techniques." While forging techniques were closely guarded secrets, Dalaran did not find Zhang Fan's words excessive. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Mr. Zhang Fan, the technique for forging mithril iron is not difficult, yet only dwarves possess the capability to achieve it. If it were not difficult, why then could other races not forge it?" This contradiction left Zhang Fan perplexed, casting a questioning look at Dalaran. Dalaran, meanwhile, stroked his beard with confidence, stating, "The process of forging mithril iron may sound simple, but requires impeccable control. Even among dwarves, only a select few possess this innate sensitivity to metals. Even so, should one falter during the process, the effort would be rendered futile. The dwarves' innate craftsmanship was undeniable, and those chosen from among them were incomparable to ordinary races. However, Zhang Fan possessed a unique ability to sense metals through his powers, likely unparalleled across the continent. Yet he lacked the formula for forging mithril iron at that moment. Zhang Fan turned to Dalaran. "To be candid, Mr. Dalaran, I too am a blacksmith. If I were to locate the Lonely Mountain ring for you, could you share the formula for mithril iron? Even if I cannot forge it myself, I would have no regrets." Dalaran was taken aback. The forging formula held no value for other races. However, if he could obtain the Lonely Mountain ring, it would fulfill the dwarves' millennia-long dream of nation-building, making this exchange exceedingly advantageous. Yet he detected a hint of cunning in Zhang Fan's eyes, causing him to narrow his own slightly. "Mr. Zhang Fan, let us not discuss the formula yet. You seem quite confident in your ability to locate the ring." Zhang Fan forced a smile, as he was uncharacteristically telling a lie at that moment. "Mr. Dalaran, I have heard of this ring from a friend. It seems a dwarf had pawned it to him. However, that dwarf has long since departed from Malaysia, and if all goes well, the ring should still be in my friend's possession." The significance of the ring to the dwarves was immense, and Dalaran's initial skepticism quickly transformed into excitement. "Mr. Zhang Fan, if you can find the ring, I will divulge the formula for mithril iron, provided you swear to keep it a secret." Zhang Fan had not anticipated such smooth progress. He placed his hand over his heart and vowed, "If I obtain the formula, I shall not disclose it." Suddenly, a voice intruded upon Zhang Fan's thoughts. "You are deceiving the dwarf. The ring is clearly in your possession." Zhang Fan's hand remained over his heart, leading others to believe he was still in the midst of making his promise. The unexpected voice caused him to stiffen, initiating a mental dialogue with it. "Who are you? Why are you speaking in my mind?" The voice continued, "I am Stick, the god of oaths." Zhang Fan was utterly astonished. Merely uttering a vow had summoned the god of oaths. "That I apologize. I was unaware of any issues with my previous vow." "Humph." Stick's voice resonated with anger. "You are deceiving the dwarf, which is a violation of your oath. That I shall punish your soul with lightning." Before he could react, the voice threatened to enact its punishment. The people of Alasia held a profound reverence for deities, and Zhang Fan felt the thunderous echoes of impending retribution within his mind. Though he believed his vow to be sound, he could not contest the will of the god. Panic surged within him. Being punished by the god of oaths would yield no favorable outcome. At that moment, a corpulent figure beside Zhang Fan swatted at his neck, exclaiming, "What an annoying fly!" Suddenly, Stick let out a startled cry, and the thunderous sounds in Zhang Fan's mind vanished entirely, along with the voice of Stick. Zhang Fan finally completed his heartfelt vow. Dalaran observed Zhang Fan's earnest oath with a twinge of emotion and subsequently declared his own vow. "If Zhang Fan retrieves the Lonely Mountain ring, I, Dalaran, shall personally reveal the formula for mithril iron to him. Unfortunately, it seemed that his vow lacked divine acknowledgement. After a day and a half of travel, the group encountered a vast canyon. Unlike the surrounding desert, a river flowed through this gorge, bordered by thousands of acres of lush green plains, where towering trees provided ample shade. Even more astonishing was the presence of a colossal stone mountain at the canyon center. The three members of the Iron Triangle exchanged glances. This was indeed an ideal location. Not only was it concealed within the desert, but it also boasted an abundance of timber and stone, ample enough to construct a small castle. The dwarves, however, were not fond of such terrain, as they held a deep affection for towering mountains. Observing the dwarves' indifferent expressions, Zhang Fan merely smiled, leading them into the heart of the canyon, where water was plentiful and the ground exceptionally firm. Zhang Fan informed Dalaran that he intended to establish a temporary shelter in this location and hoped that Dalaran could assist. Dwarves, as natural craftsmen, found the construction of several stone houses to be a trivial task. He even suggested that Zhang Fan focus on locating the lonely mountain ring while the dwarves would take charge of planning a small refuge here. Zhang Fan, aware of his lack of building skills and recognizing the dwarves' eagerness, decided to relinquish control and allow them to proceed. He promised to return with the ring within a month and a half, urging Dalaran to await his return here with peace of mind. The Iron Triangle departed the next day. Once they had left, a short-haired, black-haired dwarf stepped forward and inquired of Dalaran, "Selene, why do you place such trust in Zhang Fan?" A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Dalaran's eyes as he declared, "I am confident that the ring lies within this individual's possession." The dark-haired dwarf stood up abruptly, astonished, and questioned, "Then why not detain them?" Dalaran chuckled heartily. "However, the ring cannot be worn at all times. Given that Zhang Fan has taken an oath, I believe he will return with the ring in due time. We merely require a fair exchange." The dark-haired dwarf nodded in understanding, prompting Dalaran to stroke his brown beard and begin to survey the environment. After a brief moment, he addressed the other dwarves, stating, "Although this is not a locale favored by dwarves, it serves as a commendable settlement for the humans of Arathia. Since we have a month and a half at our disposal, let us plan our time here wisely. Time is fleeting, and dwarves must not squander it." Upon returning to Sentinel City, the annual soldier selection was fast approaching. Zhang Fan intended to first secure the qualification of a swordsman, retrieve his mother from the Lord's Manor, and then return the lonely mountain ring to the Secret Valley. The recruitment of soldiers in Sentinel City was a significant affair, with many individuals who considered themselves strong and capable vying for a chance to compete. With only 10 days remaining until the selection, the city was abuzz with newcomers, most of whom hailed from the surrounding territories. Among them were farmers, adventurers, and various tradespeople, all sharing a common goal: to become a soldier of Arathia through the selection process. At the Adventurers Exchange, the Iron Triangle was the first to be favored by fortune. The iron or mine they had discovered in the valley had commenced production, and the Lord had advanced the first batch of dividends as a reward. Totaling 100 silver coins, a heavy, gleaming bag of silver coins rested upon the blacksmith's table. Ryan sat on a wooden stool, trembling with excitement, his small eyes shining with uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, "Today has truly been a great harvest. Quick, let us divide the spoils and indulge in a feast." All three were elated, and Zhang Fan pointed at the bag of coins on the table, saying, "In that case, let's split it. You go first, fatty." Ryan rubbed his hands together, rising from the stool to take 10 silver coins from the bag and place them before himself, then retrieved another 10, saying, "Anya, we shall each have 10 coins, leaving the remainder for Zhang Fan." Anya accepted the 10 coins without hesitation, her happiness evident. However, Zhang Fan's expression shifted in surprise. "Fatty, what do you mean by this?" Ryan shook the coins in his grasp, the sound of clinking echoing, "Oh, not overthink it. This is a loan for you. Use this money to secure your mother's release." Initially, Zhang Fan had envisioned earning his mother's freedom in the most honorable manner after achieving the rank of swordsman. Yet now, with sufficient silver coins at hand, he realized that honor was not his foremost concern. Rescuing his mother from her plight took precedence, and a wave of emotion washed over him, gratitude swelling within his heart. However, the trio had forged a tacit understanding over time, rendering further politeness unnecessary. Very well. Consider this a debt I owe you. Since we have the silver, I have decided to head to the Lord's manor now. The afternoon sun was particularly intense as the three made their way to the Lord's manor. The guard, Lawrence, was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Fan's arrival. Be why the gods, you have finally come. Zhang Fan noticed the sudden tension in Lawrence's brow. Prompting concern as he asked, Lawrence, what has happened? Lawrence nodded, his expression growing graver. Zhang Fan, your mother has been purchased by someone. What a thunderclap of shock reverberated in Zhang Fan's mind as he gripped the iron gate tightly. Lawrence, may I inquire who has bought my mother? Lawrence, contemplatively gazing at Zhang Fan beyond the iron gate, lowered his voice in a tone of consolation. This matter is rather peculiar. It was the cavalry commander. Soul, who purchased your mother? As a guard, Lawrence was unaware of the prior connection between Zhang Fan and Mralik. Yet, the act of the cavalry commander coming to the Lord's estate to buy a slave was inherently unusual. Zhang Fan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The scorching sun did little to dispel the chill within his heart. Soul's sudden acquisition of his mother was undeniably an act of vengeance. The thought made his grip on the gate tighten, his anger bubbling to the surface, nearly reaching a breaking point. Zhang Fan remained calm. Anya's gentle voice broke through, and as Zhang Fan turned to face her, a glimmer of peace enveloped him. Gradually, Zhang Fan's fury subsided, and he turned to Lawrence, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Lawrence, I must take my leave now. May you find success. Lawrence regarded Zhang Fan with a positive impression, sensing his deep anger. However, he could only assist to this extent. Thus he offered Zhang Fan a reassuring smile in response, as the three departed the Lord's manor. Ryan, fearing Zhang Fan might seek trouble at Soul's estate, grasped Zhang Fan's arm and said, Zhang Fan, this situation requires careful consideration. Do not act impulsively. Zhang Fan, undeterred by rage, recognized Soul's deliberate targeting of him in acquiring his mother from the Lord's manor. He understood that the Lord likely had no recollection of him. Yet, such an odd occurrence would surely prompt the Lord to question Soul about his interest in an ordinary gardener. What would Soul's explanation be? This thought even instilled a sense of wariness towards the Lord within Zhang Fan. Slaves possess no rights, and under these circumstances, Zhang Fan could not afford to recklessly confront Soul or Mralik. Otherwise, his mother might endure unimaginable torment. Caught in a tumult of anger and the need for rationality, Zhang Fan's eyes unwittingly turned red. After a prolonged silence, he grasped the hilt of his crossed sword at his waist and declared, Fatty, I must prepare earnestly for the swordsman advancement. Swordsmen possess the privilege of pardoning their family. Only then can I help my mother escape the shackles of slavery. Soul cannot possibly refuse the Lord's request. This was undoubtedly the best course of action at present, and Ryan, with an uncharacteristically serious expression, affirmed, Indeed, we still have time. Let us practice diligently. However, as Ryan finished speaking, he suddenly fixed Zhang Fan with a grave look. As if he had realized something troubling, an icy dread washed over Ryan as he exclaimed, Hey, why are you looking at me like that? The courtyard behind the blacksmith shop had been entirely cleared. Ryan, clad in full iron armor and wielding a cross sword, faced Zhang Fan, who held his long sword aloft, bellowing, Come, attack me with your sword. A day and a half had passed. Initially, Ryan had been concerned about injuring Zhang Fan, for the cross sword in his possession was genuine. However, after several attempts, Zhang Fan had easily deflected Ryan's strikes. After being knocked down a few times by Zhang Fan, Ryan had begun to take the training more seriously. Though Ryan was unskilled with the sword, his iron armor provided ample protection, allowing him to focus solely on offense, occasionally managing to land a hit on Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's arm was once again cut, and Ryan's face darkened as he hastily discarded his long sword and rushed to Zhang Fan's side to cast a healing spell. Midway through the incantation, Ryan suddenly felt lightheaded. Oh dear! Anya, my mana is running low. Anya had been standing by, ready to replenish Ryan's mana. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Fan's arm had healed completely, and he raised his long sword once more, prepared to continue. However, Ryan plopped down on the ground, pleading, Spare me, let me rest. This is exhausting, both attacking and healing. Zhang Fan acknowledged Ryan's commendable effort. nodding in agreement as he prepared to practice his own strength. Just as he approached the forge, a voice rang out from the entrance of the blacksmith shop. "Excuse me, could you help me repair this long sword?" Lifting his head, Zhang Fan beheld a girl of about 15 or 16, clutching a long sword that was also a cross sword. The blade had dulled with age, clearly a relic of the past, yet the signs of wear indicated it had been well cared for. Unfortunately, time had taken its toll, and maintenance alone could not prolong the life of the cross sword indefinitely. "This sword is far too old. There is truly no need for repairs." Upon hearing this, the girl's delicate features suddenly clouded with sadness, a tear cascading down onto the long sword, blooming into a dark silver tear flower. "It can be repaired," Ryan's voice chimed in from behind Zhang Fan. "Other places may not be able to fix it, but here it will be no problem." The girl looked up in surprise, her demeanor distinctly unique. "You were the blacksmith?" Ryan, taken aback by her beauty, quickly patted Zhang Fan's shoulder, saying, "I am not, but this gentleman here is the blacksmith, the finest blacksmith in Arathia." Zhang Fan wished to quickly resume his training. Repairing the sword would undoubtedly consume a significant portion of the day. The sword was far too old, with many areas having thinned due to rust removal, and such spots could easily break with the slightest touch. However, since Ryan had already spoken, and seeing the girl's emotional attachment to the sword, Zhang Fan found himself softening. Nevertheless, he resolved to offer further counsel. "My dear lady, this sword may very well be over a century old. Perhaps you should truly consider acquiring a new one. What do you think?" The woman shook her head slightly, a wave of sorrow washing over her face once more, only to be replaced moments later by a resolute determination. "This is the cross sword passed down from my grandfather to my father, and from my father to me. It embodies the honor of the Catherine family. I cannot abandon it." A look of astonishment flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes, realizing that this woman hailed from a lineage of swordsmen. And oh wonder, her demeanor was so extraordinary. Curiosity swelled within him as he inquired, "Are you a swordsman?" The woman lifted her long chin, a glimmer of confidence shining in her eyes as she replied, "No, I am not one at present, but I am determined to excel in the swordsman selection and become a true swordsman." The woman before him was named Catherine, and she revealed to Zhang Fan and his companions that she came from a family of swordsmen. Catherine was resolute in her aspiration to become a swordsman, which drove her to devote herself to the practice of swordsmanship. This sword was a legacy from her father, who had passed away, and the cross sword had accompanied her ever since, forging a unique bond between her and the blade. Zhang Fan understood that Catherine would become a rival in his quest to advance as a swordsman, yet he did not regard her with any disdain. Rather, he chose to assist her in repairing the longsword. When Catherine beheld Zhang Fan utilizing his extraordinary abilities, she could not help but exclaim, "Is that your special power? Truly remarkable. It seems we are both endowed with extraordinary abilities." "Ah, the trio, known as the Iron Triangle," responded in unison with surprise. Zhang Fan placed the long sword into the forge and then raised his gaze to Catherine, asking, "Might you share what your special ability is?" Catherine touched her waist, only to realize that her sword was still in Zhang Fan's possession. She then spread her hands and said, "I need a sword." Upon first laying eyes on Catherine, Ryan was instantly captivated by her beauty, and now seemed the perfect moment to ingratiate himself, without waiting for others to react. He dashed into the backyard and retrieved a brand new cross sword for her. Catherine grasped the sword with both hands, positioning it beside her right temple. In a sudden turn of events, a flame, mere inches long, enveloped the sword's blade. The ordinary cross sword, adorned with this skill, transformed into a dazzling spectacle. Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a singular ability?" Catherine nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is unique to me. Singular abilities cannot be wielded by others, but they can amplify an individual's combat prowess to its utmost potential." Zhang Fan's light of the swordsman bore similarities to this, albeit with a drawback. It lacked the substantial enhancement of singular abilities. Though its advantage lay in its ability to benefit multiple individuals simultaneously, proving decisive on the battlefield. Seizing the moment while Catherine's skill remained active, Zhang Fan silently chanted, "Light of the swordsman," with a flash. The flame upon the sword erupted, expanding from mere inches to at least 3. The heat emanating from the sword compelled Ryan and Anya to instinctively step back. Catherine, equally astonished, gazed at the blazing sword for an extended period before turning her attention to Xingfan. Her voice tinged with incredulity as she queried, "You possess this skill too? How is it that your skill can benefit me?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhang Fan hastily clarified, "Actually, it is not the same skill. I merely employed an enhancement technique to intensify the flames." That a look of surprise, beyond mere astonishment, flickered in Catherine's eyes, yet vanished in an instant as she posed another question to Xingfan. "Can this skill be applied to multiple individuals?" Observing the fleeting hint of pride in her expression, Zhang Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, the higher my ability level, the more individuals can benefit, though they must be swordsmen wielding longswords." As they continued their conversation, Zhang Fan repaired Catherine's longsword. 4 hours later, with the sword restored to its former resilient glory, Catherine's gratitude was ineffable as she expressed, "Zhang Fan, I will repay you handsomely." Despite Catherine's demeanor, which exuded an uncommon air of pride, her attire remained that of an ordinary individual, leading Zhang Fan to doubt that she would offer anything substantial in return. However, Ryan held a different perspective. He promptly invited Catherine to stay, reasoning that it would provide an opportunity for her and Zhang Fan to spar. Zhang Fan, aware of Ryan's ulterior motives, nonetheless believed it wise for Catherine to train with him, especially since he had learned during their earlier conversation that she had recently arrived in Sentinel City and had nowhere else to go. Thus, he extended an invitation, "If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay. Anya has a house in the city, and during the day, we can practice our swordsmanship together." Catherine readily agreed, and for the following days, Zhang Fan and Catherine immersed themselves in relentless training. Today marked the day of recruitment in Sentinel City. Each individual who arrived to enlist typically harbored aspirations for a specific position, and the swordsman training ground was currently teeming with hundreds of hopeful candidates. Of course, aside from 30 individuals, the rest were merely there to observe. Ryan held a megaphone in his hand, tasked with cheering for Zhang Fan and Catherine. Kyle had already announced that 6 swordsmen would be recruited, and Ryan was confident that both candidates would be successful. The chief examiner was Kyle, the captain of the swordsmen, who first cast a glance at Zhang Fan. In recent months, Zhang Fan's progress had been remarkable, prompting Kyle to silently nod in approval. As Kyle positioned himself at the center of the training ground, he plunged his heavy sword into the earth, his armor glinting in the sunlight. Today, 6 swordsmen would emerge, but among the 30 contenders, only the worthy would be chosen. "Glory!" the swordsmen shouted in unison. "Glory!" echoed the 30 reserve swordsmen. The first test would measure their willpower. All 30 reserve swordsmen raised their long swords with both hands, the tips pointing straight ahead. The first sword to drop would signify failure, with a total of 10 eliminations. "Begin!" With the command issued, the 30 swordsmen stood at attention, swords held high. Catherine was the sole female among them, drawing many curious gazes. This stance was a familiar attack position for every practitioner of swordsmanship. However, maintaining this pose would hinge on their willpower. 10 minutes elapsed, and the participants remained motionless. 15 minutes passed. Zhang Fan, glancing sideways at Catherine, recognized from their days of practice that although she was a woman, her foundation in swordsmanship was formidable. As 15 minutes ticked by, her expression remained unchanged, while half of the 30 had begun to perspire. 20 minutes in, sweat began to bead on everyone's brows, and those with lesser skills found their swords trembling in their grasp. Clang! The first longsword clattered to the ground. Clang! Followed closely by the second, third, and fourth. When the sound of the 9th sword hitting the ground echoed, silence enveloped the arena. Now, only 21 challengers remained, each reserve swordsman aware that if they could outlast just one more individual, they would advance to the next round of assessments, igniting a surge of determination among them. Zhang Fan, being a blacksmith, was acutely aware of the weight of a longsword. A typical cross sword weighed 7 pounds. However, after holding the sword aloft for over 20 minutes, it felt as if it had transformed into a 1,000-pound burden. His hands trembled, yet he resolved not to yield. Becoming a swordsman and securing his mother's pardon from the Lord was his unwavering ambition. Each second felt like an eternity, and the longsword grew heavier with every heartbeat. Numbness settled in, rendering him nearly oblivious to his hand's existence. Clang! A bald man's longsword fell, his frustration bringing relief to the remaining 20. Stop! Kyle's voice boomed, and the remaining 20, their movements mechanical, slowly lowered their swords with great difficulty. All participants began to rest, preparing to face the second assessment after regaining their strength. The second test would measure their physical prowess. Each individual would don 25 pounds of light armor and run 5,000 meters, with the last 8 to finish being eliminated. Ryan produced a megaphone and a water bottle, offering them to Catherine. Quick, drink some water. You'll need plenty of energy for the run. Have some sweets. They will help. Noticing that Ryan had disregarded Zhang Fan, Anya looked on in astonishment and offered her own water pouch to him. Apologies, Zhang Fan, I didn't bring any food. Ryan has some, but he's too busy to come over. Zhang Fan glanced up to see Ryan awkwardly turning away, just as he caught Zhang Fan's disapproving gaze. The rest period lasted half an hour, and Zhang Fan felt his arms had recovered sufficiently, so he began preparing his armor. The armor was not overly heavy, and running in it posed no issue. The key was to ensure he did not fall behind others, which depended on their physical fitness. Once everyone was suited up, Kyle returned to address the group again. Everyone, there are no speed restrictions. Complete the 5,000 meters and the last 8 will be eliminated. However, do not interfere with others, or you will be disqualified. Once all acknowledged their understanding and the track was cleared, Kyle issued the command. Begin! The running track measures 250 meters per lap, and after completing exactly 20 laps, the aspiring swordsmen need not keep count. Their sole objective is to maintain proper spacing within the ranks and surpass their opponents until victory is achieved. Clad in armor, 20 individuals run together. Initially, their footsteps are synchronized, and the distance between them remains relatively close. Catherine stands as the only lady among them. Physical exertion is not particularly forgiving for her. Zhang Fan intentionally positions himself beside her, controlling the pace while offering encouragement. Catherine, I am right beside you. Refrain from speaking and conserve your energy. Zhang Fan possesses great confidence in his running abilities. As evidenced during their previous adventures, his own armor weighs over 20 pounds, and he can easily cover more than 20 kilometers in a day through mountains and deserts. However, after 5 laps, he notices Catherine's speed noticeably diminishing. Turning to look, he observes that while her breathing is not overly labored, a pained expression has settled on her face. Strangely, her footsteps have begun to appear uneven. In truth, Catherine has sustained an injury to her foot. Being a person of strong pride, she is reluctant to admit to any discomfort in her legs. As they complete 10 laps, the running group begins to split into front and rear ranks. With 6 individuals in the lead, poised for success, while the majority in the trailing group face elimination. Zhang Fan could have joined the leading group, but he is increasingly aware of Catherine's slowing pace. He furrows his brow involuntarily. The overall speed of the group has decreased nearly by half since the beginning. Consequently, he supports Catherine by draping her arm over his shoulder. Catherine, I will carry you. If this continues, you will surely be eliminated. Catherine's expression turns grim. She understands that without external assistance, she is destined to fail, so she does not resist Zhang Fan's support. Someone is cheating. The audience in the center of the field begins to murmur. Having witnessed someone being assisted in their run, Kyle glances over and immediately identifies the culprit as Zhang Fan. Nevertheless, he maintains his composure and speaks sternly. Silence. I've stated that as long as teammates do not interfere with one another, other actions are not restricted. A warrior is part of a team. Aiding others is not a violation. The captain of the swordsmen holds absolute authority here, and as he scans the crowd, the murmurs of dissent quickly diminish. In the final 2 laps, the trailing group accelerates, as only a few hundred meters remain to determine the victors, and within this group, a significant portion is destined for elimination. Zhang Fan feels the mounting pressure. Catherine's right foot exhibits a distinct lack of support, weighing heavily on his left shoulder. Catherine, just 300 meters to go. I am about to use a skill on you, and then we will sprint. Catherine's eyes widen slightly in surprise as a surge of strength courses through her body. Look, we are actually speeding up. The audience erupts in excitement, for at this moment, Zhang Fan and Catherine have begun to surge forward. quickly distancing themselves from the others. After 5,000 meters of weight, the final stretch becomes exceedingly arduous, with many relying solely on sheer willpower to continue. With the boost from the skill, Zhang Fan and Catherine find themselves invigorated, claiming the 7th and 8th positions. Does this count as cheating? Technically, it does not, as the skill is an inherent part of their abilities, unbeknownst to others. However, Kyle and the Iron Triangle are well aware of the truth. Finished. The remaining 8 have been eliminated. As Kyle's confirmation rings out, Zhang Fan and Catherine simultaneously exhale in relief. A hint of gratitude flickers across Catherine's typically aloof face as her blue eyes meet Zhang Fan's. "Thank you, Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan, panting heavily, waves his hand dismissively and no need for thanks. "Once we form a duo, I will rely on you. Together we are sure to advance." Now, with 12 individuals remaining, the final challenge awaits that a circle is drawn in the center of the arena, and every 2 participants must attack one another. The last 6 standing within the circle will be declared the victors. All participants receive new swords, each unsharpened of course. Even without a sharpened edge, the weight of 7 pounds is enough to inflict considerable pain upon impact. Even through armor, prior to the start, Kyle warns in a serious tone. "Listen up, everyone. Each team consists of 2 members. Should one member be eliminated, both will be disqualified. Protect your teammate." Zhang Fan voluntarily chooses Catherine as his partner. Despite her injury, it does not significantly hinder her swordsmanship. Their practice together has demonstrated that Catherine's skill surpasses, making their chances of victory exceedingly high. Within a 20-meter diameter circle, all 12 contestants take their positions. The space ample enough to maneuver. Given the rule that anyone exiting the circle is eliminated, the majority opt to remain in the center, ensuring that even if they suffer a setback, they will not be immediately ousted. Zhang Fan and Catherine, however, take a different approach, positioning themselves at the edge of the circle, devoid of nearby competitors. 10 individuals crowd the center, on high alert, the tension palpable compared to the calmness surrounding Zhang Fan and Catherine. At that moment, a burly man strikes his armor with his long sword, producing a resounding clang that if you don't want to be eliminated, stay away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless upon concluding his threat. The man whirls his sword in the air, generating a fierce gust of wind. Even without a sharpened blade, the impact of the sword on the body would undoubtedly cause grievous harm. Recognizing the imposing presence of the hulking figure, the other 4 teams retreat to the sidelines, wary of provoking him. Zhang Fan narrows his eyes, sizing up the large man for a moment, then turns to Catherine and whispers, "This giant possesses considerable strength. Should we test our mettle against him?" Zhang Fan deliberately speaks loud enough for all to hear. Catherine, maintaining her cool demeanor, casts a challenging glance at the giant and retorts, "If we are to fight, let it be against the strongest." Their exchange does not go unnoticed. Inciting the giant's ire, he brandishes his sword and bellows, "Ha! Since you wish for your demise, I shall grant it." The giant's teammates, equally massive, nod in agreement and draw their swords, charging at Zhang Fan and Catherine. The remaining 4 teams, still positioned within the circle, hesitate to engage, choosing instead to observe the impending confrontation. Zhang Fan realizes he may have made a miscalculation. Yet there is no turning back. He raises his sword and focuses intently on the approaching duo. The giant targets Zhang Fan, raising his sword high, leveraging his momentum as he charges forward. With a fierce roar, he shouts, "Die!" Zhang Fan is unperturbed by the giant's size, thinking to himself, to strike first is to lose half the battle. As the sword descends upon him, Zhang Fan swiftly sidesteps. Clang! The giant, caught off guard by Zhang Fan's agility, finds his sword crashing into the ground, sending up a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan darts aside, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc bang. The blade strikes the giant's waist armor, though Zhang Fan only exerts 60% of his strength. Surprisingly, the giant's robust physique absorbs the blow, and despite being struck, he remains balanced. Taking advantage of this moment, the giant retaliates with a swift sweep of his sword. Zhang Fan, realizing he has not toppled his opponent and is now facing a counterattack, narrows his pupils and shifts his sword from horizontal to vertical in preparation to block the incoming strike. Clang! The The swords collide, a tremendous force reverberating through Zhang Fan, who is pushed back a significant distance. Well done! The audience erupts in applause, inciting Kyle's frustration as he realizes the spectators are enamored with the giant's brute strength, unaware that Zhang Fan had indeed landed a hit on the giant's waist. In a fit of indignation, he shouts, "What are you cheering for? If it were a real fight, that lumbering fool would have lost his waist." The audience, however, remains oblivious to Kyle's outrage. In the midst of the commotion, Zhang Fan glances back at Catherine, who has been separated by the charging opponents. This division prevents them from supporting each other, but Zhang Fan remains confident in Catherine's swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the other opponent adopts a cautious stance, recognizing the giant's overwhelming presence and opting to play defensively, waiting for the giant to eliminate Zhang Fan, thereby ensuring Catherine's downfall as well. Catherine's eyes narrow, her cold gaze fixed on her adversary. Had it not been for her foot injury acting up, she would have eagerly engaged in battle. For now, the two are locked in a tense standoff. On the other hand, the giant, emboldened by his perceived advantage, relentlessly pursues Zhang Fan, determined to force him out of the circle. Zhang Fan, keenly aware of the circle's perimeter merely 2 meters behind him, prepares for the impending clash. In an instant, his gaze turned icy as he took a step back, narrowly evading a powerful horizontal slash from his opponent. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance entirely. The burly figure, just a mere 1.5 meters away from Zhang Fan, seized the opportunity, transforming his sword from a slash to a thrust, bellowing, "Die!" This exclamation elicited a collective gasp from the audience. In truth, Zhang Fan had merely feigned a vulnerability, as his adversary lunged with full force. Zhang Fan deftly redirected his sword, aiming for the opponent's blade and striking the tip with precision. Clang! The impact effectively turned the tide, as the burly man's momentum, relentless and unyielding, was thwarted by Zhang Fan's subtle adjustment, causing his sword's center of gravity to shift, propelling him forward uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Zhang Fan rolled sideways, swiftly maneuvering to the opponent's flank, extending his left leg to deftly hook the man's ankle. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the burly man let out a pained "CRYT" that moment. He lost all control, stumbling forward before crashing out of the ring, his scream fading as he landed outside. Oh! The spectators, who had just witnessed the burly man in a position of dominance, were taken aback by his abrupt elimination, their sighs echoing throughout the arena. As the burly man exited the circle, the preparatory swordsman, exchanging glances with Catherine, displayed a sudden look of regret. He glanced up at Catherine, who had been observing him with an air of aloofness, though he felt a sense of defiance. The outcome was inevitable. He had no choice but to relinquish his sword and shake his head as he stepped out of the circle. This dramatic shift left the remaining 4 groups of combatants in a state of shock, as they had anticipated the burly man to easily subdue his opponent. Instead, Zhang Fan had proven to be far more formidable than they had expected, eliminating the burly man in just 2 rounds. With 2 competitors now absent, the 8 remaining swordsmen found themselves in closer quarters. Although the competition had lessened, it was not the outcome they had envisioned. They had believed the burly man to be strong enough, only to discover that there were even stronger contenders among them. The atmosphere within the inner circle grew increasingly tense as one of the short-haired fighters, sensing an impending clash, cunningly proposed, "Let us not engage just yet." The 8 swordsmen, fully alert, turned to regard the short-haired man. Seizing the opportunity, he smiled and suggested, "Friends, those 2 possess remarkable strength. Why not join forces to eliminate them first? Our chances will improve significantly." As the adage goes, better to sacrifice a friend than to risk one's own life. Although the 4 groups would eventually need to engage in battle, it was deemed more prudent to first eliminate Zhang Fan and Catherine. In that moment, all parties deemed this strategy feasible, nodding in agreement as they collectively raised their swords, targeting the now converged figures of Zhang Fan and Catherine. Zhang Fan had anticipated this scenario, fearing its arrival. Seeing the 4 teams preparing to attack them, he could only convey with his eyes to Catherine, "Catherine, it seems we may need to reveal our true abilities. This challenge won't be easily overcome." Catherine shot a cold glare at the 8 opponents before gradually relaxing her furrowed brow, shouting, "Flame of the sword." Catherine was determined to secure her place among the swordsmen, and she no longer held back. Confidently unleashing her skill, boom, an orange flame ignited upon her cross-shaped sword, and despite the nearly 10-meter distance, the 8 competitors could still feel the intense heat emanating from Catherine's weapon. "What is this?" The audience gasped in terror, pointing at Catherine in disbelief. Kyle, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm. She is an Esper." The revelation of an Esper sent waves of excitement through the crowd, their voices rising in fervor. An Esper. So she is an Esper. At last, Ryan reveled in this moment of vindication, proudly addressing the crowd. "See, my friend is truly remarkable." The 8 preparatory swordsmen, on the verge of launching their attack, found themselves momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected revelation. The name of an Esper carried an inherent weight of intimidation, and they understood that a sword unsealed would not easily cause harm. However, with the addition of an Esper's power, the stakes were raised significantly. It was evident that the flames were not to be trifled with. Thus, the atmosphere within the arena shifted once more, as the 4 groups hesitated, realizing they could only determine the victor among themselves. Reluctantly, they reformed into 4 separate teams, heightening their vigilance. Perhaps the earlier tumult had instilled a greater sense of caution, as the standoff persisted for several minutes without a single blow being struck. With Zhang Fan and Catherine's advancement seeming nearly assured, the concern arose that if the 8 did not reach a resolution soon, further complications might ensue to prevent any further disruptions. Zhang Fan suddenly shouted across the arena, "You have 1 minute. We will join the fray immediately." His proclamation drew the attention of several swordsmen, and the cunning short-haired fighter seized a moment of distraction to launch an attack. The targeted fighter's ally quickly responded, blocking the short-haired man's sword and warning, "Watch out for the ambush." With a resounding clash, the chaos of battle commenced. The combat among the swordsmen was brutal, despite the distance separating him from the fray. Zhang Fan gripped his sword tightly. In mere minutes, 1 combatant was knocked out of the circle, 2 more were sent crashing to the ground, and the one who surrendered was none other than a short-haired fighter. With this, the 6 victors had been determined, all of whom would become swordsmen. However, to establish rankings, a draw for one-on-one matches would take place. Naturally, this final contest would be considerably more amicable, as they would all be comrades moving forward, aiming to avoid any unnecessary harm. Zhang Fan found himself holding a red slip, revealing it to the crowd, only to discover that the other red slip belonged to Catherine. He chuckled. What a remarkable coincidence. Zhang Fan and Catherine exchanged smiles, stepping into the center of the arena together. Over the past few days, they had fought each other numerous times, and aside from their abilities, Catherine had secured a few more victories. As Kyle announced the beginning of the duel, Zhang Fan's sword clattered to the ground. He then spread his arms, saying, "All right, I concede. I cannot best this lady." Catherine's previously aloof demeanor softened into a warm smile. After all, both had already succeeded in advancing, making the outcome irrelevant. In the end, Catherine emerged as the first, while Zhang Fan placed 4th. Soon after, the City Lord arrived, an event that excited everyone as he would officially designate the victors as Century City Swordsmen. All present bowed to the Lord, while Zhang Fan, Catherine, and the other 4 stood before him. Lord Wade smiled faintly as he accepted the 6 names from Kyle. After briefly scanning the list, he unexpectedly returned 3 of the names. His expression neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Kyle was taken aback, casting a puzzled look at Lord Wade. Wade ignored Kyle, placing his hand over his chest before addressing the crowd. "I, Wade, the heroic knight personally appointed by King Rodhart, hereby declare that this year 3 individuals shall become Century City Swordsmen. They are Catherine, Wayne Mason, and Start." As soon as Wade finished speaking, Kyle could no longer contain himself, turning to Wade and exclaiming, "My lord, I have a question." "Ask away, Captain Kyle." Kyle bowed to Wade, his face a mask of confusion. "My lord, the recruitment of swordsmen has always been 6 individuals each year. Why has it changed to 3 this year?" This decision had been made by Wade on a whim. Without prior notification to Kyle, in front of so many people, he was unwilling to allow his authority to be questioned. Narrowing his eyes slightly, A subtle pressure radiated from him. Everyone, this year, Century City has decided to expand the cavalry regiment to 10 members, increasing the original quota by 3. Hence, I have decided to reduce the number of swordsmen by 3 to meet budgetary requirements. Having said this, the Lord cast a knowing glance at Kyle, noticing Catherine's simmering resentment yet unwillingness to challenge him. With that, he took the list of 3 swordsmen and departed, leaving Kyle and the others standing in stunned silence. As the dust settled, the crowd began to disperse, while Zhang Fan remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend how, after so much preparation, he had missed the opportunity to become a swordsman. Faced with the harsh reality, all justifications felt futile. What troubled him further was how to address the matter concerning his mother. Observing Zhang Fan's solemn demeanor, Anya approached him, her voice gentle as she called out, "Zhang Fan, are you all right?" At the sound of Anya's voice, Zhang Fan snapped back to reality, offering her a forced smile that reflected his helplessness. Anya gently grasped his arm, a warmth spreading through him that eased his icy demeanor slightly. He raised his head, only to find Catherine walking by. In this moment, she was the most awkward one of all. Had he not voluntarily conceded, perhaps the title of swordsman would still have been within reach. However, the situation has reached such a point that change seems utterly impossible. Catherine gazed at Zhang Fan with a hint of regret in her eyes. Yet her ambition to attain the title of swordsman was unwavering. This outcome could only be seen as a cruel twist of fate. She could only offer Zhang Fan some solace, saying, "Zhang Fan, your skills in swordsmanship are exceptional in every aspect, and I am certain you will succeed next year." Although Zhang Fan valued the title of swordsman, his greater concern lay in whether his mother would be granted clemency. This was something Catherine was oblivious to, and overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She found herself at a loss for words. Ryan approached Catherine and whispered a few words to her. It was then that Catherine learned Zhang Fan's primary motivation for becoming a swordsman was to rescue his mother. Her expression gradually transformed into one of surprise as she said, "I am sorry, Zhang Fan. I had no idea there was such a matter at stake. I believe there are other ways to resolve this." Zhang Fan felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that his mother was in Soul's hands, a slave. Her life and death were determined by her master. With the failure to advance to swordsman, the only course of action Zhang Fan could conceive was to storm into Soul's estate and rescue her. This situation could not be blamed on Catherine. After a heavy sigh, he resignedly replied, "It is all right, Catherine. This is not your fault. I will find a way." With that, Zhang Fan turned to leave the training grounds, followed closely by Anya, while Ryan bid Catherine a brief farewell before also turning to follow. Within the jurisdiction of the Watchtower City, there existed a stone quarry, 2 iron mines, and a lumber mill. Each mining site required a garrison of soldiers from Watchtower City for protection, and the regiment responsible for the station's soldiers received a monthly stipend of 100 silver coins, a substantial income. The Swordsman Regiment safeguarded 2 of the iron mines, earning a monthly supply of 200 silver coins. The Cavalry Regiment, which previously consisted of only 4 members, lacked the manpower to guard a mining site. Now restructured into a force of 10, they were deemed capable of managing a mine. Thus, the Lord decided to allocate the Valley Iron Mine to the Cavalry Regiment for oversight. The Valley Iron Mine, discovered by the Iron Triangle, had continuously produced high-quality ore guarded by 4 swordsmen on a rotating basis. At this moment, 3 cavalrymen arrived at the Valley Mine, sent to take over the site. The swordsmen stationed there, upon seeing the 3 knights at the valley's entrance, recognized them as the soldiers dispatched to assume control of the mine. They gathered their belongings and began to exit the valley, led by Muellerk. Despite not having been promoted to knight, he possessed the knightly honor skill, ensuring his future ascension to knighthood. Additionally, being the son of the cavalry commander granted him considerable influence within the cavalry regiment. Observing a swordsman carrying a pouch of silver coins, Muellerk raised his head slightly and declared, "Swordsman, you cannot take the silver coins." The Swordsman Regiment, already resentful over losing their rights to garrison the mine, refused to grant Muellerk any courtesy in light of his haughty demeanor. The leading swordsman narrowed his eyes and fixed a steely gaze on Muellerk's arrogant face, stating, "Cavalryman, this is our rightful due for 20 days of garrisoning this location." We have the right to take the silver coins back to the swordsman regiment. Mueller, a proud individual, sensed defiance, and his tone shifted to one of contempt. No, you have not completed a full month of garrisoning. You cannot take a single silver coin. The lead swordsman could hardly believe his ears and retorted vehemently. Preposterous. Have we labored for these 20 days in vain? That is not my concern. That if you have grievances, take them up with Kyle and the Lord. However, you are not permitted to take any of the silver coins, Mueller replied, raising his lance slightly. In this context, the slight elevation of the cavalryman's lance signaled an imminent charge. A grave provocation. The four swordsmen swiftly drew their long swords and collectively inquired, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to fight?" Mueller laughed heartily. "I have not drawn my weapon. It was you who unsheathed your swords first. I will count to 3. Put down your long swords, or I will charge." The leading swordsman recognized that Mueller was deliberately seeking a confrontation and signaled to his companions, shifting their long swords to a defensive stance. "Very well. You refuse to obey the Lord's orders. Cavalry regiment, charge!" Without any warning, Mueller issued the command to charge, and the horses began to gallop, their lances aimed at the swordsmen's chests, under the tremendous force of the cavalry. Several swordsmen found themselves at a disadvantage. In the open terrain, it was evident that the swordsmen were no match for the cavalry. In a single charge, 2 swordsmen were knocked to the ground. One swordsman managed to evade injury, while another escaped unscathed due to the overwhelming numbers. Mueller led his cavalry in a turn, charging again towards them. The 2 swordsmen, having narrowly avoided disaster, understood that continued resistance would lead to certain death. They discarded their long swords and shouted, "Cease fire! We will surrender the silver coins." In Watchtower City, Zhang Fan was bidding farewell to Kyle, informing him of his intention to leave the city. In Kyle's mind, Zhang Fan was of utmost importance to the swordsman regiment, and he was aware of the conflict between Zhang Fan and Mueller. With Zhang Fan's mother having been purchased by Sol from the Lord's estate, the implications were unmistakable. Redeeming her with money was out of the question. Kyle understood Zhang Fan's character well enough to suspect that he was likely to resort to drastic measures. Thus, he scrutinized Zhang Fan and asked, "Zhang Fan, speak honestly with me. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Fan was not one to hedge his words. He candidly replied, "Captain Kyle, I possess a sanctuary to the west, known only to me. This evening, I will infiltrate Sol's estate and rescue my mother, bringing her back there." Sol, the cavalry commander, was not to be trifled with. And while his estate lacked soldiers for defense, both Sol and Mueller were formidable adversaries. Kyle could not allow Zhang Fan to expose himself to danger and immediately interjected, "No, that is far too perilous. Even if you manage to rescue her, you will not escape Watchtower City. Betraying the castle would result in execution by hanging." Zhang Fan found himself without alternatives. He had previously sent someone in disguise to probe Sol's estate, but Sol had flatly refused to release his mother. It was evident that Sol intended to hold Zhang Fan's mother as leverage, continually threatening him. "I have no choice, Captain," Zhang Fan began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden shout. Kyle gestured for Zhang Fan to remain silent and turned to the newcomer, Sukana. "What has happened?" Sukana appeared agitated. "The cavalry regiment attacked us during the mine transfer. 2 swordsmen are gravely injured." "What?" Kyle realized that tensions had escalated between the cavalry and swordsman regiments. However, he had never anticipated a direct confrontation. His expression grew grave as he looked at Sukana and demanded, "Sukana, provide me with the details." As Sukana, one of the 4 swordsmen stationed at the Valley Iron Mine, recounted the events without omitting any detail, Kyle's expression darkened. The position of the swordsman regiment in Watchtower City was precariously shifting. Ever since the conscription ended, Lord Wade had been systematically reducing the resources allocated to the swordsman regiment in his pursuit of establishing a powerful cavalry. In Elarasia, there existed a regulation that once the cavalry regiment reached 30 members, the castle would be eligible for promotion to a mid-level fortress. But a mid-level fortress not only expanded the territory for resource extraction to 150 miles, but also granted the Lord higher tax privileges. Kyle understood that the swordsman regiments standing in Watchtower City would gradually dwindle. Yet he could hardly believe that the cavalry had the audacity to openly assault the swordsman regiment. he had to seek justice from the Lord. However, before doing so, he needed to locate the only priest within the city, as the severely injured swordsman awaited healing. The situation grew even more infuriating for Kyle when he discovered that the priest had been summoned to Sol's estate under the pretense of providing medical care. Despite a swordsman delivering a message stating that the lives of the injured swordsman were in grave danger, Sol refused to allow the priest to leave with them. Enraged, Kyle resolved to confront Sol directly at his estate. Zheng Fan, well aware of Sol and his father's nature, suspected that this was likely a calculated move by Kyle and feared that Kyle's visit would be futile. Thus, he grasped Kyle's arm and suggested, "Captain Kyle, why not let my friend take a look? He is also skilled in healing." Kyle was taken aback. He had no idea there were others in the city with healing abilities, yet with lives at stake. There was no time for further inquiry, and he hastily instructed Zheng Fan to bring his friend to the swordsman regiment. When Zheng Fan returned with Ryan, the injuries of the two swordsmen had become dire. Their bones and meridians had been shattered by the cavalry's assault. Had they not possessed robust physiques, they likely would not have endured to this point. Ryan summoned white light from his hands. The magnitude of the injuries severely tested his magical reserves, and he felt regretful for not having worked harder to enhance his magical capacity. Restoring the shattered bones to their original state would be an arduous process. After exhausting his magical energy, he was only able to stabilize one critically injured swordsman, ensuring he was no longer in immediate danger. Present, Ryan's mind is utterly vacant, leaving him incapable of continuing his treatment. Zheng Fan once again summoned Anya, who commenced to restore Ryan's magical energy using her extraordinary abilities. Only after both had exhausted their powers did they manage to barely preserve the lives of the two swordsmen. The entire night was spent in a cyclical struggle between depletion and gradual restoration of magical energy for both Ryan and Anya. Eventually, when the two swordsmen were deemed mostly unharmed, Ryan's magical prowess unexpectedly surged, elevating him to the status of a secondary ability user. The stronger Ryan's magical capacity grew, the swifter his progress would become. This marked the sole piece of good news during this tumultuous period. With matters here reaching a temporary conclusion, Kyle stormed off to the Lord's manor, seething with indignation as he sought justice for the swordsman. Little did he know, nefarious individuals had already lodged complaints against him. Upon arriving at the manor, Kyle was taken aback to find Sol present as well. The moment their gazes locked, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Lord Wade detected the discord between the two, yet appeared to be precisely what he desired. The rivalry among his subordinates would only serve to fortify his rule. Thus, Wade offered Kyle a smile. Refraining from uttering a word, Kyle discerned the ominous undertones in Wade's complex expression and hastily bowed before him. Raising his gaze, he addressed the Lord. "My lord, I have a matter to report." Wade nodded, signaling Kyle to proceed, and in that brief moment, the golden trim of his collar glimmered in the sunlight, casting a beam directly onto Sol's face. "My lord, on the morning prior, the cavalry attacked my subordinate swordsman." Wade was already aware of this incident. It had been reported to him by Sol. After a moment of contemplation, he reflected on the implications of who was right or wrong. The decision of which faction to support, cavalry or swordsmen, would undoubtedly dictate the course of action to be taken. It was clear that, in Wade's mind, the cavalry held precedence over the swordsmen. Kyle, the cavalry commander, has already reported this matter. According to him, the conflict was initiated by the swordsmen drawing their blades first. Wade paused deliberately to gauge Kyle's reaction. Just as Kyle was about to retort, Wade swiftly interjected, "Captain Kyle, it seems that all parties share some responsibility as crucial forces within the Watchtower City. I do not wish for discord to arise between the cavalry and swordsmen. Pursuing harmony is the path to stability." As a Night Lord appointed by King Elijah, Wade held authority over Kyle, who was appointed as the captain of the swordsmen by Wade himself to be by the laws of the kingdom. Kyle was expected to show absolute obedience to Wade. However, this conclusion was one Kyle could not accept, as it was evident that Wade was favoring the cavalry commander. "So, to my lord," Kyle's voice suddenly turned fervent, "my two swordsmen have been rendered utterly incapacitated. Will this simply be brushed aside?" Sol had not reported any severe injuries, which astonished Wade momentarily. Yet, having already rendered a judgment, he was unwilling to alter it, as doing so would undermine his authority as lord. In an effort to placate Kyle, Wade feigned surprise, casting a cold, questioning glance at Soul to express his ignorance of the matter, while simultaneously warning Soul not to obscure the truth in his reports. Wade then looked at Kyle with a hint of contrition, stating, "Kyle, I was unaware that anyone was injured. Given the circumstances, Soul must compensate the swordsman with the 60 silver coins that were withheld." For Soul, 60 silver coins were negligible. He merely nodded in agreement, his face adorned with the smile of a victor. However, for Captain Kyle, this felt like an affront that it was essential to recognize that these coins rightfully belonged to the swordsman. Yet they were now presented as a form of charity. Had it not been for Zhang Fan's timely intervention, the lives of the two swordsmen would have been forfeit. Kyle attempted to continue his argument, but was cut off by Lord Wade, who declared, "That is enough. This is my ruling, swordsman." The moment Wade addressed him as swordsman, it became clear to Kyle that rebuttal was not an option. To do so would be to challenge the authority of the Lord. Bowing his head, Kyle reluctantly forced out the words, "As you command." Despair washed over Kyle. Lord Wade had changed, his ambition to expand his dominion overshadowing any sense of justice. With matters having reached this point, Kyle could only retreat slowly. When he lifted his gaze to Soul, the mocking expression on Soul's face doused what little hope remained in his heart. Upon returning to the Swordsman's Guild, Zhang Fan had not yet departed. As the 60 silver coins lay on the table, the 4 swordsmen who had been attacked by Murlak wore expressions of profound despondency. The atmosphere was heavy. Kyle felt the weight of a substantial blow. And while the swordsman required consolation, he struggled to find the right words that moment. Ryan stepped forward, addressing the silent assembly. "Gentlemen, you are the swordsmen of Alasia. If Lord Wade has transgressed against justice and righteousness, according to the laws of Alasia, you have other choices." The 4 swordsmen present, who had narrowly escaped death at Murlak's hands, redirected their animosity from the cavalry to the Lord, thanks to Ryan's timely reminder. As for Kyle, the blow he received today was substantial. He recognized that Wade had betrayed justice in pursuit of his own ambitions. When the foundation is unsound, the structure above it will inevitably crumble. He felt the stirrings of a desire to leave. "Everyone, go rest. We will deliberate on this matter further." This phrase, "deliberate further," implied a concession. The 4 swordsmen, disheartened and disappointed, turned to exit the guild hall. Zhang Fan also prepared to leave, but was halted by Kyle. "Zhang Fan, I will accompany you to Soul's estate to secure your mother's release." Zhang Fan's expression shifted to one of surprise. If Kyle intervened, there might be a glimmer of hope for his situation. Gratefully, he replied, "Thank you very much, Captain Kyle." Kyle nodded, and the 4 departed the Swordsman's Guild together. Soul's estate lay to the east of Watchtower City, boasting a luxurious pool and expansive gardens. The castle was replete with opulent land. Murlak happened to be nearby, and upon recognizing Kyle and his entourage, his expression transformed into one of mockery to awe. "If at Iacin, Captain Kyle, what brings you here?" Ignoring Murlak's taunts, Kyle inquired directly, "Is your father, Soul, at home?" Murlak, aware of the importance of the swordsman's captain, quickly donned a smile and replied, "Yes, I shall summon him at once." When Soul finally made his appearance, he did not immediately open the door to allow them entry. Instead, he feigned cordiality from behind the door, chuckling, "Ah, Captain Kyle, you seldom visit me." Although the two had clashed at the Lord's manor, Kyle did not expect to be denied entry altogether. Thus, he decided to forego any superfluous dialogue. "Soul, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Soul, cunning as ever, noticed Zhang Fan's presence and immediately grasped Kyle's intentions, breaking into a hearty laugh. "If I am not mistaken, you wish to negotiate for Romina's release?" With the matter laid bare, Kyle nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Soul, as fellow soldiers of Watchtower City, I hope you will grant me the courtesy of allowing Zhang Fan to redeem Romina." "Huh." Soul's laughter took on an eerily sinister quality as he instructed Murlak. "Child, go fetch Romina." Zhang Fan had not seen his mother in quite some time, and his heart raced with anticipation. However, moments later, when he beheld his mother crawling on the ground, his expression turned a deep shade of fury. "Mother!" Romina, wishing not to implicate her son, remained on the ground, refusing to respond. Zhang Fan's anger erupted. He pointed an accusing finger at Soul, demanding, "Soul, what have you done to my mother?" "Ha ha!" Soul chuckled once more, revealing the reason behind his peculiar mirth. Zhang Fan, Romina is a slave that if she disobeys her master's commands. What is wrong with me? Severing her tendons. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan unsheathed his cross-shaped sword, shouting, "I will kill you." He then swung his sword with tremendous force. With a resounding clang, the iron gate, as thick as a child's arm, was effortlessly severed in two by Zhang Fan's blade. This was solid iron. The audacity of this act startled both Sol and Murloc, causing them to retreat a step. This bold affront to Sol prompted Kyle to seize Zhang Fan's arm, preventing him from charging through the gate. Stay calm. This is private property. If you enter, the Lord will send troops to eliminate you. Zhang Fan's fury teetered on the brink of explosion, yet Kyle's warning kept him from crossing the threshold. Murloc, witnessing Zhang Fan's hesitation, wore an expression of derision, taunting. "Ha! Quite the temper. Do you think you can fight?" Arechu cannot even pass the swordsman's assessment. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in fury. Although he restrained himself from storming into Sol's estate, he pointed his sword directly at Murloc, declaring, "What do you think you are? Just an infant hiding behind your father's skirt. I demand a duel with you. Do you dare accept the challenge? Come forth, my dear, you who shall never grow up." These words struck at the very heart of Murloc. Before Sol could intervene, Murloc clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously as he declared, "I swear to kill you in our duel." Zhang Fan's fury showed no signs of abating. He, with a gaze filled with pity, further provoked Murloc, saying, "Very well. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, I shall await you 2 miles outside the city gates, clad in armor and wielding my sword, if you are not a coward. Then ride over on your toy horse." These taunts shattered Murloc's composure. He yearned to rush out and confront Zhang Fan, but was restrained by his father, Sol, with a fierce glare, admonished him. All Murloc could do was widen his eyes and howl, "Ah, I swear I will kill you. Just you wait." At that moment, a throng had gathered around Sol's estate, well aware that Murloc had accepted Zhang Fan's challenge. Ryan seized the opportunity, determined to stoke the flames of confrontation. He scanned the crowd and bellowed, "Ha ha! Everyone, bear witness. The cavalryman Murloc would not dare fear a mere apprentice swordsman, would he? Tomorrow, let us all gather atop the city walls to witness the spectacle." With his proclamation, even though the duel had yet to be sworn, Murloc found himself compelled to participate. Sol realized his son had fallen into Zhang Fan's trap, casting a murderous glare in Zhang Fan's direction before dragging Murloc back into the estate. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Kyle regarded Zhang Fan with a complex expression. "Zhang Fan, you underestimate Murloc. His knightly talents are formidable, and you are not his match." Zhang Fan was acutely aware that against Murloc on horseback, his chances were slim. Yet, this was the only means to save his mother. Only by pressing his sword against the opponent's throat could he compel a vow for her release. He had no choice but to fight with all his might. "Thank you for your warning, Captain Kyle, but this is my only option now. You witnessed how Sol's family has treated my mother. They are devoid of humanity, and I cannot wait any longer." Kyle was equally appalled by Sol's actions. Previously, he had merely regarded Sol as cunning. Now it seemed Sol lacked the very qualities a knight should possess, entirely devoid of principles. After much contemplation, Kyle finally reached a decision, solemnly sharing his newfound plan with Zhang Fan. Upon hearing it, the three of them were taken aback, and Zhang Fan immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I do not know how to express my gratitude, Captain Kyle." The following day, with merely 10 minutes until the duel, the city gate tower was teeming with spectators. In the minds of the majority, the apprentice swordsman was certain to fall before the cavalryman's first charge. Zhang Fan stood just outside the city gate, a mile away, awaiting his fate. Although he had somehow acquired a full suit of armor, it would prove of no avail against the cavalry. Murloc has arrived, a shout erupted from the crowd, and all eyes turned towards the main road leading from the city. Murloc, fully armored, emerged. Though his face was concealed by his helm, there was no doubt it was him. The towering warhorse trotted out from the city walls, halting 20 meters from the swordsman, as cavalry needed a certain distance to charge effectively. The swordsman appeared oblivious to this, failing to close the gap, while Murloc exhibited an unusual silence, both waiting with bated breath for the fateful hour of 4 to arrive and see the entrance of Sol's estate. 3 armored warriors stealthily approached the iron gate. The leader suddenly drew a forged blue longsword, and with a resounding clang, the heavy lock of the gate shattered. "Who goes there?" a servant shrieked, spotting the intruders and hastily turning to flee, only to be struck down by a stone that caught him behind the knee, sending him sprawling to the ground. The stout warrior, clad in armor, advanced with a menacing centipede in hand, lifting the servant by the neck and demanding, "Where is the crippled Romina?" The servant, gripped by terror, understood that revealing the truth would spell doom for him. He shook his head fervently. "No, I do not know." The stout warrior pressed the centipede against the servant's lips, its grotesque legs writhing against his mouth, that "If you do not speak, I shall force this creature into your mouth and let it ravage your insides." In a moment of despair, the servant pointed toward the stable, stammering, "In the stable. She sleeps in the stable." No sooner had he spoken than a swordsman burst forth from the estate. It was Malark. The armored warrior wielding the blue cross sword removed his helm to reveal Zhang Fan's face. "You must go rescue my mother. This man has a duel to settle with me." Malark's expression transformed into one of disbelief. His father had taken his place in the duel to ensure his safety. After all, with a helmet on, no one could discern the difference. Yet he never anticipated Zhang Fan would appear in his own estate. Confusion and suspicion flooded his mind as he questioned, "Zhang Fan, what are you doing here?" Zhang Fan's rage ignited as he raised his cross sword, responding, "I am here, of course, to duel you." Without allowing Malark a moment to contemplate, he charged forward with his sword held aloft. As the long sword approached Malark, he finally reacted, his blade striking out first. Clang! The two swords clashed, and Zhang Fan found himself momentarily pushed back, while Malark remained steadfast. "Ha ha!" Malark laughed, realizing he held the advantage in strength. "You are no match for me. Prepare to die." He lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Zhang Fan, who appeared taken aback. The strike was straightforward, relying solely on brute force to overwhelm Zhang Fan. Given their earlier exchanges, Zhang Fan understood he could not withstand Malark's assault. Just as all seemed lost, the ring on his left hand suddenly flickered to life, activating the Dragon Eye ring. Clang! Their swords met once more. And to Malark's astonishment, they both retreated half a step, each momentarily equal in strength. Confusion clouded Malark's mind. How had their powers balanced? They stood apart for a moment, swords raised, when suddenly a voice from the stable called out, "Zhang Fan, we have found Aunt Romina. Make it quick." Malark recognized the voice belonged to Anya, and humiliation mixed with rage surged within him as he shouted, "Zhang Fan, I will kill you." Seeing Malark's fury manifest as he swung his sword, Zhang Fan silently invoked, "Light of the Swordsman." He did not evade the oncoming strike. Instead, he met it head-on with his cross sword, a flash of brilliance illuminating the blade with newfound sharpness. With a thunderous crash, their swords collided violently. Malark felt his grip lighten, glancing down to discover that his sword had snapped cleanly at the hilt. Stunned, he exclaimed, "This is impossible." Realizing his weapon was now useless, Malark knew he could not hope to defeat Zhang Fan unarmed. He discarded the hilt and turned to flee into the house. Zhang Fan refused to grant him that chance. Seizing the moment, he hurled his long sword, striking Malark's rear leg. "Ah!" Malark cried out in agony as the blade pierced through muscle and sinew, the excruciating pain draining the color from his face as he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Fan swiftly advanced, retrieving the cross sword from Malark's leg, and with another swift motion, severed the tendons of Malark's other leg. Malark, now acutely aware of his perilous predicament, gazed at Zhang Fan with pleading eyes. "Please, spare me." Zhang Fan took another step forward, the cross sword poised at Malark's throat. Trembling with fear, Malark turned his gaze toward Anya, imploring, "Anya, you are the kindest. I beg you, do not let Zhang Fan kill me." Anya, tending to Romina on Ryan's back, cast a cold glance at Malark before following Ryan out of the estate, having severed Malark's legs. Zhang Fan felt a sense of vindication wash over him, and he sheathed his sword and declared, "I shall not kill you. This is merely retribution for the torment you inflicted upon my mother." Outside the estate, Sol, clad in cavalry armor, finally spoke, "Today, you must die, Zhang Fan." The swordsman gently unsheathed his long sword, responding only with a chilling scoff. Since Sol had taken his son's place in battle, he was determined to eliminate Zhang Fan to prevent any leaks of information. As the killing intent spread behind his helm, he squeezed his legs against the horse's sides, urging it into motion to pierce through ordinary armor with a knight's lance. A 20-meter acceleration would suffice. As Sol rode faster, raising his lance high, the steel tip aimed directly at Zhang Fan's chest. The swordsman saw the weapon hurtling towards him. In the final moment, he executed a sudden evasive maneuver, simultaneously swinging his crossed sword to intercept the lance's point. Clang! After a tremendous crash, the heavy lance was unexpectedly knocked askew by a foot, perilously close to missing the swordsman's body as the spearhead veered off course. Surprised by his failure to land a hit, Sol found himself momentarily distracted, and due to the considerable inertia of his warhorse, he could not halt immediately. It took several strides before he managed to bring the steed to a stop and then took a wide turn to return. Sol was astonished that his opponent had evaded this strike. Yet, as an experienced knight, he refused to let a single mishap sway his composure. He recalibrated his strategy in his mind and aimed the lance once more at the swordsman. "Prepare to meet your end," Sol bellowed, this time charging from a greater distance. The speed of his horse increased, making it even more challenging to evade. The swordsman remained unfazed, his posture still erect, and a glint of determination flickered in his eyes beneath the visor. He discerned that Sol had deliberately angled the lance to the right, anticipating his evasion, and thus took 2 steps further to the right, effortlessly dodging the impending strike. While turning a warhorse was no simple feat. The lance, measuring over 3 meters in length, could be maneuvered effectively to account for the target's movement. Noticing that Sol had adjusted the lance to a significant angle in a bid to strike him, the swordsman recognized an opportunity just as the two were about to collide. The swordsman lunged forward, slipping through the gap between the horse and the lance just before Sol could adjust, and swiftly drew his longsword back in a counterattack. Crack! The longsword struck the horse's belly armor, but alas, the armor was too thick, and the blow failed to penetrate its defenses. Sol swiftly turned the horse around, this time refraining from charging immediately. He was acutely aware that he had underestimated his opponent and realized that Zhang Fan would never possess such adaptability. He then questioned, "You are not Zhang Fan. Who exactly are you?" Having narrowly escaped 2 perilous charges, the swordsman felt his stamina waning, his chest rising and falling with exertion. That moment, he faced the city walls and noticed a commotion emanating from them. Realizing that Zhang Fan might have succeeded in his objective, a faint smile graced his lips beneath the helmet. "Sol, if you wish to save your son, you must return now. There may still be time." The voice was all too familiar to Sol, causing him to shudder in disbelief. "Kyle, is it truly you?" Kyle laughed heartily. "If you can come, why can't I?" No sooner had he spoken than 3 carriages burst forth from the city gates, the foremost carrying the Iron Triangle and Zhang Fan's mother, followed by 4 swordsmen. The gate guards merely observed, entirely uninterested in the unfolding drama. As the carriages arrived at the duel site, Zhang Fan shouted to Sol, "Sol, Murloc is not dead. I've merely severed his tendons. But if you do not return now, I cannot guarantee that he will not bleed out." For Sol, nothing was more vital than Murloc. Murloc possessed the honor of a knight. And in Sol's heart, Murloc was destined to lead the Alashia cavalry. Giddy up, without uttering another word, Sol urged his horse back toward the city. Zhang Fan, too, was reluctant to delay, and saluted Kyle with a hand over his heart. "Captain Kyle, let us board." From the moment Kyle learned that Zhang Fan possessed the skill of swordsman's light, he began to nurture him, clear in his ambition to follow Zhang Fan throughout his life. Believing that Zhang Fan would elevate the Alashia swordsman to greatness. Now, with the city lord evidently disfavoring the swordsman, and having made a formidable enemy of Sol, he was mentally prepared to depart from Watchtower City. "What are the families of the 4 swordsmen?" Zhang Fan replied. "Rest assured, they were sent to a sanctuary yesterday." Kyle removed his helmet, letting his golden locks cascade down. As the onlookers atop the city walls recognized that the duelist was Kyle. Many began to sense that Watchtower City was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Unfortunately, by the time the city lord dispatched someone to pursue, the 3 carriages had already sped away, disappearing in the direction of the setting sun. The carriage ride was somewhat bumpy, prompting Zhang Fan to sit down and use his legs as a pillow for his mother. "Mother, how are you?" At that moment, Romina felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Her brow slightly furrowed as she replied, "My child, I'm grateful that you saved me, but you have also enraged SOL'd. In truth, it was not as dire as it seemed." Kal had left with the 4 swordsmen, and not only had Sol been offended, but the entire Watchtower city had been thoroughly insulted. Yet Zhang Fan felt no fear. He smiled warmly at Romina. "Do not worry, mother. We will not be returning to Watchtower City. I have found a secluded and beautiful place, perfect for us to live." Romina felt a tingling sensation in her legs as she gently lifted her gaze to see a chubby figure emanating a soft glow. "Child, what is this?" Ryan chuckled. "Annie, my name is Ryan. I am an adventuring companion of Zhang Fan, and I am here to heal your feet, though it will require some time." Romina was aware of the existence of healing magic, but in her mind, it seemed beyond her reach, prompting her to inquire in astonishment, "Child, is he a priest?" That chubby fellow's healing skills are superior to those of a priest. After all, he is an extraordinary being. Zhang Fan could not help but feel a touch of pride as he replied, "No, mother, he merely knows how to heal. He is far from being a priest." Ryan, while channeling his magical energy, turned to Zhang Fan with a playful retort. "What is a priest, anyway?" I, the great Ryan, never regard them with much esteem. Realizing his choice of words might offend, Ryan quickly apologized. "Annie, please do not take offense. I was merely conversing with Zhang Fan." Romina, having faced numerous adversities in her life, was naturally easygoing and bore no grudge against Ryan's slip of the tongue. Zhang Fan then introduced Anya to Romina. Upon seeing Anya's extraordinary beauty, Romina couldn't help but glance at Zhang Fan, sensing a striking compatibility between her son and Anya. "Anya, how did you come to know Zhang Fan? Could you share that with your aunt?" Anya, possessing the ability of psychic prowess, was keenly aware of Romina's thoughts and felt a faint blush creep to her cheeks. "Greetings, Annie. Zhang Fan saved my life, and we are dear friends." Romina, learning for the first time that Zhang Fan was not merely a blacksmith, felt a complex swirl of emotions upon hearing that he had saved Anya's life, which gradually transformed into joy. "Anya, with your beauty and kindness, surely the divine will not abandon you." The 3 understood Romina's sentiment, yet Zhang Fan and Anya refrained from commenting, leaving only Ryan to exclaim in astonishment. "Auntie, are you suggesting that Zhang Fan saving Anya was the will of the divine?" Never before had anyone made such a flippant comparison to the divine's will, prompting Zhang Fan to shoot Ryan a disapproving glance and quickly reassure Romina. "Mother, do not mind him. The chubby one speaks without thinking. He's just used to it." Romina felt her feet gradually regaining sensation, and in her heart, every priest was a representative of the divine, leading her to speak with reverence. "Ryan has healed my legs. He is my benefactor." Ryan beamed with pride. "Not yet healed, but it will definitely get better. Rest assured, Andy." Zhang Fan cast another disapproving glance at him. "Ryan, focus. Don't let your tongue slip. You still need to channel magic for the healing." However, before he could finish, Ryan's face turned pale that, "Oh dear, I'm running low on magic. Anya, help." As the sanctuary came into view, a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the entire valley in a golden hue. It had been less than a month since Zhang Fan's departure, yet considerable changes had already taken place in the valley. At its center, a wooden fence had been erected. Though only 2 meters high, it outlined the living area. The abode was bisected by a river, ensuring that future city development would not face water shortages. In the center of the circle stood a stone-built white tower, 10 meters tall, surrounded by 7 or 8 cottages. Each house was constructed of stone and adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers. "How beautiful!" Anya could not help but exclaim. Zhang Fan, equally pleased, gazed with longing. Dwarves are indeed born craftsmen. In just a few days, the valley has taken shape, and I can already envision it transforming into a city. As the 3 carriages arrived at the fence, Zhang Fan retrieved a massive ring from his pocket. The moment the ring caught the sunlight, the hammer atop, it glimmered brightly. The 5 dwarves sensed something extraordinary and immediately ceased their work, gathering around Zhang Fan without needing any guidance. "Ha!" Dalaran laughed with excitement. "Zhang Fan, you are a man of your word." Zhang Fan returned the smile. "The people of Alashia have always honored their promises. Thank you for constructing these buildings. It is time to fulfill my commitment." The ring shimmered with a silvery glow in the air as the dwarves gazed upon it with reverent eyes. Dalaran approached Zhongfan, who gently placed the ring in the palm of his hand. Extending it before the other, it was evident to the naked eye that Dalaran's body trembled slightly. Upon receiving the ring, he promptly slipped it onto his middle finger. This was a cherished heirloom of the dwarves, not something to be casually worn by another. And Zhongfan regarded Dalaran's actions with a hint of confusion, soon casting a quizzical glance in his direction. Noticing the change in Zhongfan's expression, Dalaran suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Do not overthink it, my friend. I do this to protect it better." Seeing that the other dwarves had no objections, Zhongfan offered a smile in return and inquired, "Then, Mr. Dalaran, how shall your promise be fulfilled?" "Ha ha!" The distinctive laughter of the dwarves echoed through the valley as Dalaran clapped a hearty hand on Zhongfan's shoulder and produced a piece of parchment from his belongings, saying, "Come, brother, I've already prepared the formula." Fortunately, Zhongfan had been diligently training for the past few months. Otherwise, that slap might have sent him sprawling. He accepted the parchment without a glance and tucked it into his pack, trusting that the dwarves would not dare deceive him after they had sworn an oath. Dalaran, now eager, informed Zhongfan that they would depart at dawn the following day. In a gesture of hospitality, Zhongfan organized a bonfire celebration that night, both to bid farewell to Dalaran and his companions and to commemorate the beginning of a new chapter for himself and his group. As night fell, a great flame roared to life beside the White Tower, where the unique mountain goats and deer of the valley were already being roasted. Dalaran, his cheeks flushed, approached Zhongfan, holding a cup crafted from bamboo, nearly the size of Zhongfan's head. "Brother Zhongfan, if you ever find yourself in the elven forests of Aerie, do seek me out at the northern lonely mountain." Zhongfan clinked his cup against Dalaran's, and a wave of warmth surged down his throat as he gulped down the Why, dear Dalaran, that is indeed quite far. However, should the day come, I shall certainly search for you, and I hope you will not forget that there is a friend named Zhongfan in Alasia. "Ha!" Dalaran's voice reverberated through the valley. "Dwarves cherish two things above all. One is ale, and the other is friendship. My mate, both men, now under the influence of alcohol," Zhongfan ventured to ask Dalaran. "Dalaran, do you have any suggestions for developing the valley?" The place had already been unanimously named Stream Valley, and it would henceforth be known as Stream Valley City. Dalaran stroked his unkempt beard with one hand and lifted his gaze, capturing the bright moon in his eyes. "My friend, dwarves do not favor plains, yet I still have a splendid idea." Noticing Dalaran's enthusiasm, Zhongfan expressed his gratitude. "Please, do share." Dalaran took another swig of his drink, the warmth surging through him. "This small river flows straight to the ocean. You should establish a dock and then sail downstream. Trust me, my friend, the ocean is far more wondrous than the land." Zhongfan nodded thoughtfully. While he did not dare to dream of the ocean just yet, for storms and the unknown creatures of the sea were beyond his current capability, his steadfast character indicated that just because he wasn't venturing there now did not mean he would yield to it. The next morning, Dalaran departed with the dwarves, and Zhongfan escorted them to the mouth of the valley, where each would journey their separate paths. Upon returning to the White Tower, Zhongfan found that the valley now sheltered 5 swordsmen. Alongside himself, Ryan and Anya, with several other family members still remaining. While Stream Valley was merely a refuge at present, Zhongfan was acutely aware of the looming threat of Mulak, and he felt compelled to transform the valley into a fortress capable of withstanding such danger. A city requires both population and resources, yet at this moment, resources were of utmost importance. Only with resources could more houses and weaponry be constructed, thereby gradually establishing the military might of Stream Valley. With military strength, the valley could gain recognition, attracting more souls to its embrace. Swiftly exploring the surrounding areas of the valley became Zhongfan's primary duty. However, with only 8 swordsmen at his disposal, ensuring a rapid yet safe exploration of the vicinity necessitated arming everyone to the teeth. Zhongfan approached Kyle, who was in the midst of training. Among the 5 swordsmen, only Kyle wielded a 20-pound sword, while the others utilized 7-pound cross swords. "Sukana, may I borrow your long sword for a moment?" Sukana, one of the swordsmen, approached Zheng Fan, albeit with a hint of confusion. Zheng Fan drew his cross-sword, and a flash of blue light dazzled the onlookers. The swordsman recognized the exceptional quality of Zheng Fan's longsword. Yet none could ascertain the precise difference. Please hold the longsword horizontally. Using both hands, Sakana's face bore a questioning expression, but he complied. Just as the longsword rested before Zheng Fan, he was about to inquire about Zheng Fan's intentions when, swish. Zheng Fan did not grant him time for questions. With a swift motion, he brought his forged blue cross sword down with force. To the astonishment of all present, Sakana's cross-sword was cleaved cleanly in two. Ah! The collective gasp echoed. Even Kyle turned to Zheng Fan with incredulity, exclaiming, "What manner of steel is this? So sharp and resilient." Zheng Fan held up the long sword with a smile. "Captain Kyle, this is a blade I forged myself. Known as forged blue steel, that I intend to craft weapons for all of you from this material, ensuring you can explore the surroundings of the valley with confidence." Although swordsmen were classified as a level 4 unit, their balanced offense and defense made them core assets within the Alasia military structure, a fact well understood by all present. Should their weaponry be transformed into something akin to what Zheng Fan wielded, their combat capabilities would experience a qualitative leap. Kyle examined the long sword in his hand, scrutinizing the point of impact where the two swords had collided, noting only a slight white mark, a testament to the exceptional hardness of the forged blue steel. He then nodded in admiration. "Truly, an excellent sword." Zheng Fan smiled slightly, as the white mark gradually vanished from view. Kyle, now aware of Zheng Fan's unique ability for the first time, expressed his astonishment. If all of Alasia were to be equipped with such weapons, we might even reach the northern coastline. Reaching the northern coastline was the greatest aspiration of King Rodhart of the Plains, who had, for the past decade, incentivized his warriors to venture into the northern marshlands, aiming to carve a path to the frozen lands beyond, where the lost artifacts of creation awaited discovery. Through the power of these artifacts, he hoped to restore peace to Alasia. Revamping the armaments of 4 individuals was no small task. Thanks to Zheng Fan's current level 3 mana, he had managed to reduce the time required to modify a forged blue cross sword to half a day, provided Anya was available to supply additional mana. "Fatty, you should also practice your mana. We know not what risks lie in exploring the northern valley," Ryan remarked, nibbling on a half-eaten donut that Romina had crafted for him. "I would like to. But there's south no place for me to practice," Ryan replied with a proud grin, taking another bite of his donut. As a healer, it was indeed difficult for him to hone his abilities. Zheng Fan pondered for a moment, hearing the bleats of the wild goats recently penned nearby. These creatures were untamed and often injured one another. He pointed toward the goat pen and said, "There, go to the pen and heal each of those goats one by one." "Ah," Ryan exclaimed in surprise, nearly dropping his donut. "Are you serious?" Zheng Fan, now focused on transforming the longsword, did not look back as he replied, "Of course. If they're in good health, they'll produce more kids. And we shall feast on roasted goat meat?" "Oh, that seems quite reasonable." The thought of roasted goat meat ignited Ryan's motivation, and he quickly sprang to his feet, heading toward the goat pen. "Roasted goat meat! Roasted goat meat!" he chanted as he proceeded to release healing spells on the goats, causing a chorus of bleats to fill the pen. Anya, initially engrossed in restoring her mana, couldn't help but chuckle at Ryan's antics. Zheng Fan, that chubby boy, truly loves to eat. Zheng Fan gathered his mana. A brand new forged blue greatsword materialized in his hand. They say 9 out of 10 chubby people are food lovers, perhaps in a past life. He starved as a pig. Haha. Anya's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she beheld the gleaming longsword in Zheng Fan's hand. Recognizing her own contribution to its creation, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "Zheng Fan, do not let Annie hear that. Ever since Annie's foot was healed by Fatty, he has become her favorite. It seems she favors him more than you." At this mention, Zheng Fan felt a twinge of bitterness. Romina not only favored Fatty, but also treated Anya far better than she did him. That he grumbled, "You see, that is merely a form of healing ability. My mother insists on associating it with divine intervention," which is truly baffling. Just as Zheng Fan's lamentation faded, a sudden wail erupted from the goat pen, prompting him to turn and shout toward Ryan. "What happened, Fatty?" "Ha ha hey. Esteemed Fat Lord, I have just achieved a breakthrough and am now a level 3 Esper. I can feel an infinite surge of power. Zhang Fan felt a genuine sense of joy, knowing that with each level the Fat Lord ascended, the safety of their team was increasingly assured. However, the Fat Lord's overwhelming pride only fueled Zhang Fan's desire to playfully tease him. Fatty, since you believe yourself to be so capable, I shall instruct Kyle to pause his training and venture to the valley plains to capture 100 or so sheep. Let us see if we can also procure a couple of crocodiles to place in a sheep pen. Ryan, perplexed from several dozen meters away, inquired, the more sheep, the better. Why on earth do we need crocodiles? Zhang Fan chuckled, we shall let the crocodiles take turns dispatching the sheep, and then you can revive them one by one, enhancing the training experience. Zhang Fan, are you not afraid of your own tongue? If they perish, how can they be revived? I thought you were rather pleased with yourself. I assumed you were mightier than an angel. Just as Zhang Fan finished speaking, a thunderous clap echoed from the heavens. He gazed upward, his expression peculiar as he remarked, how strange, there are no clouds, yet thunder strikes. Observing the banter between the two, Anya smiled gently. Zhang Fan, angels are divine beings. One must not speak of them lightly. Indeed, indeed. Zhang Fan hastily repented in his heart, and then sought out Kyle to hand over the longsword. Over the course of a full 10 days, Zhang Fan completed the transformation of all the swordsman's equipment. Beyond that, the greater achievement was that Zhang Fan's magical prowess finally ascended to level 4 Esper, while Anya, who had faced the most arduous challenge in breaking through, managed to reach level 2 while continuously replenishing Zhang Fan's magical energy. Although Anya was merely a level 2 Esper, her mental reservoir was already twice that of an ordinary Esper, and her magical reserves were now comparable to Ryan's. With everyone's equipment reforged, the moment to embark had finally arrived. Following the river of the valley northward, they reached a waterfall where the sun shone from the southeast, casting a rainbow amid the cascade. The group traversed through the rainbow, greeted by the northern woods. Another mountain path. This is exhausting. Ryan, encased in the heaviest armor, found flat terrain manageable, but upon encountering the mountainous trail, his face turned as bitter as a gourd. Wild boar. Zhang Fan, scouting ahead, shouted loudly, causing Ryan to momentarily forget his weariness and sprint to Zhang Fan's side. Glancing up to see a black creature with its back to the adventurers, feeling emboldened by his armor, he approached. Hey, barbecue! Turn around and let Fat Lord have a look. At Ryan's taunt, the black creature began to turn. To his surprise, it stood upright like a human, not a black bear. How unfortunate. Halfway forward, Ryan abruptly halted, glancing at the slender slingshot in his hand, and instinctively turned to seek help. Don't turn back, Zhang Fan shouted. But alas, it was too late. Beasts favor attacking from behind, and Ryan realized his blunder. Without looking back, he hastily donned the helmet slung over his back. Bang! A massive paw struck Ryan's back, sending him tumbling to the ground. The bear's strength far surpassing that of a wild boar, causing Ryan to roll back to square one. Leave it to me, Zhang Fan observed, hearing the voice of Sukena, who was now charging forward with a heavy sword. His newly adorned armor shimmering with a blue luminescence in the air. Roar! The black bear, taken aback by the audacity of a human charging at it, let out a defiant roar, exposing its vulnerable neck. Sukena, seasoned in combat, refrained from rushing in directly and instead made a sudden halt as he approached. Indeed, the black bear, sensing Sukena's advance, suddenly swiped down with its massive paws. The bear's size was formidable, and should it strike land, even someone in full armor would struggle to evade. Just look at Ryan, still shaking his head from the impact. Sukena, familiar with the bear's combat style, deftly dodged the swipes. Seizing the opportunity as the bear's paws struck the ground to launch his attack, with a swift motion, he inflicted a half-foot-long gash across the bear's neck, the depth indeterminate at first, yet crimson blood began to pour forth. In the presence of blood, beasts become more frenzied, oblivious to their own pain. Driven by instinct, the black bear spun around, intent on continuing its assault on Sukena. However, by the time it completed its turn, Sukena had already evaded and repositioned himself behind the bear, delivering another strike. This blow landed on the bear's back. Although its thick fur offered some protection, it ultimately could not withstand the sharp blade, and blood began to seep from the wound. The cut appeared lengthy, It was less damaging than the first. The bear, now disoriented, attempted once more to attack Sakana, yet dizziness overcame it. Roar! The bear, having lost significant blood, let out a significantly diminished roar and moved sluggishly. Sakana skillfully retreated, evading the bear's attacks, until the earth trembled with a resounding thud. The injured black bear collapsed, its breathing growing faint, completely devoid of combat capability. In mere moments, Sakana, the swordsman, had slain the black bear. Despite being a creature of low intelligence, its close combat prowess was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of the lizardmen. This exemplified the true combat strength of the Eurasian swordsman. No one anticipated that their first meal after leaving the valley would be a bear's paw, an impressive yet somewhat grandiloquent notion. Yet, in the wilderness, the conditions were limited, rendering the taste less than exquisite. Nevertheless, all understood that as they ventured deeper into the northern lands, they would encounter truly thrilling adventures on the war continent. The goblin tribe was a peculiar entity. They lacked a nation, with their kin scattered across various regions. Goblins were avaricious, obtaining wealth through diverse means. Some excelled in commerce, others in crafting, and still others in mining. The war continent spanned thousands of miles, yet the territories accessible to various races and civilizations comprised less than a third. This led many intelligent beings to inhabit desolate areas, with the goblins being the most populous among them. Goblins had a particular affinity for remote mines, although these sites yielded low returns and required deeper excavation. The benefits were evident, as ordinary lords hardly regarded such places. "Who? I've spotted you. Come out immediately." Goblins possessed feeble compatibilities, yet their senses were remarkably acute. Zhang Fan, intending to stealthily approach through the grass, was detected when he was still over 20 meters away, forcing him to reveal himself. Do not attack. I am human. The goblins, seeing the newcomer armed with a long sword and clad in shiny armor, held a trembling, burning bottle, their voices tinged with anxiety. Do not come any closer, or I shall throw the burning bottle. Which castle do you serve? Zhang Fan, unwilling to deceive the goblins, assessed the situation and concluded that should they throw the burning bottle, he could easily evade it. He therefore sheathed his sword and raised both hands in a gesture of peace. Do not be alarmed, my friend. We hail from a gorge situated 120 miles to the south, which does not belong to any castle. The goblins, seeing Zhang Fan sheathe his sword, felt their tension ease slightly. 120 miles to the south, you refer to that gorge with a river that flows directly to the ocean? Zhang Fan was somewhat taken aback. These goblins indeed possessed greater knowledge of unfamiliar territories than the Eurasians. He replied, "Are you familiar with that place?" Of course. The goblin spoke with a hint of pride regarding their knowledge of the wilderness. On the war continent, there is no place that goblins are unaware of, but I have heard that it is a land without a master. Although goblins were diminutive and weak, their insatiable greed propelled them toward greater unknowns. They were reclusive by nature, and Zhang Fan did not fear the disclosure of the gorge's location. Nodding in agreement, "Yes, it now has a new master. You are welcome to come and seed out on the war continent." Gold, silver, and copper were scarce, and upon the discovery of such mines, they were swiftly claimed by the highest authorities of the respective civilizations. For goblins to acquire these gleaming treasures, they must rely on the resources in their possession to barter with humans. Their advantage lay in their disinterest in land ownership, allowing them to traverse various civilized territories legally. Upon hearing that the gorge had a new master, the goblin blinked its large eyes and asked Zhang Fan, "Soldier, does that place contain silver?" Zhang Fan simply produced a few coins from his pocket and tossed them into the air, watching them spin to ha-ha. Delightful silver coins. The goblin's face involuntarily reflected greed, and it locked its gaze onto Zhang Fan's eyes, stating, "If you offer peace to the goblins, we are willing to exchange goods with you, by the grace of the god of light and justice. The gorge shall maintain peace with the goblins." Hearing Zhang Fan swear by the divine, the goblin extinguished the burning bottle in its hand and beckoned Zhang Fan, "Come inside. We have hot water, and if you provide copper coins, there are also some food and drink available." Upon hearing the mention of food, Ryan suddenly sprang forth from the underbrush, startling the goblin. "Oh, big fellow, you gave me quite a fright." Are there silver coins hidden beneath that rotund armor of yours? Ha! 8 individuals appeared one after another from behind Zhang Fan. With Zhang Fan having sworn an oath, the goblin felt at ease and led the group through to the back of the watchtower. This area revealed a village, with thatched huts concealed within the dense foliage. As they passed through a grassy area, Zhang Fan observed closely. Shops lined either side of the road, indicating that the goblin's internal commerce remained vibrant. A female goblin, upon spotting the group of human soldiers, displayed a look of surprise and enthusiasm, exclaiming, "We have liquor here, warriors! Look, there are even 6 swordsmen." The guiding goblin did not deter her sales pitch. Instead, he promoted Zhang Fan, saying, "Benny is quite the expert in brewing. Her tequila is renowned in the north." This piqued Ryan's interest immensely, and he turned to the goblin, inquiring, "Are you taking us to that dark, ominous mine? Why not discuss matters of the tavern?" The goblin, unfazed, smiled back at Ryan, replying, "According to protocol, you are to meet the local chief." Ryan dismissed the notion of the goblin chief with a wave of his hand, declaring, "Have your chief come to me, and tell him that the esteemed fat lord invites him for a drink." Goblins are particularly fond of seizing opportunities. Even a single copper coin would bring them joy. Upon hearing that this plump soldier intended to buy drinks, the guiding goblin's eyes sparkled. "Then please wait at Benny's tavern. The chief will arrive momentarily." Upon hearing the conversation, Benny swiftly drew back the curtain at the entrance of the hut, unleashing a potent aroma of liquor. Having spent 2 days roaming the mountains, the scent of alcohol transported Ryan back to his homeland, prompting him to toss a copper coin to the female goblin. Inside the hut, there was a long table made of several smaller tables joined together, capable of seating around 20 people. Ryan boldly seated himself, taking up 2 spots. Zhang Fan found himself squeezed to one side. Internally scoffing at Ryan, who seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight lately, he nodded towards Kyle, saying, "Captain Kyle, everyone, please take a seat." Though Zhang Fan did not hold the title of swordsman, he possessed the skill of the swordsman's light, effectively making him the leader in the eyes of all the swordsmen. With Kyle still holding the title of swordsman captain, Kyle flashed a sunny smile. "All right, everyone sit down. The Goblin Tavern is quite nice, and encountering it in the wilderness is a stroke of luck." Benny busied herself by the side of the hut, with several large barrels before her. 8 cups of tequila. Would you like some roasted field rat meat? This goblin was adept at business, pouring drinks while customizing food for the guests. Roasted field rat was a culinary specialty of the goblins, and no adventurer would refuse it. However, Anya abstained from strong liquor, calling out to the goblin, "1 cup of low-alcohol beverage, please." Benny paused for a moment, then glanced at Anya, a female warrior, truly beautiful and rare. "I recommend a 1/5 of honey wine." The term 1/5 referred to the beverage being only 1/5 the alcohol content of regular drinks. Anya nodded. "Thank you. That sounds perfect. I'll have 9 servings of roasted field rat. And this plump one will need 2 soon." The glasses clinked together as everyone beamed at the 8 large cups, then collectively shouted, "Cheers to success." This was a common blessing among adventurers. Benny watched as everyone took hearty gulps of the liquor. Eager for their feedback, with a beaming smile, she asked, "So, how does my tequila taste?" The drink was indeed splendid, pure and robust, far superior to anything one could find in the outpost town. Having gained some experience with alcohol, Zhang Fan noted the approving expression on Benny's face and raised his cup. "Quite excellent. If you could sell this liquor in the valley, I would certainly pay you a good price." Benny's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. "That would be quite difficult. While the fiercest monsters around here are lizard men, it's not something a mere goblin like me can provoke." This statement carried significant weight, explaining why the 8 had been able to harvest monsters so smoothly over the past few days. It appeared there were indeed no higher-level beasts in the vicinity. Suddenly, Zhang Fan realized this place might hold some intriguing information. He turned to the female goblin, adopting a mysterious tone. "Benny, if one were to head east from here, would there be any fascinating tales to share? We are willing to part with a few silver coins in the war continent. Every tavern serve as a hub for information, abundant with patrons who might let slip secrets in their drunken ramblings." Benny's expression brightened, but her large ears twitched slightly, and her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Everyone, the chief is here." The goblin chief appeared quite aged, His drinking capacity had waned with age. Yet he still ordered a large tequila and roasted field rat, prompting Ryan to look sadly at his own small cup. The Goblin Chief expressed gratitude for the guests' warm hospitality. Yes, you heard that right. The guests' hospitality. Such was the nature of goblins, stingy yet avaricious. Having grown accustomed to goblin customs, Zhang Fan raised his cup in salute to the chief. Once the Goblin Chief took a hearty swig. He gently placed his cup back on the table. Might I inquire, what minerals are predominantly found here? The Goblin Chief also set down his drink and began to scrutinize Zhang Fan with his large eyes. This young man appeared quite youthful, yet judging by the reactions of the others, he was evidently the decision-maker of the group. He stroked his long, grizzled beard and replied, "We produce iron ore here. Of course, on particularly lucky days, one might also find a bit of sulfur." This was a significant discovery, as sulfur was a rare commodity in the war continent. Iron ore was precisely what the valley required. And a smile involuntarily crept across Zhang Fan's face. He then placed his right hand over his chest, stating, "If the price is right, we require a large quantity of pig iron." Although their interaction had been brief, the Goblin Chief quickly discerned that Zhang Fan was not particularly skilled in business. A sly grin crept across his face. Of course, copper and pig iron have a value ratio of 1 to 20. A fair price point, 1 pound of copper for 20 pounds of pig iron, was a reasonable price in the castles of Arathia. However, this was a swampy forest. Customers traveled from afar and had to bear the shipping costs, making it impossible to sell at that price. Though Zhang Fan was not well versed in business, he understood the logistics of transportation costs. Just as he pondered how to negotiate, Benny happened by with a cloth to clean the table of bones. Zhang Fan courteously stood to allow her to clear the surface. Unexpectedly, Benny seized the opportunity while Zhang Fan stood to stealthily draw a number in the dust on the table behind the chief's back using a bone. Zhang Fan noticed her movement, but maintained a calm expression, placing his hand over the number. "Haha, esteemed chief, this is a swampy forest. Both lizardmen and bears require tolls for passage. That I believe 1 copper for 25 iron would be more appropriate." This was precisely the Goblin Chief's bottom line. He hadn't anticipated this unassuming young man would hit the nail on the head. The Goblin Chief instantly regarded Zhang Fan with newfound respect, realizing that someone who could traverse the forest must possess a sharp mind. Not feeling embarrassed at being outmaneuvered, the Goblin Chief hesitated only briefly before clapping his hands together. "A fair trade. You shall become a friend of the goblins, swordsman." Zhang Fan indeed needed a large quantity of pig iron, as iron goods were essential for establishing a base. He mimicked the chief's gesture, declaring, "Then it is settled, esteemed chief." Once Zhang Fan's hand left the table, the surface was clean, as if no markings had ever been made. Zhang Fan's goal was not only to explore the surrounding map of the valley, but also to sell the swamp biological materials he had accumulated over time. He could not venture to the outpost town now, but the neighboring Dunwo Castle was an excellent place for trade. Upon learning that Zhang Fan intended to return and purchase refined iron, the Goblin Chief showed no sign of concern, enjoying his large cup of tequila as he ambled towards the mine. Once the chief departed, Zhang Fan gratefully smiled at the female goblin, saying, "Benny, thank you so much for your help." This matter was of little consequence to Benny. She replied with a placid smile, "No need for thanks, swordsman. This price is well known in the Goblin mining district. Fair trade is the key to lasting relationships." Zhang Fan was slightly taken aback by her words, re-evaluating the female goblin before him, that he sensed that Benny was different from the other goblins, for he could not discern the extreme greed that typically characterized her kin. The prolonged eye contact made Benny a bit uncomfortable, prompting her to smile lightly and say, "Mr. Zhang Fan, weren't you just inquiring about intriguing tales to the east?" The interruption caused by the Goblin Chief had returned them to the original topic. Zhang Fan nodded, arranging 5 silver coins neatly on the table. That Benny's gaze flickered for a moment, the glimmer of greed in her eyes not exceeding that of Ryan's. Subsequently, she only took 3 silver coins, then lowered her voice to whisper in Zhang Fan's ear, "If you head east and spot a colossal yew tree, continue north for 100 miles, passing through a perilous area. It is said that remarkable treasures lie there." The 3 silver coins yielded a piece of information that was far from precise. However, Benny did not take all the silver coins, which made Zhang Fan feel that Benny was rather exceptional. He then inquired, "Does anyone else know of this news?" "Absolutely not. This information will remain here alone from now on." Zhang Fan nodded, producing a handful of copper coins to pay for the drinks. Benny informed him that there was a modest inn not far from the pit. Albeit somewhat rudimentary, it was still relatively clean. Coincidentally, a rain fell that night, and the following morning, the group, having narrowly escaped calamity at the inn, packed their gear and set out, greeted by the bright sun after the rain. Although it was slightly warm, the fresh air was perfect for traversing the mountains and forests. The team continued east for 3 hours, finally catching sight of the immense yew tree described by the female goblin. The yew itself boasted a towering crown, and this particular one stood out among the forest, its branches reaching 100 meters high, as if piercing the clouds. Among the group, Anya was the most agile. She climbed to about 30 meters up the yew tree. Turning to gaze northward, she noticed a ridge obstructing her view, with dense shrubs growing around the hill, showing no signs of human presence. Zhang Fan observed that Anya intended to climb higher and hastily cautioned her. "Anya, you mustn't ascend further. It's too dangerous." Ryan, watching from the base of the tree, felt a wave of acrophobia wash over him and muttered, "Goodness, if she falls, how on earth will we catch her?" Zhang Fan swiftly smacked Ryan, his expression grave as he commanded, "Silence, you fool." Fortunately, Anya only ascended a few more meters before she began her descent. When she was just 2 meters from the ground, she let go with both hands and leapt down, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. Once Anya had caught her breath, Zhang Fan smiled and asked, "So, Anya, did you discover anything?" Light and nimble, having just scaled the towering tree, Anya quickly regained her composure, yet her expression turned uncertain as she replied, "To the north, there's a small mountain. Beyond that, I cannot see down this side of the mountain. The situation appears grim, as it is all dense forest, showing little sign of human passage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan turned to gauge the opinions of the others. These individuals were seasoned adventurers and harbored little concern about venturing deeper into the woods. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed. "That I believe that if this area were frequently traversed, then this information would not warrant 3 silver coins. Why don't we give it a try?" The others nodded in agreement, and Zhang Fan made the decision. "Let us head north over that mountain. If we find nothing, we will return immediately." After all, venturing too far north could be precarious. Experience had taught them that the further north one traveled, the more dangers lurked ahead. Suddenly, they encountered a nest of venomous flies, a level 3 monster, whose speed and virulence were daunting. Before them lay a typical nest of these vile creatures. As the day waned, the group forged their way through the dense forest, yet they had not yet reached the ridge. Just as they spotted a sheltered slope suitable for camping, it was already occupied by the family of venomous flies. Unlike before, the squad was now equipped with armor, and thus they were not overly fearful of the flies. However, this time Ryan could not engage in combat, lest he be needed to cast spells to rescue anyone who fell victim to poisoning. Alongside Zhang Fan, there were a total of 6 swordsmen, all donning helmets and lowering their visors, rendering the venomous flies' stingers ineffectual. The terrain was too narrow for them to advance side by side, so the most heavily armored Zhang Fan took the lead. As they drew closer, the flies detected their presence, and with a resounding buzz, 3 venomous flies soared into the sky. Hearing the commotion, Kyle raised his head, peering through the trees, his expression suddenly turning serious as he cautioned, "Everyone be careful. They're dragonflies. These creatures are swifter and possess incredibly sharp stingers." The ground beneath them was slick with mud, hindering Zhang Fan's speed, but the venomous flies were unfazed, hovering momentarily before revealing their deadly stingers. "Put on your faceplates," Zhang Fan shouted, and with a clatter, all 6 swordsmen were encased in iron armor. The fly's eyes glowed red with fury. Zhang Fan felt a flash before him and heard a loud thud against his chest plate. Thankfully, his armor was sturdy. The fly's attack merely staggered him. Swish! Through the visor, Zhang Fan saw a heavy sword descending like a flash beside him. He recognized it to be Kyle. The venomous flies excelled at striking and retreating. Yet their attention was fixated on Zhang F.A.I. in a sudden flurry. Kyle seized the opportunity to strike from the side, cleaving one fly into a T that moment. Another venomous fly attempted to ambush Kyle. Taking advantage of the opening created by Kyle's heavy sword, Zhang Fan executed a horizontal slash with his cross-sword, causing the fly to come to an abrupt halt mid-air, narrowly evading Zhang Fan's blade. Before turning to fix its gaze upon him, the two locked eyes, and Zhang Fan felt the unique malice emanating from the swamp creature's gaze, an icy dread seeping into his very being. Kyle quickly warned Zhang Fan, "Be cautious. This is a dragonfly. Ordinary armor may not withstand its attacks." The dragonfly, sensing danger, turned to flee with astonishing speed. Despite Zhang Fan's special armor, he still felt a twinge of fear at its swiftness. "Kill it! Kill it!" Two voices reported from behind. After all, the swordsmen were level 4 warriors from Malaysia, and they swiftly dispatched the level 3 venomous flies of the 4 flies. 3 were immediately slain, and the dragonfly's gaze turned even more malevolent. Although venomous flies were level 3 creatures, the evolved dragonflies possessed level 4 strength. Buzz, knowing it was outmatched, the dragonfly retreated at once, its speed too great for the group to intercept. The expedition team claimed the clearing of the dragonfly's nest and gathered materials from the trees to use as firewood, beginning to replenish their strength with food and drink. Little did they know, a pair of malicious red eyes were watching them from above. As the campfire dimmed, Anya, the only one among them without a full suit of armor, tossed a log into the flames, causing the fire to crackle and grow significantly larger. The other swordsmen dared not remove their armor, basking in the warmth of the fire as they softly snored. The night deepened, and apart from the crackling fire, all was silent. Suddenly, a loud buzz shattered the tranquility. Anya's eyes widened as she pulled out a beast-catching net from behind her. The dragonfly had set its sights on Anya, who was unarmored. As it dove down from the sky, it clearly saw the net approaching. However, it was no ordinary fly. With a mere dodge, it could evade capture. The dragonfly emitted a mocking buzz, preparing to maneuver out of the net's range, when a voice exploded in its mind. Chaos. The dragonfly's brain was pierced by a mental attack, plunging it into a state of blankness. Seconds later, as the dragonfly regained its senses, it found itself ensnared beneath the beast-catching net. Almost immediately, a cold short sword sliced through its body, cleaving it in two in its final moments. The dragonfly realized that the warriors had merely been feigning sleep, and now they all regarded it with cold, unyielding stares. Zhang Fan severed the dragonfly's tail and stowed it in his pack, yawning as he proclaimed, "At last, I can sleep in peace." This trap had been set by Zhang Fan. Foreseeing the dragonfly's inevitable return for vengeance due to its malevolent gaze before it fled. Despite the difficulty of ensnaring the swift dragonfly with the net, Anya's mental attack skill made her its greatest nemesis. Thus, the unique abilities of the Iron Triangle were unveiled before the swordsman. Kyle gazed at the trio and couldn't help but marvel to think that an expedition team could possess 3 individuals with powers. It is truly astonishing. The Iron Triangle exchanged glances, and Zhang Fan noticed Ryan's habitual inclination to boast. He quickly smacked Ryan's armor, halting him, then turned back to Kyle with a faint smile, saying, "Those with abilities ought to serve the cause of light and justice." Captain Kyle, Zhang Fan's straightforward nature and sense of responsibility made him seem reliable. Throughout this expedition, he had effectively taken the lead. All the swordsmen simultaneously thrust their long swords into the ground. Bowing to Zhang Fan in a gesture of respect, Zhang Fan raised his sword with one hand, sending a beam of light slicing through the night sky in response. The next day, the expedition team reached the summit of the ridge within 2 hours. Discovering a brook at the base of the hill, as they gazed further, they spotted what appeared to be a man-made structure at the bend of the brook. The black market, a rarity on the war-torn continent, was shrouded in secrecy, with no one knowing who operated it behind the scenes. Yet black markets often thrived in desolate regions, existing solely for the strong and the fortunate. Zhang Fan beheld the structure. Reminiscent of a church, some dozen meters ahead, its entire roof painted black, making it difficult to discern at first glance. "What do you see over there?" A monstrous creature lay at the entrance of the black market, resembling a colossal red lion, yet adorned with enormous wings. Upon spotting the expedition team, the lion suddenly opened its eyes, and a menacing beam of light shot towards the leader, Zheng Fan. Purify. Anya unleashed her mental prowess, rendering the light harmless to Zheng Fan. Welcome to the black market. The voice echoed into the ears of the onlookers. I could see that moment. The red lion rose to its feet, revealing a figure slowly emerging from the church entrance behind it. Zheng Fan raised his gaze to scrutinize the newcomer. But alas, the individual was shrouded entirely in a black robe, obscuring any glimpse of their features. The term black market was still unfamiliar to Zheng Fan. However, since it was referred to as a market, it undoubtedly involved the sale of goods. After failing to glean any information from the figure, Zheng Fan inquired, "Excuse me, we were led here by some information. May I ask what is primarily sold in the black market?" Haha. The laughter of the robed figure was unnervingly hollow, as if manipulated. Since you have arrived, it is a testament to your strength and fate. A plethora of items is available here, everything you can imagine from across the continent. But it ultimately depends on opportunity. This statement was somewhat nonsensical. If everything was available, why would it depend on opportunity? Zheng Fan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by opportunity?" The robed figure did not respond but waved his long sleeves, conjuring a magical radiance from thin air. The light gradually coalesced, transforming into the images of various items. Among the illustrations, Zheng Fan beheld an array of rare mineral resources, even some treasures. As the brilliance slowly faded, his expression grew increasingly astonished. "Are all these items available for purchase?" The robed figure's peculiar voice resonated once more. "Indeed, everything depicted can be acquired, though it requires a bit of waiting." Zheng Fan realized that these items could not possibly reside within the church. In fact, the church appeared to be merely a fade. Only after selecting what he wished to purchase would someone be dispatched to deliver it here. With this thought, Zheng Fan glanced at the red lion at the entrance. He had never encountered such a creature before, and its appearance suggested it was not to be trifled with, further confirming the immense power behind the black market. Noticing the absence of mithril in the illustrations, Zheng Fan curiously inquired, "Is mithril available?" The robed figure's unsettling laughter echoed again. Once it subsided, he replied, somewhat curtly, "Mithril is not the same as quicksilver. It is far rarer. Perhaps if you return in a few days, it may appear on the chart." The notion that the chart could change randomly confirmed Zheng Fan's suspicion. Items would only be transported here upon request. His curiosity piqued regarding the pricing of goods in this realm. He asked, "How is mithril traded?" The robed figure answered promptly, "One portion of mithril requires 2 portions of items of equivalent value, that if you possess any special items you wish to exchange, you may present them to me." This implied a profit margin of 100%, and it was clear that ordinary items would not be sold here. Thus, the potential profit would be substantial. Zheng Fan, having brought little silver with him, and knowing that resources were scarce at the valley shelter, felt compelled to apologize with a smile. "I'm afraid I am only interested in mithril, but I lack the necessary silver coins to make a purchase this time." The robed figure appeared unfazed, chuckling. "No matter, you are welcome to return. This place will remain for another year." After saying this, the robed figure turned without further ado and sauntered back into the darkness of the church. This provided Zheng Fan with another piece of information. The black market's location might not remain fixed for long, but a year was still a considerable duration. There was no need to venture further north, where unknown dangers lurked. The expedition team's current task was to head east to Dunwo City and sell the accumulated monster materials. Thus, everyone retraced their steps and continued eastward, collecting additional monster materials along the way. Days later, Dunwo City came into view. Dunwo City was a quintessential flatland fortress, its circular walls extending for several kilometers, dominated by a colossal statue of a celestial being at the city gates. Even from outside, one could perceive and feel the majesty of the angelic figure. Zheng Fan was not a resident of Dunwo City and, theoretically, had no right to sell materials at the trading post, yet he had some connections with the captain of the Dunwo City swordsmen that a squad of spear-wielding guards was stationed at the city gates. And Zheng Fan entered unencumbered by any bags, thus avoiding any inquiries as Zhang Fan and Anya strolled along the bustling streets of Dunwo City. They both sensed a distinct difference from the Sentinel City. Zhang Fan leaned in and whispered, "Anya, do you not feel that something is different?" Anya turned to Zhang Fan with a smile, nodding in agreement. "Yes, it appears more affluent based on the attire. I don't see a single barefoot child on the streets. The residents of Sentinel City, aside from adventurers, primarily relied on agriculture or handicrafts for their livelihoods, and the same was largely true in Alasia." Curious about the disparity between the two cities, Zhang Fan sought out a porcelain shop. Upon noticing customers, the shopkeeper greeted Zhang Fan with enthusiasm. "Sir, are you looking for bowls or teapots?" Porcelain was considered a noble commodity, and the shopkeeper's profit margins were substantial, hence his amiable demeanor. However, Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat awkward due to the shopkeeper's warmth, replied, "I apologize, but I merely wish to inquire about something." The shopkeeper, undeterred, maintained his cheerful expression. "No problem. Sir, feel free to ask." The shopkeeper was indeed amiable. "I just wanted to know, what are the taxes for conducting business in the city?" The shopkeeper assessed Zhang Fan and Anya's attire before smiling. "It seems this gentleman is from out of town. In Dunwo City, small vendors are not taxed." Zhang Fan and Anya were simultaneously taken aback. Without taxes, how did the city sustain itself? Zhang Fan scrutinized the shopkeeper's demeanor, which remained neutral, devoid of any signs of deceit. This was indeed perplexing, and Zhang Fan resolved to inquire further, bidding farewell to the shopkeeper. After 20 minutes of questioning various small shop owners, all confirmed that there were no taxes in the city, prompting Zhang Fan to accept this reality. This suggested that the citizen's wealth was not without reason. However, he found himself puzzled as to how the city lord maintained the army and infrastructure. Fortunately, Zhang Fan successfully met with Cherud, the captain of the Dunwo City swordsmen. Rarely did Cherud embark on field missions, for Dunwo City was a medium-sized fortress, administratively superior to Sentinel City, indicating a larger population and jurisdiction at that moment. About 50 swordsmen were training in the training grounds. Cherud greeted Zhang Fan warmly, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "I never expected to see you so soon." Zhang Fan had come with a request, and given his straightforward nature, he opted to be direct. "Captain Cherud, I didn't anticipate our meeting would be so swift. I have a matter I need your assistance with today." Cherud, recognizing Zhang Fan as a potential leader of Alasia's future swordsmen, appreciated his forthrightness. "Rest assured, Zhang Fan, as long as it is within my capacity, I will not decline." The training grounds featured wooden benches for resting, and Cherud invited Zhang Fan and Anya to sit, allowing them to engage in some small talk. Zhang Fan's gaze drifted back to the training area, where approximately 50 swordsmen had gathered. The swordsmen represented the core offensive force of Alasia, and their sheer numbers were immediately impressive. Cherud noticed Zhang Fan's expression and smiled slightly. "So, what do you think of the Dunwo City swordsmen? Quite impressive, isn't it?" This was Zhang Fan's first time witnessing such a sizable swordsman cohort in person, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "Very formidable. Such an army is indeed admirable." Cherud had previously invited Zhang Fan to join the Dunwo City swordsmen, but Zhang Fan had declined, recalling Zhang Fan's mention of the swordsman assessment. Cherud inquired, "Zhang Fan, how did your attempt to join the Sentinel City swordsmen go?" The question struck a chord, and Zhang Fan's expression momentarily darkened. "Captain Cherud, to be candid, I failed my swordsman advancement." Surprise washed over Cherud's face. He was well aware of Zhang Fan's prowess, knowing he had met all combat qualifications and possessed the skill of swordsman Eslite. What captain would be foolish enough to overlook Zhang Fan? At that moment, outside the city, Kyle unexpectedly sneezed. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan stood before Kyle with Cherud by his side. Zhang Fan gestured towards Kyle, introducing him to Cherud. "This is Kyle, the captain of the Sentinel City swordsmen." Kyle looked somewhat awkward, extending his right hand to shake Cherud's, then shaking his head in denial. That was in the past. On the way out of the city, Zhang Fan recounted the experiences he and Kyle had undergone, including the establishment of a shelter in the valley, without omitting any details. The situation was far more intricate than Cherud had anticipated. He could only offer reassurance to his companion Kyle. "Captain Kyle, there are certain matters beyond our control. However, your identity as a swordsman remains loyal to King Alasia and the people. This sentiment brought comfort to Kyle, who placed his right hand gently over his heart, his face breaking into a sunlit smile as he replied, "Indeed, thank you for your consolation. I shall remain loyal to His Majesty the King." Regarding the sale of monster materials in Dunwo City, Charade assured Zhang Fan that he could proceed with the transaction without worry. Although Dunwo City ostensibly adhered to the laws of Alasia, in reality, there was little oversight, the reason being that the city offered higher prices for materials than elsewhere, alleviating any concerns about adventurers from Dunwo City covertly selling materials elsewhere. As for adventurers from other castles attempting to sell materials, the lord of the city welcomed such endeavors. With Charade's words, Zhang Fan felt a weight lifted from his heart, and the group began to pass through the city gates. Indeed, the guards on duty, despite seeing the large backpacks everyone carried, showed no intent to stop or question them. The Adventurers Exchange was a bustling hub where not only adventurers sold materials, but soldiers from Dunwo City also offered supplies gathered from the wild that a dark-skinned archer, having just exchanged silver coins at the trading counter, turned around only to find himself surrounded by several warriors. The archer, realizing he was encircled, showed no surprise. Instead, he tightened his grip on the few silver coins he possessed. The warriors, armed with long knives, were led by one who squinted menacingly at the archer and demanded, "Will you hand it over willingly, or must we resort to force?" Fear gripped the archer as he recognized that these were thugs from the Dunwo City Merchant Association, a powerful entity from which he had borrowed silver coins. The deadline had arrived, yet his funds were still of great importance. "Esteemed sir, might you grant me an extension of 10 days? I shall undertake another task in the marshlands and swiftly repay the silver." "Haha." The leading warrior stepped closer to the archer, his gaze rife with mockery. "What if you were to perish in the marsh on your next venture? Would we not be left with nothing?" Without waiting for further explanation, he waved his hand, and several warriors lunged forward, pinning the archer to the ground. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out, causing the warriors to turn and look towards its source. It was Zhang Fan who had called for a halt. The warrior leader, recognizing the armored entourage behind Zhang Fan, quickly softened his demeanor. "Sir, we are from the Dunwo Merchant Association. Are you meddling in our affairs?" Zhang Fan was no meddler, but he recognized the archer and could not stand idly by. "I know that fellow. What has he done?" The warrior's eyes flickered with calculation as he thought that perhaps he could extract some coins from Zhang Fan. He smiled slyly and replied, "It's simple. Debts must be repaid." Zhang Fan saw through the man's intentions and nodded. "Let us negotiate. I would like to speak with that brother." The warrior leader, sensing Zhang Fan's civility, gestured to his companions, who stepped back, allowing the archer to rise. Upon standing, the archer recognized the armored figure before him and hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "Are Zhang Fan?" Zhang Fan smiled gently, reaching out to brush the dirt from the archer's arm. "Xiao He, I never expected to encounter you here. Where's Knife Master Kuko? Did he not accompany you to Dunwo?" Mention of Kuko darkened the archer's expression. "Kuko sustained serious injuries, and I've been gathering funds to seek a priest for him." Zhang Fan noticed the archer's tight grip on the few silver coins and began to understand the gravity of the situation. Kuko must have been gravely wounded. As a typical adventurer, his earning potential was limited. If he had been unable to participate in several missions due to his injuries, his savings would quickly deplete. "Xiao He, how much do you owe them?" Xiao He's gaze faltered as he replied, "Not much, just 6 silver coins, all of which I borrowed to cover Kuko's medical expenses. Borrow money from the association for just a few coins indicated a dire financial state." Zhang Fan could afford to cover the amount, so he turned to Xiao He and asked, "How many do you have on hand?" "For coins, but I still need to buy medicine for Kuko." Zhang Fan admired Xiao He's loyalty. He was willing to borrow even for Kuko's treatment. However, Xiao He's resources were evidently limited. Zhang Fan then fixed his gaze on Xiao He's face and nodded towards the warrior leader. "Xiao He, give him the 4 silver coins. I will cover the rest." Xiao He, now anxious as these coins were all he had, tightened his grip even more. "But what about Kuko's injuries?" Just then, Ryan happened to finish his transaction and approached. Zhang Fan pointed towards Ryan, assuring, "Fear not, he will assist us." Only then did Xiao He recognize the stout figure clad in heavy armor as Ryan. Seeing their equipment, he realized they were faring quite well. Memories of their time as comrades in the Black Dragon team flooded back, evoking a mix of emotions. Ryan, having just completed his exchange, handed his pouch of silver coins to Zhang Fan and then patted Xiao He on the shoulder with a trademark grin. "Xiao He, look at us. If anyone dares to bully you, Fatty here will take revenge on your behalf." Upon hearing Ryan's declaration of support, the warrior leader instinctively took a half-step back, intimidated by Ryan's imposing stature. Just moments ago, Ryan had handed Zhang Fan a pouch containing at least hundreds of silver coins. Someone capable of wielding such wealth was certainly not to be trifled with. Charade, whose status precluded him from intervening in such matters, had been waiting outside the exchange for an extended period. Growing concerned at the delay, he ventured inside and found a crowd gathered around Zhang Fan and his companions. Zhang Fan, has something occurred? As the captain of the swordsmen, many in Dunwo City recognized Charade, including the warrior leader. Noticing the familiarity between Charade and Zhang Fan, he quickly assumed that Zhang Fan was a swordsman in the city. The warrior leader hastily explained to Charade, "My lord Charade, it is merely a minor issue." Zhang Fan, wishing to spare Charade any further trouble, quickly snatched the silver coins from Xiao Hei's grip, supplemented 2 more coins, and handed them to the warrior leader. "You may leave now. This is no longer your concern." The warrior leader, having successfully received the coins, wasted no time in departing, bowing to Zhang Fan and Charade before hastily retreating. Zhang Fan then smiled at Charade. "Just a small matter. A friend of mine whom you should recognize." Indeed, Charade glanced at Xiao He and recalled the previous encounter while tracking the giant lizard in the wild. Where this dark-skinned archer had also been present, he laughed heartily. "What a coincidence. I never expected our paths to cross again. We must celebrate this reunion. Today, I shall treat everyone at the mention of a feast." Ryan immediately abandoned his intention to chat with Xiao He, salivating at the prospect of a grand meal. "Excellent. I've been longing for a hearty feast." Zhang Fan shot a glance at the rotund figure. "Let us first check on Kuko before we indulge." Arriving at Xiao Hei's dwelling, the environment was far from ideal. It was poorly lit, and the narrow alleyways nearly prevented Ryan from squeezing through. Xiao He called out as he entered, "Kuko, guess who has come to see you?" Kuko, with one arm bandaged, displayed a grim injury indicative of a severe fracture. Such an ailment, without the attention of a priest, would surely not heal properly. For an adventurer, losing an arm meant the end of their career. Thankfully, Xiao He had remained loyal and had not abandoned Kuko. Otherwise, the latter might not have survived before the pallid Kuko could utter a word. Ryan rushed forward, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what have you done to yourself? Wasn't it better to stay in the Watchtower City rather than endure this suffering?" Without hesitation, Ryan began to unfasten Kuko's bindings. Kuko recognized Ryan, but as pain surged through him, his face contorted in agony. "Bear with it. The pain is intense. This wound is rather exaggerated. It seems you were struck by a werewolf's chain hammer. Compound fracture." Ryan spoke as he gently manipulated Kuko's arm back into a more natural position, completely disregarding Kuko's pained expressions, and began to cast a healing spell. Now a level 3 Esper, Ryan's mental fortitude was quadrupled compared to before, yet even with his enhanced abilities, he still lacked sufficient magical reserves to heal such a severe injury. Anya once again served as a reservoir for his magical energy. After nearly half an hour, Kuko's arm was somewhat realigned. "You'll need further treatment. I am utterly exhausted now. We will continue after our grand feast." Ryan's healing abilities, being a form of Esper power, differed from the typical healing spells of priests. With his level 3 enhancements, Ryan's healing capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary priest by a considerable margin. If a priest had attended to Kuko, the treatment would have taken several days. As the priest lacks supernatural abilities, the magical prowess cannot be enhanced through upgrades, and they are certainly devoid of assistance from a mobile mana repository like Anya. They can only rely on the innate magical energy within their minds for healing. Upon reading this, Zhang Fan suddenly inquired, "Xiao He, how much would it cost to seek a priest at the church for this injury?" Xiao He, seeing the remarkable progress Ryan had made in his healing techniques, felt a mix of joy and astonishment. "I have inquired before. The priest stated it would require 20 silver coins." Ryan had initially set one foot out the door, but now he stepped back, exclaiming, "Xiao He, how much did you say?" Chalad had also discerned that Ryan was a supernatural being, and the shock he had previously felt regarding Anya's mental abilities resurfaced within him. Contemplating the situation, he realized that three supernatural beings were present, one destined to lead the future Elijah swordsman, one specializing in healing, and another in mental prowess, along with a rather promising sanctuary. Given time, their prospects seemed boundless. Chalad finally understood why Kyle had chosen to relinquish his position as the leader of the swordsmen. Even he now felt a flicker of uncertainty at the Conqueror's Tavern in Dunwo City. Ryan's table was already piled high with roasted rabbit bones, and he had changed his rum glass twice. Zhang Fan, perplexed by the extent of Ryan's appetite, decided to temporarily disregard him. His observations since entering Dunwo City had led him to form certain suspicions. Coupled with the previous incident involving the portal and the city's exorbitant purchases of swamp materials, Zhang Fan began to suspect that the Lord of Dunwo was engaged in smuggling. Captain Chalad, you mentioned earlier that you had some concerns about Dunwo City. I have gathered some insights today. Let me know if you concur. Since Chalad had reserved a private room, Zhang Fan felt unencumbered in sharing his thoughts. And Chalad nodded in acknowledgement. Taking a sip from his rum glass, Zhang Fan continued, the city imposes no taxes on ordinary merchants, which naturally keeps prices lower. Furthermore, their procurement of monster materials surpasses that of other castles, which attracts a swarm of adventurers. This results in heightened competition among adventurers around Dunwo, compelling them to venture deeper north, consequently increasing the risk of injury. Noticing Khaled's agreement, Zhang Fan pressed on. Heisey mentioned that treating an arm costs 20 silver coins, which likely serves as a significant source of revenue for Dunwo City, that if I am not mistaken, the city must possess a substantial priesthood. Priests belong to the priesthood, which is a level 5 military unit in Alasia. Their healing capabilities are merely supplementary, while their mental attacks are formidable. Chalad concurred with Zhang Fan's assessment, but shook his head. Zhang Fan, there are 30 priests in the priesthood, yet it is still not the strongest force in Dunwo City. This revelation astonished both Zhang Fan and Kyle, considering that the Watchtower City only had one priest. Zhang Fan recalled the pair of knights that emerged from the portal and pondered, then what is the strongest force in Dunwo City? Chalad lifted his glass and took a sip, his expression growing serious. It is the cavalry. Dunwo City boasts 50 cavalrymen, half of whom are knights. Hearing this, Zhang Fan felt a surge of clarity. It was indeed as he had suspected. The knights that had stealthily emerged from the teleportation array must have originated from Dunwo City. Coupled with the city's daily extensive procurement of monster materials, the knights' whereabouts suddenly became evident. Fatty, upon hearing Zhang Fan call him. Ryan rose and patted his bulging belly as he approached. Zhang Fan leaned in and whispered in Ryan's ear, Fatty, I recall you mentioning a place called Blakada in the Highland Snow Mountains. Do you think Dunwo City might be smuggling materials there? Ryan, appearing carefree, was nonetheless quite astute, and he nodded in agreement. Zhang Fan, do you really think the king of Alasia would sell materials to anyone? Normally, all materials are funneled into the king's hands. Zhang Fan suddenly realized that to encourage adventurers to explore the northern territories, Alasia could not continuously dispense silver coins. Selling materials to Blakada was not unreasonable. However, for the Lord of Dunwo City, Knight Will, to privately smuggle materials would indeed line his own pockets. Zhang Fan mused, so he isn't simply seeking to profit from healing. He genuinely aims to amass a large quantity of materials for smuggling. Uncertain whether Chalad was aware of this, Zhang Fan refrained from voicing his suspicions, knowing the gravity of the matter. Captain Chalad, I cannot ascertain the specifics of what is transpiring in Dunwo City. However, as a swordsman of Alasia, I believe it is imperative for you to remain vigilant. His words could go no further. Zhang Fan deliberately referred to Chalad as a swordsman of Alasia rather than a swordsman of Dunwo to alert him to the potential dangers posed by the Lord of Dunwo City. Zhang Fan's intuition told him that Chalad had yet to become entangled in the smuggling operations. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly troubling, as Zhang Fan had surmised. Chalad had indeed not participated in such dealings. However, as a high-ranking member of Dunwo Castle, he occasionally stumbled upon subtle hints, yet he dared not share these with Zhang Fan. The two men shared a tacit understanding and simultaneously fell silent, raising their glasses in a toast instead. Zhang Fan's mission in Dunwo City was now accomplished, and he intended to return to the valley promptly. Thus, he bid farewell to Chalad and the others. Before parting, Zhang Fan, still somewhat anxious, grasped Khaled's arm once more and said, "Captain Chalad, I hope that when we meet again, we shall both remain loyal swordsmen of Alasia. Should we encounter trouble, the valley will always welcome you." Departing Dunwo City, the party of 8 returned with 10 members, as Xiaohei and Kuko decided to accompany them to the valley. Their route back mirrored their arrival, skirting the watchtower and the swamp border. The first day passed without incident. Aside from a few oblivious lizard men emerging to deliver materials, they encountered no troubles. That night, they camped on a hillside that on the following morning, as they finished packing their gear, a sudden flurry of birds erupted from the forest. With their outdoor adventuring experience, everyone recognized the signs of impending danger. Kuko, having recovered from his injuries and clad in light leather armor, volunteered. Zhang Fan, "I'll go take a look." Understanding Kuko's agility, Zhang Fan pointed to a nearby large tree. "Be cautious. Just climb that tree and observe if they're not approaching us. We can make our escape." Kuko nodded and sprinted toward the tree. Without heavy armor, he ascended the tree with the grace of a monkey. As he turned to look, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted to the group, "Come quickly. There are werewolves, and in large numbers." While werewolves typically thrive in packs, a few of them usually constitute a settlement. Recognizing the astonishment in Kuko's voice, Zhang Fan sensed that the situation was far more dire than it appeared and hurriedly urged the party to follow him. At that moment, shouts from humans could be heard from the north, growing increasingly distinct. Zhang Fan realized that the swamp creatures were pursuing the Alasian populace and felt a surge of urgency. "Kuko, approximately how many werewolves are there?" Kuko squinted into the distance, counting as he spoke about 3, no, wait, around 40, with 10 large werewolves among them. "They're chasing the civilians." Zhang Fan understood that something was amiss. He had never encountered more than 10 werewolves appearing simultaneously, and now there were 40. Clearly, something was wrong. However, a more pressing matter loomed. Civilians were being pursued, and he could not stand idly by. "Captain Kyle, I am preparing to rescue the civilians." Kyle certainly would not refuse. He immediately set down his backpack and drew his sword, stating, "Zhang Fan, as Alasia swordsman, we cannot turn a blind eye." Zhang Fan nodded and began issuing commands. Everyone discarded their backpacks and grasped their weapons. The cries of distress from the mountains grew louder, and soon civilians rushed into view. Zhang Fan scanned the terrain and led the group toward a small rise. The sturdy men among the civilians ran ahead, and upon spotting Zhang Fan's armed party, they rushed over, wailing, "Help us! We are Alasians! Please save us!" Seeing the anguish behind them and hearing the ongoing cries, Zhang Fan felt a weight in his heart, realizing they could no longer afford to wait. "Do not be afraid. Come behind us. Look for any weapons, sticks or stones will suffice, and arm yourselves." After issuing his instructions, Zhang Fan turned to his team, armor bearers in the front, others in the second line, that we cannot delay any longer. Maintain formation and push forward to save as many as we can. The 10 formed a simple formation, 5 swordsmen, with Zhang Fan and Ryan at the forefront, while Anya, Xiaohei, and Kuko followed closely behind, charging toward the civilians against the tide of fleeing people. Soon, a pack of werewolves emerged from the forest ahead. Those familiar leather armors and chain weapons. It seemed for some unknown reason, they had been organized. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had 7 heavily armored warriors at his side, as he observed the approaching horde of werewolves. He felt no trepidation. The clash between the two sides loomed imminent, and to bolster morale, Zhang Fan raised his crossed sword to the heavens and shouted, "Long live Alasia!" The others echoed his fervor, exclaiming, "Long live!" The townsfolk, upon seeing the soldiers arrive, summoned their last reserves of strength to rush towards Zhang Fan's squadron. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan maintained formation while bellowing, "Split and move to the sides, to our rear." "Engage!" Kyle roared, his great sword glinting in the air. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the head of a towering werewolf before him. "Kill!" Zhang Fan faced 2 werewolves, yet he did not flinch with a single stroke. He severed the left werewolf in half. Just then, a resounding thud echoed as another werewolf chain hammer struck his shoulder plate. He felt a weight on his shoulder, yet his armor remained intact. Then, with the werewolf's astonished gaze upon him, he swiftly decapitated it. The werewolves, taken aback by the sudden emergence of 10 human warriors with formidable combat prowess, ceased their pursuit of the townsfolk and began to regroup. Many civilians were thus spared, and witnessing several doomed individuals escape death filled Zhang Fan with immense relief. Looking ahead, he noticed the werewolves had formed a rudimentary square formation, a sight he had never witnessed before, indicating that the werewolves had truly organized themselves. Zhang Fan loudly cautioned his comrades, "Everyone, take heed of that particularly tall leader werewolf. His chain hammer is massive, and I fear our armor may not withstand it." Chain hammers were designed specifically to breach armor. Despite Zhang Fan's blue-forged steel armor, the leader werewolf stood a full 2 meters tall, wielding a hammer twice the size of an ordinary werewolf's. A single blow from it could easily dent his armor and inflict grievous injury. Once the werewolf ranks were assembled, the colossal werewolf let out a fearsome roar as a command, and over 30 werewolves charged simultaneously. In a frenzy of battle, Kyle shouted, "Maintain formation. Even if injured, do not fall. Leave the leader to me." Zhang Fan remained at the forefront, calculating the moment of contact, and 2 seconds in advance, he pointed his long sword to the sky. "In the name of the swordsman, long live Alasia." 6 swordsmen's blades glimmered as they were imbued with the light of the swordsman, their strength surging by 30%. "Kill! For Alasia!" The rallying cry reverberated as their swords struck in unison. The formation of 10 clashed with the werewolf ranks in an instant. That moment, Zhang Fan felt his long sword, enhanced by the light of the swordsman, become even swifter and sharper. With a single stroke, a werewolf's head soared into the air, leaving its landing a matter of indifference. Kyle engaged the towering werewolf, feigning an attack to the chest before swiftly sweeping his sword horizontally, creating a flash of white light. Clang! The resounding impact revealed that the werewolf had not been deceived. Instead, it used its superior reach to bring its chain hammer crashing down upon Kyle's heavy sword. Fortunately, the sword was forged from blue iron, and despite the tremendous force, it showed no signs of shattering. Double slash! Kyle unleashed his skill, and his heavy sword struck again in an instant into the werewolf. It appeared as though Kyle's 2 strikes melded into one. The werewolf, seeing the sword grow larger, was left with no time to block and hastily seized a nearby werewolf, using it as a shield. "Oh!" The unfortunate werewolf let out a wretched howl, only to be cleaved in 2. Empowered by the light of the swordsman, Kyle's blue-forged sword was razor-sharp. Even after severing one werewolf, the momentum of his strike did not wane. The massive werewolf, caught off guard by the sword's ferocity, momentarily froze, allowing Kyle to slice open its chest, tearing through skin and flesh to create a gaping wound. "Oh!" The colossal beast howled in agony as its internal organs burst forth, unshielded by flesh. Desperately, it pressed its claws against its chest, attempting to shove its innards back inside. "Die!" Zhang Fan seized a moment and aimed his long sword at the giant werewolf's arm, executing a swift strike. The creature had no time to react, and its left arm was severed in an instant. Realizing its imminent demise, the giant werewolf summoned its last reserves of strength and swept its chain hammer low in an astonishing arc, striking Zhang Fan's left leg. Zhang Fan cried out in pain, realizing that his leg armor had been severely deformed, embedding itself into his flesh. He had not anticipated being injured by a werewolf. Despite the debilitating pain, Zhang Fan pressed on, determined not to falter. To do so would risk being trampled in the chaos of battle. The massive werewolf made one final strike, its internal organs now beyond control, spilling forth in a cascade. "Continue advancing." Kyle, aware of Zhang Fan's injury, commanded the squad to press on. The battlefield would not pause for anyone. Continuing the fight was their sole option. Zhang Fan's leg was rendered useless. His left foot unable to bear weight. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his left side. Turning his head, he found it was Anya, and warmth flooded his heart. Anya supported Zhang Fan, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the advancing werewolf ranks as she cautioned him to be careful. Zhang Fan nodded appreciatively, pressing forward that moment. The werewolves had suffered significant losses, and with their leader slain, their momentum had noticeably diminished. In contrast, the swordsmen, bolstered by the light of their order, cut through the remaining foes like reapers of death. Each swing of their swords felled a werewolf. Though some swordsmen were wounded, their blue-forged armor ensuring the injuries were not fatal. With only a handful of werewolves remaining, Zhang Fan found the ground beneath him softened by the blood of the fallen beasts. Making it treacherous to traverse, suddenly, another chain hammer flew towards him, and he instinctively extended his left arm. Clang! His arm guard perfectly intercepted the hammer, shielding Anya. She cast a grateful glance at Zhang Fan as he, undeterred, thrust his sword forward, impaling the werewolf in the chest. "That's the third," Zhang Fan proclaimed loudly, announcing his kill to rally his comrades. Though the number of werewolves appeared formidable, in truth, they had little chance of survival, especially under the relentless onslaught of the swordsmen. Zhang Fan, despite his injury, found his tally capped at 3 slain foes. Eventually, 4 or 5 werewolves, realizing their defeat was inevitable, turned and fled back into the marsh. Not daring to look back. "Victory!" Kyle shouted triumphantly, and the others joined in the celebration. Zhang Fan, despite enduring excruciating pain, raised his voice in triumph. Though his arms and legs throbbed painfully, his leg thoroughly incapacitated. As the battle concluded, Ryan approached to tend to Zhang Fan's wounds. Zhang Fan gently pushed Ryan away, saying, "I won't recover immediately. First, check on the others. If more enemies arrive, I can manage a light injury and continue fighting." Ryan glanced over and indeed saw 2 swordsmen unbuckling their armors. Chuckling, he replied, "You have a point. You can endure the pain for now." As Ryan turned to assist the swordsman, Zhang Fan waved to Kyle. Kyle approached with a smile, and upon seeing that he bore no injuries, Zhang Fan realized that the commander of the swordsmen was no ordinary leader. He had much to learn. "Kyle, please gather the civilians and inquire about what transpired. Why have these marsh werewolves suddenly organized?" This posed a new conundrum, and Kyle nodded, turning back, accompanied by 2 unhurt swordsmen. A sharp pain pierced through Zhang Fan as the deformed leg armor dug into his flesh, rupturing the bone beneath. Ryan, with the precision of a butcher, pried off the armor to inspect the injury. With a teasing nod, he remarked, "This armor is quite impressive. There's no debris, allowing for direct treatment." As the healing light enveloped Zhang Fan's leg, the agony began to recede like a receding tide. Ryan's skill in treating wounds had significantly improved. Within 10 minutes, Zhang Fan was restored to his former self. Each time he witnessed Ryan's crude surgical methods, Zhang Fan felt a surge of frustration. Yet, when it came to healing, no one rivaled Ryan's expertise. This complex blend of resentment and appreciation was unsettling, so he refrained from expressing gratitude and headed directly towards Kyle. All the civilians had gathered, many in tears over their lost loved ones. Yet in the chaos of war, such tragedies were nearly unavoidable. The swordsmen, still gripping their long swords, bore the remnants of battle. The blood of werewolves clung to their weapons. A pungent reminder of the slaughter. Concerned that the townsfolk might be frightened by the sight of the swordsmen, Zhang Fan took the lead in sheathing his sword. He sought out a few individuals who appeared relatively composed and inquired about the situation. Gradually piecing together the events, it turned out that these individuals were farmers scattered across remote areas, who had chosen to live on the border of Alasia and the marshlands to evade taxes. Although the marsh beasts were fearsome, they typically did not venture far from their murky abode. This time, it remains unclear what has caused the werewolves to emerge in droves, crossing the swamp to attack the border residents. Leading to the scene we have just witnessed, Zhang Fan and Kyle conferred privately and resolved to attempt to take in a group of refugees, contingent upon the willingness of some to accompany them. Thus, he stepped before the crowd once more, casting a serious gaze upon the gathered populace. "Ladies and gentlemen, 20 miles south from here lies the territory of Watchtower City. However, there are no fields left for you to cultivate." Zhang Fan paused momentarily, observing the troubled expressions on many faces. As a former farmer himself, he understood the profound implications of losing one's land. He continued, if anyone is willing to journey west with me for 200 miles, I shall offer each person 2 acres of land with a tax of only 10%. The tax in Alasia is 2.5 times that. I have heard it is merely 10%. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Pray tell, Sir Swordsman, is it arable land? Zhang Fan slightly turned his head to regard the questioner, a robustly built man. Rest assured, it is situated by a small river, and it is on the plains. The man appeared taken aback. Such favorable conditions. Why had no one previously ventured to cultivate it? He then inquired, will you guarantee that taxes will not be increased in the future? Zhang Fan noticed a scar on a man's arm and gestured to Ryan, who instinctively understood Zhang Fan's intent and hurried over. Initially, the man was surprised, but upon realizing that Ryan was using healing magic to tend to his wound, astonishment filled his eyes. That a priest. Truly, divine protection. Zhang Fan aimed to instill confidence in them through Ryan. For a place where the priest would surely offer stability and assurance, he then addressed the equally astonished crowd. For the next 10 years, there shall be no increase in taxes. A decade is a considerable span. It would be a remarkable feat for the war-torn continent to endure 10 years in peace. Many nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Fan's assurance. Ultimately, over 40 individuals expressed their willingness to accompany Zhang Fan to the valley, injecting much-needed vitality into the severely depopulated refuge. Zhang Fan instructed the able-bodied to gather the werewolf leather armor and chain hammers, ensuring they would possess some means of self-defense on their return journey. When he noticed someone picking up a massive werewolf chain hammer, he curiously discovered it was the very man who had conversed with him earlier. Zhang Fan approached him and inquired, what is your name? The man wielded the enormous chain hammer, likely weighing over 20 pounds, yet his muscular arm suggested he could handle it. Sir Swordsman, my name is Tai's. Zhang Fan's gaze swept across Tai's face. He had observed that Tai's appeared significantly more composed than the other commoners, and he deemed him a promising individual. Tai's, from this moment forward, these farmers shall be under your management. Are you capable of this task? Tai's looked around at the refugees searching for supplies and nodded, no problem, as long as they are not required to engage in battle. Zhang Fan had no intention of sending farmers into combat, as that would only lead to the collapse of their entire group, but he smiled gently. Upon our return to the valley, you might consider trying your hand at becoming a soldier. Tai's had come from a long line of farmers and had no combat experience. Having only occasionally hunted small game, he had never entertained the thought of becoming a soldier until he met Zhang Fan's serious gaze. Realizing that he was not being jested with, a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration washing over his face, Zhang Fan saw in Tai's a reflection of himself when Kyle had encouraged him. He patted Tai's shoulder and said, Tai's, you possess a robust physique. With just a bit of courage and will, you can become a competent soldier. Courage and will. Encouraged by Zhang Fan, Tai's suddenly swung the chain hammer in his hand. Be careful. Seeing Tai's recklessly brandishing the hammer, Zhang Fan quickly sidestepped to avoid it. The chain hammer, though seemingly simple, was not easily controlled. Indeed, as the hammer began to spin, its massive momentum caused it to slip from Tai's grasp, crashing down where Zhang Fan had just stood. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had evaded in time. Tai stood frozen, nearly causing a mishap. Observing Tai's sudden disarray, Zhang Fan harbored no blame. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped to the edge of the woods, using his sword to sever a tree approximately the thickness of a small arm, and fashioned it into a 2.5-meter-long wooden spear. Here, you should give this a try. Tai's accepted the spear from Zhang Fan. Having used such rudimentary weapons while hunting, he immediately assumed an attacking stance. To his surprise, as Tai's moved, a distinct aura emanated from him. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Sensing that Tai's was particularly suited to wielding the spear, he then picked up a werewolf chain hammer from the ground. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the hammer began to melt, gradually transforming into a sharp spearhead. Is that some kind of special ability? Murmurs of astonishment echoed through the woods. Although the werewolf chain hammer was heavy, its material was of poor quality, and Zhang Fan, as current magical prowess, enabled him to directly forge a spearhead. Ignoring the curious glances around him, Zhang Fan took the spear from Tai's and fitted the spearhead onto the top, thus completing a 2.5-meter spear. Tei's had never witnessed anyone conjure an iron tool in an instant. Zhang Fan's presence instantly grew larger than life in his eyes. Excitedly, Tei's took the spear and tested it against the head of a werewolf lying on the ground. The spear flickered, and with a sharp crack, the werewolf's skull was instantaneously pierced. Zhang Fan nodded, for at least this spear appeared impeccable. The spear soldier is a primary military class in Alasia. While their combat prowess may seem modest, they possess a crucial attribute. Spear soldiers can ignore the charge of cavalry. When arranged in formation, they become a nightmare for mounted troops. The moment Tei's grasped the spear, he experienced a profound sensation, as though he were holding his own destiny within his grasp. Zhang Fan was unaware of this, but Tei's could not shake the feeling, believing it to be a gift from Zhang Fan. As the group set off, the change in numbers slowed their pace considerably. Zhang Fan chose to traverse closer to the side of the Plain Kingdom. While this encroached upon Watchtower City's territory, he did not believe they would fortuitously encounter soldiers from their point 2 days later. The group turned again towards the swampy woodlands. Zhang Fan intended to use the silver coins in his possession to trade for pig iron at the goblin mines. This iron, once transported back to the valley, would be transformed into farming tools, door latches, and even weapons. The valley needed to grow stronger swiftly, for Zhang Fan was acutely aware that his activities there could not remain concealed for long. As for whether Mulek would seek trouble, that was almost a certainty. He aimed to expand the valley's strength during this fragile period of peace. The group of dozens moved forward at a slow pace, and upon rounding a small hill, they arrived at the goblin mine. Halt! Zhang Fan suddenly cautioned everyone, for he observed numerous dark figures atop the hill. Kyle, too, perceived something amiss and turned to Zhang Fan. It seems to be lizard men. Having had considerable dealings with lizard men, Zhang Fan could not ascertain their exact nature from this distance, but by their postures he could deduce with some accuracy, reflecting on the previous collective attack by werewolves on the populace. And considering the number of lizard men on the hill, Zhang Fan immediately feared that the goblins were in peril. He swiftly turned, calling out, "Tei's." Upon hearing his name, Tei's dashed to Zhang Fan's side, having also spotted the swamp soldiers ahead. Yet he remained silent, awaiting Zhang Fan's orders. "Tei's, there are lizard men ahead. You must lead the group back 2 miles to a safe location and await our return." Tei's understood that the farmers could not contend with the swamp soldiers and promptly accepted the command. Once the farmers had retreated, Zhang Fan and Kyle exchanged glances, simultaneously drawing their swords from their waists. .5 swordsmen, alongside the stout Zhang Fan, advanced slowly towards the hill in full armor. As they drew nearer, confirming the presence of lizard men, they were still 200 meters away, beyond the range of the lizardmen's arrows. Zhang Fan moderated his pace to conserve energy. 100 meters, the lizard men had already detected their presence. As Zhang Fan and his group entered the extreme range of the lizardmen's bows, the lizard men began to rain arrows down upon them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen arrows arced through the air. Zhang Fan immediately called out, "Anya, Heizi, Kuko, you 3 halt your advance temporarily." The arrows descending from above would not be effectively blocked by those in the front, thus his arrangement. The 3 complied and ceased their advance, while Zhang Fan and the remaining swordsmen, clad in armor, steadily approached the hill. Throughout their approach, the lizard men released 3 volleys of arrows. Aside from the arrows clattering against their armor, causing no real harm, they pressed on 50 meters. Zhang Fan suddenly raised his sword. Charge! The swordsmen began to accelerate, reaching their maximum speed as they approached the gentle slope. With the lizard men armed solely with short knives, the 7 long swords were laid flat, creating a dense formation as they charged directly at the enemy. Hiss! Several lizard men were immediately struck by the swords, their screams distinct and piercing, reminiscent of a venomous snake's hiss. The swordsmen swiftly withdrew their bloodied blades from the bodies of the lizard men, showing no signs of hesitation as they continued their advance. The phrase "like cutting through vegetables" aptly described the massacre unfolding against the lizard men. With just a few swings of the 7 swords, dozens of lizard men fell lifeless to the ground. Ryan shook his cross-shaped sword, now stained with blue blood, boasting with pride, "Look, I, the esteemed fat lord, am indeed cut out to be a swordsman, but alas, the divine has bestowed upon me a more significant responsibility. Zhang Fan nearly kicked the rotund figure down the slope. Instead, he struck the helmet with the sword in his hand and pointed towards the goblin village, saying, "Don't get cocky. The werewolves have reached the village, and your beloved tequila may soon be out of reach." Upon hearing that the liquor was in jeopardy, the fat man felt a pang of anguish that resonated even through his armor, prompting him to charge down the hill. "Tequila, Fat Lord is coming to save you." Zhang Fan watched as the rotund figure rushed into the village, only to be pursued back by 5 werewolves, and he cursed under his breath, "Serves you right," before raising his sword and joining the fray. "Fatty, are you still boasting?" Zhang Fan deflected a werewolf's mace with his sword and then thrust forward, causing the creature to collapse. Ryan huffed and said, "If I weren't worried that you'd be left with nothing to slay, I would have charged in long ago." Seeing the fat man still being obstinate, Zhang Fan simply kicked him in the rear. Suddenly, Ryan lunged forward as 3 werewolves swung their maces at his armor. Bang! Bang! Zhang Fan was confident in the armor he had forged, having no fear that the werewolves could penetrate his blued iron. Taking advantage of the werewolves attacking the fat man, the swordsman surged forward, swiftly dispatching the werewolves guarding the village entrance. Ryan stood up and wiggled his rear, relieved to find himself unscathed, the healing light in his hand dissipating. He then teased with a triumphant grin, "Zhang Fan, though you may wish for my demise, Fat Lord remains unscathed. Disappointed, are we?" Zhang Fan, truly weary of this character, pointed towards the tavern and said, "Let's go check on the tequila tavern." This reminder silenced the fat man, who once again broke away from the group and rushed ahead. Upon arriving at the tavern, the goblins were nowhere to be seen, but fortunately, several large barrels of liquor remained intact. Ryan embraced one of the large barrels, eager to make a remark, when suddenly a voice from within startled him. "Who are you? Are you Zhang Fan from the valley?" "Benny." Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise as he approached the barrel and pulled away the sandbags covering it. "I am Zhang Fan, blessed by the god of light. I can't believe you were hiding here." Benny's small head emerged from the barrel's opening, and upon seeing Zhang Fan accompanied by several armored warriors, he sighed in relief and broke through the barrel to escape. It turned out to be an empty liquor barrel. Zhang Fan, hurry to save them. They are trapped at the mine's entrance. Benny spoke urgently, circling the tavern in search of weapons, finding only a meat cleaver. Zhang Fan swiftly led the swordsman towards the mine entrance, where several goblin corpses lay scattered along the way, Benny's expression growing increasingly grim. The mine's entrance was a small clearing, surrounded by a group of over 20 werewolves. While they posed no threat to Zhang Fan and his companions, they represented an absolute menace to the weak goblins. Uncertain of the situation inside the mine, Zhang Fan rallied his team to charge at the werewolf formation. The werewolves, noticing the approaching humans, turned to reveal their jagged teeth. However, such intimidation had no effect on the swordsman. Upon collision, their overwhelming advantage became apparent. Zhang Fan understood that eliminating this pack of werewolves would be straightforward, yet he scanned the surroundings for any sign of the giant wolf leader that had emerged during their last encounter with swamp monsters. However, as he looked around, all he saw were ordinary werewolves. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, causing Zhang Fan's pupils to widen beneath his mask. Be careful. There are archers lying in ambush. No sooner had he spoken than Kyle was struck by an arrow to the back, the force of which created a dent in his blued armor. "Fatty, there's an archer hiding in that haystack." Zhang Fan pointed toward a cluster of dried grass standing around a large tree, about 30 meters away. Ryan, confident in the strength of his armor, dashed towards the haystack, but as he reached its edge, he suddenly screamed, "Oh my, a monster!" Following closely behind, Zhang Fan saw the fat man retreat abruptly, nearly colliding with him, and quickly steadied himself, gripping his sword with both hands. That moment, a massive lizard man emerged from beside the haystack, towering an impressive height of 2 meters or more. Lizard men were already quite grotesque, and this enormous size only amplified their terrifying appearance, prompting the fat man to scream in alarm. The giant lizard man wielded a longbow in its left hand and gripped a short knife in its right. However, the short knife seemed diminutive only in comparison to its massive frame. In reality, it was of standard combat knife size. Seeing Ryan frozen in place, Zhang Fan struck the lizardman's helmet with the flat of his sword. Fatty, what are you waiting for? You have a sword too. Humans inherently fear colossal beings, and it was no surprise that Ryan was taken aback. Even Zhang Fan felt the weight of the moment. Recognizing that this creature likely possessed immense strength, as evidenced by the arrow that had nearly penetrated his armor, Ryan's voice trembled as he stuttered. What is that thing? What does it eat to grow so large? Swish! The giant lizardman's right-hand blade swung toward Ryan. Given the creature's strength, Zhang Fan feared for his armor's integrity and swiftly kicked the fat man in the rear. Ryan stumbled forward just in time to evade the lizardman's blade. Seeing its attack miss, the lizardman quickly retracted its short knife and turned its attention to Zhang Fan, lunging at him with the blade. The lizardman wielded its short knife with remarkable agility and force. Zhang Fan had no choice but to activate the dragon eye ring on his finger. Empowered by the ring's blessing, Zhang Fan deftly flicked his sword, deflecting the short blade. The lizardman, unprepared for Zhang Fan's strength, found its knife pushed aside with considerable force, allowing Zhang Fan to exploit the opportunity and counterattack. Clang! Zhang Fan's swift counter, bolstered by the agility of the dragon eye ring, caught the lizardman off guard, landing a strike on its right arm. The blade, enhanced by Zhang Fan's full might, sliced through the lizardman's flesh, its severed arm hanging in the air for a moment before crashing to the ground. The lizardman, overcome by pain, felt its prior mental assault dissipate. In a fit of rage, it attempted to swing its remaining blade at Zhang Fan, only to realize it was now disarmed. It retaliated by kicking at Zhang Fan, who deftly withdrew his right foot, though the lizardman's massive foot connected with his left leg. With a resounding thud, Zhang Fan was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away. The impact left him reeling with pain, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, struggling to rise. Taste this, fat lord. At that critical moment, Ryan swung his sword low, sweeping just above the ground and striking the lizardman's leg. The unsuspecting lizardman, caught off guard by Ryan's attack, heard a crack as its calf shattered. With one arm severed and now a leg lost, the giant lizardman's body could no longer support itself, crashing down with a deafening thud. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the creature had not perished immediately, it was merely a matter of time. Turning his gaze towards the mine entrance, he saw that the 5 main swordsmen, along with Xiaohei and Kuss, had nearly cleared out the werewolves, indicating that this battle was approaching its conclusion. Ryan paid no heed to the thrashing lizardman on the ground, instead striding over to Zhang Fan, noticing the dent in his leg armor. He smirked and remarked, "My dear swordsman, have you developed a penchant for getting beaten up? Why is it always this spot?" With that, Ryan lifted Zhang Fan's leg armor, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a coincidence. Isn't it? It's the same spot as before. Zhang Fan was at a loss for words. He should have let the hefty fellow take a stab just now, to aptly test whether the tempered blue iron armor or the lizard giant's dagger was indeed more resilient. Anya jogged over, noticing Zhang Fan had sustained serious injuries once more. Overcome with concern, she urged Ryan, exclaiming, "Chubby, hurry up and heal him. It hurts terribly." Though Ryan had a penchant for speaking out of turn, he was not one to procrastinate when it came to action, swiftly aligning the fractured bone. Amidst Zhang Fan's agonized cries, the healing light enveloped his leg once again. The reason for Zhang Fan's injuries this time stemmed from his own reckless challenge against a minor boss. He was perplexed by his own behavior. Whenever he encountered danger, his instinct was to charge forward. It seemed he needed to reflect on this tendency in the future. Once the werewolves had finished their cleanup, Zhang Fan's leg was fully tended to by the hefty man. Approaching the mouth of the mine, he was met with a scene strewn with corpses, half of which belonged to werewolves and the other half to goblins. The goblins had suffered significant losses this time. "Benny, where is your leader?" Benny's face turned pale as he blinked in pain, then pointed to a corpse on the ground. Zhang Fan moved closer and, upon closer inspection, faintly recognized it as the goblin leader. "Benny, please check how many of your kin are left. I have a sense that this place is no longer safe, that, in truth, there wasn't much left to count." The remaining goblins were all present, numbering no more than 20. Heeding Zhang Fan's warning, Benny turned and, with a look of confusion, asked Zhang Fan, "Are you suggesting that such incidents will happen again?" Zhang Fan nodded. Recounting the events that had transpired at the Dunwo and Sentinel border, and combining that with the occurrences here, he easily drew a conclusion. Now that the Swamp Clan had organized, the situation at the northern border of Alasia had shifted dramatically. It was likely that this would pose yet another challenge for Alasia. The goblins were somewhat in a panic, with their leader gone. This mining area was now at risk, and they were notorious for their combat prowess underground, leaving them unsure of how to proceed. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Fan recognized the goblins as a productive force and proposed, "Why not all of you head to the Creek Valley? I will designate an area for you where you can engage in production and daily life." That a glimmer of hope sparkled in Benny's eyes. If Zhang Fan was willing to offer protection to the goblins, that would indeed be splendid. She then stepped forward to address her kin. "Fellow tribesmen, today's assault is likely just the beginning. The swamp has undergone changes and a multitude of swamp monsters may soon arrive. This mine is no longer viable. The Alasians are willing to provide us shelter. I suggest we move together to seek refuge before making further decisions." Benny, having worked in a tavern for an extended period, was well acquainted with everyone, and given the current circumstances, the goblins had little choice. An elderly goblin queried Benny, "Will that Alasian swear an oath to ensure our safety?" Benny turned her gaze to Zhang Fan, who bore no prejudice against the goblins, and he placed his hand upon his chest, swearing, "By the light and the deity of justice, all friendly tribes within the Creek Valley shall receive fair treatment." This oath laid the foundation for future relations in the Creek Valley, and the goblins unanimously agreed to relocate there. Subsequently, all the raw iron from the mining area was loaded onto carts. This raw iron was to be transported to the Creek Valley as goblin property, which they would exchange for stones and timber, thereby securing resources to construct their dwellings. Zhang Fan's reward was the addition of over 20 goblins to the Creek Valley, along with some lizardmen eyes and various weapons. There was an abundance of raw iron, and the goblins agreed to pay the Alasian humans a fee for transportation, marking a positive development as this would provide the Alasians with their first income upon arriving at the Creek Valley. Zhang Fan noticed that the goblins quickly fashioned a dozen carts from timber, reminding him that these goblins were skilled craftsmen. It seemed that the construction capabilities of the Creek Valley would experience rapid growth with their arrival. "Zhang Fan," Benny called out, waving to him in front of a house. Zhang Fan approached and noticed she was holding a sealed jar, prompting him to inquire, "Whose residence is this?" Benny pressed the jar into Zhang Fan's hands, her expression tinged with melancholy. "This is the home of our leader." Zhang Fan, puzzled, weighed the jar in his hand. It felt somewhat heavy, and he asked curiously, "What have you given me?" Benny suddenly made a quiet gesture, and when Zhang Fan leaned in to listen, she lowered her voice. "This is sulfur. Our leader collected it for many years to obtain these." Sulfur was an exceedingly precious commodity, and though goblins were notoriously greedy, Benny seemed somewhat different. Zhang Fan was astonished. "You're not keeping it for yourself?" Benny shook her head slightly. "This is not mine. I believe it should serve as a reward to thank you for sheltering our goblin kin." Benny was no ordinary goblin. Zhang Fan understood the value of sulfur, and he smiled and nodded at her. "Benny, you'll have a tavern in the Creek Valley, and it will be in a prime location." Upon returning to the Creek Valley, Zhang Fan noticed some changes had already taken place. 2 new wooden huts had been added, and the flat land outside the city had been transformed into farmland. Most importantly, the walls were being extended. During Zhang Fan's absence, the residents had continued to follow the original plan, gradually extending the walls. Though it was only a few meters, it marked the beginning of progress. The involvement of commoners in wall construction not only ensured the future safety of the town, but also counted as a form of tax. The first inner-city wall was planned to be 200 meters long and wide, but there was still no sign of its completion. Zhang Fan sighed as he gazed at the walls. The town was filled with tents, and with the sudden influx of 60 to 70 new residents, the need for designated lodging areas was pressing. The image of goblins as greedy creatures was deeply ingrained in the minds of the Alasians. To foster harmony among everyone, Zhang Fan gathered all the residents for a meeting. With fewer than 90 individuals present, the Iron Triangle assumed leadership, and Zhang Fan began to speak. "Today, we enact the first decree of the Creek Valley. Anyone who abides by the laws of the Alasian Kingdom shall be granted citizenship in the Creek Valley, where all citizens are equal, and private property and personal safety shall be protected by the Creek Valley's forces." Upon hearing this, the goblins rejoiced. Their greatest concern had been the security of their belongings, especially since they were not Alasians. There were no dissenting voices in the assembly. After all, taxes were low here, and everyone had ample farmland and the means to build houses. Under such conditions, coexisting peacefully with the goblins posed no significant issue. The second matter addressed was the decision to recruit an additional 15 soldiers to serve as pikemen in the Creek Valley, with each pikeman earning a monthly salary of 3 silver coins. The goblins had no part in military service. Those migrating Alasians were becoming increasingly eager in Alasia. Becoming a soldier was not only an honor, but also came with a salary, and even the opportunity to hunt monsters for money. Thus, each year, the conscription day was a grand occasion. The crowd buzzed with excitement, prompting Zhang Fan to raise his hand for silence. Please be quiet. Let me clarify one point. There is no age limit for conscription. As long as you are an adult, you may enlist after the meeting. Next, Zhang Fan began to announce the third matter. The layout of Creek Valley City would be centered around the White Tower. In the future, goblins would reside at the northern gate of the city, while Alasians would inhabit the eastern side. The southern area would be designated for future commerce and factories, while the eastern side would be allocated for military training. The overall structure of Creek Valley City was thus determined, and as the meeting concluded, everyone gradually dispersed. The laws of Alasia required no elaboration, and the fair laws of the Creek Valley were to be inscribed on the central White Tower as the highest charter of Creek Valley City. As per Yuan's request, Taze was the first to seek out Zhang Fan. The moment he heard about the conscription in the Creek Valley, he was filled with excitement as Taze approached, his expression a mix of exhilaration and nervousness. Zhang Fan could tell he was barely able to contain himself. He greeted Taze with a smile. So, I see you are quite confident about becoming a pikeman captain. Taze's face flushed crimson. He had never dared to dream of being a soldier. And now the prospect of becoming a captain was akin to reaching for the stars. Although Zhang Fan had already mentally earmarked Taze for the position, he remained committed to fairness and kindly reminded him. Taze, do not rejoice too soon. Everyone must pass an evaluation to join the military, and only then will the captaincy be yours. Since Taze had become acquainted with the military, he found the pike to be an appealing weapon. The very thought of becoming a pikeman filled him with anticipation. Now that Zhang Fan had presented him with a chance to become a captain, his excitement soared. He straightened his posture, declaring to Zhang Fan, "Rest assured, Lord City Master, I will not let you down." The recruitment of pikemen was entrusted entirely to Kyle, while Zhang Fan sought out Ryan to discuss recent events at the border. After the meeting, Ryan had disappeared, and Zhang Fan immediately surmised his whereabouts. "Chubby!" Zhang Fan's voice echoed at the entrance. Crack! As the iron triangle resided closely together, Ryan could indulge freely in food and drink. Ryan took a bite of the golden fried chicken wing in his hand and waved his right hand towards Zhang Fan, beckoning him to come over. Hurry, this fried chicken wing is indeed crispy. You must try it. This chicken was specially made by Zhang Fan's mother, Romina. So what did he mean by must try? Zhang Fan abruptly snatched the plate from in front of Ryan, his expression darkening as he said, "Have some decency. Did I ever say I would treat you to this?" Hearing Zhang Fan mock Ryan, Romina emerged from the kitchen, followed closely by Anya, who was similarly wrapped in a kitchen cloth. "Zhang Fan, there are plenty of chicken pieces. Let Ryan eat as he pleases. More are still frying," Romina chided. Faced with his mother's reproachful gaze, Zhang Fan felt anger rising within him, but dared not express it. He could only awkwardly place the plate back on the table, saying, "It's nothing. We're just playing around." Upon seeing Ryan reach for the plate again, Romina turned and walked back into the kitchen. As Anya made to follow her, Zhang Fan quickly called out, "Anya, wait a moment. We need to discuss something among the three of you as the de facto leaders of the valley." The Iron Triangle had many matters to sort out concerning the future. And now that they had a preliminary population, the next plan needed swift implementation. However, Anya playfully replied, "You and Fatty can discuss this. I still need to learn how to fry chicken." With that, Anya promptly returned to the kitchen, leaving Zhang Fan's outstretched arm hanging helplessly in the air. He thought to himself, "At least she is a supernatural being, yet she spent her day learning culinary skills. Isn't that a bit misplaced?" Ryan picked up another piece of fried chicken, and after a moment's contemplation, found the right spot to take a bite, crunching loudly as he mumbled, "That's more like it. Let not trivial matters hinder the art of cooking. Zhang Fan found it hard to retort against Fatty, so he simply sat down beside him and grabbed a piece of chicken from the wooden plate. Fatty, don't just indulge in the present delights. Consider what lies ahead. Halfway through a bite of chicken, Ryan's eyes, which had been fixated on the meat, gradually shifted to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, are you feeling quite anxious? Zhang Fan was indeed anxious, as he could foresee two imminent threats. One was the sudden emergence of the swamp tribe, and the other was the inevitability of the Watchtower City discovering their presence as the valley's population increased. Even if the city lord Wade remained silent, the Night Brigade's soul would not let them off easily. Beneath Ryan's carefree exterior lay a sharp mind. He had long been aware of these issues, and noticing Zhang Fan's uneaten chicken, he chuckled and said, "Are you worried that Sol and Murlac will come knocking?" Zhang Fan nodded. Murlac possesses the knight's honor skill. The cavalry regiment of the Watchtower City will develop rapidly, without walls in the valley. A charge from the cavalry could easily topple the White Tower. Ryan did not dispute this, but offered a different perspective. Zhang Fan, your reasoning is sound, but what do you think Lord Wade will make of Sol and his son? What do you mean? Zhang Fan instinctively echoed, his thoughts shifting gradually. Although the Lord was appointed by the King of Alasia as a heroic knight, Murlac was also a supernatural being, with his exceptional powers. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Lord Wade. The saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If Wade were not particularly foolish, he would certainly try to limit Murlac and his son. Having grasped this crucial insight, Zhang Fan nodded in realization. Perhaps Murlac won't pose an immediate threat to us, but there is still a crisis at hand. The swamp tribe has organized for some unknown reason, and I fear the valley might not remain uninvolved. Ryan, seemingly overindulged, belched and stood up, stretching his stomach. Only when he saw Zhang Fan's increasingly impatient expression did he quickly cease his movements. Zhang Fan, don't you think this crisis could actually be an opportunity for the valley? Ryan's subtle hint prompted Zhang Fan to mentally simulate the situation on the Alasia border. The swamp tribe was numerous. If they organized, they would surely retaliate against Alasia. This would lead to every northern border fortress being besieged, and amidst the war, there would inevitably be refugees. The valley, being a secluded place, would face significantly less threat. Moreover, amidst this crisis, they could acquire the desperately needed resource of refugees. 80 miles west of the Watchtower City lies a region that borders Alasia, the Lost Lands and the Swamplands. Here, there's a settlement called Loaxia Village. Although located on the border, a river flows through it, not only separating it from the Northern Territories, but also providing ample water resources, sustaining over 140 individuals who have long cultivated and lived here. A wooden bridge spans the small river, allowing villagers to cross to the opposite mountain to gather wild mountain goods and timber. However, with rumors circulating of the swamp tribe invading around the Watchtower City, the village chief decided to dismantle the bridge as a precaution. After confirming that there were no villagers to the north, the chief formally ordered the wooden planks of the bridge to be taken down. A dozen strong men, armed with various tools, had just stepped onto the bridge when they suddenly spotted a line of figures appearing on the northern hillside. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a row of wolf-headed creatures. The werewolves had arrived, and in considerable numbers. The strong villagers who had already crossed the bridge hurriedly turned back in panic. "Run! The swamp tribe is coming." Hearing the villagers scatter in terror, the chief's heart tightened. If he allowed the swamp tribe to cross now, perhaps the able-bodied men could escape, but the elderly and children would surely suffer severe losses. He immediately shouted to the strong men, "Don't run. If you flee, your wives and children will be unable to escape. Hurry, dismantle the bridge before they can cross." Among the dozen strong men, half were so frightened that they disregarded the chief's orders and fled without hesitation. A few others, realizing the gravity of the situation from the chief's warning, suppressed their fear and began to use their tools to dismantle the bridge. At that moment, no one noticed that 2 rows of lizard-men archers had emerged from behind the hillside, taking positions at the high ground to draw their bows. Swish, swish, more than 20 arrows flew in an arcing trajectory, landing precisely at the bridgehead. The chief noticed the danger and was about to warn the strong men focused on dismantling the bridge when an iron arrow struck him directly in the head. "Ah, The village chief let out a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed to the ground. The burly men, upon hearing the sound, turned back to behold the swamp tribe surging forward in a dense mass. Run! There's no time. In their panic, they disregarded the arrows striking those around them. The fortunate ones simply fled. Chaos engulfed the village as the swamp tribe approached with alarming speed, resulting in a frenzied scramble for survival. Some sought to salvage food. Others aimed to seize valuables, while others struggled to flee with their children in tow. One robust man dashed toward his home, hastily dragging his child out of the house. In a display of humanitarian concern, he shouted to the surrounding villagers, "Run! Leave your belongings behind. The swamp tribe is crossing the bridge." Just as his voice faded and he prepared to flee southward, he suddenly spotted a group of soldiers. One armored swordsman shouted at him, "Where's the bridge? Lead us there." "Thank the gods, you're here. Follow me." The sturdy man, emboldened, recognized that only by confronting the monsters could the village be saved. He turned and led the soldiers towards the bridge. These swordsmen were not the garrison soldiers, but rather the warriors from the valley led by Zhang Fan. Originally, Zhang Fan had brought his men to scout the movements of the swamp tribe when they fortuitously encountered the attack on Luoxia village, prompting them to intervene. Upon reaching the bridge, they found that werewolves had already crossed and were charging down the path toward the village. Realizing there was no time to seal off the bridge, Zhang Fan decided to drive the enemy back and issued a loud command. "Swordsmen in front, pikemen in the rear, do not scatter. If you're injured but can still walk, do not fall." This order stemmed from Zhang Fan's experiences in previous battles. The laws of warfare dictate that group combat differs significantly from solitary skirmishes. Disorder in formation could spell disaster. 15 pikemen were participating in group combat for the first time, and Tai's understood the necessity of reiterating the principles of combat. He raised his spear, commanding the attention of all the pikemen, and began to deliver a pre-battle briefing. "Grip your spears tightly. Follow my rhythm. Thrust together and retract swiftly. Do not fear. As long as you live, the priest will heal you." Since becoming the captain of the pikemen, Tai's military talents have been thoroughly awakened. Whether in training or engaging the swamp tribe in the field, he had consistently demonstrated remarkable competence. Not only was he capable of swiftly commanding the pikemen, but he had also led them in numerous successful engagements against werewolves that, in the words of Kale. Though Tai's lacks skills or supernatural abilities, he is a natural-born leader of pikemen. Werewolves are most vulnerable to long spears. With a length of 3 meters, a well-formed phalanx resembles a gigantic hedgehog. As they had yet to enter the range of the lizardmen archers, Zhang Fan resolved to allow Tai's pikemen to showcase their prowess. Swordsmen maintain a distance of 1 meter. Pikemen fill the gaps in the swordsman's formation. Stand ready for combat. This clearly indicated a gun shield tactic, with the swordsmen equipped with shields and clad in heavy armor, forming a defensive wall before the pikemen. The werewolves, too, began to organize themselves in front of the valley soldiers, their morning stars twitching eagerly in their hands. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, aware that they must drive the werewolves back across the river, and bellowed, "Advance as one." The swordsmen stepped forward, their long swords raised in an offensive posture. The pikemen held their spears aloft, maintaining a 2-meter gap behind the swordsmen. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense, with combat on the verge of erupting. Zhang Fan gauged the distance to the lizardmen archers. Once engaged, the pikemen would inevitably be caught in the hail of arrows. However, in warfare, achieving 0 casualties is impossible. Under these circumstances, swiftly neutralizing the werewolf forces to mitigate the impact of their attacks was the optimal strategy, prompting Zhang Fan to initiate a rapid assault. His voice erupted in the air. All soldiers attacked swiftly. As Zhang Fan led the charge, the werewolf faction responded with a unified howl, 30 werewolves immediately launching their own assault. The distances between the two sides narrowed. Zhang Fan raised his cross-shaped sword high, calculating the distance before suddenly swinging it downwards. "Pikemen, thrust!" Tai shouted, and 15 long spears thrust forward in unison, separated by 2 meters. In positional warfare, apart from shield-bearers, pikemen generally hold the advantage. The 3-meter-long wooden spears showcased their offensive superiority, and with a single thrust, at least 10 werewolves were skewered through. "Retract! Taeai's commanded again. The long spears swiftly withdrew, and Zhang Fan, positioned at the front, clearly witnessed a line of werewolves clutching their chests, collapsing in agony. One cannot deny Taeai's exceptional talent. Having only recently become captain, he had trained the pikemen to execute their maneuvers with fluidity. Seeing his side seize the initiative, Zhang Fan activated his skill, illuminating the nearby swordsmen with beams of light. Swordsmen, charge! The swordsmen, positioned 3 ranks ahead of the werewolves, enjoyed a distinct advantage in battle as long as their numbers were not overwhelmingly disproportionate. With Zhang Fan leading the charge, he trampled over the blood of werewolves, plunging into the enemy formation. While the meteor hammers were adept at breaking armor, Zhang Fan and his comrades were clad in forged blue armor, utterly unfazed by the incoming blows, focusing instead on bringing their heavy swords down upon the werewolves. The sound of clashing metal resonated through the this moment. Behind the swordsman, Taeai's refrained from shouting further commands to thrust, as the swordsmen had already engaged the werewolves, risking injury to their own. Observing the flanks, he noted that due to the relatively fewer swordsmen, many werewolves could not penetrate the battlefield, presenting a potential opportunity. Pikemen, left flank assault. Taeai's maneuvered the pikemen to the left side, seizing the moment as the werewolves were distracted by Zhang Fan and his swordsmen. Only a handful of werewolves noticed the situation on their flank. This is too good an opportunity, Taeai's thought. As the pikemen nearly established a blockade against the werewolves' formation, he immediately commanded, "Thrust! Kill!" The pikemen, trained primarily in thrusts and retractions, let out a collective roar as 15 long spears lunged forward once more. Caught off guard, the werewolves on the flank toppled over, 6 or 7 of them falling due to the density of their formation. Zhang Fan had not anticipated that charging into the enemy ranks would allow Taeai's to reap the benefits. Seeing the werewolf formation suddenly collapse by a small fraction, he prepared to capitalize on the momentum and break the enemy lines completely. However, at that moment, a thunderous howl erupted from the opposite bank. Awoo! A giant wolf appeared on the far side of the river, and after its cry, the werewolves engaged in battle abruptly began to retreat. Meanwhile, the lizardmen archers had already drawn their bows, and in a moment of urgency, Zhang Fan shouted, "Beware of arrows! Cease the pursuit! Pikemen, fall back!" Taeai's, being a hunter by nature, understood the threat posed by arrows. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's warning, he quickly led his team to retreat, managing to hide behind the swordsmen just in time to evade the incoming barrage. Unfortunately, with the swordsmen being so few in number and the arrows released at a high arc from over 80 meters away, a volley of arrows struck, resulting in 4 pikemen being injured. Having narrowly escaped a full volley, 4 of his men were wounded. Zhang Fan suddenly regretted his earlier command to halt, realizing that keeping the werewolves engaged would have dissuaded the lizardmen from shooting freely. If the distance between the two sides widened, the lizardmen would unleash a relentless barrage, leading to significant complications. Observing that the werewolves had not yet fled far, he turned and shouted, "Fatty, stay behind to tend to the wounded. The rest, follow me closely." Kale recognized that Zhang Fan had made a tactical error, yet he did not wish to disrupt Zhang Fan's command rhythm. Although several had sustained injuries, it was crucial for Zhang Fan to learn to balance offense and defense. Thus, when Zhang Fan gave the order, Kale was the first to charge at the werewolves. The uninjured pikemen advanced alongside Taeai's. The werewolves, in a state of panic, turned to flee, but upon doing so, they faced the narrow bridge, their movements becoming disorganized. Before long, Zhang Fan and his men had closed in from behind, and the lizardmen were indeed too wary to shoot arrows freely. Seeing that everyone had charged forward, Fatty was left with only 4 injured pikemen on the ground, and he had no choice but to check on each of them individually. He first treated a man whose lung had been punctured, while the remaining 3 had merely sustained arrows in their limbs. Injuries that were not immediately life-threatening, so he opted not to waste his mana. Meanwhile, Anya had not followed the charge because she needed to be Ryan's healer. It was unrealistic to heal all 4 men on the battlefield at once, so Ryan could only ensure that a few of them were out of immediate danger. Once Anya replenished her mana, she saw Zhang Fan on the opposite bank activate his swordsman's light once more. The duration of Zhang Fan's swordsman's light skill increased with his supernatural level, but it could currently only last about 5 minutes. At present, Zhang Fan's mana could only empower 16 swordsmen simultaneously. After using the skill twice, Zhang Fan felt a slight emptiness in his mental reservoir. The werewolves, in pursuit, had now been entirely cleared from in front of the swordsmen, knowing that they could not engage in close combat. The lizardmen archers began to shoot and retreat. Zhang Fan recognized the need to seize the moment and pursue the enemy, lest they be left to regroup. "Fatty, there are still 2 injured here. Come and heal them." Ryan, having just treated the patient with a punctured lung, had expended a considerable amount of mana. After being replenished by Anya, he now heard Zhang Fan calling for him, and he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Regrettably, the helmet obstructed my vision, rendering me unable to wipe away my sweat. Oh my goodness, this is going to wear me out." Nevertheless, this fellow is unflinching in his determination to save lives as he strides toward the opposite bank of the river. The lizardmen, having adapted to the swamp, possess wide feet, which unfortunately hinders their speed. The distance between the 2 parties quickly diminishes, and just as it appears they might catch up to the lizardman, Zhang Fan spots 2 venomous flies soaring through the air. That a pang of alarm strikes his heart as he realizes the trouble this presents. While he himself is unafraid, the pikemen lack armor, and if those flies were to ensnare them, it would likely lead to the rotund man's demise before he could come to their aid. Casting a glance back, he sees Tai's still closely adhering to his swordsman, and thus he commands the latter to retreat first. Tai's lead all the pikemen across the river. With Ryan providing healing support, Tai's feels liberated to engage in combat, and this battle has ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. He had intended to pursue the enemy relentlessly, but upon receiving Zhang Fan's order to retreat, he dares not defy it. "Pikemen, withdraw, and take the injured with you." Observing the orderly retreat of the pikemen, Zhang Fan turns to point skyward and declares, "Captain Kale, the venomous flies are approaching. We must delay them, or the pikemen will suffer losses." Kale, standing beside Zhang Fan, is clad in armor that obscures his face, lending his voice a muffled quality as he responds, "You should follow the pikemen and retreat. If the flies pursue, you can provide support. Leave this to us." Zhang Fan recognizes that Kale is more than capable of handling the flies, and, concern for Tai's pikemen, readily acquiesces. "Captain Kale, do not linger in battle. Evacuate at the first opportunity." As his words fall, Zhang Fan begins his withdrawal from the swordsman. While running, he glances upward and, indeed, spies one of the venomous flies veering toward Tai's. He removes his visor to gain a clearer view of the sky and notices that the flies have targeted Tai's. He immediately quickens his pace. "Tai's, be cautious. The venomous fly is behind you." The venomous fly is a 3rd-tier swamp creature, and Tai's knows he stands no chance against it. However, as the leader of the pikemen, he must not succumb to panic. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's warning, he swiftly turns, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the fly as the fly's stinger looms larger before him. He calculates the distance and realizes he is indeed its target. In a split second, he produces a small round shield from his back. This shield, the only one in the pikemen's ranks, was given to him by Zhang Fan to distinguish him as the leader, and he never expected it to prove useful in such a critical moment. "Long live Alasia!" Tai's bellows to muster his courage, and at the last possible moment, he thrusts the small shield before his head. Clang! Tai's gamble pays off. The venomous fly prefers to attack the upper body. Though the fly appears small, its speed is formidable, and the impact sends Tai's staggering back a step, nearly penetrating the shield. The tremor of fear courses through him, while he successfully blocks the initial strike. He is armed only with a spear, a piercing weapon. It is utterly ineffective against the agile and slender fly. That moment, Zhang Fan arrives, witnessing Tai's brave defense, and exclaiming, "Well done, Tai's," as the fly prepares for another assault. Zhang Fan suddenly smirks coldly, drawing a beast-catching net from his waist and hurling it toward the fly. The fly, taken by surprise, barely has time to spread its wings before being ensnared by the black net. With a thud, the venomous fly crashes to the ground. The net is weighted specifically for such captures, and the fly finds itself pinned down, flailing helplessly. Zhang Fan strides forward, wielding his long sword to slice through the exposed stinger of the fly, neutralizing the threat. With the fly crisis averted, Zhang Fan notices that Ryan has already staunched the wounds of two injured pikemen, prompting him to issue a retreat order. Kale does not pursue the lizardmen but stand his ground, drawing enemy fire. Clad in heavy armor, he is impervious to the distant shots of the lizardmen. Once Zhang Fan has crossed the river, he commands to return to the opposite bank to end this engagement. Dozens of werewolves have been utterly vanquished, and although 6 soldiers from the Creek Valley have sustained injuries, Ryan's presence ensures that all will survive. Once Ryan's magic is restored, he can heal them all and return them to duty. It is far easier to slay the enemy than to ensure the safety of one's own side, and Zhang Fan finally appreciates the invaluable role of a healer. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory. Kale returns safely, and the swamp forces, now wary of Zhang Fan's combat prowess, choose not to pursue, but rather retreat northward. Once the swamp army has completely withdrawn, the local villagers begin to gather. With the village chief deceased, the people lack a unifying leader. Zhang Fan understands their dilemma. They are reluctant to abandon their homes, yet fear another assault from the swamp forces. He gathers everyone together. The dust of war seems to settle, and the anxiety etched on the faces of the villagers gradually dissipates. The villager who had previously led the way approaches Zhang Fan, placing a hand over his heart in gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. May I inquire if you intend to return to the garrison after concluding your business here?" The man has misinterpreted their purpose, believing them to be soldiers from the garrison. Zhang Fan quickly shakes his head. "My good sir, we are not soldiers from the garrison." "What?" The man is taken aback, unaware of this far western realm. Apart from the garrison castle, what other military force would patrol this area? Zhang Fan perceives the confusion in the man's expression and, opting for candor, states, "We are merely passing through and will soon return to our own station. You should depart from here. As you have seen, the opposing army possesses venomous flies, and this river can no longer offer you refuge." Upon hearing the term venomous fly, panic spreads among the villagers, for most adventurers find themselves utterly defenseless against such creatures, let alone unarmed civilians. Yet the farmers are deeply rooted in their land. Many toil their entire lives to construct a single dwelling. In bountiful years, they may reap a modest surplus of grain. But nothing substantial to abandon their homeland would mean starting anew, and the thought of becoming wanderers in a foreign land, searching for new soil, is daunting to this moment. A villager begins to voice his grievances. "Oh heavens, where can we go?" "To the garrison castle. Even without our land, we would still starve." Ryan, tending to the injured, hears the villager's outcry, which resonates perfectly with Zhang Fan's desire to rally the displaced. The man speaks with such fervor, surpassing even the most persuasive of speakers. Zhang Fan, though slightly miffed at being preempted, realizes that the effect is far greater than if he had spoken himself, leaving him in a state of bemusement. All he needs to do now is present a simple fact. If the villagers wish to survive, they must either head to the garrison or accompany him. However, before he can voice this, a werewolf suddenly approaches from the opposite bank. Tei's is the first to notice the newcomer, and he promptly raises the alarm. Attack. The villagers, having already been intimidated by the swamp army, are thrown into disarray at the sudden shout, with some preparing to flee. Not panic, Zhang Fan shouts, gripping the hilt of his sword to steady their nerves. He then turns to the riverbank, noticing that there's only one individual approaching, and reassures them, "Fear not, there's only one of them. Wait here, I shall investigate." As Zhang Fan reaches the river's edge and gazes across, he realizes that the figure is not a werewolf at all. In fact, the individual bears a striking resemblance to an Elasian, albeit with certain swamp creature characteristics, such as a large ear and a slightly pointed this moment, the individual calls out to Zhang Fan. "Elasians on the other side, heed my words. The road to the east has been severed. Your only option is to surrender, and surrender is the sole path available to you." The commanding tone of the stranger's voice leaves everyone astonished. This is the first time they have encountered a member of the swamp tribe who speaks the common language of the war continent, a human among the swamp monsters. Zhang Fan is taken aback by the unexpected complexity of the situation. Although separated by a river, he can still sense the confidence radiating from the individual. He realizes that the stranger is not deceiving him. The road to the east has likely been cut off by the swamp forces. This development presents two advantages. First, the villagers have no choice but to head toward the creek valley, and second, the garrison soldiers can no longer concern themselves with the development of Creek Valley. However, this also poses drawbacks. The swamp forces are stronger than he had imagined, and Creek Valley faces the constant threat of attack. In a matter of moments, Zhang Fan contemplates these myriad thoughts and feelings, suppressing his astonishment for the time being that he understands that the most pressing concern now is to ascertain the true capabilities of the opposing forces, and thus he calls across the river. "Who are you, and why do you speak the common tongue? Are you in the swamp tribe?" The newcomer introduces himself as Rukin, a hero of the swamp. He has witnessed Zhang Fan slay many werewolves, and his anger toward Zhang Fan is palpable. His brow furrows into a straight line as he snorts. "Elasian, you are so ignorant yet so arrogant. The war continent is not solely inhabited by your race. We of the swamp boast the magnificent capital of Tatalia. For years, you have invaded our territory. Now, the great King Dragig of the swamp demands retribution from Alasia. For countless years, the northern expanse of Alasia has remained an uncharted territory, eagerly awaiting exploration. Suddenly, an articulate swamp dweller emerges, revealing that not only do they possess organization, but they also have a king. This revelation shatters the worldview of most as Zhang Fan struggles to regain his composure. He finds himself ensnared in confusion once more by this individual's words. Yet, seizing the opportunity to gather more information about the swamp, he inquires, "May I ask your name, esteemed one?" "I am Rukin, the leader of the swamp werewolves. You have slain many of my subordinates today, and I shall ensure you pay the price." The fervor in Rukin's voice is palpable, even from across the river. Zhang Fan can sense the seething anger radiating from him. With his soldiers and villagers watching, Zhang Fan knows he cannot show weakness before the enemy. "Leader Rukin, regardless of the circumstances, I stand upon the land of Alasia. Alasia is sacred and inviolable. We do not seek war. However, should anyone attempt to seize even an inch of Alasia's territory, the warriors of Alasia will vehemently oppose it." In truth, Rukin has little interest in the small village before him. He has been dispatched by King Dralgog to teach the Alasians a lesson, to compel them to recognize the swamp dwellers, and attacking the outpost city is the correct course of action. Having conveyed enough, Rukin has achieved his purpose of intimidation. With a fierce crack of his whip in the air, he turns away without a glance back at Zhang Fan. Naturally, Zhang Fan cannot pursue trouble across the river. It is wiser to retreat to the valley and deliberate further. Today has yielded a significant revelation. The northern border of Alasia is now shrouded in the shadow of war, with the eastern route severed. The villagers' best course of action is to head south to Stone City, which lies over 200 miles away, a distance they likely cannot traverse with families in tow. Zhang Fan does not press them, but states the facts. "Everyone, I and my army must depart now. You have all heard the words of Leader Rukin. Do not venture east. If you must travel, head north to Stone City as soon as he finishes speaking." Many villagers wail in despair. They are subjects of the outpost castle, and reaching Stone City would leave them destitute. Ultimately, it is the man who guided them who speaks up. "Sir Swordsman, where are you headed?" Until the intentions of these villagers become clear, Zhang Fan cannot disclose the exact location of the valley. Instead, he speaks enigmatically. "I am bound for the west. Where there is a sanctuary, I shall not reveal the address. However, should anyone wish to accompany me, I will ensure they receive 2 acres of land. The valley boasts over 1,000 acres of fertile land ready for cultivation, and with further clearing, even more would be available. Arranging for these people poses no issue. Farmers fear losing their land, and upon hearing of the land offer, most are swayed. I wish to go. Grant me land. I shall go as well." The number of those expressing a desire to accompany Zhang Fan begins to swell, prompting him to raise his hand and quell the clamor. "Those who wish to join me, step to my right, that we shall depart in half an hour, in an instant." The vast majority move to his right, and seeing the dwindling numbers, the remaining dozen or so realize their chances of reaching Stone City are slim and join the throng. Zhang Fan had not anticipated returning to the valley with over 100 people. He is filled with both excitement and concern. The valley's current capacity may be insufficient. Contemplating, he resolves that should the need arise, the village can be temporarily accommodated outside the planned city. After all, the valley is not a complete fortress. The interior and exterior are nearly indistinguishable. Listen closely, everyone. Prioritize bringing tents and clothing, followed by provisions. Those without carts should refrain from taking tools. Once we arrive, we will distribute tools. Begin preparing now. We leave in half an hour. This is the border of Alasia. A day and a half westward lies the valley. Upon sighting the vast expanse of fertile land in the valley, the villagers feel an immediate sense of relief. Upon returning to the valley, Zhang Fan first allocates the new arrivals to the area south of the unfinished fortress. The terrain there is relatively elevated, making access to water convenient. He informs the villagers that they will temporarily camp in tents and commence building wooden houses the following day. With the valley's population now exceeding 200, it begins to resemble a small settlement. This moment, Benny, the female goblin, approaches, prompting Zhang Fan to wave her over. Benny, I have a question for you. Benny has not yet constructed a tavern, knowing that everything in the valley is still in need of development. It would be impractical to divert manpower and resources to build an unnecessary facility. Instead, she has simply set up a large tent beside the White Tower to serve as a temporary tavern. Nevertheless, with a stock of tequila available, her business remains quite prosperous. The valley possesses land and resources but lacks manpower. Witnessing Zhang Fan's return with a significant number of people, Benny feels the emergence of a city is not far off. She expresses her thoughts. Zhang Fan, you have made quite a substantial gain this time. Zhang Fan understands that goblins are shrewd business people. According to their principles, the greater the population, the more opportunities for profit. He chuckles heartily. Benny, how have matters progressed regarding what you mentioned last time? Most of these goblins are skilled craftsmen, and Benny had previously informed Zhang Fan about some who could construct a massive crossbow, a weapon of tremendous power for both offense and defense. Before departing, Zhang Fan had conveyed his willingness to provide the materials and purchase each crossbow for 3 silver coins in labor. Now, with the emergence of the Swamp Legion in the north, Zhang Fan feels compelled to expedite this matter. Benny leads Zhang Fan to the Goblin Workshop, where the majority of the goblins are currently toiling. Before him stands a massive siege crossbow, measuring 1.8 meters in length and 2.2 meters in width. Its robust arms evoke a sense of its terrifying lethality. Zhang Fan, intrigued by the crossbow, knows that in a siege, such a formidable weapon would instill immense dread in the enemy. He gently runs his hand along the smooth, sliding grooves of the crossbow and asks, "Who can tell me its range?" An elderly goblin with a white beard approaches the crossbow, peering at Zhang Fan with his uniquely large eyes. This crossbow can penetrate tempered steel armor within a range of 200 meters. The effective range of a standard bow and arrow is 120 meters, and to pierce ordinary armor, it must utilize armor-piercing arrows, with an effective lethality only extending to 40 meters. Thus, it appears this crossbow boasts considerable damage, and Zhang Fan is genuinely satisfied. However, the white-bearded goblin then reveals even more astonishing figures. Currently, we lack suitable cow tendons for the bowstring, that if we acquire appropriate materials. The effective range could be extended to 300 meters. A 300-meter range not only signifies a lethal distance, but also represents immense killing potential. With a quality bowstring, it could indeed pierce through multiple enemies within 200 meters. This is the true terror of the crossbow. Could we replace the bowstring with metal? Zhang Fan suddenly poses a peculiar question, surprising the white-bearded goblin. The elder, having lived over 50 years and witnessed many craftsmen at work, admits he has never encountered a pure metal bowstring and expresses his regret. That will not work. Sir, only dwarves can intertwine cow tendons with metal wire to create a composite bowstring, which yields unimaginable power. Imagining the intertwining of metal wire and cow tendons, Zhang Fan soon picks up a piece of refined iron left over from previous work. The white-bearded goblin is puzzled by Zhang Fan's intentions, but when he sees the refined iron gradually transform into a slender wire in Zhang Fan's hand, his exclamation reverberates throughout the workshop. By the heavens! This is sorcery. Goblins are not particularly interested in combat. In their worldview, aside from treasure, technology is the highest pursuit. As they witness Zhang Fan manipulating metal into shape, all the goblins gather around, astonished that what should belong to legend is now unfolding before their eyes. Zhang Fan has no time to bask in their amazement. His focus is solely on the manipulation of the refined steel. Once a meter-long wire appears in his grasp, he turns to the elder and inquires, "What do you think of this thickness?" "Sir," the white-bearded goblin feels a sense of pride at being addressed as Sir by Zhang Fan. However, he is old and does not become overly enamored with such accolades. After a brief moment of reflection, he recalls and shakes his head. No, it should be thinner, and then woven into a net-like structure around the cow tendons. Having just attempted to create a steel wire, Zhang Fan estimates in his mind that relying solely on his magical abilities will make it challenging to complete a fully formed bowstring. He turns to Benny. "Benny, please make haste and find Anya. Have her come here quickly." The steel wire, being thin, possesses poor malleability. Once the weaving begins, it must be completed in one go. Otherwise, if the heat dissipates, the wire will revert to its original pliability, resulting in failure. After Benny departs, Zhang Fan begins to extend the wire slowly, spiraling it around the surface of the composite cow tendons, having completed only about half of his task. He felt his magical energy waning. Fortunately, Anya arrived just in time. With a mere glance at Zhang Fan's expression, she discerned that his magical power was nearly exhausted. Without needing any prompting from him, she began to replenish his energy. Zhang Fan felt a twinge of arrogance. Even with Anya's assistance, he doubted he could successfully create a 2-meter-long bowstring. Gradually, beads of sweat formed on Anya's forehead as she understood that until Zhang Fan ceased his efforts, she could not afford to falter. Otherwise, all of Zhang Fan's endeavors would be in vain. Although Anya possessed a gentle disposition, she was not without determination in the face of critical matters. Clenching her fists tightly, she poured her entire essence into aiding Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, too engrossed in his task, momentarily neglected to notice that Anya was in distress. Finally, the entire woven net connected both sides of the bow's arms completely. As the steel wire was firmly embedded within the sinew, Zhang Fan finally ceased his supernatural exertion. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly noticed that Anya's complexion was not right. Alarmed, he thought, "Goodness, Anya, why didn't you signal me? You've expended all your mental energy." Fearing that Anya might faint, he quickly steadied her by holding her shoulders to prevent her from collapsing, as fate would have it. Anya's mind was swirling with dizziness. Just as she prepared to rest, she felt an intense contraction in her mental sea. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and Zhang Fan's expression shifted from bewilderment to elation. He realized that Anya had broken through. She was on the verge of becoming a level 3 supernatural adept. As supernatural adepts ascend in levels, not only does the duration of their powers increase, but the very nature of those powers undergoes a qualitative transformation. The higher the level, the more formidable the abilities. Moreover, Anya's unique mental prowess meant her mental sea was already twice the size of an ordinary adept's. Now that she had reached level 3, it was akin to Zhang Fan achieving level 4 magical power. Approximately 10 minutes later, Anya finally opened her eyes. The rapid accumulation of magical energy during her breakthrough not only dispelled her dizziness, but also caused a radiant mental energy to swirl within her gaze. As if it were about to overflow from her eyes, Zhang Fan, having nearly depleted his own magical power, was now in the process of recovery. The moment Anya opened her eyes, he distinctly felt his magical energy replenishing at an unprecedented pace. This sensation was extraordinary, yet he refrained from inquiring immediately. Instead, he looked at Anya with concern and asked, "Anya, how are you?" Anya smiled softly, her demeanor radiating warmth. She stood upright, retracting the external projection of her mental power. "Zhang Fan, I've broken through. I feel fantastic now that I've grasped a skill that allows me to attach my mental energy to you without expending any magical power." Zhang Fan, having sensed the change moments ago, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I can feel my magical energy recovering rapidly, likely at twice the previous rate. This could be likened to a mental energy pendant, enabling the continuous restoration of another's magical power with minimal expenditure." The efficiency was remarkably high, and a flicker of excitement appeared on Anya's face as she remarked, "Hee, it seems the effect surpasses my expectations." In the eyes of the dwarves, the upgrade of supernatural powers was of little significance. Whitebeard was eager to validate the transformative impact of the newly crafted bowstring on the crossbow. He promptly instructed the dwarves to wheel the crossbow outside to an open area. Currently, the walls of the valley were only partially constructed. Before them lay a low wooden fence and an expansive plain. Whitebeard aimed the crossbow at an unoccupied stretch of land and began to crank the arm. The arm drew the bowstring, which in turn began to bend the limbs of the crossbow. When the tip of the bowstring reached the end of the arrow slot, a crisp sound echoed, signaling that the crossbow was fully drawn. Two dwarves approached, carrying an arrow that measured 2 meters in length and was as thick as a child's arm. They carefully threaded the tail end of the arrow through the guiding hole at the front of the bow before gently placing it in the sliding groove. Whitebeard, unable to contain his eagerness, looked at the bowstring with gleaming eyes. "Mr. Zhang Fan, it's ready. We can fire at any time." Zhang Fan gazed at the taut bowstring, feeling the palpable energy it contained, and a sense of reverence welled up within him as he glanced towards the wilderness. It was a desolate area where no one would appear. Nodding, he lowered his voice, as if fearing that a careless word might trigger the bowstring. "Fire!" With permission granted, Whitebeard gripped the firing handle and forcefully pressed the trigger with his right foot. A resonant vroom erupted, a sound far beyond that of a mere bowstring being released. It was a symphony of the bowstring's twang and the vibration of the crossbow's arms. Whoosh! The enormous arrow surged forth, the steel tip slicing through the air, followed by a tremendous roar as it sped away. After issuing the firing command, Zhang Fan remained transfixed, watching the trajectory of the arrow. Even then, he could only perceive a fleeting motion. The 5-centimeter wide arrow had already zipped across the plain like lightning, initially following a straight line before slightly descending at the end and then plunging into the earth. However, the distance was too great for him to discern how deeply it had embedded itself in the soil. When the group arrived at the arrow's landing site, they discovered that the arrowhead had penetrated the ground at a slight angle. This area was a dry mudflat, and the arrowhead had sunk at least 1.5 feet deep into the earth. This was a remnant of kinetic energy after traveling 300 meters. And Zhang Fan had every reason to believe that ordinary armor would be incapable of withstanding an attack from the crossbow at that distance. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable weapon of war. Zhang Fan envisioned the trembling figures of invaders under the assault of the arrows, alleviating a significant portion of his long-held concerns for the safety of the valley, with the impending outbreak of conflict at the borders. This was precisely what he needed. He immediately turned to Benny, the female dwarf who had brought him this delightful surprise, and unabashedly praised her. "This crossbow is exceptional. I've decided to have 6 of these made. You'll be in charge of everything." Benny promptly assured him that this would pose no problem. As long as Zhang Fan provided the payment and materials, the 6 crossbows could be completed swiftly. However, relying solely on the crossbows would not suffice for defending the city. Zhang Fan had another request, telling Benny, "I need some hand crossbows do you think you can manage that? Since the crossbows could be constructed, hand crossbows would be even less of an issue to a dwarf." Benny was well acquainted with the aspirations of his kin, thus he replied without hesitation, "For the sake of coin, the dwarves can toil day and night. The old arrangement remains. You supply the materials, and the labor cost is 1 silver coin per crossbow." In truth, Zhang Fan had few silver coins left, but the safety of the valley was paramount, and he had to grit his teeth. Considering the current population of the valley and the potential influx of refugees, Zhang Fan decided to limit the production of hand crossbows to 30 sets and promptly initiated the manufacturing process. Having wrapped that up, Zhang Fan proceeded to the training grounds. The number of soldiers in the valley was scant. However, everyone received a salary and other decent benefits, which fueled their enthusiasm for training. Presently, the valley's military primarily comprised swordsmen and spearmen, with the sole archer being Xiao in the open area ahead. Several targets awaited. He was oblivious to Zhang Fan's approach, focusing solely on drawing his bowstring and, with the sound of the string slicing through the air, sending an arrow squarely into the bullseye. Previously, Xiaohe had not stood out much during his time with the expedition team. However, Zhang Fan now recognized a commendable quality in Xiaohe, his unwavering loyalty to friends. Otherwise, Kuko might never have made it to the valley. Reflecting on this, Zhang Fan could not help but commend, "Your archery skills are impressive." Upon hearing the compliment, Xiaohe turned around, surprised to see Zhang Fan nearby. Since arriving in the valley, Xiaohe had felt significantly more at ease. Exploring with the team felt much safer, fostering a sense of belonging. Yet a shadow loomed over his adventurous career, a persistent lack of presence. Logically, archers were classified as level 2 soldiers in Alaria. Yet throughout Xiaohe's adventures, he often found himself outperformed by even ordinary warriors. Hearing Zhang Fan's praise, he suddenly felt a wave of emotion and let out a soft sigh. Zhang Fan was taken aback by Xiaohe's unexpected sigh, asking, "What's wrong? Is something troubling you?" Xiaohe's sigh had been involuntary, but not wanting to cause any misunderstandings, he simply raised his longbow to eye level and shook his head slightly, saying, "Please don't misunderstand. I just feel that my archery skills aren't particularly useful in real combat." Having teamed up with Xiaohe before, Zhang Fan understood the root of the issue. He placed a reassuring hand on Xiaohe's shoulder, smiling as he countered, "Xiaohe, the problem doesn't lie with you. The reason you feel your skills are underutilized is primarily because you haven't found the right team." "The right team?" Xiaohe echoed softly, falling into contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Fan continued, "Archers need to operate in formation. A single archer on the battlefield is hardly noticeable, but 10 archers can make the enemy think twice." Xiaohe had never served in a military unit, which meant he had the opportunity to witness the awe-inspiring sight of a volley of arrows. However, Zhang Fan's words began to loosen his ingrained thinking, and he started to envision a scenario where 10 archers faced off against swamp werewolves or lizardmen archers that he suddenly realized that it would be splendid if there were an archery team in the valley, as it would allow him to personally experience the sensation of providing long-range suppression against the enemy. Xiaohe was a person of genuine temperament. Otherwise, he would not have devoted himself wholeheartedly to aiding Kuko. He then turned to Zhang Fan, his face illuminated with anticipation. "Zhang Fan, will an archery team be established in the valley?" For Zhang Fan, the long-term survival of the valley necessitated the formation of a complete military unit. And his visit to Xiaohe carried this implication. Since the inquiry had been posed, he no longer wished to keep it a mystery, nodding affirmatively. "Of course, this is precisely why I sought you out. I hope you can take on the task of assembling the archery team." The notion of being entrusted with the formation of the archery team meant that Xiaohe would assume the role of the commander, leaving him momentarily stunned before his expression transformed into one of delight. "Really? That would be splendid." However, sensing the hesitation in Xiaohe's words, Zhang Fan immediately pressed, "But what? Is there an issue?" Xiaohe's joyful countenance dimmed slightly. "Zhang Fan, training archers is quite challenging. Even if we recruit individuals now, it will require a substantial amount of time for their training." Zhang Fan was well aware of this dilemma. Archers possessed a particularity that demanded years of training to achieve proficiency with longbows, making it difficult to form a sizable unit. Crossbows, on the other hand, were easier to master, but came at a hefty cost. With little time to spare, Zhang Fan resolved to opt for the latter. "I have decided to form a team of crossbowmen. This way, we can quickly assemble a fighting force." Xiaohe expressed his surprise. "That will require a significant number of crossbows and light armor." The importance of armor was self-evident, yet Zhang Fan found himself at a loss to procure it at that moment. He shrugged, "I currently lack light armor, but I can provide some crossbows for initial training." "What do you think?" The absence of armor would not impede training, and after a moment's contemplation, Xiaohe deemed it feasible, nodding in agreement. "That sounds good. How many individuals shall we recruit?" Zhang Fan raised 2 fingers. 20. For the time being, we can increase the number as needed. 20 crossbowmen was not an insignificant number, and Xiaohe, being an experienced adventurer, had never anticipated that he would have the opportunity to join the military, let alone become the commander of the archery team. The thought invigorated him, and he gazed at Zhang Fan with gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang Fan. I assure you I will establish an archery team that fully supports you." Just as their conversation concluded, Kuko approached. Kuko felt a tinge of frustration. He found himself on the periphery of things and was reluctant to join the pikemen. However, joining the swordsmen seemed premature, and, at times, he felt out of place in the valley. Seeing the two engaged in jovial conversations sparked his curiosity. "What are you two discussing?" Having previously been teammates, and with Zhang Fan having saved him, Kuko treated him with utmost courtesy. Sensing a hint of humility in Kuko's tone, Zhang Fan stepped forward and patted Kuko on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. "Kuko, we are all old friends here. Stand tall and speak freely." Zhang Fan had changed significantly from his former self, now regarded as the de facto lord of the valley. Kuko felt even more grateful for the way Zhang Fan addressed him. He intended to express his gratitude, but was interrupted by the piercing cry of an eagle from the sky. Giant eagles were common in the war-torn lands, often attacking livestock and even humans. The sound of the eagle's cry compelled the three to quickly look up. After observing for a moment, Kuko's expression shifted, and he suddenly dashed toward the center of the city, noting Kuko's unusual demeanor. Zhang Fan inquired, "Kuko, what are you doing?" Without looking back, Kuko replied as he ran, "I'm going to catch it." "What?" Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Kuko intended to capture an eagle. He immediately followed in pursuit. Upon reaching the White Tower, Kuko did not pause for breath. Swiftly climbing to the top, soon as he steadied himself, he produced a whistle from his possession and began to blow it towards the heavens. The sound of the whistle was piercing and continuous, with subtle variations. Zhang Fan could not discern the meaning, but when he looked up, his expression shifted dramatically. The giant eagle had begun to focus on Kuko and was diving toward the White Tower. While the eagle appeared less imposing from a distance, its several-meter wingspan and lion-like claws instilled a palpable fear as it approached. People began to point and murmur about the giant eagle, and Zhang Fan understood that Kuko was attempting to capture it. Though he was uncertain of Kuko's methods, he was certain Kuko did not wish for any disturbances. Thus, he commanded the surrounding citizens, "Attention. Residents of the valley, silence is now in effect until further notice." Guard began to enforce Zhang Fan's directive, and the area gradually fell silent. Like a tea that moment, Kyle rushed over, and Zhang Fan felt relieved to see someone who could maintain order. "Kyle, your presence brings safety. Kuko intends to capture an eagle, and we must ensure the surrounding area is protected. I sense this eagle is quite large. Capturing it will not be a simple task." Kyle gazed at the giant eagle overhead, his eyes widening. "By the gods, it has 4 claws. That is a griffin." Griffins were not mere eagles. They possessed a far greater aggression. Kuko, too, realized he had stirred a hornet's nest. His ancestors were Assyrians, and in the ancient legends of Akkad, Assyrians dwelled in the far eastern reaches of Eurasia, where perpetual ghost mists enveloped the land, occasionally revealing terrifying creatures in their long struggle against these ghostly beings. The Assyrians had tamed griffins, using them in place of themselves in battle, thus giving rise to the griffin units of modern-day Eurasia. Kuko had knowledge of falconry, but he had only learned the incantations from his forebears for taming griffins, never having put them into practice. However, the griffin had locked eyes with him, and according to the rules of falconry, once the taming process commenced, one would either tame the eagle or be slain by it. The process could not be halted. Zhang Fan observed the griffin land on the rooftop opposite the White Tower, its large, bell-like eyes fixated on Kuko. In turn, Kuko began to recite an unknown language, equally fixated on the griffin, and the two became locked in a standoff. As the tension mounted, Ryan appeared seemingly from nowhere, a piece of cereal in hand. "Oh, look at this! Someone dares to tame an eagle." Zhang Fan turned to see Ryan and patted him on the shoulder. "Buddy, what's the deal here?" Ryan tore the cereal in half, chewing with satisfaction. "It's simple. Stay awake and keep your eyes on it. It's purely a test of willpower. Whoever falters first will be done for." Initially, Zhang Fan thought he could not offer much assistance, but upon hearing it was a contest of will, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he dashed home. Meanwhile, Kuko was filled with regret. He should not have sought to showcase his prowess before Zhang Fan. He had intended to tame an eagle to prove himself, but to his dismay, the creature that appeared was a griffin. The moment the griffin locked its gaze upon him, Kuko knew defeat was inevitable. The griffin's mental prowess was overwhelming, and pitting his will against it was tantamount to courting disaster. As time passed, Kuko felt his spirit beginning to sink into the griffin's consciousness. Soon enough, he would become a mindless shell, and hours slipped by, and Kuko could no longer endure. His mental flames dwindled. On the verge of extinguishing, he found himself unable to even sigh, as his mental energy waned, leaving him in a near-death state. In Eurasia, griffins belonged to a Tier 3 unit, but griffin tamers were exceedingly rare. Presently, only the capital city of Stadvik in Eurasia boasted a griffin unit, primarily utilized for message delivery. Just as Kuko's soul light began to flicker out, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth flooding into his mind. His chaotic thoughts abruptly cleared, and his mental energy began to replenish rapidly. Someone is replenishing my mental energy, Kuko pondered in surprise. Moments later, his mental state returned to its original condition, with sufficient mental energy. Taming the griffin was no longer an impossible feat, and he regained his composure. Non-psychic individuals had limited mental energy, but Anya found it quite easy to replenish Kuko's. Once she had restored his mental energy, she turned to Zhongfan. I have replenished his mental energy. This fellow possesses a stronger mental fortitude than most, but he pales in comparison to us. Zhongfan noticed the tension in Kuko's brow had eased. Reflecting on how invaluable Anya's psychic abilities were, grateful, he looked at her. Anya, you may need to stay here with Kuko for a while. I fear an unexpected incident might occur. Anya, possessing a gentle and amiable disposition, perhaps a reflection of her psychic nature, did not find this troublesome. She merely nodded with a smile. No problem. I have nothing pressing to attend to, but I fear I may not be able to prepare dinner tonight. Cough. Zhongfan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had such a remarkable psychic become so invested in cooking? He quickly glanced around to ensure no one had overheard their conversation, then reassured Anya. Dinner will be taken care of by my mother. Don't worry. I'll bring you a portion later. 2 hours had passed, and the sun began its descent in the west. The contest of wills between man and griffin continued, while Zhongfan urged others to keep their distance. After all, the griffin was a fierce predator, and any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Daku could sense that the griffin's mental fortitude had waned significantly. If this persisted, he would succeed in taming the griffin and become its master, an esteemed aspiration for all Assyrians. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The griffin's eyes flashed, and a torrent of overwhelming mental energy surged into Kuko's mind. This was the griffin's last desperate attempt, should it fail to vanquish its opponent. A lingering soul imprint would remain in Kuko's consciousness, binding the griffin to him as a servant. The mental onslaught was so intense that Kuko could not suppress a groan. Anya noticed the anomaly and immediately employed her mental powers to replenish Kuko's energy, soothing his frayed emotions with a calming mantra. In that fleeting moment, Kuko's psyche nearly shattered. But thanks to Anya's timely intervention, the crisis was averted. Even so, he now trembled slightly, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. 10 minutes passed. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the valley, and the griffin gradually slumped. Appearing as if it had succumbed to unconsciousness atop the roof, at last, Kuko blinked. In the instant the griffin was tamed, a wealth of knowledge embedded in his genes surged into his consciousness. It was a cache of techniques specifically for taming griffins, and he realized with clarity that the methods of his ancestors had been lost. Upon successfully taming the griffin, the inheritance within Kuko's genes had awakened. He understood that he had become a qualified griffin tamer. That moment, Kuko turned his attention to Anya, fully aware that his success that day was largely due to her mental support. Gratitude washed over his face. Thank you, Anya. Had it not been for you, I might have lost my very soul today. Anya exuded a natural charisma, which became even more pronounced as her powers grew. She smiled gently, causing Kuko to feel as if a warm spring breeze had enveloped him. And no need for thanks. We are all inhabitants of the valley and must aid one another. The essence of Anya's demeanor inspired Kuko, who placed his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, saying, May the true gods bless you. I shall devote myself entirely to the valley in return. Zhongfan, noticing something unusual about Kuko, approached with a smile, saying, Kuko, You seem different from before. Kuku recognized that the awakening of the knowledge within his genes imbued him with newfound confidence. Zhang Fan had once again assisted him, prompting Kuku to express his gratitude. Zhang Fan, I won't overstate my thanks. From now on, the valley shall be my home, and I am willing to give everything for it. Haha! Zhang Fan laughed heartily, the last rays of the setting sun glinting in his eyes as he instinctively patted Kuku on the shoulder. Let's set aside the formalities. I am simply curious. What has become of the griffin? At the mention of the griffin, a sense of pride illuminated Kuku's countenance. This griffin now belongs to me. Ah! Exclaimed Kyle, the captain of the swordsman brigade, in astonishment. Does that mean the valley is now the second city, after the capital of Alasia, to possess a griffin army? On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the white tower at the center of the valley city, a colossal griffin stood majestically atop it. Zhang Fan had worked tirelessly overnight to inform everyone that the griffin was a friend of Alasia, urging them not to be alarmed. This eased the apprehensions of the townsfolk, who observed from a distance and soon discovered that the griffin posed no threat to humanity. With this realization, they dispersed, pride swelling within them. Zhang Fan had taken a great liking to this creature and had been observing it since dawn. With the griffin present, the valley possessed an all-seeing eye, proving invaluable for future endeavors, whether it be to purge the Swamp Clan or scout the surrounding enemy territories. Due to the grave circumstances, the valley once more enlisted 15 gunmen and 20 crossbowmen. The current ratio of soldiers was heavily skewed, but there was no alternative. They had to survive the immediate crisis first. Forge armor for the gunmen and hand crossbows. The goblins secured a significant contract, leaving Zhang Fan's purse completely drained. That he resolved that once the soldiers were trained, he would journey to Dunwo City with the swordsmen and gunner brigades to exchange the materials he had gathered for silver coins. After 20 days, the training of 30 gunmen was completed, and each received a half armor and helmet. Though they provided only partial protection for their upper bodies and heads, their defense against ordinary arrows had markedly improved. Zhang Fan instructed Xiao He to lead the newly formed archer brigade to remain at home for further training and to take on the responsibility of guarding. The remaining soldiers prepared their gear and set out once more. As the Swamp Clan intensified their counterattacks, many border regions had effectively been abandoned. The current route could only advance along the side of the Alasia border. The griffin soared through the sky, its keen eyes rendering all enemy movements visible to the 30-member Lizardman squad. While in transit, was disrupted by the sudden emergence of several swordsmen. As they scattered in retreat, they were ambushed by spear-wielding soldiers hidden in the underbrush. These spear soldiers operated in groups of 5, clad in armor and wearing iron helmets. Taylor led his troops with finesse. Although these soldiers were novices, they shouted coordinated commands, leaving no room for fear. The Lizardman archers who stumbled into their trap were swiftly dispatched. In the heat of battle, casualties were inevitable. Before Ryan stood 7 injured spear soldiers. Thanks to their breastplates and helmets, their injuries were confined to their limbs, posing no mortal danger. However, treating them consumed an exorbitant amount of mana, and after exhausting his powers for the 3rd time, Ryan felt a surge of frustration. Zhang Fan, did you deliberately inflict so many injuries? Are you trying to wear me out? Zhang Fan understood that Ryan was under considerable strain, but in warfare, injuries were unavoidable. He could only offer words of comfort. Chubby, this is your moment to shine. Look, when battle ensues, the soldiers protect you with even greater diligence than they do for themselves. After treating the last soldier, Ryan, dizzy from exhaustion, lamented, "Oh my gods, you all fight while I sleep, and after your battles, I am left to toil endlessly." Suddenly, Ryan's face turned pale, and he plopped down onto the ground. Zhang Fan was all too familiar with this scene. This meant Ryan was about to level up. Each ability user typically required around 10 minutes for advancement. As Ryan sat on the ground, dazed and disoriented, he had now achieved the rank of a level 4 ability user. Before Zhang Fan could react, 3 orbs of light shot from Ryan's hands, landing on the wounds of the 3 injured spear soldiers. In the past, the chubby fellow had not possessed such abilities, and Zhang Fan felt a rush of excitement. Realizing that Ryan had grasped a new skill, observing closely, he noted that the soldiers' wounds began to heal rapidly. Although this was slower than Ryan's manual healing, it was a multi-target healing capability. Recalling how useful this function would be on the battlefield, Zhang Fan's face lit up with satisfaction. Chubby, you are incredible. From now on, we can fight and heal simultaneously, he had intended to boast, but was suddenly struck by the realization that even during battles, healing might not cease. Ryan regretted his earlier thoughts and, with a glum expression, said, "But we agreed that you would fight while I slept." Zhang Fan fell silent for a moment before smiling at Ryan's dejected face. Those who can do more must bear more burdens. Ryan, caught between laughter and tears, retorted, "Zhang Fan, why is it that when you speak, I cannot muster any anger? Perhaps it's because I speak with unvarnished honesty." Zhang Fan replied, grinning. "Why do I suddenly feel the urge to be angry again?" Ryan exclaimed. Zhang Fan chuckled mischievously. Anya, come here and provide some mental comfort for Chubby. Perhaps his mana has run low." Anya promptly cast a mental restoration spell on Ryan, who looked utterly despondent. "Anya, I am in anguish." The three ability users caused a ruckus along their journey, instilling a sense of excitement without danger. The gunmen accumulated a wealth of combat experience, edging closer to becoming seasoned veterans. 4 days later, in Dunwo City. "Hey, you there, wait a moment." Zhang Fan, having learned from previous experiences, attempted to bring materials into the city himself. However, upon reaching the castle gate, he was unexpectedly halted. Being in unfamiliar territory, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety as he turned to see who was calling him. Upon recognizing the person before him, he blinked in disbelief. "Captain Charade, is that you?" Charade had been subtly urged by the city lord to organize a team for transporting materials. The intent was clear: assisting the city lord in smuggling. While these materials could yield profit when sold to the king, the prices on the other side of the portal were nearly doubled. To minimize contact with the city lord, Charade had simply stationed himself at the city gate. However, he understood that evasion was not a viable solution. The ultimate outcome would either be a change in the leadership of the Swordsman's Guild or his own complicity with the lord of the city. Charad was delighted to see Zhang Fan again, sweeping away much of the gloom from his face as he exclaimed, "Zhang Fan, it is a pleasure to meet you once more." This time, Zhang Fan arrived with a formidable entourage, necessitating that he leave the others in the village outside the city, while the Iron Triangle Trio accompanied him into the city with materials in tow. He could perceive that Charad was not in the best of spirits and suspected that the matter of the Lord's smuggling was beginning to escalate. Yet he chose to refrain from broaching the subject for the time being. "Charad, my friend, accompany me to the trading post to sell these materials. I shall treat you to a drink." Charad readily agreed, and together with Zhang Fan, they made their way to the adventurer's trading post. The transaction went smoothly, as Zhang Fan exchanged nearly 800 silver coins, a modest sum that barely sustained the financial outlay of the valley. With limited resources at hand and people waiting outside the city, Zhang Fan decided to bring Charad to the village outside the city, believing that shared joy was preferable to solitary pleasure, and thus organized a celebration with Charad and the soldiers. Night fell amidst the sounds of merriment. 3 bonfires were ignited, each adorned with a whole roasted lamb, along with ribs and rabbit meat. Zhang Fan broke a rib in half, offering one side to Charad while taking a bite from the other. "Ah, there's nothing quite like the flavor of something roasted by oneself." Charad chewed the tender meat and nodded in agreement. "Your culinary skills are commendable. Far superior to the fare at the tavern. Ha ha." Zhang Fan laughed in affirmation, raising his cup to toast everyone present. "To all of you for your hard work, I raise a toast." After each person took a hearty swig, Zhang Fan set down his cup and scrutinized Charad before him. Since their encounter today, a cloud of concern had settled upon Charad's brow. "Charad, do you carry a heavy heart?" Currently, Lord Ware had been persistently hinting at Charad joining the smuggling operation, which weighed heavily on him. As the Swordsman's Guild leader, personally promoted by Weir, he found himself torn between loyalty to the King of Alasia and the pressure he faced, leaving him in a state of distress. Even rum could not dispel his worries. "Zhang Fan, the matter we discussed previously has become increasingly troublesome." Zhang Fan instantly grasped the implications of Charad's words. Recognizing that Lord Ware had expanded the scale of smuggling operations and was thus eager to recruit Charad into the fold, he cautiously suggested, Charad, if you find it unbearable to remain in Dunwoe, consider returning with me to the valley. I believe this situation cannot be concealed from His Majesty the King for long, and an outcome may soon materialize. If Zhang Fan could conceive of such a scenario, it would undoubtedly come to the attention of King Rodhart, and Alasia would not remain indifferent to such affairs. However, Charad was deeply concerned for his loyal brothers. Should he depart, the new leader would surely be a staunch ally of the Lord, inevitably dragging those brothers into the web of smuggling, which would amount to a betrayal of sorts. Contemplating this, a look of despair once again settled upon Charad's face. Zhang Fan, my departure may be simple, but the Swordsman's Guild would fall into disgrace, and I cannot bear that. Zhang Fan understood that as long as Charad held his position, there was a possibility that the guild might not succumb to the Lord's corrupt influence. Once he left, everything could spiral out of control in an instant. He wished to offer words of comfort to Charad, but suddenly a fleeting sensation of mental probing invaded his consciousness, instantly alerting him. He swiftly glanced around, noting that Anya was quietly nibbling on a rib, thus ruling her out as the source. The feeling of being scrutinized vanished as quickly as it had come, surrounded by comrades. Zhang Fan questioned whether he had misinterpreted the sensation. However, given the sensitive nature of his conversation with Charad today, he decided to change the topic entirely and called out to a figure in the distance. Captain Kyle, my stout friend, won't you join me for a drink with an old companion? Charad was perplexed by Zhang Fan's abrupt shift in conversation. Nevertheless, others began to gather around, prompting him to raise his cup. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan excused himself to use the restroom. As he stepped away from the fire, an elderly man appeared before him. Zhang Fan quickly attempted to sidestep, but the man showed no intention of moving aside. You there, young soldier, from where do you hail? Zhang Fan felt an odd sensation, instinctively placing his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Although generally affable, he was not one to tolerate indiscriminate inquiries, particularly on such sensitive topics. Sir, regardless of where we come from, we are all soldiers of Alasia, loyal to our kingdom and to King Rodhart. May I inquire as to your business? Zhang Fan's tone was somewhat brusque. Yet under the circumstances, he wished to keep his information concealed. The old man appeared to be in his 50s, with a beard and hair turned white. His eyes, however, sparkled with vitality, exuding a subtle yet palpable authority. With a hearty laugh, the old man posed a provocative question. Warrior, if faced with blades, would you still remain loyal to Alasia? This inquiry could be construed as an affront to a soldier's duty, which inherently involves facing weapons. Despite the man's age, Zhang Fan did not display anger, but instead replied earnestly, Sir, even in the depths of hell, an Alasian warrior must steadfastly uphold his faith and remain true to his duty. Observing the man's nodding approval, Zhang Fan felt a peculiar sense of unease. Given the sensitivity of his mission in Dunwoe, he preferred to limit his conversation with strangers and quickly added, Sir, I must urgently attend to the restroom. I beg your pardon. The old man then stepped aside, allowing Zhang Fan to hastily make his way to the facilities. Moments later, upon exiting, he found that the old man had vanished. The festivities around the bonfire continued, and in an effort to uplift Charad's spirits, Zhang Fan encouraged the toasting of many drinks in his honor. The atmosphere of the banquet was vibrant, with the stout man exhibiting remarkable tolerance for alcohol, relentlessly using Zhang Fan as a medical tent for his drinking endeavors. Though Zhang Fan's own tolerance was somewhat lacking, he managed to keep pace, unwittingly becoming inebriated once more. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang Fan awoke to find Ryan grinning at him. Ryan was not one to offer undue flattery, and sensing that the other had no ulterior motives, Zhang Fan shot him a sidelong glance. You seem rather cheerful. Quite the awakening. What is for breakfast? Bread, with a little milk left, Ryan replied, handing over a small bowl along with a slice of toast. Zhang Fan felt that Ryan's demeanor was commendable this time and smiled as he said, I forgive you for last night's excessive drinking. Just as he was about to take a bite of the bread, Anya's voice suddenly rang out from behind Ryan. What is going on? There were clearly 2 pieces of bread. How is there only this little milk left? Ryan turned and bolted, nearly colliding with Anya in his haste. Zhang Fan glanced at the bread in his hand and shook his head in resignation. Never mind. I suppose this will suffice. Though Anya felt slighted, her lips still formed a delightful curve, and Zhang Fan felt a weight lift from his heavy head. He ventured to ask, Anya, did you employ a mental skill? While mental skills did not cost silver coins, they did consume mana, and Anya could not be using them recklessly. She shrugged her hands and replied, not at all. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, taking a bite of bread as he mused. It seems it must be a passive skill. I feel an aura of relaxation whenever I am near you. This remark brought joy to Anya. Her previous expression replaced by a captivating smile. Oh no. Just then, Ryan, having just fled, returned with a shout. Having spent ample time with him, Zhang Fan quickly discerned that Ryan was not joking. He hastily finished the milk in his bowl, placing it on the table before rushing outside to the village square. The riflemen and swordsmen were all present, but in the distance, another large contingent was emerging. Check your gear. Form up, Zhang Fan shouted. Then approach Kyle Point 150 meters ahead. Approximately 20 cavalry riders were facing Zhang Fan. Each knight bore a triangular shield, signifying their status as knights. Zhang Fan's breath quickened. In such an open expanse, a single charge from the 20 knights could shatter the formation of the valley soldiers. Observing the growing tension among the pikemen, Zhang Fan knew he had to act decisively, commanding Tays. Pikemen, maintain discipline. I will go and inquire. Do not panic. The valley's forces found themselves in a predicament where they could neither fight nor flee, so Zhang Fan resolved to confront the situation directly and ascertain the identity of the approaching group. Anya, concerned, furrowed her brow and insisted, Zhang Fan, I will go with you. Knowing that this venture could yield unforeseen consequences, Zhang Fan declined her offer, shaking his head. Stay here with the pikemen. They have an advantage over the cavalry. Although 30 pikemen cannot match 20 knights, they are far safer than being subjected to a reckless charge on open ground. As the sun continued to rise, the knights positioned themselves to the east, causing Zhang Fan's vision to be hindered, but he was acutely aware that his opponent was a master tactician. Should they charge under such circumstances, his soldiers would scarcely be able to open their eyes. As he approached within 30 meters, the outline of the leading cavalryman gradually came into focus. Zhang Fan raised his left hand to shield his eyes from the sun, noting that the adversary wore no facial armor, causing the features of the man to suddenly strike a familiar chord within him. Zhang Fan realized that this was the individual who had engaged him in conversation the previous night, and he could not help but exclaim internally, it is indeed him. The leading knight, adorned with a golden crown and sporting a white beard, appeared to be in his 50s, his eye sockets set deep against his cheekbones. With an expression that was calm yet commanding, he regarded Zhang Fan and declared, Warrior, you exhibit remarkable bravery. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Fan gradually lifted his gaze towards the elderly knight and inquired, May I ask who you are and why you have obstructed my soldiers? The old knight subtly squeezed his legs against the horse's flanks, prompting the steed to advance, and the 20 knights followed suit, aligning themselves beside him. The combined weight of their armor exceeded 1,000 pounds, creating an intangible pressure that seemed to press against Zhang Fan's chest with each step. He struggled to maintain his composure, feeling his grip on the sword hilt begin to turn pale. With each passing second, the tension escalated as the knight slowly closed the distance, halting his steed merely a few meters away. Zhang Fan now had to look up to discern the knight's face. As the cavalry came to a standstill, the old knight's eyes suddenly glimmered with an eagle-like sharpness as he addressed Zhang Fan. Soldier, you may now reveal to me your origins. Are you from Dunwo? Or perhaps a sentinel? The implication of being mistaken for a soldier of Dunwo struck Zhang Fan, leading him to deduce that this man was certainly not a knight of Dunwo. Being a mere minor character, he could not fathom why anyone would go to such lengths to seek him out. Consequently, the tension and pressure in his heart diminished significantly upon hearing the question. Zhang Fan chose honesty and replied straightforwardly, I belong to neither. The old knight's brow furrowed at this revelation, for soldiers from other cities would not appear here without cause. He then fixed Zhang Fan with an oppressive gaze, demanding, Tell me precisely where you hail from and to whom you pledge your loyalty. It became clear to Zhang Fan that his encounter with this elder was no mere coincidence. The man was probing into his true intentions. He recognized that the knight's regalia was far from that of an ordinary officer, and he understood that he must now clarify his identity and allegiance. Thus, placing his right hand over his chest, he declared, "I swear by the true God that I come from a remote sanctuary west of Sentinel City, and I am loyal to the people and the king of Alashia." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's declaration, the old knight's expression softened, and a smile crept onto his face as he said, "In that case, please come closer." Zhang Fan observed the figure of the knight, shrouded in the morning light, exuding an extraordinary presence, whether in anger or mirth. Given the circumstances, he had little choice but to comply, taking a step forward, just as he reached the front of the old knight's horse. The knight unexpectedly drew a long sword from his waist, startling Zhang Fan momentarily. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he met the knight's gaze and asked, "May I inquire what this is for?" As Zhang Fan finally discerned the long sword in the knight's hand, he felt an involuntary tremor course through him that he recalled sketching this very sword, adorned with a ruby and a golden crown engraved on the hilt, countless times throughout his childhood. This was the sword of Alashia. The king's sword. It was an item no one else could possess, and in that instant, Zhang Fan comprehended the identity of the man before him. His heart raced with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Without a second thought, he dropped to one knee, gazing up at the sword illuminated by the sun. Zhang Fan had encountered His Majesty the King, regardless of whether this man was indeed the king. The mere possession of the king's sword conferred upon him the stature of royalty. The old knight was none other than Rodhart, the supreme king of Alashia. He pointed the sword toward Zhang Fan's helmet, and Zhang Fan was suddenly overwhelmed by the knight's commanding presence. "I, Rodhart, the supreme king of Alashia, hereby command you, Swordmaster Zhang Fan, to join my ranks in the campaign against the Lord of Dunwo." "Will?" Zhang Fan's heart raced in astonishment. Just yesterday, he had been discussing Will's smuggling activities with Charade. Now he found himself face to face with the king himself, leading a personal expedition against Will. The coincidence was staggering. Yet, amidst his surprise, he felt a surge of anxiety for Charade's safety. Zhang Fan knew his immediate task was to express his loyalty to the king. I, Zhang Fan, the swordmaster of the valley, in service to the king, shall defend Alashia. Ha 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 ha! Rodhart laughed heartily before sheathing his sword and gesturing swiftly behind him. That moment, a contingent of troops emerged behind the cavalry formation. 200 spearmen, 50 swordsmen, 80 archers, and even 20 priests. This was a military assembly typical of a medium-sized castle. However, it was evidently insufficient for an assault on Dunwo, and Zhang Fan felt compelled to caution Rodhart. "Your Majesty, may I speak?" Rodhart, noting Zhang Fan's anxious demeanor, maintained an expression of calm indifference and replied, "Swordmaster Zhang Fan, please rise and speak." Zhang Fan slowly stood, nodding in gratitude before speaking candidly, "Your Majesty, as I understand it, the forces of Dunwo are extraordinarily formidable. We require greater strength to launch an effective attack." Rodhart was no fool. He appreciated Zhang Fan's forthrightness and nodded with a smile. "Do not worry. I am merely surrounding the city gates. Reinforcements from other cities are en route." This revelation brought Zhang Fan a sense of relief. He believed that, no matter how arrogant Will might be, he would not dare to engage the king's forces. The panic that had been gripping his heart finally dissipated. After consulting with the king, Zhang Fan returned to the ranks of the valley soldiers, providing a brief overview of the situation before leading them toward the king's contingent. The earlier moment when the king pointed his sword at Zhang Fan and referred to him as a swordmaster was witnessed by all. Kale stood beside Zhang Fan and quietly remarked, "Congratulations, you have been personally appointed as the king's swordmaster." In that moment, Zhang Fan had not fully grasped the implications of the situation. However, with Kale as prompting, he suddenly realized, could this be considered an official appointment? Kale, equally delighted for Zhang Fan, assured him, "Of course, the king's word is unbreakable." As Zhang Fan's heart surged with excitement, the soldiers of the valley stood proudly to the right of the king's forces, their faces alight with pride. They had never envisioned that one day they would be led into battle by the king himself. As for the danger, serving the king was an honor for every citizen of Alashia. The soul one with a peculiar mindset, Ryan stood beside Zhang Fan, showing little enthusiasm for serving the king. Instead, he attempted to dissuade Zhang Fan, saying, "Zhang Fan, I think it would be safer to return to the valley." Upon hearing Ryan's jest, Zhang Fan's expression turned serious as he cautioned, "Pudgy, refrain from speaking, lest you be beaten to a pulp." In Dunwo, within the lord's estate, Will held a glass of red wine in his hands, not drinking, but savoring its rich aroma with his nostrils. Outside the window, the tower of the Lord's office provided a vantage point over the expanse beyond the city gates. There, a well-ordered army was arrayed. Will's gaze became unfocused. As his eyes traversed the soldiers, they landed upon the marshes located several dozen miles to the north. At that moment, an inexplicable memory began to resurface from the depths of his mind. It was a frigid night, with the campfire casting a fiery glow upon the surroundings. At that time, Will was still quite young, standing beside a man in his 40s. The man was handsome and dignified, wielding a jeweled longsword. His voice resonated steadily through the night. "Will, I sense that you possess a unique ability." Will was indeed an extraordinary individual, but at that moment, none were aware of his gift, for it was of a peculiar nature. However, he recognized the man before him would not make such a statement without cause. Thus, he admitted, "Yes, sir, you have discerned my secret. I presume you possess some special ability as well." The man's eagle-like gaze exuded a commanding aura, coalescing into a beam of light in the darkness. "Will, I possess the eagle-eye technique, which allows me to detect certain abilities." Will realized, no wonder he had kept his abilities so closely guarded. They had been discovered by this individual. As he pondered this, the crackling of the burning firewood filled the silence, the final crackles marking the end of their existence. Well, in these times, the people of Alashia are stagnant. How can we inspire them to explore the northern lands and fulfill the dream of reaching the farthest icy expanse? Will possessed a unique ability, one that was unparalleled on the war-torn continent. He referred to it as the art of wealth management. Ever since he had acquired this ability, he felt there was no sum of money he could not obtain. Staring into the fire for a long time, Will understood the man was seeking his counsel. Yet he was acutely aware that some words, once spoken, would inevitably come back to haunt him. Perhaps one day, he would find himself reduced to ashes, much like the firewood crackling in the flames. However, the intensity of the man's gaze left him no room for refusal. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Will sighed deeply and spoke words that would inevitably alter the future of Alashia. "Respected sir, if we wish to encourage exploration of the northern territories, we must offer substantial rewards for those monsters. The marshes are unfathomable, and only desire can pierce through the fog." The handsome man narrowed his eyes, an aura of youthful vigor radiating from him. "Will, that's an astronomical sum. Elarasia cannot bear such a burden." He gazed upward at the distant, mysterious stars, which even the gifted could not reach. After a moment of reflection, he turned his attention back to his companion. "Esteemed sir, I am aware of a group of alchemists residing in the southern highlands snow-capped mountains. They possess wealth unparalleled across the entire war continent. And fortuitously, they require vast quantities of materials derived from swamp monsters for their alchemical endeavors." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the handsome man's eyes that he knew of a teleportation array that could lead directly to the highland snow mountains. If an agreement could be forged with the alchemists, not only could Elarasia's adventurers venture into the swamps, but it could also yield substantial profits. Thus, he regarded Will with a smile, his gaze tinged with caution. "Will, you are aware of my identity. Such matters necessitate a representative, one who must be utterly loyal and maintain absolute confidentiality." Since the conversation had reached this juncture, it was evident that this representative could only be Will himself. Henceforth, the heroic knight, Will was officially appointed the Lord of Dunwo City. Time, like a fleeting horse, sped past, and a decade slipped away in an instant, prompting Will to transition his thoughts from 10 years prior back to the present. The soldiers at the city gate did not initiate an attack. Well, since they were awaiting something. After 10 years, that individual had not only aged, but had also grown sensitive and consumed by ambition. At that moment, a knight entered the Lord's office, holding a letter. "Your Lordship, this has been sent from the city gate." Will did not immediately focus on the letter, but instead turned to the messenger. Captain Tomir, do you remain loyal? Tomir had been deeply involved in the smuggling of swamp materials, his interests long intertwined with Will's. Without hesitation, he bowed his head, declaring, "My lord Will, we are one. My loyalty is assured." Will nodded, took the letter, and glanced at it. "I never anticipated that we would arrive at this juncture." Without waiting for a response, he cast the letter into the nearby hearth without a second glance. Moments later, Will made a decision, addressing Tomir in an authoritative tone. "Their numbers are insufficient. This is merely a stalling tactic. There may be only one way for us to survive, after an extended period of peace." The troops outside had grown lax and began to set up camp. Zhang Fan and 30 to 40 men rested a mere 400 meters west of the city gate, starting a fire to cook. Zhang Fan believed that the current situation indicated the king lacked the strength to mount an offensive. However, within the city, Will lacked the courage to proactively strike against the king's army. It seemed this stalemate might persist for some time. A sharp cry of an eagle pierced the air, prompting Zhang Fan to glance towards the nearby cuckoo. He had previously instructed Cuckoo not to reveal the griffin. Why had it suddenly appeared now? As he turned to search for Cuckoo, he saw him rushing toward him, looking somewhat anxious. "Zhang Fan, trouble is brewing. The soldiers within the city are gathering in the square." Zhang Fan knew that Cuckoo had a special communication link with the griffin. He had intended to interrogate Cuckoo, but quickly refrained, instead asking, "The army is assembling within the city. Are you certain?" Upon seeing Cuckoo nod with confidence, Zhang Fan understood the gravity of the situation and immediately sprinted towards the central army 400 meters away. Reaching the king's forces, Zhang Fan shouted, "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report." Rodhart turned, the passage of time etched in the wrinkles upon his face, yet it had not diminished his commanding presence. "Zhang Fan, speak forth." Zhang Fan clasped his hands in salute and declared, "Your Majesty, the troops within the city are assembling." Rodhart had assumed that the city would only dare to hold its ground. He had previously sent a letter urging surrender. However, upon hearing Zhang Fan's report, his brow furrowed in concern. He glanced upward, noticing a griffin circling overhead. Yet in this campaign, he had left the rare griffin tamers behind in the capital to ensure stability. Rodhart comprehended where Zhang Fan's intelligence had originated. A fleeting complexity flickered in his eyes as he drew his sword and called out, "Elarasia soldiers, assemble and prepare for battle." Zhang Fan realized that the king had become aware of the griffin. However, he did not dwell on it and turned to race back to his own troops, loudly issuing orders. "Gather, close ranks to the king's army. We shall take position on the right flank." The soldiers of the valley swiftly organized under Zhang Fan's command, and in moments, they were assembled. Zhang Fan and several swordsmen under Kale led the way, followed by 30 pikemen from Taizhou, swiftly reaching their formation. Suddenly, the castle gates swung wide open, and a cavalry unit burst forth from within. "Pikemen, prepare for defense." Pikemen can effectively counter cavalry, provided their numbers are sufficient and they form a cohesive line that in this instance. The king's army had 200 pikemen. Confronting 30 cavalrymen head-on posed little issue. However, Dunmo City had surprised the king, as additional cavalry continued to pour out, revealing that their numbers far exceeded his intelligence reports. The moment 50 cavalrymen charged from the gates, Zhang Fan knew trouble was imminent. Thankfully, the substantial cavalry force did not immediately charge, but rather split into two groups, one to the left and one to the right, taking up positions around the castle gates. Understanding that they were creating conditions for their subsequent forces to exit, the king's army outside was also unable to launch an immediate assault. The enemy cavalry had arrived too swiftly, and the king's forces had not anticipated their exit, leaving them unprepared in their haste. The Dunmo cavalry held their heads high, poised for an assault. Initially, they intended to launch a surprise attack. However, sensing something amiss, they formed two lines of pikemen ahead, prompting the cavalry commander to abandon the charge and protect the gate area for the safe exit of their own troops. But a line of long pikemen began to emerge from the castle gates. One formation, two formations, three formations, fully 120 long pikemen, effectively blocking the approach to the castle gates, allowing other soldiers within to exit smoothly. "Beware of the battlements," a warning rang out from the king's army. Zhang Fan looked up to see archers appearing atop the castle walls. all armed with crossbows, numbering around 80. These archers posed a significant threat to the king's forces, positioned merely 60 meters from the castle gate. The king's army faced two options: to strike while the enemy was still unsteady, or to swiftly retreat beyond the range of the archers' fire. Rodhart chose the latter, issuing a loud command. All soldiers, fall back 40 meters. This order carried considerable risk. If we'll seize this moment to launch a cavalry charge, it would undoubtedly inflict severe losses upon the king's army. Zhang Fan perceived the impending crisis. Fortunately, his troops were far enough from the walls to remain unaffected for the time being. Perhaps the enemy, seeing the king's army was not numerous, believed victory was assured. Such a prime opportunity, and yet the opposing cavalry did not initiate an assault. Suddenly, Ryan nudged Zhang Fan's arm. Still tense from the recent danger, Zhang Fan jumped slightly. Zhang Fan, this doesn't look good. Have you thought of a retreat plan? Zhang Fan glanced towards the king's direction, where the formation had stabilized, and the anticipated crisis had not materialized. Yet he understood that as long as the king was present, he would never retreat. Be silent, you fool. As long as his majesty is here, we shall never yield. Ryan, having met resistance, huffed at Zhang Fan. Then when our soldiers are injured, do we prioritize saving the king's army or the valley soldiers? Zhang Fan did not favor the king in this matter. Directly responding to Ryan, we must ensure the lives of the valley soldiers. The king has his priests. This statement carried a touch of humanity. Ryan cast a glance at the 20 priests. Coldly smirking, those priests can heal themselves, but sending them into the fray to save the wounded, that seems rather challenging. Although priests possess healing spells, it is merely a secondary skill. Their primary function lies in mental assault. Moreover, their healing has a flaw. They must be near the target to cast their spells, lacking the multi-target healing capabilities that Ryan possessed. Look, the swordsman's unit is emerging. Kale's voice suddenly rang out beside Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan turned to see 50 swordsmen forming a large square formation, with Charade leading the front. I could see this moment. The swordsman had yet to lower his visor. Charade advanced while scanning the ranks of the king's army with his gaze. Upon spotting the forces of the valley on the far right of the opposing formation, his eyes fell upon Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's greatest fear had come to fruition. He was uncertain of Charade's current stance and whether Charade had forgotten his obligation as a swordsman to remain loyal to Alasia. Seizing the moment while being scrutinized, he crossed his arms over his chest, fists clenched, with the palms facing upward. A gesture symbolizing acceptance that he felt compelled to convey to Charade that if he was willing to forsake the darkness for the light, he would forever welcome him. Suddenly, Charade pressed his right hand against his heart and then flattened it. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for the implication was clear. He would not serve the Lord of Dunwo. Although there was a considerable disparity in strength between the two sides, if Charade could lead the swordsman to defect, the battle could indeed be waged. At this juncture, the swordsman battalion moved to the left, their backs against the city wall, precisely aligning with the right flank of the king's army. This side also housed Zhang Fan's valley soldiers. Among the 50 swordsmen, a notable 20 were crusaders. Such a formidable battalion of swordsmen exerted immense psychological pressure on the valley soldiers. Recognizing the importance of morale, Zhang Fan lowered his voice to rally them. Everyone, stay calm. The king is with us. He had great faith in the swordsmen under Kale, having survived numerous trials in the swamps. Their resilience was beyond question. The focus now rested on how T's spearmen would fare. When Zhang Fan turned back, he observed T's forcefully thrusting the butt of his spear into the ground. Bellowing, spearmen as steadfast as rock. As steadfast as rock. The soldiers echoed, their spirits lifted as the initial panic began to dissipate. The priest battalion finally emerged from the city gates, numbering 30, 10 more than the priests of the king's army. The situation had become clear, revealing the soldier ratios on the battlefield. Aside from the spearmen, Lord Will of Dunwo held a distinct advantage. The only advantage the king's side possessed was righteousness and time, as reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Will was no fool. Having chosen to charge forth, he intended to resolve the conflict swiftly. Now mounted on a warhorse, he was flanked by a knight battalion that outnumbered the foreign forces twofold. Observing the stark contrast in troop strength, Will felt emboldened and shouted towards the king, "Your Majesty, If you allow me and my army to depart, we can avert a tragic fratricide. This statement, though polite, was laden with the clear understanding that victory was unlikely for the king's forces. However, as the king of Alasia, Rodhart would never permit himself to be intimidated by his adversary. In response, Rodhart raised his sword high, his voice resonating with unyielding authority. Knight Will, you have forsaken the loyalty of a knight. The true God shall abandon you. In the name of the supreme king of Alasia, I command you to lay down your arms. Otherwise, though Alasia is vast, there shall be no refuge for you. Though the king was of advanced age, his voice boomed like a thunderclap, inspiring all the king's soldiers. Ha ha ha! Will laughed heartily. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhang Fan detected an undertone of helplessness and desolation in that laughter. With no possibility for negotiation remaining, the only recourse was battle. Clad in shining knight armor and wielding a silver command sword, Will felt a sudden resolve surge as he bellowed. Priest Battalion, engage the enemy spearmen. On the battlefield, the only thing knights feared was a well-formed spear phalanx. If they could shatter the king's spearmen, Will's 50 knights would be invincible. Upon receiving the command, the 30 priests showed no hesitation. Even though they faced the king, they began to chant. A spherical orb of light gradually expanded from their chests, a manifestation of their spiritual energy. Buzz, the air trembled as 30 light orbs detached from the priest battalion, hurtling towards the king's spearmen. The orbs struck the spear formation, their mental assault directly impacting the soldiers' minds, causing dozens of spearmen to clutch their heads in agony and collapse. This was the power of the priests. To the common folk, they were divine emissaries, spreading the will and gospel of the gods. Yet, their true might lay in their ability to annihilate foes with mental force. Observing the attack on his spearmen, Rodhart refrained from ordering an immediate counterattack. The enemy still had 80 archers stationed on the city wall, and his spearmen were unarmored. Charging forward would lead to devastating losses. The only viable option left was to pit priests against king's priests, engage the enemy priests. Upon hearing the king's command, the priest battalion sprang into action. 20 priests began to chant, their spiritual orbs swelling to the size of heads before launching towards the Dunwo priest battalion. Buzz, the air quivered once more as the 20 orbs struck the opposing priest battalion. However, the resulting damage was not as substantial as anticipated. After all, priests were also units of mental offense, designed to resist mental strikes effectively. Zhang Fan observed that within the ranks of the Dunwo priest battalion, the priests merely swayed slightly. With none collapsing immediately, he now realized that priests could indeed counter mental attacks with their own spiritual energy. In contrast, the fallen spearmen likely had their souls shattered. Thus, as a psionic being, Zhang Fan felt unconcerned about the priests launching mental assaults against him. He was confident that his mental prowess surpassed that of any priest. Unless all the priests united in their attack, it would be challenging to inflict significant harm upon him. However, the situation was different for T's spearmen. Should they be struck, their fate would mirror that of the fallen soldiers of the king's army. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, it was evident that the king's forces were at a considerable disadvantage. Advancing would expose them to the archers on the walls, while a stalemate would leave them outnumbered in priests. Rodhart prepared to deploy the archers. Archer Battalion, advance 10 meters. Target the enemy priest battalion. Upon hearing the order, the Archer Battalion marched forward, halting just shy of the range of the crossbowmen on the city walls. The commander of the archers had expertly gauged the distance, avoiding the long-range threat while positioning themselves within reach of the enemy priests. Load crossbows. Following a flurry of sounds, 80 archers simultaneously raised their crossbow bolts. Fire! At the command of the archer captain, dozens of bolts swiftly flew towards the Dunwo priests. The priests, clad only in cloth armor, possessed deadly offensive capabilities, yet shockingly low defenses in a single volley of arrows. The entire priest battalion was swiftly enveloped. Zhang Fan could hardly fathom how a level 5 unit like the priests could be so easily felled by the archers. Yet the next moment brought a surprising spectacle. The priests began to extract the arrows from their bodies, a radiant white light suddenly surging around them. That moment, Ryan quietly alerted Zhang Fan, "See? This is the priest's skill, self-heal, due to their profound devotion to the true God." The priest had mastered a unique skill that allowed them to fully restore their health, provided they had not been instantly slain in the attack. I end this round of assault. Only one priest had been struck in the heart and died on the spot. The others, having utilized their healing skill, remained entirely unharmed. The priest's long-range attacks relied on the accumulation of spiritual energy, and each possessed a finite amount. The typical Alasian priest could strike 5 times in a single battle before reaching their mental limit. The Dunwo priest had already attacked once and had just released a mental defense in addition to their healing skill. They could manage a maximum of 2 more attacks on the battlefield. The various units countered one another, and if any unit posed the greatest threat to archers, it was undoubtedly the swordsman battalion. Will, unwilling to allow his priest to be worn down by the enemy archers, immediately issued a command. Swordsman battalion, form a wall in front of the priest battalion. The crusaders, clad in heavy armor and wielding round shields with their left hands, were ideally suited to serve as a bulwark. However, upon issuing the command, Charade, the commander of the swordsman battalion, remained utterly unresponsive. Will glanced at the immobile Charade, his brow furrowing in confusion, torn between his lord who had elevated him and the king of Alasia. Charade understood that evasion was no longer an option. Ignoring Will's gaze, he planted his heavy sword into the ground and suddenly knelt on one knee in the direction of the king. Swordsman, we are soldiers of Alasia. Our duty is to be loyal to the king of Alasia and protect the people of Alasia. Before us stands the king of Alasia. We must heed his commands. The sudden shift left Rodhart visibly elated. He recognized Charade from their encounter the previous night, where he had shared drinks with a swordsman named Zhang Fan, and it seemed he had not lost his sense of loyalty. Subsequently, Rodhart raised the king's sword and proclaimed loudly, "That swordsman, I, Rodhart, king of Alasia, command you to abandon the traitor Will and return to the embrace of the true God." This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. Upon receiving instructions, Chalad promptly rose to his feet and turned to the 19 crusaders behind him, commanding, "Brothers of the crusade, in accordance with the king's orders, we shall join his majesty's forces." Here, Zhang Fan found himself perplexed. Why did Chalad only order the crusaders to defect? What of the remaining swordsmen? However, Will swiftly provided an answer. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness as he proclaimed, "Vice captain of the swordsman's brigade, lead the swordsmen and execute the traitors." It turned out that Will had long since placed his trusted confidence within the swordsman's brigade, and those swordsmen who had yet to be promoted to crusaders were entirely under the control of the vice captain, leaving Chalad with dominion only over the crusaders closely allied with him. The crusaders, equipped with superior armor and weaponry, found themselves outnumbered by the swordsmen, with the Dunwo priest brigade lurking nearby, watching intently. As the swordsmen and crusaders faced each other with swords drawn, a peculiar balance was established. Yet Rodhart would not let such an opportunity slip by. He pointed his jeweled longsword forward and commanded his swordsmen to charge. The swordsman's brigade had no fear of the archers on the city walls, their sights now set on the Dunwo priest brigade. Should the swordsmen breach the priest brigade, it would spell disaster. As dozens of swordsmen surged forward, a gap was immediately torn in the flanks of the Dunwo spear formation. Seeing the battlefield shift so dramatically, Will quickly ordered the knights on the right flank to charge. Knowing that their 2 lines were at a disadvantage and must rely on the cavalry superiority to break through the king's swordsman's formation, the swordsmen advanced, the cavalry followed suit, and a faction of Dunwo swordsmen descended into infighting. Zhang Fan observed the once orderly battlefield devolve into chaos as the 2 forces intertwined. The archers atop the walls could no longer find their targets. Indiscriminately loosing arrows would put their own men at risk. "Pikemen, advance," Rodhart commanded amidst the turmoil. The pikemen swiftly leveled their pikes and charged towards the opposing Dunwo pikemen. Just as the pikemen entered range, the archers atop the wall shifted their bows, but had yet to release their arrows when the 2 lines of pike wielders collided once more. They lost their targets again. Witnessing the battlefield descend into chaos, Zhang Fan realized that the king could no longer attend to his 30 or so men. He resolved to rescue, Chalad ahead, and commanded, "Valley soldiers, charge with me." The valley soldiers were clad in armor. Even the pikemen donned helmets and breastplates, significantly enhancing their resistance to arrows. Moreover, given the current disorder, the archers were momentarily distracted. Once a battlefield spirals out of control, decisive action is imperative. Chalad, leading the 19 crusaders loyal to the king, raised his heavy sword skyward, poised to deliver a crushing blow to the 30 swordsmen still loyal to Will. Light of the swordsman. With the honor of the swordsman, Zhang Fan, now possessing level 4 magic, activated the light of the swordsman skill to bolster 16 swordsmen, that he observed Chalad preparing for action and immediately enhanced him with the light of the swordsman. Suddenly, the 16 heavy swords surrounding Chalad glimmered with radiant light, and those crusaders enveloped in its glow felt their bodies lighten, their lethality increasing by 30%. The crusaders, already superior to ordinary swordsmen, now overwhelmed the 30 swordsmen. With a synchronized crash, the heavy swords fell, and the Dunwo swordsmen, recognizing the ferocity of their former comrades' assault, were seized by fear. The sounds of clashing weapons and armor resonated as Chalad. As the leader, felt a surge of strength. His heavy sword felt sharper than ever. With a single strike, he severed the long sword from the vice-captain of the swordsman's brigade. The vice-captain, loyal to Will, looked astonished at his own short sword. And before he could react, a loud bellow rang out from Chalad. Consecutive slash. The skill of the consecutive slash activated, and Chalad raised his heavy sword once more, delivering 2 swift strikes in the span of a single moment. A cry of agony erupted from the swordsmen's ranks as the crusaders' heavy swords, weighing a full 20 pounds, could not be repelled by ordinary armor. In a single consecutive slash, 15 Dunwo swordsmen fell grievously wounded. Zhang Fan felt his magic depleting, but fortunately, he remained conscious that instant. Anya began replenishing his magic and affixed a mental rune to him. Just as the wails of despair echoed, Zhang Fan led the valley troops to charge at the side of the Dunwo swordsmen. Due to the previous onslaught, the morale of the Dunwo swordsmen had been severely compromised, and now Tees led 30 long spearmen charging forth, their 3-meter-long forged blue iron pikes surging past the crusaders like venomous serpents striking at the heart of the Dunwo swordsmen's formation. The Dunwo swordsmen could hardly fathom that their armor offered no protection against the enemy's pikes. Those swordsmen, facing the pikemen, found their armor and bodies pierced through by the long spears. How is this possible? Cries of despair filled the air as the swordsmen never imagined that one day their armor would be breached by a single thrust from a pikeman. With 15 of the 30 Dunwo swordsmen slain by the crusaders and another 10 pierced by the pikemen, Will's swordsman's brigade was now entirely decimated. Seeing that victory was assured on his end, Chalad brought his heavy sword crashing down, severing the head of the fallen vice-captain. He then lifted the severed head high in the air, exclaiming, "The Dunwo swordsman's brigade has been defeated." Khaled's voice rang out, instantly capturing the attention of many soldiers. The unexpected turn of battle saw the 20 crusaders swiftly eliminate the 30 swordsmen. Will, witnessing the defeat of his swordsman's brigade under the combined assault of the pikemen and crusaders, realized the tide of battle had shifted dramatically, that he understood it was time to deploy his main forces. Clenching his fist, he ordered, "Archers, fire upon the swordsman's brigade," indiscriminately targeting those pikemen. Just as Zhang Fan was reuniting with Chalad, he suddenly noticed the archers atop the walls redirecting their aim towards his formation and shouted, "Pikemen, defend against the arrows." The valley pikemen, clad in armor, immediately crouched, forming a makeshift shield with their breastplates and helmets. Whoosh, 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 the rain of arrows descended like a torrential downpour. The swordsmen, armored from head to toe, remained unperturbed. The arrows struck them with a resounding thud, bouncing off and falling to the ground, some even snapping upon impact. The pikemen, however, were in peril, their helmets lacking face guards and their bodies only partially armored, forcing them to angle their helmets toward the incoming arrows, praying none would strike their vulnerable spots. Crack. Most arrows were deflected by helmets and breastplates. Yet 7 or 8 men were struck in their limbs. Cries of agony erupted, and Zhang Fan, without needing to look back, knew the valley pikemen had suffered casualties, his anger surging like flames. Fatty prioritized the critically wounded. Ryan, at the back of the ranks, found himself amidst the chaos, unable to discern the severely injured from the lightly wounded. Fortunately, Tease noticed Ryan's distress and promptly ordered, "Pikemen, those uninjured, rise and advance," as it was a moment of respite from the archers. All uninjured pikemen immediately stood and marched forward. Ryan, spotting 7 or 8 fallen figures, recognized they were all injured. To distinguish the severity of their wounds, he shouted, "Pikemen, raise your hands if you're injured." Instantly, 5 arms shot up. Ryan dismissed these 5. Knowing they were only lightly wounded, he then sent out 3 healing orbs toward those unable to raise their hands, disregarding the lightly wounded for now. These orbs could only staunch the bleeding. True healing could not commence until the arrows were removed. Moreover, there was no time for such considerations on the battlefield. After stopping the bleeding, their fate rested in the hands of chance. Another round of arrows would be imminent. Zhang Fan clapped his blood-soaked hands on Khaled's shoulder, stating, "Captain Chalad, regroup and form a wall to shield my pikemen. More arrows are about to rain down." Chalad, realizing that the previous volley had resulted in significant casualties among the valley soldiers, nodded in understanding and bellowed, "Crusaders, form a line." The 19 Crusaders, joined by Chalad, swiftly arranged themselves into a horizontal formation, while Zhang Fan and Kyle positioned their men beside them. That on the battlefield, conflicting orders could lead to disaster. Observing Khaled's prompt response, Zhang Fan decisively commanded, "Valley swordsmen, heed Captain Khaled's orders." "Yes, Kyle," and the others responded in unison. As the wall of shields formed, the pikemen instinctively took cover behind the swordsmen, ready for the next onslaught. Now, only 22 uninjured pikemen remain, perfectly concealed behind the Crusaders. Opposite Chalad, several duo swordsmen are still present, but upon witnessing the Crusaders, led by Chalad, reassemble, their own command and morale have dissipated, leading to disarray and even signs of retreat. Taze seizes the opportunity and swiftly commands the pikemen. "Pikemen, thrust forward and aim to kill." The thrusting technique is a common support tactic among pikemen, for their 3-meter-long spears allow rear soldiers to strike over their front-line comrades. Although swordsmen stand in front, the tactic remains applicable. The 22 long spears swiftly penetrate the formation of swordsmen, striking like venomous serpents. This is an astute tactic, but alas, the enemy's formation is rather sparse. And the swordsmen are seasoned warriors. They are aware of the razor-sharp blue spearheads and manage to evade with urgency, resulting in only 2 out of 5 sustaining injuries. At this moment, archers atop the city walls release another volley of arrows. Taze, ever vigilant, promptly shouts, "Pikemen, take cover from the arrows." Whoosh, 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 the rain of arrows descends once more. The pikemen heed the command and swiftly duck behind the Crusaders, who raise their triangular shields in unison. Bang, bang, bang. After a cacophony of impacts, there is little to fear, with only 2 pikemen struck in the arms. Observing the crossbowman reloading, Chalad seizes the moment to raise his heavy sword overhead. Crusaders, charge! Annihilate the rebels. Under Khaled's leadership, 20 Crusaders surge forward, followed closely by the pikemen. Run. The remaining 3 duo swordsmen scatter in utter disarray. Zhang Fan, witnessing the resolution of the conflict here, glances towards the main battlefield, which has descended into further chaos. The king, noticing the archers on the battlements distracted by Zhang Fan, commands the remaining 160 pikemen to attack the 25 cavalry on the left flank. They manage to impede the knight's charge, keeping them at bay with their long spears. The swordsmen of the king's faction, initially poised to confront the enemy's swordsmen, now break free from restraint and launch an offensive against the duo pikemen. However, the duo pikemen lack the equipment of the valley's pikemen. Their long spears often fail to penetrate the swordsman's armor, particularly the heavy armor of the Crusaders. Furthermore, the length of their weapons puts them at risk. Should one thrust miss, they would find themselves in close quarters with the swordsman, who would then strike down with heavy or long swords. Lacking armor, 2 formations of pikemen are swiftly disrupted by the swordsman, resulting in a gruesome scene of bloodshed and cries of agony. Seeing the front line of pikemen about to collapse, the duo priest faction, reliant on them for defense, begins to retreat, inadvertently stepping out of the king's archers' range. The king's archers, wary of advancing too far, remain cautious, as the enemy possesses a comparable number of archers atop the walls, with the advantage of height and range, as the battlefield grows increasingly chaotic. Commands become nearly inaudible. Observing their inability to affect Zhang Fan's position, the archers atop the walls redirect their arrows towards the king's pikemen. Parts of the king's pikemen become entangled with the duo forces. The duo archers target those pikemen engaged with their knights. A volley is unleashed, resulting in a chorus of wails. The duo cavalry, seeing 30 of the pikemen suddenly fall, find an opening to charge, breaking through the line that had previously held them at bay. Once the cavalry begins their charge, their momentum becomes unstoppable. The king's archers and priests, witnessing this, hastily unleash their firepower upon the advancing duo cavalry. However, the knights, clad in heavy armor and mounted on equally armored steeds, are scarcely affected by the arrows. Only the priest's mental assaults manage to bring several cavalrymen down, realizing the impending disaster should the enemy cavalry breach the archer line. The king swings his sword and commands the king's knights to charge at one another. This time, Rodhart personally leads the charge, raising his longsword high, emanating a radiant glow from its tip. Light of Blessing. This is Rodhart's second skill. His first, Eagle Eye, lacks offensive capability, rendering it unusable in battle. While the Light of Blessing does not enhance physical prowess, it invigorates those blessed, instilling them with courage and banishing fear. In a clash of cavalry, not only skill but also willpower determines the outcome. 20 knights, led by the king, confront the 22 knights. 2 immense forces collide, and bolstered by the Light of Blessing. The king's knights evidently hold the advantage. As their lances collide, they swiftly disengage. In this encounter, 6 knights from the king's side fall, while 14 duo knights are brought down, marking a resounding victory for the king's knights. In knightly duels, if neither side can claim victory with a single strike, they circle each other for another clash. However, the duo cavalry suffers a significant loss in their first engagement, now reduced to 8 knights, who dare not turn back. Instead, they opt to retreat and regroup with another cavalry unit. The king retains 14 knights, while the duo still have 33, a disparity that prevents the king from pursuing further. With the archer threat neutralized, he calls for his forces to regroup. Zhang Fan's position has successfully vanquished all enemy swordsmen, and a mere 100 meters ahead lies the priest faction. Now, the duo pikemen guarding the priests are thoroughly occupied, making it the perfect moment for a flank assault. Zhang Fan nudges Chalad beside him. Captain Chalad, let us charge forth and eliminate the priest faction. Chalad shares the intent, raising his heavy sword and proclaiming loudly, "Swordsmen, advance towards the priest faction." Although swordsmen cannot match the speed of cavalry, they are undeniably the core of output in Alasia. Should they breach the priest formation, they could scatter them in an instant. The duo priest faction leader, witnessing Chalad and his swordsmen approaching, contemplates whether to execute one final attack, as their mental fortitude is waning. Arrows. A cry emerges from among the duo priests as the king's archers, seizing the opportunity while their counterparts atop the walls are momentarily occupied, charge forward and begin firing upon the priests. The leader of the duo priests abandons any thoughts of attacking Zhang Fan's swordsmen, realizing that once the arrows fall, most priests will be injured, making self-healing a priority. Arrowheads rain down upon the priest faction. Unarmored, they are struck and immediately scramble to remove the arrows and heal themselves. Consequently, the duo priest faction finds its mental capacity fully depleted, rendering them incapable of further offense. As Khaled's swordsmen close in, the priest leader, recognizing the inevitable, can only helplessly declare, "By the grace of the true God, we surrender." This sudden shift alters the tide of the main battlefield entirely. The duo city's pikemen, already on shaky ground, witness the surrender of the priest faction and abandon their long spears, some fleeing while others kneel in submission. Zhang Fan, seeing the archers atop the walls preparing to fire again, bellows at the top of his lungs, "Archers, lay down your weapons and await the king's mercy or face execution." The surrounding swordsmen echo, "Lay down your weapons. Lay down your weapons." The archers, positioned high above, observe the battle's descent into defeat and, without awaiting their commander's orders, cease firing. They turn to their leader, anticipating new directives. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, we're faced with the sudden turn of events. furrows his brow in concern. Unconsciously, he glances toward Zhang Fan's position, realizing that the primary reason for their failure today lies in Khaled's defection and the presence of that wielder of the sword light, who enabled the Crusaders to swiftly eliminate the duo swordsmen and then invade other positions. Recently, he had heard of a wielder of knightly honor emerging at the Sentinel City, and now he encounters another wielder of the sword light, prompting a mix of astonishment and sardonic amusement. The continent of war grows ever more intriguing with the emergence of so many wielders of abilities. Are these powers beginning to spiral out of control? Weir's battlefield command is hardly exceptional, yet he recognizes that the time to retreat has come. Thus, he lowers his visor and turns to his cavalry commander. Tomir, we must depart northward. Tomir, maintaining a calm demeanor, nods and promptly executes the order, leading over 30 cavalrymen as they set off running towards the north. Once knights decide to flee, halting them is nearly impossible, especially with only 14 of the king's cavalry remaining. As Weir escapes, the leader of the archers atop the wall instantly loses hope and orders a surrender. King Rodhart does not pursue Weir. Although he cannot capture him today, this battle, once heavily tilted against them, has miraculously turned in their favor. Marking a resounding victory, he raises the king's sword high and proclaims loudly, "Victory!" All the victorious soldiers echo, "Victory! Long live the king! Long live Alasia!" Clean the battlefield. The king's forces suffered the loss of 90 pikemen, 12 swordsmen, 5 knights, while the archers and the priests remained unscathed. Zhang Fan's side sustained 12 injuries, with 2 pikemen succumbing to their wounds, while the remaining injured were being treated one by Ryan. The king gathered the surrendering enemy troops and ordered that all Dunwo soldiers be imprisoned to await their fate. Zhang Fan was uncertain of how Charade would be dealt with, so he approached the king, kneeling on one knee, and inquired, "Your Majesty, what arrangements will be made for the swordsman Captain Charade?" The king was aware that today's battle had been perilous, and their victory was solely due to Charade's timely defection. However, Charade had erred by knowingly standing with Will at the front lines, despite being aware that the king was outside the city. The king's authority would not tolerate any challenge. Rodhart furrowed his brow, his voice laced with intimidation as he declared, "Swordsman Charade, do you acknowledge your mistake?" Charade understood that he should have distanced himself from Will, and his actions constituted a serious breach of the swordsman's code. Having stood against the king's forces, he lowered his head in submission. "Your Majesty, Charade confesses his guilt." Rodhart fixed his hawk-like gaze on Charade, while Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming anxiety, fearing that Charade might be cast into the dungeons. Unexpectedly, Rodhart shifted his focus to Zhang Fan. "Swordsman Zhang Fan, your achievements today are evident for all to see. Are you willing to use your merits to atone for Charade?" "I am willing." Without hesitation, Zhang Fan bowed his head, stating, "Your Majesty, I am prepared to offer all my accolades to pardon Charade and the other Crusaders." Once Zhang Fan finished speaking, Rodhart suddenly burst into laughter. Zhang Fan initially believed this meant Charade's safety was assured. But Rodhart then shook his head. "Swordsman, if you wish to pardon all the Crusaders, your bargaining chip is insufficient." Zhang Fan was taken aback, his expression tense as he raised his gaze to King Rodhart. Rodhart's countenance then deepened into contemplation, causing the very air to thicken. After several seconds, he pointed behind Zhang Fan, saying, "If I still desire that beast tamer, would you be willing to make an exchange?" Zhang Fan immediately turned to see the astonished Kuko. He realized he could not decide for Kuko. Yet, wanting to secure the pardon for the Crusaders, Zhang Fan looked at Kuko with a pleading expression. The king sought to recruit Kuko, who had no grounds for rebuttal. He displayed a hint of regret toward Zhang Fan, and then knelt, stating, "Kuko of the Assyrians, I am willing to follow your Majesty." Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, though a flicker of guilt rose within him as he turned once more to King Rodhart. Rodhart smiled faintly. "In the name of the king, I pardon the crimes of 20 Crusaders. However, from this day forth, they shall forfeit their status as swordsmen, until such time as another lord may choose to bestow upon them the title of swordsman again." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan realized that Charade had been spared. However, they had also been stripped of their swordsman titles, leaving Zhang Fan both shocked and saddened. He understood that, following this event, it would be exceedingly difficult for any lord to grant Charade and the others their swordsman status again. The chances of restoring Charade's title were slim. The Crusaders could no longer remain in Dunwo, and Zheng Fan felt compelled to ensure that these swordsmen and their families found a place to settle. Thus, he implored the king, "Your Majesty, the valley is willing to take them in. I request your permission." Rodhart laughed heartily.